em khi nhận được giải nhất danh hiệu chức vô địch là em rất là vui, và em không nghĩ đến là em giành được chức vô địch sau bao nhiêu năm em chinh chiến trên đấu trường quốc tế chuyên nghiệp. Đánh bại người Trung Quốc thì cảm xúc của em rất là vui thôi, nhưng mà đánh bại người Trung Quốc để giành chức vô địch thì em càng vui nhân ít 10 lần. Đến bây giờ vẫn còn vui. Em đang ăn mì tôm. Đây là buổi sáng mới dậy nên là ăn tạm có mì tôm. Một ngày bình thường của em thì em ngủ thì sẽ rơi vào tầm 12 giờ trưa em dậy, vì em sẽ ăn trưa. Thì có những hôm thì em sẽ ăn ở ngoài, có những hôm thì vợ em nấu ăn. Nếu như hôm nào vợ em bận công việc hoặc là mệt quá thì em sẽ đi ăn ngoài hoặc là ăn mì tôm cho nó nhanh và uống thêm một ly cà phê. Hôm nay có móc về à?
Theo em thì ở trong game thì Lucas là một người rất là kỷ luật và chăm chỉ tập luyện. Còn đối với đời sống thì quan hệ với mọi người thì Lucas thân thiện và hòa đồng.
Lý do để em đạt được chiến thắng và giành chức vô địch là team em 5 người đồng lòng, dù có thắng hay thua thì chơi hết mình là được. Mục tiêu tương lai của em là vô địch thêm một cái CROSSFIRE Grand Final, bất cứ là năm nào cũng được, nhưng mà nếu mà hay nhất thì là trong năm nay. Và tương lai của em thì em sẽ muốn có thêm nhiều chức danh hiệu hơn, vô địch hơn. Tình nghĩa của game được kết quen đối với em đó là tuổi thơ và thanh xuân và cả tương lai của em. Lucas xin chân thành cảm ơn các fan hâm mộ đã đến nhà thi đấu Tây Hồ và các fan hâm mộ đã theo dõi team Boss Empire qua màn ảnh nhỏ. Lucas một lần nữa xin cảm ơn và mong rằng các fan hâm mộ luôn theo dõi team Boss Empire từ nay về sau.
Today, we have a collision between the last two remaining Chinese teams, and our representatives from EU MENA will play the last of the Brazilians for the last of the spots in the playoffs. So, epic matches ready to take place right here for the last time on this stage.
See once again, AG, like I said, have looked a little bit big miss in mid, but it's all good. Pistol came out, Do got it done on to Zay. The rest of the entry also ends up being pretty clean.
There's not much at this point in time, and the timing here from XQ.
Really want to get anyone more than him. XQ looking pretty nice here. AG falling. But YZK gets his timing wrong, looking in the wrong direction. It won't maybe matter. YH picked up a triple.
It's only one, and now the headshots coming in. YH not missing. Look at snare. Oh, and let's have a
AKT that we've been seeing in Brazil. And look at that nade.
He knows. He pushes anyway.
No!
Big push through the vent. Todd's already down. Horace by himself. He has to go huge again. Rotations are coming in though already, but Snake also going to go down, and Horace can't do anything either.
This adjustment to CBL, instantly they rotate 3, but it seems like action has already
Illusion. This is one of the quick signs about all tournament.
Well, here we are. It's time for the CFS 2024 Grand Finals. Live from the Gongshu Canal Sports Park Gymnasium, of course, in Hangzhou, China. And a very warm welcome to you all this morning or evening, wherever you are around the world. Of course, I'm Elfish Guy. We have Valdez, we have Neo, and of course, we'll have Sneaky and Bench a little bit later on in the show as well. But we're looking forward to bringing you yet again some great Crossfire action, boys. Pretty early on in the morning now. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I'm all right. I'm looking forward to it. I mean, now that we're sort of here and we're starting to see the crowd fill up around us, it's getting exciting. The players are sort of getting ready. We were kind of downstairs with them as well. I'm looking forward to this.
Yeah, indeed. Look, before we obviously get too far into the discussion, we should go ahead and give a big shout out and big thanks, of course, to Smilegate Entertainment for hosting this tournament, and as well a special mention to our partner Tencent. And on top of that, we want to give a shout out, of course, to Sony InZone, the official partner of the CFS 2024 Grand Finals, for their incredible support. The Sony InZone gaming headsets and monitors, backed by Sony's cutting-edge gaming and audio-visual technology, were developed in collaboration with professional players to help you fight for greatness, designed to win.
Yeah, and a special thanks to our partner Morphling for giving the tremendous support for the CFS 2024 Grand Finals. The Morphling L50 gaming chair introduces groundbreaking dynamic support technology with the air-operated lumbar support that adjusts using a lift lever. It's specially designed for those with lower back discomfort. Morphling, reach your throne. Indeed, and that's something that we're going to be looking forward to, taking part in over the course of this weekend. We love our sponsors, don't we, Naya? Let's get into it, though. The Crossfire discussion, we've got a lot to break down here. Now, of course, as we know, it is Antisocial, Wolf Empire, Evolution, Power, and Vasco taking one another on today. But we've got a video for you guys to check out, so let's jump into it.
Welcome to the CFS 2024 Grand Finals, the most prestigious international Crossfire esports event of the year. This year, the final battleground of the year has arrived in Hangzhou, where the best Crossfire teams around the world will gather in this beautiful city to fight for the championship title of 2024. A total of 16 teams across 6 regions have earned their place, each having battled through a year-long journey to reach this moment. These teams include 3 teams from China, 3 teams from Brazil, 3 teams from Yunnan, 1 team from North America, 2 teams from the Philippines, and Vietnam, that hosts the CFS Summer Championship 2024 champion team, will have 4 teams representing their region. Moving on to the structure. The tournament consists of 3 stages. The group stage, the knockout stage, and the playoffs, each with its own formats. The group stage will follow a single round-robin format with a best-of-3 series. Teams will start off with the group stage where 16 teams spread across 4 groups through a group stage draw. The top 2 teams from each group will advance to the knockout stage, while the bottom 2 will be eliminated from the tournament. Next, the 8 advanced teams will go through the knockout stage that follows a single elimination format with a best-of-5 series. A total of 4 matches will be played on this stage, with each winner securing the spot of play in the last stage of the tournament. The playoffs will be played under double elimination format with a best-of-5 series, having 6 matches in total in this final stage, with the last team standing emerging to take the championship title of 2024. The total prize pool for the CFS 2024 Grand Finals totals $1,430,000, with the champion team claiming a grand prize of $500,000. Unlock the future. The ultimate event is upon us. The scene is set. New rivals have emerged, and the battle among the best CROSSFIRE teams in the world is about to take full action. From December 4th to December 15th, join us at the most prestigious international CROSSFIRE esports event of the year, the CFS 2024 Grand Finals.
Well, if you've made it this far into the tournament, you should probably be pretty aware of how it's all playing up. Yes, indeed, we are into the playoffs, and we've had many teams from all around the world make their way to Hangzhou, China to partake, but now we're down to 4. And I think there was one statement in there that was more prevalent than the others. It was that we have new competition, and that cannot be more true than it is in this event, because we've basically said out with the old, in with the new. All Gamers, Baisha were, I guess, the finalists last year, and they have both missed out this time around. So Antisocial, Wolf Empire, Evolution Power, and a Vasco. I mean, let's jump into that conversation. That already, I think, would have been a pretty hard top 4 to predict.
Yeah, so we have a lot of stuff to get through today. We have the 2 semifinal matches and then the upper bracket match, just to give that top team a chance to rest as well. We'll take a look at some of the top leaders in the stats. We got Gokun #1 in the KD, followed by MG and Dola. That's very not surprising. Headshot rate as well as ADR. Dola also up there. You were talking about how, you know, where's Dola on these stats? Well, he's there, Elefush.
Yeah, he's there now. He's definitely taken his time to sort of build it up, but I think Dola in particular has been a standout player for me for this event now. I mean, interesting that you see a couple of the Antisocial players there as well. Obviously, they have maybe been a bit of a surprise packet in a sense that we weren't necessarily too sure what we were going to get from Antisocial, but I think they, so far, have kind of come out looking the strongest of Brazil, although maybe you have a bit of a difference of opinion after seeing Vasco versus 3BL?
Yeah, I would say so. I actually really like what I saw from Vasco against that 3BL side. So I think there's maybe a world in which it's always a loose argument, I like to say, but maybe, you know, Vasco was saving their strats for it really matters. The groups, they kind of coasted a little bit, locked in for the knockouts, and did they lock in as well? So, yeah, good to see Dola in particular. I think we always focus quite heavily on all players, especially in the KD conversation. And in these sort of situations for us, Dola has stepped up in a massive, massive way. He has been, without a doubt, the best rifler at this tournament. No two ways about it. In the form that he's having, if we get Ice Cube up to the same sort of level, I don't know if Wolf Empire is stoppable.
That's a good question mark. I guess that's a pretty prevalent story going into things here, and you know, I think it's also quite interesting to have a look at the leading stats players on each respective team and take note of the fact that the Brazilian teams are leaning heavily on their snipers. Obviously, Gokun and MG, I've highlighted a lot. You know, that those players are kind of set up for success in the late rounds. They are given those kinds of star roles, get them in clutch positions, and hopefully they're going to be able to convert it. I don't know if the conversion rate necessarily has been as good as it has been in the past, Valdez, but look, they're still getting the numbers up at least. And then obviously for the Chinese and the Vietnamese team respectively, both kind of leaning a little bit more towards the riflers, it has felt in some cases. Whether or not that's going to change today on the stage, and whether or not that stylistic difference is going to play a big part in these playoffs, we're obviously going to have to wait and find out.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's also pretty interesting to have two Brazilian teams in the semifinals. You know, maybe they get to practice a little bit more with each other. We still have a lot of the teams here in Hangzhou, but, you know, is everybody practicing scrimming and stuff like that? They might have that extra little bit of support. As we take a look at some of the other stats here, the round first death going heavily in favor of Vasco, maybe relying a little bit more on the clutch, but you can actually see that the clutch kind of just goes over to not antisocial team, but Gokun a lot of the time. You know, some of the riflers are stepping up as well. But yeah, it's definitely an interesting mix of teams to have. You know, Evolution Power Gaming, the team from China that's representing them this time. That's not something we can say has happened for a very long time, if ever. Wolf Empire, you know, they're kind of the favorites, I'd say, just because they have that Summer Championship title under their belt. But you know, will they perform at this tournament? We'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, I think the last time we saw Evolution Power in the playoffs, at least of a CFS event, was before they were called Evolution Power. I can't remember what the EP used to stand for, but it was definitely, it was not Evolution Power. It was something else. Back in the day, there was a team called EPLZ Modern that played back in, I want to say 2015 in the playoffs. It might have been. Anyway, that's a conversation perhaps for a little bit of later on in the piece. We've got Antisocial and Wolf Empire, of course, to start the day off, and then Evolution Power and Vasco Esports to take one another on later this afternoon. And winner of both of those matches, of course, will also play today. So it's not just a big day for us and for you guys in terms of you know, what you get to watch, but it's actually a big day for these players. It's now, you know, maybe what, 10 a.m. They've probably got here at 9 a.m. let's say. They probably got here at 9 a.m. It's almost 11 a.m. now. They're going to start their matches in 15 minutes or so, and then potentially have to be here until quite late in the evening. So we'll have to wait and see how all of that is going to play out as well. So that's a conversation point for later on down the piece. It's time for us to go down indeed to the stage for the opening ceremony.
4强以後，其實如果真的能進去的話，就是爭取把這個冠軍留在咱們 PL 賽區。
Tất cả mọi người hãy cố lên, hãy tin nhau, tin tưởng nhau và cổ vũ lẫn nhau như những lúc mà mình thi đấu ở trên sàn. Cảm ơn tất cả mọi người.
Que se não brigarmos dentro do jogo, nos divertir e trabalhar muito sério, nós vamos conseguir ser campeões. Para as outras 3 equipes que estão na reta final do campeonato, desejo boa sorte para vocês e que vençam o melhor e mais preparado. Espero que estejam preparados.
Tôi muốn nói với tất cả các bạn, tôi muốn rằng tôi yêu tất cả các bạn.
Let's welcome Evolution Power Gaming! Next, let's welcome Vasco Esports! And now welcome ANTISOCIAL team! And we welcome Wolf Empire!
CFS 2024 Grand Finals 4强赛的比赛现场，大家好，我是主持人妮妮。我们现在位于新的比赛场馆运河体育公园体育馆，今天开始将在这里举行为期3天的比赛。同时，这么多远道而来的 Cipher 们齐聚在这里，欢迎大家。
And hello everyone from me, I'm also your host Matt Andrews. And a huge welcome to you and all of our CROSSFIRE esports fans watching online all around the world. Here in the beautiful city of Hangzhou, we've witnessed 6 days of intense group stage matches featuring 16 teams from 6 different regions. We also had 2 days of the knockout battles where the teams gave everything they had in order to stand on this stage in this stadium. Along the way, we saw phenomenal performances, great shows of team spirit, and amazing skills from our players. And now that the playoffs are about to kick off, what kind of transcending performances and energy will those players bring to this stage?
没错，在 CFS 2024 Grand Finals 的舞台之上，我们一起见证了选手们的成长以及队伍的蜕变。在通往荣耀之巅的道路之上，必将历经磨难。只有经得住考验、勇于直面困难的战队，才能够站在更高的舞台之上。
Absolutely. We've narrowed it down to our 4 semi-finalists who are ready to challenge for the World Championship title here at the CFS 2024 Grand Finals.
4强战队已经集结完毕，谁将打响胜利的第一枪？谁又将制霸赛场？让我们枪下见真章。
Yes, the CFS 2024 Grand Final playoffs are about to begin. So let's together unlock the future! Here in the knockout stage, well, the winners, they will progress on their journey to glory.
有想过我们能进4强，但是没想到进了4强之后就剩1支中国战队。Eu me sinto muito feliz em começar com a vitória. A gente sabia que o oponente era muito difícil, então a gente manteve muita concentração para que essa vitória viesse na nossa primeira disputa de estreia do campeonato.
Eu acho que a gente foi bem na fase de grupo, né? Acho que era pra gente ter ganho aquela México contra a nós, a gente acabou sem escapar e deixou o jogo mais difícil. Se não fosse aquela México, a gente provavelmente passaria em segundo.
Cảm xúc của em thì em nghĩ là khi mà vòng knock-out thì đây là một cái cảm xúc rất là tốt. Tinh thần của team chắc chắn sẽ đi lên và cũng không nói trước được điều gì, tại vì vòng knock-out nó chỉ còn một cơ hội, mình cần phải chắc chiêu thêm, không được để xảy ra nhiều lỗi.
There are no second chances, you have to win.
Em nghĩ là đội ES khá là mạnh từ vị trí Luka và cũng như là vị trí của Voken. Nói chung là bọn em nghĩ là bọn em sẽ cố gắng hết sức thôi. Còn đến đâu thì đến. Bọn em không có nói trước vấn đề gì cả.
He's got to win this duel. He does, but now has to turn back around. Goken! It's a Goken moment.
São ótimos jogadores, eles têm um coletivo muito forte. E acho que é isso, o coletivo deles é muito forte.
打完之后一组，勾了也没有勾了，小到这边。
VNC 还有 AKT 啊，都挺厉害。
This adjustment to CBL, instantly they rotate 3, but it seems like...
Q9 é um time muito novo, mas que é um time com muito talento e muita mira.
一个，另外一边呢，硬汉又补回来了，硬汉大比个，再来一个。
Bọn em thường truyền cho nhau một cái tinh thần, tại vì khi thi đấu tinh thần là một thứ rất là quan trọng. Tinh thần mình phải tự tin thì mình mới đánh bại được một đội tuyển mạnh.
Para eles treinarem muito, porque enfrentar a gente será algo muito difícil, quase impossível de vencer.
我们的预期是要么不打，要么冠军。A gente sabe que a IP é um time muito bom, mas a gente está preparado para esse jogo e iremos vencer.
Well, so much still yet to find out, but of course that conversation will be raging over the next 3 days. We've heard from the players. Now let's hear from you guys. How do you see this first matchup going? Of course, we've got to dive into the conversation around Antisocial team and Wolf Empire. And I have to say, at least for me personally, these have kind of felt like the 2 best teams of the tournament so far. I think they kind of had more or less the cleanest run throughout the group into the knockout stage. I know Antisocial did have a little bit of a hiccup against 3BL, but I'm willing to call that mostly just a hiccup. They looked really good in the knockout stage. Obviously, 3BL, you know, being a bit of a factor. But aside from that, I think realistically speaking, outside of Wolf Empire, to me, personally, eye-test-wise, Antisocial have looked like the second best team in this competition. So to see them kind of play against each other to start things off here in the playoffs is a pretty tantalizing prospect.
I'd agree. And I mean, as well, I think the big thing for them is that we're not only talking about a side that have been one of the most consistent, the second best coming through, but they've had the best player at the tournament. That's the main thing for me, right? Goken has been absolutely unstoppable. Nobody's been able to live up to him. So actually, about for Wolf Empire as a team, can they break him down? I feel like if you can just limit him a little bit, you have a chance here. If you allow Goken to play the way he has throughout the groups, I actually think Wolf Empire, this is going to be their first true test throughout this tournament.
Yeah, definitely. But in terms of space given, I actually think that Wolf Empire is probably the team that gives you the least space when we're looking at them stylistically and how they play the game, the way that they operate, the way that they take map control, the pace of their rounds, those kinds of things. I actually think Wolf Empire pretty much beats everybody hands down in that department.
Yeah, you know, I wouldn't be surprised if Wolf Empire come out here and they win still. You know, I think Antisocial, certainly they proved something in the knockout stage. I wasn't ready to believe until I saw their performance there. Whereas Wolf Empire, you know, they got across the line against Imperial. They were able to take it down, had the one map, but, you know, that can happen. That's totally fine. I just think that, you know, I feel like I'm kind of with Neo, where it's like Antisocial do have this best player in Gouken, and Ice Cube has been good, but he hasn't been like Gouken, to put it simply. This 3-0 over Q9 Club, that's definitely the big one for me, because you lose to 3BL. 3BL did look strong, but then they also failed in the knockouts. So Antisocial team with a pretty huge win over Q9, really proving themselves, and just the manner in which they took them down. Like, yeah, Q9 weren't on top of their game, but they were still playing very well.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, that's kind of the thought in the back of my mind, is that maybe Antisocial, they didn't do as clean of a job in the group stage as what Wolf Empire did, but they, I think, probably had the most difficult opponent in the playoffs of the teams that didn't actually make it through any further into the top 4, let's just say. Obviously, Wolf Empire, they've had a pretty impressive run of their own. I think Swamp and Unknights, we can probably disregard those results maybe. Those teams aren't quite up to the same sort of caliber as the All Gamers and the Imperials of the world, but being able to take out both Imperial and All Gamers in their knockout stage and group stage run is a really, really impressive performance. That's got to be a big tick in the book of these lads. Taking a look at the key players, well, we've highlighted Gouken a lot, and I think that's fair enough, but Ice Cube as well, they're sort of right behind him at a 1.41 KD in terms of his actual output. He's actually getting more ADR in the rounds as well. The only thing is maybe not multi-killing quite as much as Gouken is, but, you know, you can sort of pick your poison with these two guys, right? You're going to get some kind of value out of either of them. It's just a sort of, again, a bit of a stylistic thing. Do you want that closer or do you want that opener? I think Gouken's a bit of a better closer. Ice Cube tends to take a little bit more of a role in the opener department. And while Ice Cube maybe hasn't reached the same heights as he did last year in ranking esports, he's obviously still in a pivotal point in this Wolf Empire roster. So where do you land on that side of the conversation? Are you a Gouken or an Ice Cube fan?
Okay, put it this way. Ice Cube is so good that he is putting up a top 4, top 3 level performance, and we're saying it's not good enough for him.
Right.
That's how good of a player he is. Without a doubt, Ice Cube is a better player. That is fundamentally the truth of the matter in terms of overall in the last kind of year or so. However, this tournament, Gouken's been better. So you've got kind of the two sides of the story here. You base it on the tournament, you base it on the here and the now. For me, I'm always going Ice Cube. I like Ice Cube. I actually think this is the end of Antisocial's run. I think they do. I think, you know, it's a very sharp spear, but it's only one tip, where at least you look over towards Wolf Empire, there's a different areas in which they find success. If we get just a little bit more out of Lucas, I think this tie becomes very, very solid. So, as you see, Wolf Empire kind of clean sweep. Bar Claire.
Base Claire.
Base from Claire.
Standing out from the crowd.
Gone Antisocial there as well, but I would be very surprised if even on the flip side as well, most people don't go for Wolf Empire. And that is the case. Valorous, you've gone for the Antisocial pick, though.
Yeah, alongside a Sneaky and, you know, the whole Portuguese crowd over there, I do think that they're going to get the upset. Like, I think it is an upset, actually, if they do win this. I think, you know, coming off a big win against Q9, they've really showed their stuff. Wolf Empire, you know, I think they're not quite going to have the support system coming into this one. I don't know. I think it's just going to be an upset, and it might just come down to, you know, the riflers of Antisocial stepping up to match those on the side of Wolf, who I think, you know, on paper are better. But, yeah, I don't know. I think I'm just banking on the upset tonight.
I mean, I don't necessarily hate that as a prediction, to be quite honest with you. I don't know that I really thought about it too much. Like, I think I looked at this matchup and went, yeah, that's Wolf Empires pretty quickly. But I think if anyone's going to be able to do it in this event, I think it might actually be Antisocial, based on, again, how things have been going so far. When I look at the other matchup that we've got today, Evolution Power, I just don't know that I'm really quite seeing that consistency and peak. Like, I think their peak is just not quite as high as the Antisocials, the Wolf Empires of the world. Vasco I have been largely unimpressed with, actually, at this event. You know, again, you guys keep telling me about this Vasco 3BL series, which you were casting, and how good Vasco looked in that one. And I was sort of watching it, you know, as I was having a bit of a relax back at the hotel. And again, like, I think they were better there, but I still have in the back of my mind that group stage from them, so I'm a little bit disappointed. And so that's kind of the conversation that's coming along here, actually, as well, in this fan segment. More or less sort of saying, you know, that it feels like these two teams might actually be the two teams that inevitably do make it into that grand final. Obviously, there is a lower bracket run still to be made as well, so the loser of this is not done just yet. They'll come back tomorrow and try to make their way back through into that grand final. But I have to say, yeah, I'm not sure that I'm seeing much really from anyone that's going to be able to topple Wolf Empire, and that's why you see such a dominant Wolf Empire prediction across the board from the talent team. Apart from, yeah, a couple of smatterings
base
here
Flare
of base Valdez, yeah, apparently.
And base Sneaky.
But here's my question for you, actually, Valdez, now that we've seen that prediction. If it were anyone but Antisocial, would you have made that prediction?
No, absolutely.
So that's kind of what I'm trying to say.
I think Wolf beat Vasco. I think they beat
Evolution Power. Yep.
I just feel like against Antisocial specifically, they kind of have that extra flair. They put in a lot of preparation, obviously. Just the fact that they were able to take down Q9 Club in a 3-0 really proves that these guys are the real deal in my mind. And I feel like, I don't know, Wolf is kind of like prime for a little bit of a downturn. I'm not so sure. I'm not super convinced compared to what I saw out of Antisocial.
I don't know, man. I mean, having a look at the maps here as well now, like every single one of them looks like a favorable map on paper for Wolf Empire. Especially, there's a big standout, obviously, on Mexico. That almost ends up maybe even being a forced ban coming through from Antisocial in this series. But again, we talk about, okay, you know, Vietnam maybe not quite as strong in terms of depth as the Brazilian region, so the stats maybe are a little bit misleading in terms of the win percentages. But like, you're up near 100% on almost every map pick here as Wolf Empire. Like, that's got to be a good feeling.
And as well, you got to consider that also includes Summer Championship, which they won. Also includes, you know, throughout the groups as well. I mean, this is a Wolf Empire side who really have very, very few weaknesses. Now, one for them that the Brazilian team do kind of like to try and float is that Ankara. That might be an area where they try and poke and prod. You know, Imperial like to do that against this Wolf Empire team. But for me, the issue is actually for Antisocial is I don't know if they actually have depth as a team, right? I don't think they've been tested for the grand scope of things that much so far. I know Q9 were touted quite high. I was never that high on them, and I still have them winning. I didn't see that level out from them. I know, you know, they're kind of here instead of Baisha, and there's this whole thing that they could be the new gen. I wasn't all in on that. So for me, I'm still on the other side where I think it's, you know, for Wolf Empire, they haven't really been tested. They beat All Gamers, they beat Imperial, both quite comfortably, ultimately as well. And I don't even think Wolf Empire have had to go above 75%. So if we do see Antisocial push them, that's when Shady does his best work, and we saw them do it against All Gamers in Summer Championship. So that's the way I'm looking at this. I'm looking at this in the sense of, I don't even really think that this Wolf Empire side have had to get out of fourth gear. I think they've coasted, and they've still made it look easy. Antisocial have been actually having to fight tooth and nail for a lot of their games, bar the Q9 game. In the group, some of them, they were really having to put in a bit of a hard yard to close out maps. That's something that Wolf Empire just don't really have to do. And that's where I look at this a little bit easier. They don't break a sweat and they win with these. Antisocial do have to sweat at times, do have to call for these Viana 9-7s where we have to go for a rush to try and change up the tempo. It's become even a bit of a meme that we touch on the desk quite a lot because they do get in these sticky situations. Wolf Empire don't. I think Shady outcalls Viana every single day of the week. I think Ice Cube actually go head to head. And the issue is, the main issue for Antisocial is stylistically, they're so different to every other team. They're not. Wolf Empire and Antisocial, it's the exact same style. It's aggro. That's why Wolf Empire win against all these Chinese teams like All Gamers, like Imperial as well, because it's a quick, aggressive style of play. If you're putting the two most aggressive teams head-to-head and the two most kind of fast tempo, up-in-your-face teams head-to-head, I actually back Wolf Empire every day of the week.
All right, well, I have a question as well for you, Valdez. Obviously, you know, you were here last year. You would have watched a lot of these players on the stage going through their run in the group stage and whatnot. Maybe even not quite so much the case necessarily for Antisocial, because a lot of those guys weren't here last year. But I'm talking even going back in the past prior to that. Antisocial, they are seasoned winners on a stage like this one. I think at least 3 of them have won a title. Maybe all 4, apart from Y. Actually, no, that's a lie. It is 3 because Goken, we know, is missing one. So I think it's just the 3, the core 3 of AERF, Viana, and LKK have won a CFS event. Goken's obviously been in plenty of finals himself. When it comes to Wolf Empire, though, that kind of experience is kind of lacking. I mean, look, Ice Cube made it deep last year. He was on the stage. The rest of the guys, if you remember, they were playing in Cara House, did not make the stage. And that was a bit, somewhat of a surprise, actually, because that was touted to be the better of the 2 Vietnamese teams at that event. They missed out. So I'm just wondering, do you think that, you know, that expectation or that experience level is going to be there and that's going to benefit the antisocial guys in some capacity? Or are we looking at a situation where, you know, maybe Summer Champs, that's kind of got that out of the system for Wolf Empire? They've now played on an international stage and won, albeit not as big as this one. But does the situation get the better of Wolf Empire today? That's my question, I suppose.
I'd say that, you know, in terms of level of play, like, everybody here is on a pretty similar level. I would say that, you know, there are favorites and stuff like that, right? But what you're really digging into is like the deeper level, you know, the comfort level, right? And I feel like for Wolf Empire, they, in Vietnam, in the Summer Championships, they were extremely comfortable. They had the entire crowd behind them. They were performing very well at that tournament. They were kind of on a run, defeating some big teams, taking down all gamers. So I feel like that really benefited them. Whereas here, they don't really have that same backing. You know, we're here in China. I'm not sure how comfortable they are, you know, stuff like that. So I feel like that's another layer where maybe they had a little buff in Vietnam. Will they have that same buff here? Certainly the feeling of, okay, well, I've won these titles and I kind of want to get Gokun his title as well, could be part of it. I think that also for Gokun, he's definitely chomping at the bit. He's like, I really want this one. So it's that little bit of extra, you know, pressure behind you to try to push you across the line, whereas Wolf, they kind of already did it. Looking for the bigger title, obviously, but yeah, I'm just not so sure at this tournament. I feel like we might get the upset.
It's a little bit funny, isn't it? Obviously, now, like when we're talking about Gokun, and I would say he's, I think, the most storied Brazilian player in CROSSFIRE history. He's, every year that he plays, we always talk about Gokun. We always see good numbers from him. He never really seems to disappear, and yet he's one of the guys that doesn't have a title, right?
Yeah.
He's probably, I would say, maybe the best player in the game without a CFS title to his name. So is this the year for Gokun?
Yeah, I mean, that's the big question. He's sort of the king that's never got to wear the crown, right? He's always been so close. He's always been the one that we've always respected from him. And again, you know, it kind of seems like he's sort of inevitable. Every single year we're thinking, you know, maybe he's past his prime, maybe kind of he's plateaued, he's on the way down. No, he continues to be so solid. The only issue is, though, for him is that I think when you start having that focus point of like, oh, I need to win this, and if things go wrong, you can mentally implode a little bit. It's a tough bit of pressure that he's putting on himself, something which I don't think Wolf Empire will have as much. Wolf Empire's sort of motivations here are slightly different in the sense of, well, we're talking about going back to back.
All right, here we go. On to the stage. Antisocial and Wolf Empire ready to take one another on. And the first talking point, of course, will always be the bans and the picks. The veto. What are we going to get out of this one? I'm sure everyone has been doing some studying in the background, making sure they're ready for this matchup. It's obviously going to be a little bit tough in a best of 5 to really get a massive upper hand, I think, if you're the underdog pick, because you can only ban away one map. And if we're talking about Antisocial, we saw those sort of stats on the map picks graph. I mean, Mexico looks like it kind of has to be a go-to. We'll see if they're going to be forced into that one or not. And if they don't, is that going to be a pickup from Wolf Empire? It's not necessarily one of their, you know, opening picks that they like to have gone towards, but maybe in this kind of a situation they will. In this case, of course, as we've said, Mexico really felt like it was backs against the walls for Antisocial. They did have to ban that one out. So no Eagle Eye, no Mexico. As far as I'm concerned, that's fantastic, because those are the 2 worst maps in the pool. So we'll get a really good best of 5 here, I think.
Yeah, Eagle Eye's a very good ban early doors as well, but just by Wolf. It's a map which Gokun in particular looks very strong on. But I've got to say, something I really like on this map is LKK as well. So I think it's smart for them to get this out of the pool as early as. This first pick, there's just so many different ways that Wolf Empire can go about this. They can go puggy and a bit natural and so go for like an Ankara and just try and risk it to a degree against Antisocial. But for them, you know, because you've got these so many different veins of where you can find firepower, you can probably expect that Antisocial wouldn't mind a sub base either. So it's about, do you pick it yourselves, do you float it? If they go for that Black Widow, I don't mind this. The only issue with Black Widow is that Antisocial themselves don't look bad at it. Gokun in particular also plays that a lot domestically too. So this is a map in which at least Antisocial themselves, seeing that as a first pick, won't be too annoyed about.
My read on this one is that, you know, when it comes to the single, you know, main sniper v sniper battle. I feel like Gouken can win that one often, but when it comes to, okay, you've got Rambo and you've got Viana on snipers as well, I feel like that goes to Wolf every time, and Black Widow is one of those maps where you do want to run double sniper, especially from GR, even from Blacklist, who's seen a lot of times, so I feel like that can be a map of strength for them. And immediately, you were talking about, you know, floating the Ankara, and we're going straight into Ankara here for Antisocial, as they want to bring out the aggression as soon as they possibly can. So a couple of very classic maps to start us off.
Yeah, I don't really weakness as well for Wolf Empire.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's just a map they're like every series. They're just guaranteed to lose it. You hate to say it, but it's just true.
Yeah.
They will lose Ankara every time. I think they themselves also sort of expect it. They're like, okay, who cares? All gamers are going to pick Ankara against us. We're going to lose it. We're still going to beat them. Imperial will do it. We'll still beat them overall in the series. I don't think they'll be too annoyed with that. You know, I feel like they expect that now in these big series, especially.
Yeah. I mean, you're exactly right. That was the map that they kind of just got dominated on, even by Imperial. Like, it was kind of crazy. Look, Black Widow, Subbase, we know Subbase has been the kind of the go-to map actually for Wolf Empire in a couple of their series as a first pick. I think they're equally as happy on Subbase as they are on Black Widow. I think it's more of a matchup dependent thing as to whether they go for Black Widow first or Subbase. As far as those first 3 maps in the pool are concerned, I'm obviously leaning a little bit more towards Wolf Empire, but I can see Ankara definitely going in the way of Antisocial. Port, that is, again, a strong map for Antisocial, but we've seen a decent enough display from Wolf Empire on it in the past that, to me, we're kind of getting into 50-50 territory now as we get deeper and deeper into the map pool. So, look, I think 2-1 out of the first 3 maps is probably what we all expect, maybe. But I would have to imagine it has to be deeper in this map pool where Antisocial really get the job done, because I don't think they get this done, you know, in 3, for example. This is not that kind of this is not that kind of game anymore. You know, we're not playing Q9. We're playing Wolf Empire, who right now are the best team in the world as far as the last international event is concerned. So a bit of a step up for Antisocial this time around.
I gotta say as well, just on that port, that's a map that it looked pretty good at Summer Championship for Wolf Empire. So definitely want to keep an eye out for there. But I think it's spot on. I think if Antisocial want a chance here, they have to do this in 5s. They've got to play the fatigue factor all the way throughout, and that's actually something that doesn't really seem to affect Wolf Empire in the sense that we saw them make that lower bracket run at Summer Championship all the way back, more games, longer games, and still were able to do it in the end against all gamers. So we'll see, but it feels like, you know, just the vibes are here where it's sort of anticipation and that sort of on edge for this Antisocial side. They're chomping at the bit to be able to say, okay, we are deserving of a top 4 space, where you've got Wolf Empire, who do actually just seem quite relaxed. And sometimes being overly relaxed is actually quite nervy.
Yeah, who knows? One of these 2 teams standing on the stage right now could be, in a couple of days, crowned the champion of CFS 2024. We're not too far away from getting underway with match number 1. But Valdez, I mean, I feel like you have still got a little bit more to say maybe about this veto. Given that you are the odd man out in terms of the predictions, how does it actually feel for you now, having seen that video? Are you still prepared to back Antisocial? Because it's not too late to back out now. I'll give the other opportunity to change your prediction.
No, we're not going to flip-flop.
I'm just trying to really save you from looking silly. That's all.
I think I'm very comfortable with this, actually. I talked about this Black Widow first pick. I think it is a good one for Wolf Empire, but when it does come down to what we've seen out of Antisocial as well, they've played well on Black Widow, they've played very well on Ankara, they've played well on Subbase as well. So I'm not worried about these first 3 maps. I feel like they might even be able to sneak one of the maps, and if that happens, it kind of does lean into, okay, well, we're in upset territory now. So especially when you've got a map in the pool where it's like, oh, we just lose that all the time. Like, generally it's okay if you're extremely consistent like Wolf Empire is, but if it's getting into an issue where, okay, well, now we've lost Black Widow, now we're losing Ankara, that feels rough.
That's true.
I don't think they're going to lose Black Widow, but, you know, there are angles, I would say, for Antisocial to take within this one, especially because Subbase is at times a very wonky map, so, you know, it could come down to what kind of strategies we see. The execution's very important. I think Antisocial has been good on that side as well.
You know, it's kind of funny that you mentioned that, because that, I feel like, is kind of the way that Q9 series played out. We kind of went in with, like, the conversation for Antisocial sort of like, oh, it's going to be a tough game. You know, they probably can maybe take a map here or there, this or that. But they won map 1. It was very, very close. But if Antisocial could win map 1 here, let's say 10-8 kind of a fashion, they have a nice couple of clutches, just sort of eke out a victory on this first map. then go into Ankara, and again, we've highlighted the weaknesses for Ankara for Wolf Empire. Maybe there is a world then where you're up 2-0 and it's a bit of a different ball game.
Yeah.
And Wolf Empire, do they have the mental to come back from that on this stage? That becomes a really big question then. So if Antisocial can kind of get that kind of a narrative going, I could start to believe at that point.
Okay, to back my boys, I'll flip the script. Let's say Antisocial lose Ankara. Series done? There's no way they're sub base.
No,
right?
I think so, yes.
So I would say that...
You can flip the argument the other way, right?
Yeah.
And this is the thing is, yes, Ankara is a bit of a kind of a meme as a loss, in the sense that it's not looking good this tournament. It doesn't generally look good for Wolf Empire, but they don't know how to play it, and they've had a day off where they can sit down and prep, specifically expecting that to be a pick coming in against them, because everybody does that against them, right? So maybe this is on the flip side where we can kind of flip the script, or even getting anti-strats and prep out of the way, which is something obviously Shady loves doing, is heavy prep. If Antisocial just have a bit of a bad day, right? You know, that's where we could talk about on the flip side that Ankara. So it kind of goes both ways. Black Widow gets lost for Wolf Empire, I think they're in a bit of trouble. If Ankara gets lost for Antisocial, I think they're in a lot of trouble as well. I do really feel like that sub base has been a map in which this has been the kind of the curse for all the Brazilian teams. They've all been trying to play it a lot. It's a very limited amount of success as well. Imperial tried it, not too great. Antisocial same for them as well. So we'll have to keep an eye out for that in particular. But I think the one positive news overall is that I feel like if Antisocial went in towards the lower bracket, things get a little tough there. You got a lot of pressure on your shoulder. For Wolf Empire, this is sort of known quantity for them. This is what they always do. Summer Championship, first round into that lower bracket, all the way through to get that kind of revenge over AG. So I feel like that's the one benefit I think Wolf Empire have got, in the sense of like, if things do go wrong, for Antisocial, if they go into a knockout game with pressure on their back, especially if it's against a Vasco, for example, Vasco have their number more often than not domestically, and that's where they could be under quite a bit of trouble. But obviously, these are kind of conversations for the future. This Ankara in particular is going to be quite a spicy one for me, because if we just see, even like if they lose, but it's like a 10-7 out for Wolf Empire, thinking, hang on, that's better than what we've seen so far this tournament.
Maybe this is not the high-pressure game for Wolf Empire, right?
I don't think it is,
because there is that lower bracket, there is that buffer zone, and they're still kind of feeling like they're coming into this one as the favorites. But I do have to ask as well, do we need to see the peak Antisocial? Like, do we need to see 110% Antisocial today on the stage to beat a Wolf Empire? Because that's kind of my gut feeling. I think we kind of did get that against Q9. We probably saw like 70% Antisocial when they were playing against 3BL. Like, don't get me wrong, 3BL played a decent game, but I don't think that was the best game from Antisocial by any stretch of the imagination. So if that's the Antisocial that shows up, I think they kind of get rolled by Wolf Empire, quite frankly. And I could see a world definitely there where that might end up actually being a 3-0. So Antisocial, I think, do need to kind of show up today, and that is something that would still remain to be seen.
Yeah, I think if you are going to be Wolf Empire here in this match, where you are not under a huge amount of pressure, maybe you don't feel forced to play your top game, I think they will just lose, right? I think the upset is backed on, okay, they're going to come out strong. Wolf maybe a little bit sleepy here in the beginning of the morning. You know, this is very early esports morning, 11 a.m. Like, we're talking, these guys probably woke up not feeling great. You know, are they really ready to, chug an energy drink and play well? I don't know. Well, and that first map can be a bit of an issue for that.
Yeah, that's a question that we're going to get the answer to in just a minute, because it's time for us to jump into game number 1 of the playoffs. And on to Black Widow we will go. Antisocial, Wolf Empire kicking things off here for the playoffs of CFS 2024 Grand Finals. This is the map choice of Wolf Empire, and straight out the gates, they are strong in this round to fight Antisocial early. That's what they want. They want to dictate this game early on in the piece, and so far, that is exactly what they have done. Putting their aim to the test, and Wolf Empire passed that one with flying colors.
I gotta say, this is the issue. This is the issue of Antisocial, right? Their gimmick and their real benefit that they've had throughout this tournament so far is because they're relentlessly quick and they have an incredible closer, the best player at this tournament in that Goken. They're so quick that they catch teams off guard. That's what Wolf Empire, that's their gimmick as well. That's what they did at Summer Championship. That's what worries me. When it's pace versus pace, who actually ends up winning here? And so far, Wolf Empire start incredibly positively.
Yeah, it's a great way to start it off. I think Antisocial, you know, they get the side selection here on the map pick of Wolf Empire. They're the blacklist side, but there's a lot of different angles you can take from GR as well on this map to just really force fights on your terms. If you want to send 3 people in along, you want to send 3 people out of storage, you can do that. You can pressure from short, right? So really like how they come out strong and very fast in the first round. They're immediately going to take a bit of a step back, you know, some grenades out on long, but Viana's just going to hold down that angle. Nobody really gets hit by much. And so we'll see what this attacking side finally looks like for the side of Antisocial here.
I love that you say that, because they didn't really get to show us what they had last round. I don't really think they really got to make any decisions last round.
No.
So this is really the first round where we do actually get to get a bit of an insight into maybe what Antisocial is going to be doing.
Goken just able to pass there, not really able to see him, I suppose, was Ice Cube. Probably got to look that time around. We have Lucas trying to rotate through mid here, as there is a big mid presence. The timing on this is fantastic, but Goken is going to hit that entry frag. There's 2 more people on the site, but the entries here from the side of Antisocial clean as they do make their way onto A, and that leaves only Rambo left.
I'm a little bit surprised with how that one has played out. Honestly, I think Wolf Empire had a pretty decent setup for that, but Antisocial, as you say, just hitting their clean entries, and it's gotten them in. They've got themselves the 3v1 post plant. Rambo flashed out, can't really do anything here, and so 1-1 will be the score. Antisocial don't have to wait long before tasting some success.
It's a very good execute as well, it has to be said. Really, really well done. Gotta say, maybe a little bit more out of Lucas. He has 3 that cross him, gets 1. It's not bad, but the second or third behind that could have done a lot more to help out that situation. Not to be, though. Nice response, and this is potentially what this game is going to open up like. Quite testy in the early parts and quite spicy in some regards, too.
Yeah. Oh my.
Goken,
What was that? I didn't even see that guy.
I don't know if he did. It's instinctual.
He does pre-fire quite a lot, but he's often he's right about it, you know, where he's going with those shots.
Spidey senses, man.
I think that time he actually was able to, you know, spot the name or something and just get the quick shot before Dolly even realized he was there. But yeah, it seems like Goken pretty on his game to start. I mean, he got the entry frag himself on the way to A in that last round as well. So things looking pretty good for him as they do set up around A long. Maybe looking to utilize the fact that, okay, we've got 1. We can pressure from long pretty well this time.
Yeah, I'd love to see that from Goken. As I said in the past, I was a bit critical of him. A little bit baity style from him in the group stage, but trying to get a little bit more active this time around. Ice Cube, good for 1 here. Actually gives Wolf Empire a chance, though. He's traded back down by Goken as he starts to look for some space. That'll be a retrievable C4. Lucas comes over to the bridge position to try and lock the site down. He can't deny this plant. Viana will get that one over the line, and Rambo falling to Lucum, who's out in no man's land, and Antisocial will go up 2-1. So this is where he might have to start having some belief. I know, Valdez, you obviously had belief to begin with, but you know, Antisocial are playing pretty good games so far on the stage, so if it continues in this fashion, who knows?
Yeah, I think part of it is, you know, we saw Black Widow in that other series against Q9. It was just, you know, their entries were very strong, and Viana was playing very well. He hasn't even had to step up just yet. The Riflers just doing a good job. Now this time, they are able to isolate Viana out here with a huge A-long presence. I mean, they have 4 people out there.
Yeah.
And now only beginning to rotate, so we'll see if Antisocial go a bit faster into B. I mean, they only saw 1 guy, right? It was just the one Lucas who did peek into Viana, but might begin to have a sense that there was a big contingency out there as they slowly peek into B, but no committal just yet.
Yeah, I gotta say, I think that's a little bit of a misplay from Viana. Don't really need to be swinging long on your own when the rest of your team is sort of setting up over towards mid and B. Can kind of just hold long from the boxes. Shady, by the way, has pushed all the way out into GR Sport, into BL Spawn, I should say, and he's going to get himself a double. Lines up 2. That might as well just be the round done and dusted.
Yeah, that's Shady leading by example there as well. I like the proactivity. Viana tries to do the same thing, of course. He gets caught. Shady gets 2. WY, new boy. A lot that he has to do, and this feels basically impossible. He's dancing between the window, but it's not to be. So a very good response from Wolf Empire. This opening kill is of the utmost importance. You find that, you know you can kind of shell up a little bit with the numbers. And that's where you get to see, again, a bit of Wolf Empire on the flip side.
Yeah, I feel like Antisocial do need to answer a bit for this A-long pressure, and in fact they do. They're going to send 3 people over. This time around, though, Wolf Empire talked about the many different ways you can aggress from GR on this map. This time they're out here on short, looking for somebody, begging anyone to try to challenge them. It doesn't look like they will this time. Goken's just looking right down mid. I mean, he is looking at short, actually, but...
Look at this setup. They've not even moved from spawn. They're
like
so scared of the aggression out from Wolf Empire.
It's like how Evolution Power played against All Gamers, right?
Yeah.
Where they just kind of sat for a minute and a half and didn't do anything. And they're like, okay, you're not allowed to get any wins early on. And maybe that was the call from Antisocial. Don't let Viana get picked.
yeah. The issue with this sort of a call, I don't even mind it that much, especially against Wolf Empire. I don't think it's a bad counter because we know they are quite aggressive. The only problem you have is that you actually end up using quite a bit of your util quite early, and in a late round, that could be massively important. So for now, with about a minute 20 on the clock, they're now starting to take those 4 positions that you'd usually expect within the first sort of 10 seconds or so. I'm trying to piece together the puzzle of Wolf Empire.
Someone said he wins the race. Antisocial, I think, are pretty aware of how important this map could be for them in the grand scheme of things. And they know that it's still a bit of a 50-50 right now. It's teetering on the precipice of leaning one way or the other. And if they can just put together a string of a good 2 or 3 rounds right here, it could actually change the entire series. So don't want to be making any mistakes right now.
This has got to be going B, right? I mean, we got 30 seconds. They're all grouping up here. Adrian is just kind of out on long. He's going to be the last guy in, maybe catch the rotators through mid. But right now trying to send a fake smoke into short and over the top. Forces them back, but Rambo's here on the B site. Gonna start off with a very important kill. His first, actually, of the map. And now Luke is able to come on over. This is just way too telegraphed from the side of Antisocial. There's really just not that much time. I mean, there's 8 seconds. They're not even pushing in. Do they want to plant the bomb? I wonder. As now they're going in, there's 1 second and it's over.
What is that?
Okay.
What is that? That's honestly a bit of a joke of a round in the end from Antisocial. Like, you can see why initially things are kind of going slow, but like you're not even giving yourself the chance to win that round. It's like they're waiting for something and they never get it, and then there's never a plan B. There's no, okay, if we wait for 2 minutes, we're just gonna full hit B together.
Yeah.
There's no communication when the thing that they want doesn't happen.
Yeah, as we said, when I do see these incredibly slow rounds, it never instills me with confidence. At least this is, there's an idea behind these pushes. I like this a little bit more. The crossfire, however, is absolutely immaculate.
I'd be calling a pause there as well if I'm the coach. It looks pretty bad for Antisocial. Those last 2 rounds, it's like, okay, first one is just way too slow, and then the next one's like the antithesis of that, where they've gone, we've been way too slow, we have to rush now because, I don't know, reasons, you know what I mean? Like, they've just decided because the last round was too slow, they're going to go for a rush the next round, and that just does not work at all. They have been blasted by Wolf Empire, and the momentum shift from, think about me, maybe a minute and a half or 2 minutes ago saying, Antisocial feel like this is a 50-50. It's on the precipice of potentially being a series of defining couple of rounds. Well, that's about as bad as it possibly could go for you after that moment where you feel like you're in the series, you feel like you've started well, you feel like, look, we just need to get a good little passage of play here and momentum will be ours. And then immediately you time yourself out of a round. Like, you literally don't even play the round, basically, and you lose that round. And then the next round, you get absolutely walloped trying to work your way through mid-fast.
Yeah,
I couldn't write a worse script for Antisocial right there.
And I got to say, this is going back to kind of one of my points on the desk. I do think that Shady just can call rings around Viana. I actually think Viana's calls are quite simplistic. They're either, as we've seen, very quick rushes in high-pressure situations, or very slow, which is just Brazilian Crossfire as a whole. And that's what worries me. That's why I feel like Shady has a little bit of an advantage in depth of his calling style. So yeah, I'm not surprised to see a pause come through there. And the worrying thing for me
was actually a tech pause.
Oh, was it tech?
Yeah.
Okay.
Which is also, I feel like, not a great sign. Like, we were like, okay, but that pause makes a lot of sense, right?
Yeah.
This is the perfect time. We do not like what we saw from the last 2 rounds.
Yeah.
Instead, it was actually just a tech pause, and they didn't call any pause. So
the issue is as well, right? For me, the reason why that is a perfect kind of time to call a type pause is because you have to put up a good BL side on Black Widow. You cannot afford. I mean, actually, in a weird world, 5 rounds on GR is pretty good on Black Widow. And Wolf Empire are on the precipice of getting that. If they get that, maybe even there's a potential of a 6th behind it.
Yes.
I mean, I would have been calling it now saying, guys, we have to win now.
Especially when you look at the map stats for Antisocial. If you guys recall, just before we went into this map, we got a little bit of vision of that, and they were better on the Blacklist side, not only domestically, not only internationally, but also going into this event as well, right? All of the events they played, domestic, regional, and then here as well. Yeah. Every single event kind of favored the Blacklist side on this map, and well, right now they're down 2-4. We'll see how far that can blow out potentially, but if those last 2 rounds are anything to go by, this is, potentially a real uphill battle for Antisocial. So, okay, we'll give it one more round. If they don't win this round, I think, if you're not calling a pause there, then you're trolling. Like, you need to figure it out.
They got to call it during this round, right, to have it at the
true.
end. So.
That's true. But you can leave it to like 15 seconds left and wait and see how the round is looking.
Speaking of which, we might get the Antisocial special, which is let's push super late. This time they'll go a bit faster, and this time Rambo not going to get the pick off, and there are 3 people here on the site, though. Antisocial, not the easiest way to get in. As Rambo takes a lot of damage, and there he's going to get the pick off. Finally, they do pull the trigger as they push on in. Luke Holm is going to get a couple, but it is looking good for Wolf here, and that is going to do it there. 5th round, the way of Wolf Empire, as, just a bit too slow. Wolf Empire got over too quick.
I can't believe they don't cancel there. I can't believe, like...
But how, though? You have 20 seconds.
Well, no,
where are you going to go?
They initially, when they're pushing, they have a minute on the clock, right? And then a smoke comes down and a nade onto LKK, cancel, fall off this plan. They're red because they pushed elsewhere. That's where, I'm not actually trying to... That's a good start at the very least. Viana...
I don't know how he managed that. There were like 8 people over there.
Well, not only that, by the way. Okay, sure, we can talk about whether or not they should cancel. That's one factor. But once you call that to say, yes, we're going B, why is everyone just standing at the box room doors?
Yeah.
Like, this is egregious.
They've got to get out.
You have to get out. Someone has to get out. Someone has to play for the team. Someone has to sacrifice their life potentially just to provide a bit of space. If you're all standing in that one angle, it becomes way too easy for Wolf Empire. All they have to do is look in one direction. They're shooting fish in a barrel. The rotators are coming across. Maybe you get the guy on the side. Maybe you pick the guy on the side, but you've still got to deal with the guy behind the big box on the left. You've got to deal with the guy that's come through the doors on the right. And they only have to look in one direction. You're fighting a battle on a 180-degree front. And they're literally looking at like one particular spot. You are just not making life easy for yourself, and you're making it even easier for your opponents.
Oh,
I can see like, almost too much.
It feels like NFL Red Zone. I don't know, this is great.
I can't watch all these screens, but guess who can? It's Shady. Just lines it up.
That's it. I'm done.
8-2. He's
Game's
8-2.
over. That's game over as far as I'm concerned. That should never happen. He's on his own. He's 1v3'd them on his own. He goes for more. Does get shut down, but man, Antisocial, what's happening right now?
I gotta say, just look at this now as well. Shady's 8-2. Lucas is what, 11-3. Ice Cube and Dola are basically non-existent, and still Wolf Empire are dominating. That's got to be damning, if anything. However, I will just say, Goku's still alive. Yeah, still no timeout. Goku's still alive though, so I still make me believe a little bit. Goku just got enough in the locker to potentially call a ruse here. 2 versus 3. And while the MG special might be a little flimsy, the Goku special most definitely is, and this guy is the best closer of this tournament. Go to it. He just wasn't worried about the flank at all. Tunnel vision in.
They had too much to watch.
Yeah.
Yeah. And probably didn't have much utility either. I mean, they had like 1 smoke. Still no timeout. So
they just letting this run, dude.
Coach is like, yeah, whatever. He's like, just keep going, guys. It's fine. Yeah, this is very one-sided. I mean, coming into this, definitely felt good about Black Widow for Wolf Empire, but I didn't think it would be like this.
Oh, yeah. Box room set up. Wolf Empire going to get aggressive. Why? Almost taken down as well.
Is he leg by a sniper there?
Yeah, I think so. Something like that. He's low for sure. Yeah, I wonder what the coaching setup really looks like for Antisocial, because the reason I bring that up is I think it's obviously hard if you're the coach of this team and you've got Viana, who's, I would say, again, when we're talking about, you know, most prolific, most legendary story.
He could be a coach himself.
Exactly. Yeah. He's probably, like, he's him when it comes to Brazilian IGLs. Like, he's the guy. So, you know, I wonder if the team is kind of, like, dictated almost by Viana, rather than it being, you know, a lot of teams traditionally will have the coach actually elevated above the team, even above the IGL. Like that, that is like...
That's how Wolf Empire works. Shady actually doesn't get involved in a lot of the semantics.
Right.
Doesn't do the veto. That's not his problem.
Yep.
Prep for these games. Again, not as much his problem. That's on the coach. Shady is the in-game caller,
in-game,
right? Where it's vastly different actually to Antisocial.
I just wonder if, maybe Viana's got that full power in that team where he is kind of like everything, and the coach, you know, the coach is there to help him out, but the calls, even for the timeouts, are made by Viana rather than by the coach, who's that outside influence, which, you know, sometimes can play against you because, again, sometimes you need that outside influence, especially even in a situation like this. Like, we're looking at it going, man, they need some help, but the timeout has not come.
You know, we've got the bird's eye view, the coach of the bird's eye view as well. There's sort of overarching understanding of how out of control this is. But I think you're right. I think probably there's a strong argument that Viana's sort of locked in, which is great in the game, but it means that when you need to take a breather like they do now, I mean, there's a real chance of 7-2 half here.
Yep. I don't know that you come back from that.
I think there is a 7-2 half.
You don't have to think anymore. That one just disappeared.
Oh my God, guys, this is a no contest right now. And this goes back to another point. I just think stylistically, because they play the same brand of Crossfire, it's just who can do it better. And at the moment, that is none other than the Wolf Empire. I've been super impressed with Shady, though. Not only his calling, but, man, he's loving life. Some of these shots of him have been so damn crisp. 2 KD to 0.5 is wildly different.
Yeah, I just feel like Wolf Empire have come out much more prepared for this one. They are playing just much better Crossfire as a team and individually. So that's why we get this extremely one-sided contest so far. As Antisocial trying to get out here on long, you can see that bit of damage from nades and stuff on Ice Cube and Dola, who weren't really able to do much. But
what are we thinking? If Wolf Empire win this one, it's basically done? With this round, that is? Or do you think it's already done?
With this round?
So if Wolf Empire win this round, do you think it's just done? Done and dusted?
Oh, this round? Yeah, it's over for this map. I mean, already it's kind of...
Yeah.
Like, you have 7 rounds.
It's borderline,
from Blacklist side. Yeah. I mean, moving on to Blacklist side. From the GR side, you're feeling extremely comfortable. As it stands right now, Antisocial, they leave 2 people on long, expecting a rotation back, but pretty common, you know, strategy once you lose the long control to just go B, and that is going to be the case here. Gokin is on the site, but he's going to drop the shot. He's got a little bit of help, but immediately going into the back of the site, up into the window. He does land one as they're just pelting him with grenades. They're also getting stuck in the box room here, as now the rotation does come over. And there you go. Adrian barely going to survive on 9 health, and they do stop the push from coming in.
There's smokes everywhere. can't see a thing. I initially didn't mind it for Wolf Empire. They seemed to be pretty safe tossing all that util out of the box room. But as soon as they actually tried to make their entry, it did not work at all. So, reliable hold from Antisocial to start the half off, which should provide some element of confidence and hope. See what Ice Cube can do to maybe rattle them. Don't imagine that he's going to be expecting
a lot of noise.
Yeah. So 7-3, Antisocial will start pretty well on their GR side, but boy, they've got a lot of work to do. So gonna need a repeat performance of that probably 2 or 3 times in a row.
Yeah. I mean, there were a lot of rounds where Wolf were able to do that to Antisocial, and I think this just happens on Black Widow from time to time. So I'm sure Wolf going to put a bigger presence here on long, which they do. Everybody just fanning out in the barracks. 4 people. We do have Gokun just kind of on his own little journey, his own little mission here.
I quite like that though. I feel like for me, maybe when you got nothing to lose, just get Gokun super aggro and just say, man, can you just win us a round? Like, can we just get
go kill?
A Gokun 3K? Yeah, exactly. Gokun go kill. Give us a chance in this one a little bit. Because he's not been bad, but he's not been as prolific and as active as he usually is. And I guess that will happen when you put up only 2 rounds on your BL side, but yeah, I feel like we just need a little bit more out of him. So if you can give him a bit of free reign, do what he wants, maybe you might start to net them some positives.
Yeah, I mean, he's getting a decent amount of info at least. And there's just nobody over there on the B side, but still a minute and a half where they can look to go B if they'd like. You see that they're just taking over the middle of the map now. They have given up most of long control, although with Ice Cube over there, might just station him there and maybe even look for an A hit from here.
Patience from Wolf Empire. Looks like they're going to try and hit B again. Maybe not satisfied with their approach last time around. Could be that there'll be a little bit more presence in through mid. Definitely Dola having a look at those doors. A mid-B split would be not a bad shout. They could get Gokun, with a late timing through middle maybe. See some counter util out from Antisocial trying to slow things down, but I don't even think Antisocial really have a great understanding of exactly where Wolf Empire are. They've been so quiet on this BL round that Gokun's actually gone back over to A, and that's a bit of a preemptive move that he might have gotten wrong. Shot missed. That may be the seal that unfortunately puts this round in the favor of Wolf Empire. They've just missed out on a trick a little bit. It's Adrian to try to deny the bomb plant, but he's dealt with, and good coverage, good clearance on that side from Wolf Empire. They know their limits, and they have just played it to perfection that round.
Yeah, that's really well done, honestly. I think Gokun, super unfortunate in what happens for him. He just tries to just be a little bit ahead of the curve there, thinking they're going to go for an A hit, and he just gets it wrong. If he's just a tad more patient, he's still towards B, and probably is part of that defense, and could even stop them getting out towards the site. Not to be, and of course, in the fluster and the panic, he misses a couple of key shots.
I don't know what I'm seeing at the moment, guys. I'm thinking we're getting a new champion in Vietnam.
I always
calling it already.
Yeah,
they're just going to win the whole tournament.
The second AG dropped out, I was like, it can only be one.
It's only
team.
ever been China and Brazil.
Yeah.
And I just don't see anyone beating this Wolf Empire at the moment. Like, they just seem like they're a little bit too switched on in every aspect.
I'm saying as well, I still don't think we've seen them have to go into 6th gear. I don't think they've gone above like 80% at any game so far this tournament. I don't think they've had to. They're a side who we know that their second wind is like super, super strong. We saw it at Summer Championship in that final, but I actually don't think they've needed it here so far in the grand finals. And that's the worrying thing, is that actually when things do get a little drastic or we get deep into a series, they've still got more left to offer.
Yeah. And I mean, I really like that setup on the last round, though. That seemed like they were pulling out some of the stops, at least, with a really cool strategy, just to get the momentum right back in their favor after dropping one kind of iffy round to Antisocial. So they're once again taking their time with this one. I mean, easily could go anywhere from here. They don't have to commit towards A with this bomb. Both Viana and Goken near the A site if they actually do look to get a pick off here. Ice Cube pretty deep down the lane here. A flash over the top. And now Goken tasked with holding down mid once again. The timing could be good, but they do have Adrian looking at mid as well. He's going to get that first pick. Viana gets the long shot, and finally Goken going to land a shot here as well. So a couple of kills though on the entry. Shady kind of gets locked up with a box, and now Rambo 1v3 up against the wall here with not that much time. Not going to take down WI, and that will be the end of that one. So maybe once again trying to be a little bit too cute. Doesn't really pay off this time for Wolf.
Yeah. I think a good old-fashioned long hit might be the change up here for Wolf Empire. Haven't really seen them try to put much presence in that direction. You've obviously got a standout sniper, someone like Ice Cube, who could take long. Wouldn't be a bad shout, and they're going to give it a little bit of a crack there. Two players just trying to eke their way out, set themselves up on the line. You got Rambo there with the Orm, and Lucas working alongside him in tandem. It's kind of a 2-on-2. Rambo wins the duel against Viana. That's what you'd expect every day of the week, but LKK is able to line him up. It's a bit awkward. Lucas, he jumped across to try to help out, but he ended up standing right in front of Rambo, so quite the routine spray for Lucum in the end. And I don't mind just seeing Wolf Empire kind of pick the pace up over here towards B, see if they can find a little bit of a timing, because I think the longer you leave this, the bigger the advantage kind of grows for Antisocial. Toss a few nades in.
There's been a lot of mid-pressure. You could see Adrian's really thinking that they're coming in there.
Yeah.
And they spam into the window onto Goken just to push him off the angle for now.
They did. Wild take a bit of damage, but Adrian, good work. Ice Cube gets caught, they don't bank over, should do some damage on towards both of them, and will. Dola does find this kill. He's trying to find wide back sight.
Oh.
A 2 versus 2. It's not impossible, but Goken's still alive. That alone should be enough to give you a little bit of confidence. 1 minute 10. We're just going to pump the brakes. We're not under pressure to make a move here. And I actually really like this freeze call from Shady. He's trying to look for a flank. He's trying to look for some information. And so far, there's nothing really offered up. Kind of got to go now. Flash will catch Goken, but he will recover in time to maybe get somebody on the cross. Missed shot. He's lucky to stay alive. Bomb crosses will go down. And his flash won't do any sort of differences. They're both coming in through doors to try and fight. We're not even going for a plan here just yet as well. Shady wants to fight. That'll cost him his life. That'll drop the bomb. Whoa. Last man's left. It's Dola. 1 versus 1. Both are low. 1 HP apiece. 30 seconds. Dola on the swing. But he loses to Goken. Just a little bit, again, for me, for Wolf Empire there, a little bit too overcomplicated. Getting that C4 down, putting the time pressure on probably would have been the right call.
Yeah, I have to agree. I think they were just kind of watching every single angle, like really trying to cross their T's, dot their I's, but they just kind of, you know, they could just drop the bomb down and play a bit more defensively. So still a very close round. I do feel like Wolf could have easily taken that one down and maybe kind of hitting their heads on the ceiling a little bit right before hitting that 9th round. Antisocial just barely trying to hang on here. So still a chance, but still looking good for the side of Wolf Empire at this point, I'd say, especially from the Blacklist side.
If anything, it's good for Antisocial, just building up a little bit of confidence, I guess, right? Talking about, you know, if we are going to lose this, at the very least, you know, have something to work with heading in towards the next map and say, okay, this is a bit of foundations we can sort of build off.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's always a conversation, isn't it? It's better to lose fast or slow, you know, a 10-8 versus a 10-4, 10-3 kind of result. Sometimes it is better to just sort of sweep it aside and not worry too much about it, think, yeah, we never really had a chance. But right now, Antisocial are holding pretty nicely on this GR side, and they're working hard to try to push their way back into it.
There's the pause.
I think that might even be from Wolf Empire, if I'm being honest.
Yeah, it should be.
It's kind of surprising, right? Like, we didn't see one at all from Antisocial.
I think it's just Antisocial gaining some momentum. I mean, this is another round that should go their way. This time a bit more one-sided. That was a very nice headshot from Ice Cube. Goken, not quick enough. And the A side is totally open. So if they wanted to just drop it down and try to get the miracle hold here 2v4, especially with Goken out of the picture. I mean, you've got a decent shot here.
Yeah.
And they're going to know it is planted on A, of course, with, we've got WI who was on B when that plant came in. So he's going to be the window guy as they look to hit pretty much every angle. They've got a guy window, they got a guy under catwalk, on catwalk, and long. So
yeah, but I mean, they're really waiting the timer down here, Antisocial. I'm super worried. This round, it is looking like it's actually falling apart. Ice Cube needs to only hit one more shot. He does. This might be over. Time a factor for Adrian. He's got to try and chase him. Oh, dear. It's all gone wrong for Antisocial. Right on the 11th hour, as the timeout was called, the pressure was on for Wolf Empire, and Antisocial will falter.
Yeah, I think we've seen a lot of teams really like, okay, we are going to do this absolutely perfectly, and like we're going to get the big brain, you know, wraparounds and all that. I feel like if they just sent 4 people in Ice Cube and threw a flash on him, they'd probably just kill him. Instead, they gave him,
they hesitate.
Okay, well, you got a guy on long, you got a guy on mid, you know, every single angle can be covered by him bit by bit, and it just made it way too easy for him. So yeah, I don't know. I feel like some brains need to be turned off a little bit and can just kind of go for some simpler strats. But maybe that's not the vibe right now in this very important match. As it stands, you know, as we said, you know, if Wolf, they get the one map, or the one round rather, they're probably just going to go on and win it.
Yep.
Question is really, for Antisocial, do you try to win the 4 in a row? I mean, they're pros. They're not, you know, obviously they're not going to purposely just be like, all right, whatever, you guys win. Like, so they'll try, but
yeah, that ain't it though. Like,
yeah, that round was rough. A lot of these rounds have been very rough. It feels like Antisocial are the team that are kind of asleep here at the start of the day.
I don't know what happened in that round. Like, I was watching it, and you know, and then it kind of looked like Antisocial, all right, they've just won this round. Kind of like looked away, you know, have a little bit of a look around the stadium, see what the vibe is, how many people are filtering in. I look back, and the C4's planted, half ticked. You got a player watching long, and you got a player watching the site, and they've both won a duel. And I'm thinking, from 10 seconds, it's like the round's gone from being pretty much won for Antisocial to pretty much being lost. Like they've snatched defeat from the jaws of victory. Honestly, I don't know what's happened in that round, but Antisocial will be very disappointed with themselves. You know, 4v4 to start off what could finally be, or could potentially be the final round of the map. I mean, this is just wild. This has just gone completely haywire.
Bananas.
Now he's come back. He's had a little bit of a break there, and he's come back. He's gone, what is happening here? What's just happened?
That should have been around for Antisocial, right?
Yeah, what I literally went to go and do is go and find them. They're not performing down there, so I went to go look.
I don't know if anyone can find them at this point.
Seems like the vibe outside in the arena is very low on Antisocial.
Yeah.
But I actually saw quite a few Wolf Empire fans, which is kind of cool to see.
That's not surprising, honestly, because they are one of the more exciting teams to watch. So there you go.
True. And I got to say, one of the cooler jerseys.
Yep.
It's kind of a vibe. Either way, good start coming through.
What a combo.
For Lucas. Lucas, in particular, for me, he's always been the name I've called upon because I think he's been underperforming. I'm impressed with what I saw. Not bad. So far this game, he's actually had a lot of big impact rounds. Not flying away in the numbers department, but enough.
Yeah. Yeah, Wolf Empire not letting this situation get them too far ahead of them. Obviously, they've just had a chat with the coach as well, so he's probably settled them down going into this round and said, you know, we've got plenty of time to play with here. Let's not get, you know, too far ahead of ourselves. Don't need to do anything ridiculous. We'll just try and finish this one off 10-5, and if it doesn't, that's all good as well.
Yeah, a lot of buffer, as you're saying.
They shouldn't lose this, though, right? You know, just trade. It's a, you know, simple,
at this
guys.
point.
Hit your shots.
Goken's down, right? Viana has not been the main sniper. He has hit some shots, but he's not going to hit that one. And this from Lucom does take out Ice Cube, actually, so gives them a little bit of a chance. But there it is, the kill from Shady, and Viana gets taken down underneath. This is looking like a done deal. WI has got to push in 1v3. And that has not really been the way things have been going on this map, has it? 10-5 goes to Wolf Empire in set 1.
Chapter!
Yeah, not really too sure what to make of that first map, apart from Wolf Empire good, Antisocial not necessarily bad, but maybe not as good is kind of my takeaway there. Like, I don't think Antisocial necessarily played a terrible game. Sure, there was one very egregious round. We can get into that one if you guys want to dig into it a little bit, but I think just by and large, it just felt like Wolf Empire was kind of on another level and Antisocial couldn't really compete.
I just think, you know, we said it at the beginning of the day. If Antisocial are going to win against this team, they need to be 100, 110%. You know, they need to unlock the future, their next level of play. I feel like we saw a little bit of how they played against 3BL, right? It was slow, indecisive, teams not playing together. Goken even, you know, maybe giving a little bit of an insight.
Did you pick up on that?
Interview.
I picked up on that too.
I hope that my teammates stop arguing.
Yes.
And we can
but I gotta say, that is
on the
just
win.
Brazilian core right there. That is so standard, isn't it, though? But the big thing is, I think that was like you said, it wasn't terrible. I think it was average. But I think an Antisocial average is like worse than a Q9 average and worse than like a 3BL that we saw at some of their peak moments. That's the issue. We said, if you want to beat Wolf Empire, you have to play 110%, and it felt like they barely played 60.
Yeah, they definitely didn't quite hit the numbers that they needed to. I mean, looking at the set summary here, Dola once again top of the charts for the lads. He's just been having an insane purple patch. It will be Ice Cube that actually gets the MVP, I think largely as well because of the clutch that he was involved in. Again, that was just so egregious. Like, I can't find the words. Like, I'm just, I could just sit here for half an hour going, well, I don't know. You know what?
Making those noises.
What are you supposed to say? Like, what are you supposed to say about that? It's a 2v4. You've let them. First of all, you've let them get the plant, and then you haven't retaken for like the first 15 seconds of bomb time. It's like, what's going on here? Like, why are we so scared of these guys?
Do we feel like Wolf even really broke a sweat on that map?
No.
I feel like they played very well, but it was, you know,
routine.
Couple of interesting strats, you know, that one they had with a lot of mid-pressure, stuff like that. But it wasn't like, oh, wow, they really blew the roof off of this one. So that's another concern. We know that they can unlock the next level. Really, when I see this, I always just kind of want to look at the Alm versus Alm.
Yep.
Specifically for Viana, you know, Goken versus Ice Cube, you know, very close, whatever. But Viana definitely, this is what I was talking about on Black Widow. Like, he's just not really going to keep up with Rambo. He's obviously not going to keep up with Ice Cube. He didn't have a very good map in terms of numbers himself, so definitely something to look at for the future maps.
I think the big one there was Ice Cube versus Adrian, Ice Cube versus Viana. It was both of them were 4-1. So put that together, that's 8-2 in terms of opening duels for Ice Cube versus at least a couple of members of Antisocial, presumably the ones that are, in a lot of cases, being the entry fraggers. Obviously, Viana when he's with the rifle. Adrian as well being a rifler that tends to be on the front foot. So Ice Cube, you know, locking that down pretty comfortably. So you're starting a lot of these rounds 4v5. That's not ideal to begin with. And then you're also losing out on a clutch here and there as well. Yeah, pretty rough indeed. You know, very different story to what we were almost maybe hoping to see coming into Ankara at this point. We were sort of at one point there in the opening discussion saying, what if Antisocial was able to win Black Widow, even if it was close? We'd be going into Ankara, Wolf Empire not looking too hot on the stage. That's not the case right now. Wolf Empire is looking easily the better team in this matchup. And, you know, Antisocial going to have to be looking at this one and thinking, well, hopefully Ankara is going to save us here. Hopefully Wolf Empire are going to fall off a massive cliff on this map, as they have in a couple of the series at this event. But similarly, you know, I'm looking at that. If I'm Wolf Empire in this event, I'm saying, really, the only map that we've actually struggled on is Ankara. Let's hit the books. Let's figure it out, because we know we're going to have to play it against Antisocial and probably a couple of the other teams in this playoff stage. Let's figure it out now. And
it's true.
You know, hopefully they've done that over the last couple of evenings.
Like, maps are maps and they're important. You know, you can feel very comfortable on certain maps, but if we have like a similar level of play, I don't really think the map matters. You know, like I think they're probably they'll just win anyway.
And
so.
it's not as if it's a bad, like look at the stats here. Vietnam and in their path to regional and in Summer Championship, they've actually done okay on it. Like they've got above a 50% win rate on it on both sides, bar from Summer Champs onwards in GR side and obviously here at this event in the BL side. So every other event that they played this year, they've actually been quite good on Ankara. So for some reason, something's kind of gone wrong, maybe a little bit there. Maybe stylistically, the way that they play, the meta that they play on this map doesn't match up to the international teams super well for whatever reason. But that's something that I think at least these numbers kind of indicate they're not bad on the map. They're maybe just getting a little bit unlucky, something's going wrong, meta's not working out for them. I think that they can actually fix this going through this playoffs, and if they do, they're going to be an unbeatable team.
I'm still sort of expecting to lose here, and I think the main reason for me is that for some reason it feels like on Ankara in particular, Wolf lose all discipline. I don't know what it is, but whenever we see them play it, it feels like something which makes Wolf so strong is this shady system. Is this style of play. We just saw it on Black Widow. That for me was never a doubt. It's such a good map for them. They've been the best team in the world on it, I think, at the moment, for at least the last kind of 12, well, maybe not 12, but 11 months, right? All of 2024, right? Domestically, fantastic. Unbeaten there. Summer Championship's incredible, right? But this system goes out the window for me on Ankara. I don't really know what happens when they're on that GR side. They overfight, but not together, and it's super weird. So this is where you feel a little bit kind of dicey and say that I feel like ANTISOCIAL have got at least some ideas here. This is one of the few maps that I think Vienna, well, probably the only map I think Vienna can outcall Shady on. So that can probably work for them. But ultimately, I'm still a little bit worried for Wolf Empire on this map as a whole, but I think you're right. You hone in, that is the weakness. That's the only hole we've got in our pool. This is going to be guaranteed picked in against us. They're going to ban Mexico. We're obviously going to get rid of Eagle Eye. It will be played inevitably at some point, and probably early in the veto. So why not get a leg up and understand why they like to do things and how they like to play it? So we're going to have to keep an eye on that. But one thing I will say, just go all the way back to the stats. A big indicator where things are going very well for me is actually when you compare Lucas and Y. Lucas and Y 5-2, right? Both lurkers, both extremity players, both late round players. And if Lucas is getting that number up time and time again, that actually means that on your BL side, things are going very well because it means he's getting very active in the late rounds. It means on your GR side as well, that when he's lurking in very kind of, you know, or anchoring in kind of, you know, pretty normally lackluster sort of positions, you're doing a lot of work. And that's where Y was struggling. He was constantly getting quote-unquote over towards B, where Lucas was constantly stepping up. So that's where maybe Ankara changes a little bit. You know, we have Lucas, for example, playing out towards Hotel and get a little bit of information second mid. If he can actually constantly keep going at least like 1-for-1 of those sort of fights, there might be a chance.
Might be indeed, but we'll have to hope for the best for ANTISOCIAL because they certainly need a big turnaround here. Going into map 2 of Ankara. And we'll find out whether or not they're going to be able to do that as we jump into it. ANTISOCIAL are starting on the GR side. I'm honestly not sure how I feel about that. I think Wolf Empire, the way that they're playing at the moment, BL start to run over ANTISOCIAL, and that might be the series done and dusted if things go that way. So important, I would say, 3 to 5 rounds coming up here for ANTISOCIAL to just get their noses back into this discussion.
Yeah, good to get the news in the discussion, as always. I I don't think I've ever heard anyone say that before, but...
You don't want to poke your nose into the bee's nest?
Yeah.
Have a little bit of a chat?
Sure, yeah. That makes a lot of sense. We're looking for maybe in a B hit here. As it stands, you know, always good to see what the defaults look like from the GR side. ANTISOCIAL just kind of... 2 guys on 8. They got a couple of guys actually looking towards mid. And that can rotate over to B very quickly. And just trying to find what they can find. It's going to be Lucom, the first person to really begin to push out alongside of Viana. He's actually going to drop down. And here he goes. I mean, Dola's waiting right here. Pretty common to have somebody waiting there if you're not pushing elsewhere. But Lucom wanting to get some info. Well, he got more than that. He got a bullet. And now he's dead.
That felt quite unnecessary, has to be said.
Yep.
You know, we're not on the time pressure here. We're not desperate for information. Go looking in that sort of sense. Sort of felt like it wasn't really warranted. And also going about the support too. Not a fan of Viana. Did we back him? The answer should always be no in that sense. Down he goes. Too shady. He's had his number time and time again. While at least get one of his own until Rambo. That's important, but still, a 3 versus 4. And Lucas, this is what I spoke about. He's an extremity play. He holds for lurks. He holds for rotation. He is dragging attention towards an A site, and they're going towards B.
Yeah, Adrian's there on his own.
He's rotating away. They might even drag all 3 of them over.
Yeah, it's a free site. We'll take it.
Look at the job Lucas has done by just showing a little bit of presence.
Well, it's exactly as you highlighted when we were going through the pre-map discussion. Lucas getting work done in that last map and pumping his numbers up, and how impactful that can be for the team. Well, it's pretty much resulted in, well, it should pretty much be a free win on round number 1.
They can't even rotate as well because Lucas is holding tunnels. So it's so difficult for them to even get towards the site.
Yep.
Really just comes down to Adrian to go huge. We'll see if he can do that as the mid-fight goes the way of Wolf. Adrian, that's one headshot. He doesn't have a lot of time, and they're just going to try to play time. This is ring around the rosy. He's going to try to hold it. He's got behind the box. Is there a chance? No, there is not. The shot comes in, and Lucas shuts that down.
He had time, you know.
He did have time for the defuse. He had the defuse, but
yeah.
I think it's just hopium for you, Valdez, mate. I can hear the excitement in your voice for a second there when it starts to look possible, but...
I mean, that was just another round that, you know... the double, not even just one guy, but the second guy, Viana, to also push out into what is a very common blacklist side hold was very questionable. And it came back to bite them, I'd say, as some aggression out here outside of A. But they're just going to hold position and not really overpeak this, Will Wolf. And they should be totally fine. Gokin still on the bottom here of A, just begging someone to give him a first kill so that maybe they can get ahead in a round. But Wolf has been very clean so far this entire day.
Also, they've been a little passive again, as has been their style. This BL side from Wolf Empire this first half will largely be a relatively slow experience on Ankara.
Yeah. Antisocial. Rotating back towards B. This feels like the T4's heading A once again with a split. I mean, they're going to get so much control here. Top mid and second mid.
They've walked all the way to B again.
I don't understand not holding it a GR player here. Just holding one to catch these rotations coming in.
You know what I think it is that they're just a little bit scared of that A hold. Like, they're worried that that A hold is going to be a little bit too weak. So they stack an extra player over there, which is, of course, a gamble. And if Wolf Empire were to go A, it would be very useful indeed. But it leaves open a little bit of a gap in the defense. That nade will get 1 kill. It's not going to be enough to get Antisocial back into this retake. Wolf Empire are winning their duels all over the place, not to mention getting incredibly favorable reads so far on Ankara as well. You put those 2 and 2 together, and this is looking like a very easy map thus far for Wolf Empire. So that one little saving grace, that one little moment of hope, I guess, for Antisocial, knowing that Ankara's coming and Wolf Empire haven't really exactly looked amazing on this map up to this point, is unfortunately not turning out to be true.
It's a team diff right now. They're not even really even comparable. Antisocial aren't doing anything. And can I come back to something you touched on a little bit on the desk there, Valdez? I think you're right. I really just don't think Wolf Empire have had to break any sort of a sweat, right? And this is actually where probably Antisocial try to sweat more. They know that. They've got to know that. Like, we're not making this Wolf Empire team work. So that's going to be worrying, thinking if we finally start to find success, it might then not even be enough because they'll ramp it up.
Time for an A hit. 2-3 split this time around. Wolf Empire, they're going to go to A when there's only 2 players from Antisocial right here, and they've got someone kind of holding on the rotate, so just keep an eye on this entry. If this entry goes clean for Wolf Empire, they'll win this round.
Yeah, I thought they were going to go fast, which actually was a pretty good read with a decent amount of mid presence this time around from Antisocial.
Yeah.
But instead, they kind of go over, they see a bunch of smokes, and they say, well, let's just go back to mid, I guess. As 4 members looking to come in, Couple of guys in spawn here for Antisocial. Should be ready for this pressure. Shots, though, not really going to land. So the timing here from Luke Holm is excellent. Adrian also able to pick up one. As the entry, not bad, though, from Wolf Empire. They do get in onto the B site with some time.
Yeah.
They're pretty low on health, but, I mean, now it gives them a decent chance to actually win a round. But Viana does land the long one. Oh.
Here we go.
Uh-oh.
This will be an Ice Cube moment. Talked about Goku moments before. Ice Cube, can he spot White? Has no idea where he's coming from. Hasn't heard him, hasn't seen him. There's a bit of info, though, with that nade getting tossed out. Ice Cube wins it for Wolf Empire. Oh, dear.
Oh, dear.
It started even earlier.
You know, the round score is 3-0. I think maybe the set score might end up being 3-0 at this point. This is not really a very strong contest from Antisocial. And, yeah, this ends up being that second round that they did win.
They're not even excited about it. They're just like,
it's so average for them, you know what I mean? It's such a, you know, another day out of the office type vibe. For Shady, this is sort of an expectation. So well played. I do think Y was so timid there in how he's playing that. And then also, if you're going to play it slow, don't throw a random grenade. You know what I mean? It's not going to help you in any situation there. Play off the back of, he doesn't know where I am, I don't know where he is, let me see if I can catch him back turned. Then you throw a bit of Yuto and he's like, oh, okay, he's just playing in through mid.
Yep.
Oh, boy.
Well, it's already gone pretty poorly for Antisocial on that A-hold. They can't hold anywhere. They can't hold middle, they can't hold B, they can't hold A.
I mean, you guys are talking about WI. It feels like he's really, you know, if there's one player who's really kind of fallen to the pressure right now, I feel like it's him.
Yeah, it's the new guy as well, right?
Yeah.
It's the easiest
That's
guy
the
to
thing.
punish. Who doesn't have stage experience? Who isn't used to a crowd? Who isn't used to the lights and the cameras and all the rest?
A pause?
Punish the new guy.
And in the group stage, he was actually quite solid. I think we're all very impressed with what he brought to the table.
But no crowds, no grandiose there. Maybe that's why.
Yeah, his ability to sort of anchor the sights during the group stage was actually kind of second to none.
Is this a wolf pause?
No. Antisocial.
Oh, I saw the little notch on the side there. I was going to say.
No, that's a map win.
Ah, I was going to be like, whoa, that is a wild call.
No. That's like, who did it? It was SGJ. They just won their 9th round. They call a pause.
yeah.
It's like 9-5. They're like, all right, guys, we need to.
Let's make sure we win at 10-5 for our own sake. Oh yeah, and that was in the game that like if they won, they still don't make it out of groups.
Yeah,
so it's like makes no difference.
It did not.
But
This one though, I don't even know what you say. I mean, this is, as you guys are saying, it's a bit of a team diff. It's very one-sided to Wolf Empire. You just lost 10-5. You go into Ankara, your map pick, and yeah, Wolf are on blacklist, but Vietnamese teams in general, the region is very comfortable on this map. It's been a bit of a weird one for Wolf, but we said it, you know? I was like, just the way this is going, I don't really care what map it is. If this level of play continues to be this consistent across the maps, Wolf will still win Ankara.
Yeah.
Do you guys reckon they chose their acronym because it sounds like a wolf? WOF? Wolf.
I think that's a dog, not a wolf.
A dog is a small wolf.
I mean,
didn't dogs descend from wolves?
Yes, that is true. That is true.
So that's just, that's what I've been thinking this whole time. I've just been wondering if you guys...
But it's not Dog Empire, it's Wolf Empire.
Wolf Empire.
Yeah.
Wolf Empire.
Wolf.
You can actually get wolves as pets as well.
Yeah.
In like, I've seen it in like Siberian countries where they just have like a whole ash wolf as a pet, and it's like, they're pretty big things, man. They're like
I'm
on all fours. They're like a solid 5'5" kind of at least. They're pretty massive.
Probably pretty cuddly.
Yeah, but often they bite your head off.
Under the right circumstances.
Yeah.
Well, I think there's a bit of head biting going on right now. Like Wolf Empire really are. This is an empire at this point.
Yeah. Nothing protects your igloo more than a wolf.
I can't remember what we were saying at the end of Summer Champs, but I do think there was a bit of a conversation around, whether or not maybe that Chinese dynasty had fallen and it was time for the Vietnamese empire.
We were saying, because we said, again, I think it came down to the brand of CROSSFIRE, right? We were saying, maybe this is sort of the beginning of the end. Baisha looked really bad. And then we were even saying, I don't know, if Baisha played like that, we might not even see them at Grand Finals. And we didn't see them. We were like, okay, that's wild. And then AG, but like a little bit underwhelming. I think obviously they had the upper bracket run, but they weren't really tested that much, I don't think, in the upper bracket.
Yeah.
The final was so lackluster from them. Then we were like, okay, maybe it is the sort of beginning of the end.
Yeah.
Like,
yep.
And also, again, the other one was Evolution Power were also pretty woeful at Summer Champs. So we were kind of like, these guys are so average. Like, maybe this is no longer the case. Like, maybe this is a bit of a change of the guard where it's actually starting to become a little bit more dynamic in who's the best.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I don't know if it's necessarily so dynamic at the moment. Wolf Empire are kind of looking head and shoulders above the rest. Playing very, very patiently here. They've really just set themselves up for an A-take and have not moved a muscle since. They're hoping Antisocial are going to crack under this pressure. It actually doesn't look like Antisocial are going to be making any kind of aggressive moves, but given how clean their last A hit was, Wolf Empire might just back themselves here to it. 30 seconds left on the clock, but when is the go signal? There's a bit of faking going on right now from Rambo over towards B. That's going to draw
it's working.
The player off into middle, and this is going to be the go signal for Wolf Empire. They've just been bamboozled. It wasn't even a particularly fantastic fake as far as I'm concerned, just a flash here and there, but they've actually moved both their players away from from A, and as a result, they lose the site. They do actually pick up the kill over on B, and it was a 1-for-1 on the entry, so it is a 4v3. Favorable retake for Antisocial, but honestly, kind of back on Wolf Empire right now.
Yeah, I mean, although, as you mentioned, this should be a decent retake position for the side of Antisocial. They gotta make some moves, okay? They can't just wait until the last second once again. Look at the corner. Look at Dola. They don't know about it. Lucas also going to get the first kill, and now Dola comes out of the smoke. It's just lights out from the side of Wolf Empire. They close it down, and now it's 5-0.
I got to say, I don't think there's any IGL currently in CROSSFIRE who's making macro calls on the fly like that from Shady. Let's have one testing hotel, one testing mid, and they're going to draw the rotation away as 3 pop out of vent, and the vent players haven't moved for a minute and a half. But that is wild to me. That's such a good call.
I don't know. I feel like that's just a little bit of a fundamental flaw in Antisocial's play as well. All you're really seeing is one flash over the top of B and one guy poking his head out of hotel. Is that enough for you to say, we're going to rotate our player off of B? Off of A and off of mid?
You're probably looking to Viana and saying, why has he called the rotate away? Why has he said, I don't think Y would have gone on his own. He would have gone after the command, right, and said, Viana would have said, hey, Y, number 4, you're the one playing back A, rotate over towards mid, and the mid player then reclaims a bit of B space, right? So, yeah, that's where I do think...
Is it an over-rotation? That's the question I'm kind of bringing up.
It is, absolutely. And honestly, that's actually really common because we even brought up Goken a couple of times, that map number 1. He ever rotated a bunch of times in that first half.
Yeah, he got caught in mid that one time, missing 3 shots and stuff.
Yeah.
It certainly, it feels like, it's almost like Wolf Empire have kind of lulled them into a state of confusion.
Push out of events.
Antisocial don't really know what to do.
And the conditioning's quite genius too, because the second they do something as simple as just like one flash, they're going to think, oh, it's a fake. Maybe go the other way. And then that's
just hit the side. Well, that's what this might actually end up being. Got a smoke or 2 over towards B. It'll be the hit in through mid. I'm a bit worried about the C4 over towards A long. Solo, I'm not sure what exactly is going on here.
He could die, actually.
Yeah, he definitely could die. And if he dies, this round kind of falls apart. So I don't know if they... What actually is that round from Wolf Empire? I feel like they've not realized that Rambo was holding onto the C4 there. They're going to go A. They're going to wrap it. They have to go A now. This is just a mess. 38 seconds left. I mean, Wolf Empire, they've got to get a wriggle on. I don't even know if Antisocial really know what's going on right here. This is a massive mess of a round, but Y knows he's got the C4. They have to go and collect that. They have to move quickly here. It's still 3-on-2. It's now 3-on-1. Y could still win it, but how does Wolf Empire win that round? That was maybe the worst round I've ever seen from Wolf Empire in this event.
I think,
and they still win it with 3 players alive.
Without a doubt. I mean,
what was that?
Rambo 0-4. I actually think he just doesn't realize he has the C4.
He's forgotten he's playing the game.
Yeah, because he's playing the lurk position there. Normally where Lucas would play, right? He's lurking. I don't think he realizes the C4.
I don't think they realized he had C4. Yeah.
They're making what is actually a mid play. It's probably end up going to be a mid to A split, but Rambo's meant to be there as an insurance policy to catch rotations.
Yes. Yeah.
I don't think he realized he had the C4.
I'm on board with you for sure.
The fact that they win the round with 3
so one-sided.
is ridiculous. It's actually insane. And we are seeing as well some pretty, I'm going to say pretty insane performance out of Lucas. He had 150 ADR coming in towards this round, but he gets deleted to start things off.
Let's not count our chickens before they hatch, though. This is a 3v5, but I think Wolf Empire will still find a way to win it. That could be the start.
You know, I would not
There's
be even
Rambo's first
surprised. Didn't he see him?
Oh, no!
What is going on?
Antisocial are falling apart.
I feel like they're just kind of sending dudes in to die. I mean, Goken as well. Like he had that free shot in the spawn, and he just totally dropped it. I don't know if you guys saw that as well in the last round. The guy was standing still, running in a straight line. He's like,
Ice Cube, yeah. It was actually sometimes the easier shots are the hard ones. Yeah. It was Ice Cube who was like in the defensive spawn, right?
Yeah. Goken should have just like flicked one way and flicked back so that he could hit it instead of just trying to take the straights out.
I do feel that there is a couple of players who are like that though, who are like, you know, they can hit the really hard shots, but those easy ones, sometimes they kind of elude you a little bit. You overthink them.
Look at this as well from Wolf Empire. They're going to make the exact right call once again. Just contact play their way towards B. There's no one on B. So they're going to get a bomb plant down. And they'll play out a 3v3 post plant.
That is Goken and Spawn. I mean, maybe he picks someone off and they try to go for a 3v2.
But he's not even watching. Like, he's watching middle.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's quite scared as well of that kind of second mid aggression, which is rightfully so. Smoke going to come down, so
he's smoked off.
That should let him know where they are. But yeah, he can't go alone. He has to sort of wait for the support to come through here of Vienna in through tunnels. So yeah, the C4's going to go down. And
this is a long rotate as well.
We've seen this already. How many times have we seen Antisocial not give themselves enough time in a retake?
At least 2 or 3 times this series.
Yeah.
Take a look at Rambo's position in Hotel as well. We'll see if they can, you know, sniff that one out and maybe catch him down, or it might just be Rambo to get the perfect flank timing.
They're only just now going to start their retake with half the bomb timer yet to go. So they have to move very, very quickly on this one. And Dola, having been spotted out on the side, if he can just survive for another couple of seconds, Goken is going to be a dead man. Time a factor now. They have to get on that defuse. They're on it. He's just got to charge his way forward. This is so winnable for Rambo, but finally, Antisocial will get the round. And it's even maybe just as a byproduct of luck, because they don't know where that C4 is actually planted. If that C4 is planted on the other side of the boxes, that's a round for Wolf Empire.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, again, maybe a little bit of overcomplication, I think, to a degree. For Wolf Empire, 2 players on the lurk, on the wrap, and it ends up sort of falling flat. But yeah, I do think that's actually quite fortunate that it does sort of fall into place for them.
Yeah, it was kind of interesting that they didn't expect any pressure from the tunnel, right? We saw Ice Cube, maybe he was trying to hold that angle, but he wasn't looking at the time that both Viana and the other guy swung onto him. And yeah, at the end of the day, I mean, Antisocial, they barely get across the line with 1 round, so I suppose that's a nice little consolation prize for them. You can feel almost desperation in the faces as well, like when we looked at WI and Viana, like, you can tell that morale is at an all-time low, as, you know, they had a big win to get to this position, but now they're kind of getting spanked by Wolf Empire, so it's a very big turnaround emotionally.
Yeah.
To try to deal with that.
It's looking kind of doomed. Like, you look at this series, you're like, does this even need to be a best of 5? Because, like, I think we're already getting the idea that this is maybe not going anywhere.
I don't see a chance in sub-base either. Sub-base has not been pretty for them. It's been pretty good for Wolf. I mean, this tournament for me, if it was Wolf that take it, and in the fashion at which they've taken it, dominance, outcalling everybody, is Shady the best IGL since N9? Maybe.
Yeah, I mean, well, not only that, but also they've gone through a lot of tough teams in this run already, and they're going to have to continue to do so.
Best of China, best of Brazil. You beat the 2 best regions already on the way here. And you've done it without breaking a sweat, as we sort of touched about. Yeah. We haven't seen a level of dominance like that in a long time.
Yeah, and this round again also kind of just looking like a foregone conclusion. Another pick off there for Wolf Empire. It leaves this onto the shoulders of Adrian if it ended up being a B hit. Wolf Empire actually opting to go through mid-A split right here is the call, actually. In the end, a little bit of a float out early. Does allow Goken to get a kill onto Dola, but Ice Cube's going to kind of just follow suit and pick up that space, and I don't think Goken's going to be aware of it. He's actually playing for the retake here.
Yeah, I think they say, okay, Goken plays safe, because if they're going A, he has to survive, but if they 3v1 him, he might just go down.
Thing is, wait, hang on a second. Ooh. What's happening here?
And now he's going alone.
If you're going to play for the retake, why are you doing that?
Yeah, that doesn't make any sense.
Like, if you're going to try and make the solo play, don't let them plant the bomb first.
Yeah, that's tilt. That has to be tilt.
Yeah, that was...
There's no way. You're not with a clear head thinking, bomb goes down, then I play for the 1v3 on the site.
Before my teammates get
exactly.
there. Like,
rather than saying, okay, let me just pump the brakes for 3 seconds on my teammates to rotate in with a very strong flank as well. If
no time.
If he's pouncing at the same time as they're pouncing through Ven and through main, that's a very good attempt at a retake. Instead, he goes alone 10, 15 seconds before they're even there. So yeah, for me, that's tilt. That has to be tilt. That's playing into a factor there. 7-1.
Yeah, I'm sure that Goken's not used to being 3 and 8 very many times, and it's been a very rough map for him and the rest of the team. So maybe just trying to, you know, be the guy. And here he goes once again. I mean, last round on at the Global Risk,
Yikes.
he's gonna miss and get headshot. That's the thing as well about Wolf. They're just so crisp. Like, if you make one mistake, they will pick you off and you will die. So
again, no timeout from Antisocial this half, or am I wrong?
No, you are right. We had one.
No,
We did.
We
We had one.
when it was 4-0.
Yeah. 4 rounds in, yeah.
True.
But you only get one.
We
so.
didn't have one in the first map.
I think they needed like 4 or 5 timeouts.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, you only get one.
It just doesn't feel like there's any like turnaround here at all for Antisocial.
I was with one of you two, but who was the other Orm player who was pretty good and got tilted on Ankara and kept peeking relentlessly?
Yeah.
I feel like, was it maybe one of the Ubek players?
It was like Yobib?
Maybe it was, right. Yeah, something like that.
But he was doing well, though, so I don't know.
Yeah, but we were saying, like, you know, he was doing badly and tilted, and then he kept peeking. This is sort of what Goken's doing right now, though. It's like, but we didn't mind it back then because it was a slightly inexperienced player. I think it might be like one of the Ubek players, for example.
Yeah.
And it was like, or like maybe like Tom or Pooh or one of those guys, right? You know, who are relatively inexperienced. So we kind of give them the benefit of the doubt. But we're talking about one of the most tenured CROSSFIRE players from one of the best regions,
Well,
who is...
Maybe there's a reason he doesn't have a CFS title.
Yeah. He said, I hope my teammates don't argue. Maybe he's arguing.
Oh, this is...
That's smart.
I mean, he seemed 100% knowing that he was going to be there. Dola gets one, and he's holding down the hotel by himself. And now in the 2v2, there's just not enough time.
Dola's just gotten away with absolute murder. 8-1.
8-1.
Wow. It's over. Like, this is so over. I've never seen a series that's more over than this.
Well, yeah, I guess those kind of come back.
Can I jump ship now?
Yeah, well, I gave you the chance.
Is it too late? Yeah.
Yeah, this is where, I guess it comes back to the conversation again we had at the start, right? Of like, you know, if Black Widow gets lost by Wolf, it is a spice of the series, but it throws it, you know, the script flips so much. If Ankara gets lost, the one punish pick, right?
Yeah.
If that gets lost, I don't know. Subbase isn't bad for Antisocial, but it's very good for Wolf Empire. Port is very good for both. But I think ultimately it doesn't matter. You could be playing on, I don't know, Nuketown 2024, right? And you're still going to be able to beat them every day, every single way.
He's so
it's
good.
just a better team. Dola, Shady,
so good.
so damn good at this game. And Vienna and LKK left with it all to
How's
do.
LKK gotten up into GR spawn, by the way? Like, what's going on there? This is wild.
Honestly, though, like I said, I don't think it matters what game you're playing, what map you're playing, what console you're on.
Yeah.
This is the better team. There's just there's nothing comparable about these two at the moment. And my God, Antisocial, I bet they wish they had a few more of those pauses, right? I don't even know what you'd say, though.
Yeah.
I feel like they need a day break at this point. Maybe like a whole weekend.
Let's say at halftime, right? You guys are the coach. What do you actually even say? I know this might sound crazy. Guys, just forget about this map. Let's just think about, like, you know, let's just save the mental for Subbase. Because I know you guys are already tilted.
It was 8-1, right? So
exactly. Just like, let's just save the mental. We're not going to pull off this comeback.
I honestly
actually save the mental for Subbase.
I think, unironically, I'm at this point saying, hey, guys, what are we going to have for lunch?
Yeah.
Right? We'll come back
lift
come back for the lower bracket. Don't worry about this match.
You get to go home after this if you lose, right?
Yeah.
Because the winner actually has to wait until later we play the upper bracket match so that the winner has a break tomorrow before their grand final match.
That's a real, real test. Yeah, no, you're all right. It's upper bracket game later.
Winner won't have to play. Winner of today, as in if you win your match here and then you win the later match today, you don't have to play tomorrow.
Yeah.
You go straight to the grand final.
So that's the big benefit.
And that day off prep is huge. But I gotta say, today is a real, you know, test of your resilience, test of your fatigue as well. Because, like we said, this is real gamer hours. We started this morning. These guys are probably, you know, awake or up and around at like 7 a.m. here for...
Hey, it could be a jet lag thing. Like, I mean, we've been here for over a week, so it's probably not an excuse at this point. But
no, it is. I'm jet lagged.
I'm seeing you. You're sleeping in until 1 p.m. in the afternoon, mate. And that could be, like, I don't know exactly what the time zone is for Brazil, but I know it's obviously worse than it would be for if you're Vietnam. I think Vietnam's maybe 1 hour difference from here.
Yeah.
Brazil's probably at least a 5-hour difference, 6-hour difference, something like that. So
I'm like struggling to even be remotely tired before like 3:30, 4
Brazil
a.m.
in here.
Yeah.
It's like...
It's more than that, isn't it?
14 hours.
Yeah, it's quite a big...
It's like the opposite side of the world.
And as they say, for every hour difference, it takes a
Mate,
day
who told you
to
that?
change.
That's pretty smart.
Was it you?
It was me, yeah.
It was you.
I think someone said it before Jordan, though. I don't think he came up with that.
For what it's worth, in this discussion, I'm they. That's all.
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying.
True. That,
As they say.
I normally just don't expect smart things out from Jordan, so I normally just... I think it's like, someone, a bit head on the shoulders, like a Matt Andrews, maybe.
Yes.
Unlike your smooth brain here, Jordan.
Pinnacle of...
Only one of us has something smooth going on.
Well, we do have Dola looking to take over the site, and he's kind of just missing everything, actually. A bit of damage coming in. I do still believe he can pull this off. He's got Shady with him as well.
Oh,
the spray is good.
He fell down. He fell down. That's cost a round. That's lost it.
It's over.
Gogan
10-1.
had to stay
That's
on
it.
the ledge.
Map 2 goes to Wolf Empire.
I feel like by the end of this playoff stage, I am going to become a bit of a broken record because obviously we've been singing the praises of Wolf Empire throughout the group stage, throughout the knockout stage, coming into today, after map 1, and now we have to do it again after map 2. That was Ankara. That was the question mark pick for the series. It looked like in the past, maybe that was the map that Wolf Empire was apparently not very good on, but that seems incorrect. 10-1. Do we even need to say more? Like, let's just cut the segment, go to a break, come back for map 3. That's really all you need to know.
That would
like,
be nice.
What is there to say?
I think the worrying thing is that is the most dominant map of Crossfire we've seen all tournament, maybe all year internationally, and it's a top 4 at a grand final. That's is true. How good Wolf Empire have just played and how badly ANTISOCIAL played. But again, I actually don't even think Wolf Empire played in particular like incredible. There's a few, there's a few rounds that were like really good calls.
Had some good reads, yeah.
I don't think they were like really tooth and nail, like hitting the most insane shots, 4 kills, 3 kills. I actually think it's the other way. I think ANTISOCIAL were woeful.
I think ANTISOCIAL have definitely fallen off in terms of expectations. Look, ANTISOCIAL can pick up, another 2-3 out of 10 points there, but it's still really not going to make much of a difference. If ANTISOCIAL right now is at a 50%, say, or a 60%, as we sort of talked about in that first map, even if they go up to 70-80%, like that's not going to be enough to even get close to this Wolf Empire. Wolf Empire, like you say, they're not like going out of this world and doing anything too crazy. I think they're just doing the fundamentals really well, better than any team. Do I even say in the history of Crossfire? Like, I've got to be honest. I think Wolf Empire, they are eye test wise looking like maybe one of the best teams I've ever seen, ever.
As a team, definitely. Like, as a full squad, as a full unit, absolutely. Dola gonna pick it up here, not surprising. Almost 4 KD, 3 first kills, multiple clutches. Like, this guy is him.
Yeah.
For the team and for the map, but that's the thing about this team is that everybody can step up. We saw Lucas doing it, Shady doing it already, Ice Cube having some big moments. I do think that as a team, and as an IGL, you talked about him a lot on Shady and the preparation they bring into this. They are really fantastic as a squad, as a unit. The Chinese teams, they've had looks like that in the past, but it's more so just like, wow, how did he hit that crazy shot? These guys, these riflers from China are just next level. And they have been for a long time, but now it's like, okay, Wolf Empire at least have caught up for sure.
Yeah, I was going to say, this is something that we sort of neglected to mention coming into this series, but Dollar and Gokun are the two players that have tied for the most MVPs in the event so far. So actually quite an interesting matchup in that respect, that we get to sort of break that that stalemate in a sense. They both had 3 MVPs each. So of all the matches that they've played, you know, they're actually picking up a significant portion of MVPs. Which way is it going now? Like,
and they had 3 differences in terms of kills against each other as well. 4-1 in favor of Dola. I mean, only ADRF.
It's not even looking close, is it?
Yeah, the little advantage here, but my God, I mean, you look across the board here, and it is just not looking good. I mean, again, you got even the thing like Shady, 4-0 against Gokun. Like, you know, that is where he's got his sort of number a little bit.
Yeah.
And that is worrying, not only mentally, not only in terms of the calls, but also in terms of the ability to. We're going to find a little break. When we come back, we've got Mountain 3, we've got Sub-Base, and if we're being perfectly honest, probably the final map of this series. We'll see you after the break.
Hello， 你好，来到杭州最好吃的，我觉得杭州没有好吃的美食荒漠。
Eu gostei muito de comer macarrão daqui, carbonara e o que vem também com uma carne muito boa de filé mignon.
Đó là trứng đút thịt. Vì cái món trứng đút thịt đó thì nó cũng ngon như kiểu là món trứng đút thịt của Việt Nam, vị nó giống Việt Nam nên là dễ ăn.
Arroz e feijão.
最爱自拍都是别人拍的，基本上都没有自拍的。
MG. Adriano, ADRF.
Acho que o time mais difícil que a gente jogou essa fase de grupo foi a Q9. 最难对付的应该就是 AMP 了吧？
Nós mesmos, nenhum time contra vai ser mais difícil do que jogar contra a gente mesmo. A gente só perde pra nós mesmos.
Acredito que quem vai pra final, com certeza, tô muito confiante na gente. O Free Fire.
AES. AES.
希望我们能进吧。
Cái kỳ vọng của em là em sẽ được em mong muốn là được chơi với anh em lâu hơn nữa và cái đi tham gia giải đấu CBS được nhiều lần hơn nữa.
希望自己能够在未来变得更强吧，然后更加稳定。
E minha perspectiva, meu sonho é ganhar 3 CFS seguida.
A CFS desbloquear o futuro eu entendi porque ele pode te ajudar muito na sua vida. Se você conseguir ser campeão de uma CFS, você pode mudar a sua vida e a vida da sua família.
大家好，CD. Hôm nay tôi có một câu hỏi dành tặng cho bạn. Liệu về độ đẹp trai thì bạn có tự tin bạn là đẹp trai nhất đội WEIBO không?
Không, theo độ đẹp trai thì mình nghĩ chắc là AWI là đẹp trai nhất team.
Tất nhiên rồi, anh Phong nói là bao chuẩn. AWI.
Hello， 大家好，我是主持人 Mino。谁是队伍里最的人？硬汉。
我同意吧，我喷香水有点。
你就是最。
Pergunta pro MG é: quem você acha que é a pessoa que mais ronca no time? Detona.
LKK tem o melhor nível de chinês. Será que vocês estudam chinês com ele também?
Só ni hao e piaolha.
Welcome back. This is the Wolf Empire Fan Club. I will be the Wolf Empire Fan Club captain, and I've got my co-captains right here alongside me.
Yeah.
We have hats, mugs, everything else. Whatever you could possibly want, it's all Wolf Empire branded. Antisocial team, never heard of them. Who are they? What do you guys think? Are you on that hype train? Are you ready with me? Are you ready to jump into sub base and jump into another Wolf Empire win?
I would be so surprised if you don't see it, right? This has just been beautiful. Both maps, super clean, super comfy, not breaking a sweat. All these kind of buzzwords we've been talking about and phrases, but fundamentally what is the real showpiece is that this is an Antisocial side who look so overwhelmed at the task ahead of them. And I think now that you find yourself 2 maps down as well, it's only got more drastic. They already looked a little bit nervy and a little bit shaky at the start of the series into map number 1. Now that they're 2 maps down, losing Ankara, I think they're mentally out of this.
Yeah, I mean, there's not too much else to say unless they have this 4-minute break and a little bit extra and they're really able to somehow mentally reset. And even then, you have to give the favor over to Wolf Empire. Like, it is true, Antisocial, they came out very slow. They got bopped on 2 maps. I don't think that 4 to 10 minutes is really going to make the difference when it comes down to, you know, moving on to sub-base, especially it being sub-base. So you had your map, you had your chance of Ankara, you got absolutely rolled. I think it's just over from here. Antisocial, as you were talking about, you know, if you're the coach, maybe you just say, what are we having for lunch? You know, like, what are we going to do about tomorrow? Are you guys ready for tomorrow? Stuff like that, because today is not it for them.
Yeah, this is looking very, very problematic, obviously, for Antisocial. Not just from an in-game standpoint, but I think from the mental standpoint as well. Hopefully they've been able to come back from that, but we'll see. We'll see. It's time for sub-base, and it seems like it's time for a 3-0 for Wolf Empire, but there may still be another chapter yet untold in this opening playoffs game. Alrighty then, off we go. Let's see if it's going to be any different on map 3 than what we've seen already on map 1 and 2. It doesn't seem like Wolf Empire wanted to change much up. Another fast approach, another great start. Dola straight in on it, and it is looking like it might well be more of the same coming through here. Wolf Empire start very favorably with that control room push. It's now a 3-on-2. And I think at this point, honestly, Antisocial have to kind of be getting a little bit prepared for these kinds of fast plays. First round of every map so far, we have seen a fast play out from Wolf Empire.
I think Wolf Empire really want to just set the tone. They want to come in towards these maps and say, who are you guys? Like, this is our turf, our territory. Don't try any of this nonsense with us. This is what we can bring to you. Always be ready that we can throw in a quick one. And even when they are aware that they can throw in a quick one, they still lose in the aim duels. So I think it's sort of how you like mentally kind of take them down a little bit. Viana, he's been spotted out.
Yeah, really key player here is Goken. Just gonna hope that Rambo. Oh, what? Just gonna hope that Rambo peaks, but he's not even ready for it. He's on the move already, so pretty rough. I just want to see the I don't even really care about the rest of this round. I want to see the replay of Dola's first shot there, where he was just able to the flick headshot one tap. Or he's just like, nah, you guys, there's just no chance for you. Like, just ripping the soul out of them. Now, this is very cute from Goken. Hiding in the machine room is going to be able to pick one off.
Okay, that's a start with 50 seconds left on the clock. Does give Antisocial a bit of a sniff into this one. Rambo's going to go hunting for some info, smoking the doors at Wood. And that leaves Ice Cube solo towards the B side. He's going to have a big job to do. Viana will take his head off. Maybe Antisocial can get themselves an early inroad right here, and they can. Goken stealing it away, and that should lift the spirits of Antisocial.
Late round Goken coming alive right there. It was a nice little...
Yeah.
I was going to kind of put it a cute play, and it was. It was a cool little angle in towards servers, but yeah, a bit of a collapse there from Wolf. Not often we get to see that. It's a rarity to see a Wolf Empire side like that fall flat on its face. Granted, I don't think it's going to be the end of the world type stuff. I'm sure they're mentally strong enough, but we actually haven't seen what Wolf Empire looked like on the back foot, really. We're not really too sure what it's like. So maybe if we can get a couple, 2-3 rounds in early in this early kind of push out here from ANTISOCIAL. If we can see what they like when they put the pressure on, maybe we can talk about taking them up.
Yeah, I mean, you never know. 10 minutes might make all the difference, actually.
Wow.
But Shady, very nice shot. Remember also that at the beginning of Black Widow, like ANTISOCIAL, at least were able to have a couple of good rounds, and we were even beginning to talk about, hey, these guys are coming out good. They're looking pretty good. But at the end of the day, you get 1 or 2 rounds that look good at the beginning of a map. That's not the consistency that we see at a Wolf Empire, right? So still expecting them, even after, one cute round and some Gouken magic, to be able to come back here. And, of course, ANTISOCIAL starting off on the Blacklist side, their choice with the map choice here of Wolf Empire. And we'll see what they have prepared for this. We do get a bunch of preparation from the teams. We haven't really seen them really look very coordinated as a team, ANTISOCIAL, but maybe sub-base is where they've really put in the time. So let's see what they have in terms of strategy.
Yeah, one can hope. I mean, let's not forget that Wolf Empire, they looked about as good in the first 2 maps in that game against Imperial as they have here. And then they kind of fell off pretty substantially on map 3, brought it back on map 4. But it's not as if they can't suffer some kind of sort of hump in the road. Obviously, that's not looking like it'll be much the case in this round. This has been clean as a whistle, really, from Wolf Empire. It is down to the 1v3. No chance there. That round, kind of a foregone conclusion. Really felt like a bit of a formality in the end for Wolf Empire, but good start from them as well. So, again, just eye test-wise, the opening 2 rounds of this map, even though the scoreline is 1-1, it looks like Wolf Empire are feeling more confident, are looking like the better team right now. So, maybe we won't see that kind of little roller coaster of an up and down type series here, in the same way that Wolf Empire took a little bit longer to get past Imperial.
Let's see. Really impressed with Shady in that previous round as well. Opening kill, quite aggressive, like that. Excellent movement to kind of get out of dodge. And then he goes right back to the same spot, plays behind the box, another kill behind it, quick trade, keeps that locker room control. So very, very good work. And normally you kind of have your IGL playing in through the middle. So in this case, you obviously have your AWP at range. Your IGL will play either back over towards that B site or playing in through window on A. Shady playing a sort of a flank position, it can be quite difficult to get an eye of kind of what the rest of the map's looking like.
Right.
But he seems to do a very, very good job at it. When you're playing on the fringes, you can sort of lose track of the pace of the rest of these rounds. All in all, ANTISOCIAL back to another slow one. Haven't exactly looked fantastic with these slow rounds either. It always feels like Wolf Empire are more than happy to match them at this pace.
As long as they push before 4 seconds left in the round.
That's very true.
I'm okay. Well, that's a very common setup to land smokes into control room. Very nice timing there to just poke out and get the pistol shot. And Adola is going to be taken out by Gouken. That's a huge nameplates win for the side of ANTISOCIAL, but it does feel like this push has been read. Ice Cube against Gouken. He's just trying to get out. He's going to win the pistol duel against a rifler, but Gouken trying to play around the pillars. Ice Cube, now he's got some help from Rambo. Rambo is taken down, and ANTISOCIAL get on the board again.
ANTISOCIAL definitely looking a little bit more competitive on this map than the previous couple, I will say. Some of the, maybe that killer instinct has sort of slipped away from Wolf Empire just in the aim duels. And that is opening the door up a little bit for ANTISOCIAL. But the rounds really are coming down to some pretty substantial clutches, and that might not always happen, particularly when Wolf Empire takes matters into their own hands. They're fighting a battle on multiple fronts, though. They've overstepped into that engagement in control room and actually given up the advantage. I think that aggression that we've seen from Wolf Empire is starting to get a little bit readable for ANTISOCIAL, at least in this area of the map, so might need to just shelve that one for a second.
Yeah, that's going to hurt. That's the ego a little bit, too, when you try a round like that that's been working, a bit of a pocket strat, so to say, and it falls flat on its face. A re-aggression, though. Now, this I actually don't hate. As long as they can clear out Y, they're probably okay. He's turning away. Y will drop a flash. He's got to know that they're pushing him forward, surely. He'll lose his head regardless.
Did he not see them?
He surely sees both of them there. I don't know, A, why he keeps turning around, or B, why he's not called for support.
He must have thought he was getting pushed from mid somewhere, but I thought he saw them.
But even
or one of them at least.
I thought he did as well. But even if he is, right, and he thinks he's getting pushed from mid, surely the call is help.
Yeah.
Simple as that. I need help in machine rooms. I'm getting flanked here.
I
or
mean,
I'm
again,
getting
maybe it's not that kind of team. Maybe he's the new guy and he doesn't feel like he can do that. Either way,
Goken is hard carrying them through every single one of these rounds away.
especially these late rounds. Yeah.
So far, what's about to be 3 for 3, it's all 3 of them are off the back of Goken getting 2 kills or more. If they don't get a Goken multi-kill, they're actually not 3-1 off.
Wow. Pretty early pause here from Wolf Empire, you'd imagine, unless this is a tech pause. But yeah, definitely not what you would expect after the first couple of rounds, right? Ice Cube, okay, that's going to be a great start for him.
Well,
it's a decent amount of time, but not all that much. So he's got to push in pretty quickly. Looking for Goken, you would expect him in the dark room as he is. Ice Cube, he's going to tap the bomb. I don't know if he can tap and get the kill and go back. So that's going to be the end of that. The third round will go over to Antisocial, and a timeout is called by Wolf Empire.
It's a good effort. Yeah, Wolf Empire a little bit more liberal with their pauses than Antisocial. It seems like they're happy to use them early. So, Shady with a couple of words. Actually, not much from the coach so far. Maybe Shady's seeing something he's not liking. Viana's looking quite relaxed at the moment, having a bit of a chat with the lads. And maybe there's some tech responses going on in the background there as well. So this could potentially blow out, we'll see. 3-1 though is about as good as it's gotten, to be quite honest with you, for Antisocial. It's largely just been them playing from behind.
Yeah, it's better than anything we've seen so far from them. Just in terms of an eye test sort of feel of the game type vibe. That's definitely been quite janky from that of Antisocial. So this is better. This is something to work with at the very least. Still a long, long old way before we can even enter any sort of true conversations, and that's not even just in terms of the series, but in terms of the the map itself, right? There's still so much more that we need to see come forward from this team, but good that we see something at the very least.
Yeah, I mean, Antisocial, they look a bit better. It's not like they're really doing anything special strategically. They're just, Goken's hitting his shots. They win a couple of big duels in the machine room as well to get them some wins. The first round was cute. Outside of that, I feel like, Wolf not exactly playing their top game right now, coming into map number 3, whereas Antisocial have stepped it up, so that's why you get a little bit more of a competitive match here so far. Goken, he's going to hit that shot. Hits the headshot through the wall. Looks like Goken was also hit. So just trading blows there. The sniper's not going to care all too much about that, as they can just go for the one taps still. But maybe you get a little bit less of the Goken entries. We'll have to wait and see.
This time, minimal machine room control. So we're going to give that one up and allow Antisocial this area of control. He's still here though, playing around big box. It's not a bad angle to hold. Close, Viana beats out Rambo. Off the back of that nade, Rambo just feels like he's a little flustered by it.
Yeah, I mean, Rambo playing this position a couple of times now, and Viana took it into his own hands. The extra damage from the nade helping out, and Viana also extremely low, so some low health bars.
Whoa!
And that's going to be, didn't even need to hit the headshot, but gets the headshot as Viana's jumping out of the vent.
Lucas trying to activate. Oh, he's just managed to get through that smoke almost on the timing. I don't even know if Adrian really was expecting him there. I think he's just missed a couple of shots. It's given that extra half second to recalibrate, and it's worked out okay for Antisocial as a result. Flash is going to force them back out of A, but they're happy with that. They were going to go B anyway. Once again, Ice Cube will be the focal point of conversation for Wolf Empire. Fast flank coming through though from Dola. If he could survive, but they have lost connection. Remember, it's really on to Ice Cube here to hold on for as long as possible. Dola will obviously need to win his duels as well, but Ice Cube, he's coming up with the goods. It's Dola in the 1v1. Lukem, oh, he can't get it done, and Wolf Empire, they won't be denied for long. It's a big clutch, but it doesn't have that same death sentence vibe as some of the previous clutches we've seen on the last couple of maps. That at least is just keeping Wolf Empire in this map.
I've got to say, just a small thing there right at the end. It seemed like there was some sort of frustrations, but not so much the round, more a tech issue. I'm not sure if I feel like we might go to
This is a tech pause, yeah.
Instantaneously, the second that round finishes, Goken and Vienna both shoot their heads over towards Wyatt and are saying, "We can't hear you."
Yeah.
So his mic's definitely broken. They definitely couldn't hear him because you could see instantly they both were actually pretty physically like annoyed with saying, "We can't hear you." That's why, that round fell apart.
He was like adjusting it as well a couple of rounds ago. So, yeah, definitely.
That's a tough way to lose a round, though, because, if you lose a round because you just get sort of out-called or you get out-aimed, whatever, right, you can kind of sort of move past it. But when you lose, when there's something to blame, you're going to take it. You know what I mean? And I think for them, very quickly, that was like, we're in a good spot right now. And we've just lost the round, and we're not getting commed. And there was actually a little bit of a flank there, which I'm assuming Y actually probably did comm, but it never made it through. So
they're probably saying, "Why didn't you call that?" And he's like, "I did.
He's like, I said it. I said it loads." It's like, I've been coming in the last 30 seconds, and they're like, "We can't hear you."
Yeah.
I mean, Goken literally was saying, "I can't hear you," or something along those lines. He was very.
Do you ever have those moments?
You can read Portuguese.
What can I say?
Wow, so
man of many talents.
Yeah.
The trenches of Portuguese Counter-Strike has taught me a lot.
Do you ever have those moments that at home when I'm playing, I have like a mute bind on my keyboard, and I just sometimes accidentally tap it, and you don't realize that you've muted your microphone, like Discord, whatever. Discord doesn't make a noise sometimes, like if you're in streamer mode or whatever.
Yeah. That's the only time I ever have it if I'm streaming.
Yeah. TeamSpeak, obviously, when you're talking with your mic muted, it like beeps at you, which I think that's a really cool feature. That's a pretty smart feature. Anyway, Discord doesn't have that. And so
I don't have a mute button.
You can just talk for 30 seconds and accidentally mute yourself.
I've stopped using like a keybind. I now use my mixer, so I mute on the mixer, and it's a pretty bright.
I don't have that. My mixer's like probably 10 years old. It doesn't have fancy technology that the kids have these days. You can
the bright light.
You can mute your microphone.
Very fancy. Yeah.
Mine, I would literally have to physically turn the dial down.
Oh, I see.
And who's doing that these days? Like, come on, I'm not touching that. Otherwise, the dial might not go back to the right spot.
There's everything. Mute, cough. I have like 5 different so I can like up Spotify, but then like reduce game noise or vice versa.
Right.
So I was like, normally for me, I play all games with like music on in the background. I don't really care that much. But then if I need to lock in, I'll just pull down Spotify and pull up game volume.
Yeah. That's good. I want one of them.
Yeah.
Well,
I think they wish they had that for Y's mic in that previous round. They could up him a little bit.
Hopefully, Sony InZone has got that somewhere.
Yeah.
Shout out to them.
One time.
Yeah, they're nice looking headsets. I reckon I'd wear that.
Yeah.
Put that on.
Sony, drop me a DM, man. Let's get talking. We'll figure something out.
I actually do need a new headset. I would like to try a wireless headset. I don't know how to wireless headset.
I just bought one, but I haven't tried it yet. But
I haven't.
They're the future now, and everything's wireless.
Exactly. Wireless mouse, goated.
I always worried though. My friends were kind of early on the wireless thing.
Look at this. What
we'll
is
come
that?
back to the conversation. That's very scrappy. Dola was trying to get away, and Shady was body blocking him. Shady makes him stick around because Shady said, "We're fighting this tooth or nail. We are going down with the ship here." And it was the right call. It works.
I mean, it was a huge stack in woods, and it felt like Goken just didn't realize. Like, it's almost like he thought, okay, it's one guy. I'm going to go challenge him with my Colt, which is not a great idea anyway. But he goes in, he gets rocked by 2 people, and the rest of the team comes in after that just to get wiped up as well. So, bit of a wonky one from AS, and I think that was a nice little set play from the side of Wolf Empire. So, could be getting them back into the swing of things and the lead as we expected. Lucom going to go down. Y should be next unless he's got the insane clutch. Not going to happen. Ice Cube takes him down. Pretty simple round here to Wolf Empire.
He would need the Midas clutch to actually win that one. This was great though from Ice Cube. Yeah, that's the point at which Y dies.
Yeah, they're like, why didn't you tell us where he was?
Yeah.
That's probably exactly where it happens.
Just takes an extra half second for Lucum maybe to figure out where Dola's coming from, and that's enough for Dola to win that duel.
Yeah, and I think as well, he might think it's back over towards jail, which is why he swings sight.
Right.
And actually, that cost him his life. If he had gone jail, he probably would have survived.
Yeah.
And yeah, you can both instantly like, why aren't you saying anything?
Yeah,
so, that's it's a tough way to lose, and of course,
That's
it's now meant to a point where they're now 3-all, and it's no that a strong start means absolutely nothing now, basically.
Yeah, I mean, blacklist-sided map as well, so Antisocial do need to just try and pick up another couple here. If they can at least eke out a 5-4, I can give them a snowball's chance in hell, but a chance.
So you're saying there's a chance?
There's a chance.
It kind of does feel like that level, though, you know? Nice shot from Ice Cube here. Goken, once again, trying to be the man, but he is not today. Not compared to this guy.
Yeah, it really feels like it's shifted, right? Like those first sort of 3-4 rounds, it felt like everything was going the way of Antisocial. Viana should be traded here by Lucas. But now it kind of feels like, once again, we've got Wolf Empire pretty substantially on top. Good call here from Antisocial. If they do decide to go down into A, it's only Rambo that they would have to deal with. He's locked in on the stairs position, but he's got to be worried about Y. And if he gets his timing wrong and Y comes down those stairs, he's a dead man. In the end, though, Dola actually was also creeping into the window. So still maintaining that numbers advantage, Wolf Empire, and even maybe looking to deny the bomb plant. They're going to go fast. I'm not sure what that was, though. From Lucas, he's gone ahead of Ice Cube down the stairs, given up his life, and now we're back into a 2v2. That's a little bit of a interesting choice. Ice Cube now has to win this one, and he's been good. He's been on this map, but this is a tough crossfire to break. Yeah, questioning that one for sure for Wolf Empire. I think they're just getting a bit ahead of themselves.
I gotta agree. It was just a little bit uncomfortable there. All three in that 2 versus 3 go 1 by 1 by 1. Never always the way you want to see about it. So back into a lead, and still showing there's an idea here on this BL side. Like you said, getting bare minimum 5, I'm pretty happy for AS. It's workable. It's better than anything we've seen so far.
Yeah, I mean, AS are playing a better game, that's for sure. I do agree, though, that Wolf Empire are kind of just a little bit wonky, a little bit all over the place. Not as clean as we saw in the first couple of maps. Maybe getting a bit comfortable after how easy it was. But hard to say, as we're not in their ears at this moment in time. We're going to take over Woods here is Antisocial. There is one smoke, but not a big look here. Is actually Dola has moved off the angle. It's just Rambo really who's watching vents and potentially the second mid here. So could be some very strong push to come through from the side of Antisocial. The anti-flash comes in. That's a nice spray from Rambo, but he's going for more. He's going to get a second. Just runs into them.
He got out.
And totally just ends the push. The push is over. The round is over.
How do the rounds just sometimes go like that? Like the rounds that Antisocial are winning are like slow, drawn-out, creeping battles where they have to come down to the clutch and work really hard. And then Wolf Empire's like, nah, just going to run at you. And there you go. That's a round.
I mean, they had the set play, right? Antisocial were in Woods. We saw on the minimap that Wolf Empire weren't even really ready for it, except Rambo. He throws one anti-flash, everybody stops in their tracks. Rambo just like 1v3s. It's free. It's like they just
I can't believe he doesn't get traded there. And the fact that he gets out, even after getting those kills.
Like a flash only lasts so long.
Yeah,
you know?
He still gets away alive and unscathed. Now we're going for a double stack here, are we? Rambo's been up close. This is normal for him. But a second here.
Oh.
Be interesting. Now it's Crabwalk peaks. These aren't always the greatest. He's trying to bait out the shot here.
I would not be playing with fire there, honestly. Oh, he's going to use the nade to take space.
Oh my god, he wants it.
How could you ever want to take this fight? I'm just looking, every time I see someone taking the fight event, I'm like, I just would never be there. It's just not the spot for me, but here comes the push from Antisocial. They've dealt with the player down on the A side. It's Lucas that gets deleted, and Shady this time won't have any success either. So Antisocial may well be taking the last round of this half.
This is definitely a very key moment. You know, take the last round will be the first time that Antisocial really hold on to a lead on any map. They're trying to check, you know, pretty much every corner to see if they have gone way back into the spawn.
They have no time to do
that.
that.
The flank. Yeah, they just don't have time. I mean, half the time is already gone.
Gotta go.
Are they? Okay. Here they go.
Even if they would have gotten the entries there, they wouldn't have had time to retake the bomb. But
yeah.
5-4, you know, it's a pretty standard halftime score on Subbase. I think it doesn't really tell us a lot outside of the fact that At least Antisocial are being competitive on this map. It
yeah.
isn't quite enough for me to say that they're going to be able to push this one through to a 4th just yet. We'll need to see this first couple of rounds of the second half. I mean, this is kind of what I'm saying, though. Like, Antisocial, you can see with the KD right here, they've actually had to work a lot harder for their rounds that they've been getting. Wolf Empire have been a little bit cleaner in their wins.
Yeah.
They definitely have. It still also just feels like they haven't been that clean across the board anyway. Like, the rounds that they get, it's like Antisocial ran into them and they just got sprayed down. But then the ones that Wolf are trying to get ahead of and actually claw back, they're just not really doing much.
Yeah.
Dola was looking somewhere. I thought maybe there was another problem, but not sure. Just
could be checking someone else's screen.
Yeah.
So one benefit of LAN. And they are sitting in somewhat of like a circular booth. Same sort of vibe as last year, so you can look at your teammates' screens pretty easily.
Yeah, I'm watching the cams now as well. Lucas actually doing a lot of the calming. He's been getting super vocal for him. From my position, looking around, speaking directly eye to eye with some of his teammates, and he's doing a lot of the calling right now. It's a lot of it's coming from him.
Yeah, maybe sort of situation where Shady's calling like the overall overarching strategies and setups, but Lucas is doing the mid rounds.
Yeah, and also maybe as well, I think Lucas might be leading the timing on the pack.
Yeah.
C4 on his back, he's the one dictating what pace the pack are going here. But then again, that's interesting because Shady's in the pack.
Yeah.
I feel like probably just a lot of chatter going on over there as well. Wouldn't be surprised. Y here is one guy on the bottom. He does get one on that entry. A couple of guys now trying to rotate over, but from the vent, here comes Rambo, takes him down through the box. And just like that, Viana's left alone. Can he even, he's not even going to get that. That is just not okay.
It's a huge 2K from Rambo coming in from the vent. That round was really hanging in the balance, and if he doesn't get those kills as cleanly as he did, it's a different story. Even if he only goes 1 for 1, round's still definitely on for Antisocial, but picks up the 2 crucial frags, and now we're back to 5-5.
What a game. What a round as well coming forward. Timing peak here from Shady, and he might try to go for it. Vasco come over, and they're sending themselves out. He will dip away off the back of a smoke and a flash behind, but presence still being shown towards bottom stairs. Lucas getting out, gets clipped. Y gets 2, that's huge from him. Rambo's fight here could be everything. Dola should have done better, and he can't.
Yeah,
This is
Rambo,
one man.
They know that he's somewhere behind that smoke. They want to find him. He's going to jump across, but honestly, it looked like the timing and the pacing was actually quite favorable for Wolf Empire in that round, but they just cancelled it for a little second or two. They paused. Y set himself. Great anchor work from Y, and I will say, particularly in that group stage, the one position where he actually did impress me more than any other was anchoring on the A side of sub base. So I think he's actually quite a strong point for Antisocial on this map.
All right, Goku, you can do it. You can do it.
There we go.
Got it.
All right.
It's not an easy boost, to be fair. You have to like kind
He
of like
looks so annoyed with that.
you have to like surf up them as it's super odd. Oh,
what?
Check in PC.
What?
Check his PC. Cheetah.
What was that?
Yeah, no, actually, no. I literally don't even know what he's trying to wallbang there.
Is he like?
It kind of feels like a frustration, maybe.
Practicing his flicks.
The 90-degree flicks as well.
Yeah, it seemed very precise. Not that he was hitting anything outside of the side of the wall. Well, Wolf maybe trying to sneak in through the lockers. Couple of guys, they seem to have an idea that Viana's here, but they do not take him down. 2K for Viana. It's almost like they half-heartedly checked that corner and just didn't really do their due diligence.
I don't know if I'm super sold on a 2-man push through a smoke like that, a close angle. And even if you do get Viana there, you probably have to deal with one of the other members from Antisocial holding that long line from jail. So, I don't know, Wolf Empire just looking a little bit unsightly, let's say.
Yeah.
On sub base so far.
Doesn't feel like the same team.
Lucas, his shadow was outline will be spotted momentarily. It's actually been a very easy round.
Starting to get some sort of murmurs in the crowd. I can hear, like, we're obviously sitting or standing in a position that's in the crowd, in the stadium. So just as that round starts to play out, I'm hearing, like, you know, a few of the fans kind of like getting riled up a little bit. You know, maybe they're not super pleased with this from Wolf Empire either. Or maybe they just want to see a map 4. That could be the option too.
Maybe they want to see Gokun winning.
But they sounded a bit more like, oh, you know, like, what's going on here,
yeah,
kind of
like,
thing.
huh.
Yeah. There's just a general, like, little murmur that went through the crowd.
Yeah, this is very interesting. Wolf just kind of falling flat here at the weirdest time. I mean, Ankara was so dominant, and yeah, Antisocial were very missing, but it felt like both. You know, Wolf were playing really well, and Antisocial were just doing the exact opposite. And now, feels like Antisocial have upped their game, whereas Wolf have kind of fallen off a little bit, and all of a sudden, Subbase is within winning distance here for Antisocial.
Yeah, I mean, it's not been terrible from Wolf Empire, but
no,
they haven't been hitting the level that we had seen from them in the first 2 maps.
Yeah, so far, definitely has some pretty distinct weaknesses in this one. Triple stacking as always would. A lot of smoke pushes, which last few rounds have not had much success really at all. ARF, a lot of trouble. Down he goes. They go quick off the back of it. Dola for the first, and answer back though at the very least. As Lucan brings it on his level, there might be a chance here, because Viana hits another important shot. He's actually really coming towards his own these last few rounds.
All right, C4's crossed into the site. So 2v2, this post plan, looking pretty solid for Wolf Empire. They've more or less cleared out their backside, though. IceCube's still somewhat worried about it. He should just be locked in for jail, at least for the next 10-15 seconds or so. Plant's gone down. Did take a bit of time. So Antisocial actually have got a little bit of extra to work with on this retake. And difficulty here for IceCube is he's got multiple angles to watch. And if he gets his timing wrong, he's just going to be a dead man one way or the other. Why? Around the corner, spots him out. Now Gokun will peek. IceCube knows he's under pressure. He wants to take the fight in one direction, but instead just maybe even better off keeping his head down for a second here. Backs up, changes his position. Still not taken down. Time running out here for Antisocial. They are struggling to find the kills that they need. They get there right on the final second. The defuse will be successful, but only just. That was looking worrisome for a second. I think at a certain point, IceCube even looked like he was trying to play time more than anything else. And maybe just needed to take the fight against one of the angles, win the 1v1, and that might have won the round. But Wolf Empire, the confidence seems to have dipped away from him.
Yeah, I feel like the play for him there is one of two things. Either jumping up on towards the little kind of ceiling light, but if you fail that parkour, you're dead. Or committing to just a bit of a lockers fight.
The lockers fight,
on towards Y. I mean, that's the one that feels like it has, the better advantage, but also, as long as you stay around the stairs, you can't be seen from jail. Only your gun barrel can be seen, so who cares, right? Yes, you're a known quantity, but if you hit the shot, it's fine. But yeah.
I mean, they knew he was there the whole time anyway.
Exactly, you're right. So that's where, you may as well just hit that lockers fight on towards Y in and around stairs. But yeah, it felt quite indecisive and obviously ended up being exactly that way. IceCube though. Answers in blood as he gets the first.
Feels like there hasn't been a ton of A pressure on this map entirely, but now it does look like Wolf do want to charge down the stairs. Gokun here by himself is getting flashed, but he stays alive. Gokun, usually so good in these spots, is going to go down. And IceCube staying alive. One kill to Lucan, though.
As good as Gokun is there, it's almost impossible to multi-frag with the Orm. He did get enough space for a second shot, but Wolf Empire played it pretty nicely. Nice little wolf pack down those stairs. Now they've got to hold off this retake. Keep themselves in this map, because this has started to sort of snowball away from them. Antisocial, all three of them coming down from Sniper's window, and Lucan with the first into the hail of bullets. It's a pretty easy closeout there by the looks of things for Wolf Empire. That's a bit more like it. Give each other a couple of fist bumps and get right back to work. 6-8, they've still got some recovering to do. But think about that game against 3BL on this very map. Ended up being a 10-8 loss as well for Antisocial. They have a bit of a 10-8 curse. They're not so good at closing maps out.
Not quite as bad as Imperials, though. Imperials is dreadful. What do they have, like 4 maps in a row? 10-8? Good start there, at the very least. Especially because it's on Ice Cube, Goken, in that head-to-head. It was a very good job to give the advantage over towards Antisocial, who are hunting down for that knife.
All right, some spam coming through here, some fights towards that hallway. And yeah, I mean, that's a huge pick. Takedown Ice Cube very early on. I feel like Rambo has really been struggling today. I feel like even with the team playing so well, and even with the 10-1, he hasn't really put up the big numbers.
Has been a bit hot and cold. I don't know if you're expecting Adrian so close here. Shady will be the sacrificial lamb for that information, and that didn't look good for Wolf Empire. One player trying to exit Wood, one player trying to enter Wood. They kind of run into one another and end up trading pretty poorly. Rambo here as well. He needs his timing perfect here onto Goken. That's kind of the only way you win this round now. You maybe get the kill onto Goken, hit the A site. But instead, Lucas not interested in that. Lucas a bit tentative here. He's not very healthy. This round, you'd think is going to be slipping by the wayside. 2v4. We did see Antisocial lose one of those on the first map, but the circumstances were quite different here. It's Wolf Empire that's trying to make the comeback. But they need to win this round.
Yeah. Viano over towards Lockers. Looking up close. Should be fine. Good swing, though. 45 seconds. Flank's not bad from Viana, but he can't get the shot. But again, just look at the damage dealt towards Wolf Empire. Lucas and Rambo, both so low. C4 will go down, but surely no chance.
I mean, never say never. This is a pretty huge round. Oh, that's going to be a big one. White taking him down, and Lucas alone here. 1v3. That's one tapped onto Goken, but yeah, there's just too many angles. If he had his buddy there still alive, maybe, but it's not meant to be. 9th round taken here by Antisocial, making it interesting. If you win sub-base, kind of against the grain in a huge way, that might be a big spur of confidence, and who knows what can happen from there. Certainly still wondering what happened to Wolf Empire on this map. They had a couple of guys there that are doing well at the top, but everybody else kind of just a bit lackluster. Ice Cube and Dola carrying the majority of the weights.
Yeah, definitely been considerably weaker. Missed shot by Goken. A few more of those than usual. Rambo for that first, but the response is so good. However, Wyatt, Adrian F with it. Kind of all to do. 2 versus 3.
Yeah.
Not impossible because they are close enough.
Well, they've spotted Adrian. That's going to be the first piece of the puzzle here for Wolf Empire and locking this one down. And as long as they can survive Y showing his hand. Oh, they can't. Adrian's also won his duel. Now it's onto Ice Cube. How's this fallen apart? This was a 2v3. This should have been Wolf Empire. Easy as you like, but now it's done. That is it. Wolf Empire have just capitulated on map 3 in the same fashion they did against Imperial, and we will go a 4th. Antisocial will survive. All right, well, here we go. Once again, the series is not quite over. It seems like a bit of a recurring trend now for Wolf Empire when they're up against these, I suppose, slightly tougher teams, they do drop a map somewhere. They dropped one against All Gamers. They obviously struggled a little bit in that game against Imperial in the knockout stage on Ankara, but beyond that fact, you know, they obviously still go on to win the series. Still a little bit of a bump in the road. Sub-base, typically a decent map for them, typically not an amazing map necessarily for Antisocial this event, but you could have fooled me. That actually looked quite solid for Antisocial. There was quite a few awkward moments from Wolf Empire, and I wonder if, you know, was it Wolf Empire stepping up? I don't necessarily feel like it was to a massive extent. I actually feel like Wolf Empire really cooled off.
Yeah, I would say, I really actually think they just looked kind of average.
Yeah.
There was nothing really, you know, we saw the previous two maps, there was these nice little rounds and these little gimmicks that were good for them, but overall the team dynamic and the synergy was super strong. I just felt like we kind of just didn't get a lot
X factor
of that. Yeah,
was gone.
We just saw, you know, I think it went back to the pretty standard of Dola and Ice Cube kind of doing their job and then everybody else sort of being non-existent, and in a weird way, that's not a good sign. As much as that is a good sign, obviously, because they're the good players, but we weren't getting, you know, Lucas popping up as well, or Rambo having as well, or Shady taking control, and yeah, it just went back to, you know, aggressing to a very simplistic style of play, much like other teams who didn't make it to the playoffs.
We were a bit worried about Y, who started off very, very slowly in this match, but now he's going to be able to pick up the set MVP. So makes you wonder, you know, maybe getting a bit more comfortable. Maybe now that they're like, well, we're kind of screwed. Let's just play our game. Let's just try our best, and then we're probably gonna lose. And that's kind of like all he needed to step up and begin to play his game again. So definitely some members on Antisocial able to step up here, Y included. And then on the other side, obviously not the best and not the brightest, not the most interesting from the side of Wolf Empire. Maybe just the way it goes, you know, with the momentum. That second map was just so easy for them that they were like, well, all right, now let's take our free 3-0 and move on. But actually, you know, maybe brewing a little bit of competition here from Antisocial. This is the beginning of a potential reverse sweep. Yeah. I still don't think it's going to happen. Just, you know, moving into Port and moving into Compound eventually, I think there are a lot of ways where Wolf can still win. Wolf's Compound's still very strong. So, yeah, I mean, also shout out to Viana having a much better performance this time around as well. I feel like some of those were a bit gimme, you know, like the play in the lockers, but he was able to hit a very nice second headshot at least to get the 2K. So definitely feels like some of the members on Antisocial finally beginning to play their game.
Yeah, yeah, look, I guess we'll wait and see what we get from Port, whether this is going to be a bit more of a prevailing trend from Wolf Empire or not. That would be incredibly worrisome, though, if Wolf Empire would drop off to that degree deep in the series. I'm still looking at Port and thinking this one, I'll be back in Wolf Empire on. I think normally we see them, okay, they have that little bit of a moment of a rude awakening, let's say, on a map in the series, and then they go, okay, we're going to win it now. And then this will be perhaps what we get on Port. Typically quite a strong team as far as the double Orm setup is concerned as well, so that'll tie in nicely on this map. You like often to have the Orm on A, you like to have the Orm on B, so can get a lot of work done there. And again, stats-wise, you know, they've had their fair share, their fair run in this event. Again, obviously, very GR-sided map. We do have to talk about that pretty prevalently here, especially bearing in mind that this is the map choice of Antisocial. So Wolf Empire, they're going to be starting on GR side. As far as making a comeback in this series and reverse sweep in this series is concerned, it's about as hard as it possibly can be for Antisocial. It feels like the deck is really stacked against you when you're going into Port as that next map after you've just won a map. You think, okay, we're right back into it, and there's like, boom, you're on the blacklist side. Like, well, okay, thanks, man. That's great.
Yeah, I actually really don't think they're too happy to pick into this. It's just kind of like, it was a pick your poison type thing. Of this one Compound, and I think the issue is that Compound has been very good over towards Wolf Empire, and this is where we talk about maybe the lack of depth over towards Antisocial a little bit. I think you're right. I think it kind of seems to be a bit of a standard when it gets to Wolf Empire. One map doesn't go to plan, and then they're like, well, what are we doing, actually? We are the best team here. Let's just see this off. As we saw against AG, as we saw against Imperial, it was kind of like, you know, a bit of a kick up the arse and being like, you're meant to be the favorites, show why. And I'm sure that's what sort of Shady's instilling into the team now in this sort of 10-minute or so break in between maps. But Port, it's not bad at all. They played it internationally and look pretty solid on it too.
All right. I remember asking you this after map 2. Are you ready to jump ship? Well, now that we're after map 3, you want to go back? Do you want to go back?
No. I've jumped ship. I'm on Wolf's side. I think we can only really begin to believe if this port starts to get like very one-sided towards the side of Antisocial, right? Like if they have a insane blacklist side and we're like, whoa, these guys are now finally playing their game. Wolf, for some reason, have taken a big step back. Maybe they're losing momentum. And to be honest, it's actually easier once you get a second map to then complete the reverse sweep because you just have so much momentum behind you.
Right.
So this port is critical. Compounds, we talked about it, Wolves should be favored there, but if you lose 2 maps in a row after such a strong start, that's also mentally going to be very taxing to then finish off on Compound. So really just comes down to the way this port plays out. You know, if Antisocial begin very well, that'll be great for them.
So what you're telling me is there's a ship on port that is ready and waiting to take Valdez to the promised land of Antisocial, but you're just not sure that you want to get on it yet.
If Antisocial win port, then I'll get back on the ship.
Okay, maybe. What if there's no room by the time you make that decision? You know what I mean? Like,
true. Yeah, I might have to make it early.
You might have to book your tickets now.
No, we're not doing it.
We're not doing it.
We're on the Wolf side.
We're part of the Wolf Empire now, apparently. Yeah. Look, I don't know. What about you now? Are you keen to change things up? You still believe in Wolf Empire?
Antisocial never had a chance in this series. They don't have a chance. No way.
Right.
I said that from sentence 1 of the pre-show, and I'm sticking with it right to the end.
Okay.
I don't think they have a chance. I don't actually, you know, if I'm being bluntly honest, I don't even think they'll win a game in the playoffs. If I'm being completely
Antisocial?
honest. I think they lose in the lower bracket.
Big hater.
This guy.
Big hater.
I think they lose in the lower bracket. I think you guys forget how easy their group was. I know the Q9 win's great, but Q9, what have they done internationally in the last couple of years? Not a lot, because they're not representing their country more often than not. So I think
they look pretty good on that map against Wolf Empire.
Yeah, but how about they look on the previous 2 maps?
I just think they started off really slow. Like that, what we saw in the first 2 maps was not.
They're old men,
Antisocial,
man. They're old men. They've been here for like 30 years playing this game.
Their jet lag. We talked about the jet lag and the the hour per day and stuff, right? They have a lot of excuses.
Don't understand. You're like 24 years old, mate. He's not jiving.
I'm still half asleep.
He's not jiving with the boomers, mate. We don't get up early anymore. Like I need my sleep in. It's a bit rainy today. It's a bit cold. Like, come on, man. Don't make me get up.
Yeah.
And that's what they are. They've been here for ages, bro. Like, they've been around.
I would back EP and Vasco over Antisocial.
Nah.
Vasco haven't lost to Antisocial this year, this calendar year, and EP, I think they're gonna, that at 6th man of the crowd behind them, it could make a big difference. You never know.
You know, part of the reason why I voted for Antisocial as well is because I thought they might have a little bit more crowd support with Goken on their lineup, but. Yeah, I'm not really sure we really felt that. As Jordan was saying earlier, it felt like there were a decent amount of Wolf Empire fans here, actually. Even though it is in China, I thought maybe Goken would have that backing. Doesn't really feel that way, but, it is what it is. No 6th man there. They're going to have to do it with just the 5v5, and that's fine. Just waiting a little bit, guys. We do have a slight tech issue, so just trying to get... things swapped out before we do jump onto that 4th map of Port, which should be a very exciting one. Definitely a very crucial map after Wolf Empire surprisingly lost on their choice of sub-base.
Something to do with hardware. Not sure exactly what it was.
It's on Antisocial.
Right.
I think they actually changed a headset. I think I saw someone walking away with a headset.
Right. What is that in the background on Goken's PC? That's his. He's got his graphics settings up there, like his PC graphics settings.
Never a good sign, is it?
No. It's getting in that control panel.
I really want one of these light up.
The light sticks.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're pretty cool. They're, I think, Bluetooth controlled.
Yeah. So somebody's like, some director over there can control them all, but then like have a few different, doing different
patterns and stuff.
Yeah. We saw them obviously when we did rehearsal last night. They were testing them out. They're pretty cool, man.
Yeah.
It's become more of a mainstay actually at these big events.
Have you seen like
I know we have them a lot in Korea.
Coldplay, the band Coldplay. So they have like the wristbands that all light up and stuff, and some of them can even like shoot lights out as well. It's
shoot lights out.
Yeah, like laser beams in the sky and stuff. Some of them are pretty smart.
Sounds dangerous.
Yeah, so it's wouldn't make not so much shoot, but like beam them up, I guess.
I remember the first time I ever saw one of these kinds of things. Yeah, this is the graphics control panel, by the way.
Yeah.
So Goken's got something, I guess he's not liking, and Viana's like, well, this is what I've got, mate, so don't you worry about it. I'll sort you out. But I remember when I first saw one of them, like, light-up type things at a concert/event type thing. I didn't even go to it. It was for the Sydney Olympics in 2000.
All right.
And my...
2000?
Yeah, 2000 Olympics back in the day.
How old were you, like?
6.
4?
I'd have been 6 years old. I was born in 94.
Yeah.
Damn.
My godmother, my aunt, lived in Sydney, so she obviously went, and she got me you got a wristband, but it was like chunky, like because back in the day, obviously it had to have a physical like big battery in it and stuff.
Yeah.
It was chunky, man, like huge. If you would wrap your hand around your wrist, that's kind of like the size of it.
Right.
And if you would shake your wrist with the wristband on, that's what operated the light. So that was the first time I ever saw one of them. But now they've obviously come a long way. You can Bluetooth control them, and they can do different colors. Yeah, this one was just huge, and all it did, it had like some tiny little LEDs, red LEDs. That's all it could do was just flash a little bit. So it's come a long way. 24 years.
Yeah.
Technology.
And now we get a full-on light show from your wrist, which is a wild time. Or I guess in this case, in the arena here, we've got like batons, I guess you could kind of call them. Pylon.
They're like a relay. You remember when you used to run a relay race?
Yeah.
It's kind of like that.
Batons.
Batons,
Yeah.
It's like,
Some people might not know what a baton is.
Aha. Yes.
You know, I do miss the inflatable clapping sticks, though.
The Thunder Sticks?
They had those last year, I think. Yeah, Thunder Sticks.
Those are very loud.
They're good for the
I'm
atmosphere,
okay with them
but
gone.
they're annoying. However, from South Africa, you know the vuvuzelas?
Oh, yes.
Oh, yes.
They are pretty annoying. And unbelievably loud as well, especially when there's like 80,000 people doing it in a football stadium.
Was that the which World Cup, which soccer World Cup was that?
2010.
Yeah, where was that?
All over South Africa.
Right.
Yeah. And then like the finals was in Johannesburg.
Yeah.
Which is where I'm from.
I remember that because obviously living in Australia, you know, to watch that, had to get up at 4 a.m. in the morning, watch the Aussie games.
Yeah.
And down in my living room, it's just constant like.
I remember. What's your striker called again? Was it Tim something?
Tim Cahill.
Tim Cahill.
Ooh.
Scored one of the best goals I've ever seen.
What a Chad.
It's like, I think it's like maybe.
That was against Netherlands, right?
Yeah, Netherlands had literally just scored.
This is part of Australian sporting law.
I think as much as
I
James
didn't watch this.
I'm sure you didn't.
Yeah. James Rodriguez got goal of the tournament. Really took on the chest and left volley, but I think Cahill's was better.
Cahill's was better.
As someone who's played football a lot, like it was a kickoff over to the right wing just long ball, and he watched it over his shoulder,
and
left foot volley it. That is unbelievably difficult to time that.
Yep.
So
with precision as well, like let alone hit the ball when it's coming down with your foot. First of all,
I think it's one of the tournament favorites too.
Yeah. There was a brief moment where we thought we were going to win that game.
Yeah.
Unfortunate.
Have you guys ever won anything? Like on the world stage?
In soccer?
Yeah.
Has Australia ever won anything?
I'm sure we've won like an Asia-based sport.
Do you guys do anything?
We actually win at cricket quite a lot. Thank you very much.
Well, it's good to have one thing.
Tell me about your cricket teams, huh?
Well, I suppose Africa.
What's that?
Yeah, they kind of suck too.
Well, yeah, we had our good moments.
And the
I
US.
think we're getting into the game, by the way, guys.
But in soccer, not really.
The Wolf Empire players looked so down and out and like falling asleep, but now
they're tired, man.
We're back.
Now we're back. All right, it's time for us to jump into game number 4. On to port we go. It's a bit of a surprise to even be here, quite frankly. It's been a little bit of a twist and a turn in the series that we did not anticipate. Can Antisocial cause any more of a ruckus? We're about to find out. Goken, decent effort, but straight away deleted.
He really hasn't been as clean on those today as he has in other days. Like, he's still hit a lot of good ones, but it's not hitting quite the same. And this round is not hitting at all for Antisocial. As Wolf, once again, not over-aggressive. It's actually Goken and the boys that went very over-aggressive here, maybe trying to match the aggression that they've seen on the first 3 maps and the first round of those maps. But, yeah, now it's a 1v5. Never mind. First round goes to Wolf.
Yeah, chalk it up. That's just, yeah. But no, I think you're right. I mean, Goken, one of the things that he's normally good at is he's like kind of flashy, quick scopes, no scopes, up close and personal, sort of shotgun sniping style. But yeah, no, he's not looked as clean on them. Obviously, the late rounds, he's still doing a very, very good job. But early round, definitely got a couple of those problems at the very least. 1-0 start for Wolf. Antisocial needs to put up a strong start here.
Yeah.
On this BL side, that goes without a doubt.
It's the first round of a map where Wolf Empire don't really just balls to the walls aggression on that GR side. Maybe that was what Goken was expecting.
Ice Cube.
I'd like to see him fall off there. A lot of the time you actually see a player take a fight there initially and stay.
Around, yeah.
I'm like, it's not really the greatest of positions when the element of surprise is gone.
Yeah. I think it's easy to get stubborn, especially when things aren't going your way. But for Ice Cube, things have been going his way pretty much every map. So I think for him, he's like, well, I'll get it next time. Already has a kill. See Rambo spotted here. Starting off this map much better for him. And he definitely saw Viana there. That's going to be some damage put in just a little bit. But obviously some pressure through mid and potentially through B here from the side of Antisocial.
That's gap on that smoke. It's good enough for Rambo, Goken. Lucky man not to take any damage there. He's now spotted 2. They should know that it's bolstered up, but it doesn't mean they have to commit. I mean, the C4 was never even taken out of spawn. So now we're rotating back over. I don't like this late play back towards A, though. They've not even really tested the waters here, and they're now about to try and face up with Ice Cube and Orm, trying to push him off top A. It's a very difficult spot to get rid of, and Shady is there as a backup insurance. The rotation's not even that bad as well for Rambo. There's the first. Classic Orm angle. So easy to get a couple in a row. But Shady goes uncleared. Okay, that was scrappy. There's where Rambo comes in. Spoke about that insurance. He will get his. It's messy, though, because they've got top side. Why might still have a chance here? Because he gets him behind a Dola, and he can't get the kill on the first time. I'm asking, second time he will. What is happening? Lucas put it to a 1 versus 1 against Goken, who misses, and Lucas wins the round.
What a round.
What is happening?
That was disgusting.
This is the ugliest round of CROSSFIRE we've seen tonight.
I never want to watch that round again. That was terrible. That was horrible. Anyway, it was like both teams were trying to lose. I mean, Antisocial, they're going to be so mad about that because Wolf Empire have given them every opportunity to win that round. They missed some crazy shots. They let them creep up, and then they still find a way to lose that round. I had to throw my chair off the stage.
He was physically grabbing his chair. That did happen. Okay, trying to get in here. Dola says...
What are we doing, Dola? This is wild.
You want to fight? Let's fight. And the flash is going to get him. Nobody checks the corner, and he just holds the spray, but there's just way too many guys, and he was flashed again. Rambo getting in the corner. He's going to get backed up big time by Lucas.
Rambo was the bait. He was a little worm on the hook, and Lucas was the fisherman. They were reeled in really nicely. C4 dropped out in front of the warehouse. They have to commit to this fight now on the B side of the map, and Viana, he'll get himself out, but there's just no way forward. It's a shooting gallery right now for Wolf Empire. Goken, as he is usually, is the last one alive.
He's saying he's a beta.
He's either the first guy...
I would never say that.
...or the last guy.
Yeah, no in between.
Pause. I hope it's not a tech pause, but it certainly could be.
Yeah.
Might just be an early pause here from the side of Antisocial, but... All right. Multiple swings on a Goken. There you go. He is going to try to pull the Colt out and do something. Doesn't happen. And it is just a regular timeout to Antisocial after going down 0-3 on the Blacklist side of port.
I don't even mind this, though, honestly. You know, running out of chances early. It's been definitely shaky in what we've seen from them so far. So, Viana going to get on towards the mic. Not a huge amount really being said on the flip side by Wolf Empire. Take a look here. Shady, couple of words. I think primarily leaving up to the coach. But, again, I don't really think there's too much to talk about, right? Yeah, it's been a little ugly. It's been definitely a little more uncomfortable than the first 2 maps, but you're still 3-0 up, so you can't complain.
Yeah. I mean, you could mix in some other positions, other defaults, but basically, you know, there's not much that you have to change with 3 relatively clean rounds positionally, I would say. We don't want to talk about round 2 again. Not that much.
No,
but yeah, for Antisocial, they really got to figure it out because they've tried a bunch of different things. You know, B aggression, B main, you know, full hit that time around didn't really work. It was traded 1-for-1, and then they tried to hit B very quickly, but they just got totally rolled. So, you know, some A pressure, sending in Goken to just go kill. That doesn't work either. So at the end of the day,
I found the cameraman who's doing crowd work.
Oh, yeah.
I want to see if we can pan him up to us.
Get him here.
Hi.
Hi. Hi, everybody. As if we're not on camera enough, mate.
I know. But why not? That was definitely attack pause turned tech pause, wasn't it? It had to have been.
No.
Really? I felt like I had a bit of...
Yeah, because you're too busy watching the cameraman.
Yeah, he was...
Time dilation.
True.
For Naokai.
I was locked
it's
in
like
on
that,
him.
that planet on Interstellar where 7 minutes is like 1,000 years or something.
And they come back to the ship and the guy is super
Yeah.
old. Bye-bye,
That
Viana.
time, yeah, that was more aggressively held by Ice Cube this time.
But also as well, Viana didn't take the right angle up. Normally people go up like the side of the ladder, they kind of break the kind of game a little bit. He just goes up the ladder normally, and it cost him his life.
Well,
I like this though.
I do like it. I do. I'm a big fan. Shady having a bit of a look again.
He doesn't have to go too far. If he just stays anywhere around here, it's actually a super strong angle.
Especially with Ice Cube watching the progression.
What a player. What a player.
So Ice Cube is doing a really good job of changing his exact location. You know, they know he's here, but it's always like, okay, we don't know what angle he's holding. And he always seems to have the exact right angle where, you know, Y is like, okay, I'm just going to poke my head out. I should be fine, right? He was holding this angle right here before, and he just gets his head taken off.
That's
it's 2 kills right now for Ice Cube.
Smoke down as well. It's almost somewhat of a progression smoke, actually, from Antisocial. I don't know how much that's really going to benefit them. Look at that smoke, and you think that might actually do a little bit more for the GR side. Really, it's going to prevent you from pushing up long, but they use it to just exit long. Feels like a bit of wasted utility, all things considered, but maybe just very scared of Ice Cube's presence on top of A, which is fair enough. This round's not looking like a great post-tack timeout round for Antisocial.
Oh, nice try.
Yeah, nice try only gets you so far, though.
Here it is. Yep. I mean, he can do that. We know he's capable of doing that, but the rest of the team is just dying. Ice Cube, did he get an ace?
He did.
He got 4.
He got at least 4. I'm not sure if he got that 5th, but...
I thought I saw 3K there at the very end
He
next to his name, and he got 2 at the beginning. Yeah, it's just pretty...
Such an average day out of the office for him. 150 ADR.
I think it was an ace, because he was 3-1 after he killed Viana.
There we go.
Now he's 7-1.
So, yeah. What a round. Again, it's just so easy. 1 by 1, they peek in, and 1 by 1, they die.
This is kind of just back to the regularly scheduled programming, you know? I feel like we've...
It kind of feels like Ankara. There's just nothing really there for Antisocial. I mean, like, these BL sides are so awkward.
Maybe Ankara isn't the issue for Wolf. It's just map 3 is the issue.
Yeah, that seems to be it.
We had the special breaking news on map 3. We interrupt this program to announce Subbase is actually going to go to Antisocial. But now we're back. Now it's just normal, standard fare. Wolf Empire kind of winning everything. This round, though, might be a little bit of a turn for the worse. It's a 3-4 on 2 even, as Antisocial push their way towards A. Looks like they finally managed to make an inroad. Unless Rambo has something to say about it. Goken's given up a 1v1. That's not too smart. Viana's low.
It's kind of been the way it's been going for Goken. He's just trying desperately to take matters into his own hands. As this pause...
I reckon that's a tech.
That's got to be a tech pause.
Yeah, the interesting one of it is attack, though, from...
One round is too far. Yeah.
Viana should have spotted him across there. He's sort of locked into it, and okay. We'll swing and see it off. Are we saying tech?
It's tech.
I feel like, okay.
You hear that music, it's a tech.
That makes sense.
Yeah, this music is...
Goken's graphics once again.
I mean, they are looking at him.
Yeah.
It's interesting to look, actually. You can see right here between Y and LKK's PC, You know, the digital vibrance, the difference there coming out for the two players. Some players really like it.
The what?
The digital vibrance.
I gotta say that's a very much
color saturation.
That is actually incredibly like a new gen versus old gen.
Yeah.
A lot of the old gen players play just standard, where it's kind of grainy. All these new gen players play on these super high digital vibrance.
Look at the colors.
Yeah.
And
these
why
younger new players, because
why has his much more saturated?
Yes.
So yeah, which is like default basically, and that's what actually a lot of old gen players do. It's the new gen players who play on like super high digital vibrance. It means you can see in dark areas a little bit better. There's a slight, for most
perceived,
people, it feels like it is. You can see people better.
Yeah, they
especially
stand
on,
out more.
on dark backgrounds. I play with high digital vibrance. So
all
that's
the
what I'm
colors
used to.
stand out more, and typically in games like this, the model is a little bit more colorful than the background. That's actually like a design philosophy of games, where we're going to make anywhere that a player is going to peek from a little bit less busy, if you will. You know, it'll be like a gray wall instead of a really textured kind of a surface in a lot of cases, because that's very important in these kinds of games where readability is a huge factor. You see it sometimes in map updates where they'll like make a change to a position and it makes a model like impossible to spot from that position. It just becomes overpowered for like a couple of patches or something like that until it's fixed. And so the digital vibrance can kind of help with that a little bit. Sometimes you feel like you can see the models a little bit better because, again, the models are typically a little bit more sort of colorful than the rest of the map. I don't know. I don't think there's too much to it. I typically didn't or haven't played with a whole lot of saturation when I'm playing games, but I've started dabbling with it.
I do. I play with quite a lot. Mine like 150% brightness, saturation.
How are your
like,
eyes doing?
Pretty badly, actually. Yeah.
It's one of those things that you don't really think about. Like you don't really notice until you see the discrepancy. But if you actually turn it on and play for like half an hour and then turn it off, you're like, wow, everything looks so grey and washed out. I can't see anything. But as soon as you turn it on from having it on the original standard settings, it's like, whoa, this looks so ugly.
Yeah.
So whatever floats your boat, really.
Rambo's got a pretty cool keyboard. I like the colors.
Yeah.
And the lights.
Wouldn't be surprised if it was a little custom number. I know, I forget his name now. One of the players, owner of EP, gave all the Ubek guys keyboards and mice.
You mean Emzen?
Emzen, that's it, yeah.
I don't know, he's not the owner of EP.
Oh, sure, your ex-player,
he's a player, he was a former player.
Yeah.
He's there, I think he's the manager now, or like he's involved in like the general management.
He does some sort of running,
because we've been seeing the interviews that he's had and stuff like that, and he's obviously one of the most storied players in the history of the game. I think probably one of the great Chinese players many would consider. He's been around, done it all pretty much. Retired more or less a couple of years ago, but he was, I think, part of that first like real run of Chinese teams that did really, really well. Super Valiant Gaming was his team, and they had a probably 2-3 year period where they were considered the #1 team and maintained his position at the top for a while. So yeah, there you go, ace coming through, and we're back into the game. Wolf Empire up 4-1 right now on the GR side. Still some work to be done though. I mean, they've got to still close this half out. You can't just get to 4 and be like, yeah, 4-1, pretty good. Can't rest on your laurels right now.
That was a through the smoke kill. Probably just hitting the line there and got some outline. Able to lock it down. Nicely done. And that is going to spark Wolf to push out of a long here. We do have Y holding the angle quite a bit. Willie actually peeking at this as Rambo going to get a kill on a Viana. Right down the middle of the map, and now this peek is coming out. That's one kill. Big headshot from Shady, too. Keeps it short and simple.
I gotta say, that's a huge move from Shady. Shady knows that when in a 4 versus 5 on a map like Poor, you can't afford to just shell up on the sides. You actually have to bring it back to a 4 versus 4 at a bare minimum. And what they've done now is, you know, they've pushed down the 2 of them. Shady's got his kill, and he's just stayed here. Because even if he dies, which he doesn't, because he's gonna get another kill, but even staying tucked here by Metal Box, he's got Ice Cube, who catches him on the cross. Ice Cube takes first contact more often than not, and even if Shady then eventually dies, they still get stuck, and Ice Cube gets a second shot at it.
On top of that, it's a super unorthodox position as well. Like, you're not expecting someone there. Even if you've seen them take long control, the regularity of someone staying and playing that position is actually really not very high at all. So
he's still there.
And a position that Antisocial may overlook. Obviously not now that they know that he's there and he stayed there, but they still have to spend that time clearing him out, and they really don't have that time. I mean, it's impossible to clear out. This is an insane crossfire that they just cannot break.
Yeah, they literally can't swing to trade him without Ice Cube getting a free shot. That's the issue with it. Ice Cube should get another shot here. There we go.
Oh, boy.
It's a beautiful angle. It's one of the strongest angles to hold on port. It's just you normally never get it.
Yeah.
But if you can, and have an Orm player up on that top side of A, unbreakable, as we've just seen. They needed essentially they needed somebody to throw a lurk smoke out towards long to block off Ice Cube if they wanted a chance there. And, well, that was, not to be. 5-1. I'm pretty happy. 5 already for Wolf. I don't mind this at all. That's, in most cases, 5 rounds on your GR side on port's pretty solid.
Yeah, but from here, they're definitely going to get more, I would say. Like, this has been very one-sided once again. Antisocial feels like they've taken another small step back once again. Not really showing what they had on sub-base. And obviously, Wolf Empire, we've talked about the great things they have done here. So much A-long control. When you've got Ice Cube this strong, you can just do whatever you want. Shady knows he's got backup. He comes up, hits a very nice shot once again. Goken does take out Rambo. Gives them a chance.
Yeah, 4v4. Always a chance. Opens the map up a little bit for the Blacklist side. But I don't imagine Wolf Empire are too perturbed by things at the moment. I mean, you can honestly, at the moment, it kind of feels like you can just put Ice Cube on his own on A, and he's going to be good for 1 at least.
Yeah.
And you can play the 3v3 retake if that's what you want to go for. So that's more or less what they've done. They've got Shady. That'll be a fast rotate, but his job is also to watch middle. Now that that smoke's come down, he's going to default back over to A. Ice Cube missing his shot this time around. That is actually going to allow the progression from Antisocial, but Shady there for the 1-for-1. Ice Cube really under pressure, completely whiffing onto Viana. Wolf Empire now with a bit more of a difficult retake to make. They try to get ahead of the play, go through the smoke. It's not worked out. Lucas down, leaves Dola 1v3. And as we've said before, Dola's been the standout player in this event so far. I would not be challenging him on that line at all. Viana spotting him out, getting another little bit of damage through, but Dola still alive and liable to hit another couple of clean headshots and still win this round for Wolf Empire.
Yeah, definitely wanted to sort of fight up against them.
Yeah, he
take
wanted
the
to
risk
fight
a little bit. And Dola's happy to take those aim duels. Doesn't end up working out for him, but in the end, round on the board for Antisocial. Slowly, they need to crawl back in towards this game. If they can make it a 5-4 half, we potentially have a chance, but it still feels like a big ask to get 3 rounds in a row for them.
Yeah, I'm not really feeling it. I feel like they won both of their rounds in a very similar manner, and there should be some change-ups here from Wolf Empire to kind of plug those holes, you know. So I wouldn't expect Antisocial to get away with, you know, a couple more rounds that look like that, as now they are trying to push up mid. And how's this going to work out? Looking to isolate Rambo. They do take him down. Nice entry here from Y. Picks up 2. And he's looking for more. He's just charging on in. Did he go too aggressive is really the question. Adrian able to shore that one up. Picks up 2 kills of his own, and it's all up to Ice Cube now.
He's going to run into Goken right here. Been an easy kill. Antisocial now up to 3 on the GR side, so we're getting into more comfortable territory. This last round of the half will really make a big difference, actually. 5-4 and 6-3. Largely different scorelines on a map like Port. It's actually kind of a must-win now for Wolf Empire.
It is true. It has changed the narrative quite considerably. I still don't think 5's too bad, but...
Well, you want 6.
I'm still pretty happy with 5 all in all. But yeah, like you said, when you had the opportunity, especially a few rounds ago, of making it the likes of a 6th, 7th, that kind of vibe, it is... When you don't get there in itself, a little damning. Adrian, he gets... Viana, with that support down low. And Dola doesn't want to take too much contact in the early part here. Sort of wants him to swing in towards mid on him, and that's where he can have the support of Rambo as well at range.
Yeah, definitely a nice amount of mid-control with those two. Rambo playing kind of the flex position. A couple of guys in the corner of A. But Antisocial, they've found, you know, holes in the defense, which it's actually pretty impressive, especially when they were down, you know, so far. I mean, there's 1-5. That's pretty desperate, right? But 2 rounds immediately, you're right back into the map. And we'll see how it goes from here. Antisocial now looking to move over towards B, actually. Haven't really been able to set up too many very strong, you know, 5-man B hits, as there was a lot of B main pressure from the side of Wolf Empire for many of these rounds. But as we can see, a lot of their guys are over towards A and mid.
Oh my God, red zone's back. Lucas, he's not had a lot to do for the most part. Now's the time to buy some time and step up.
Ooh.
Adrian
Rambo
jumping up here. It's a risky angle, but it works. He flies into the fight, and well, that's that. Surely 2 versus 4. A tough one to lose. It doesn't help with Shady also getting caught as well. Ice Cube all that's left. C4 will go down momentarily. The 1 versus 4 for Ice Cube, which is probably never going to get off the ground. Not a bad resurgence and a response. 3 for 3 in those final rounds for Antisocial. It's a pretty good recovery.
Couple of little cheers from the crowd as well after that round. Throwing out a couple of pialiangs, which for the uninitiated is a pretty good thing. It means beautiful or pretty.
Yes.
I think
just like Jordan.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, using the context of a post round, it's kind of like amazing. I think that's about the extent of my Chinese, but it's meant to be a good thing, and I think the fans were pretty happy with that round from Antisocial. It was a nice round, to be fair. Really clean into that B site. I didn't think it was quite going to go that way, but yeah, get it done. And 5-4. I mean, I've got to say, I'm a little bit concerned here for Wolf Empire that this round, this map actually may still sort of fall by the wayside. It was a great start, but yeah, I mean, 5-4's not a good first half at all for GR's side. So, you know, now you said you might be happy with 5 here for Wolf Empire, but I actually tend to disagree. I don't think it's enough. But to be fair, Wolf Empire are typically a pretty good BL side team. It's just, this is a heavily GR-sided map, so...
Yeah, but I think the big thing, the reason why I don't think it's that bad is more for Antisocial. I feel like their setups on the GR have been, for the most part, super uncomfortable throughout this series.
True.
And that's the one thing I kind of have as Wolf Empire's slight advantage.
Double Orm, Viana and Goken. We've seen Viana quite a bit, actually, with the Orm.
But not do a lot.
And I agree, yeah. It hasn't exactly been a standout.
And again, now there's Goken, really.
Yeah. Viana was able to be much more of a standout against Q9, actually.
Yeah.
Had multiple, you know, positive KD maps, but not really doing the same here against these guys. As right now we can see Wolf just spread out in a big way. All 5 members just covering a lot of different angles, seeing if Antisocial were going to push into them. That's not the case, especially, I mean, you got double Alm. Not really going to go for that. We do have pressure from one guy pushing on A, hoping that the middle guy rotates to A. That didn't happen, actually. They still have 3 over towards B here on the side of Antisocial.
They've got to stop
in the corner.
Yeah, they've got to wait here and let Lucas try to activate. If Lucas can find another player, it's A site for them.
Oh, no.
Unfortunately, he wasn't prepared for Goken under the stairs, so
it's
kind of gone wrong. It was a risk. Now Dola getting that kill. It may incentivize them to go back over to B. They're not too sure where to go. They've got to commit, though. 15 seconds left on the clock. They have to just hit their shots. They're not going to get the chance. Goken, too easy.
Oh, boy.
You can see the thought process, though, there for Wolf Empire.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think they made the wrong choice. I think it's just Lucas got a little bit unlucky that there was a player still under the stairs and he wasn't expecting that player. He saw the player far, took that kill. Actually needed to look for a little bit more information before firing his shots, but we didn't get to see it on our POV, so don't know if maybe the guy in mid actually saw him and he had to take that fight. Either way, we're back to 5-5, and Wolf Empire need a really, really strong BL half to close this series out. Otherwise, we're going all 5.
That's true.
You think that ship is running out of tickets? You think people are buying in?
I think you can still get on. I reckon you can still get on, but the tickets are getting a bit more expensive. Maybe like the first class tickets are the only ones that are left.
Yeah, I don't know if I can afford those.
Ooh. What's it worth to you?
Well, I still have my pred there, even if I don't fully believe in it. Not even yet. I still feel like Antisocial need to do more. But
yeah,
you could hear the crowd kind of going crazy, especially when Goken's hitting multiple jump shots.
Yeah, they're Goken fans.
Yeah.
As we've said in the past, Goken, you know, he spent a bit of time here in China, so he's got quite the fan base over here. Wolf Empire going to try their hand at a B hit this time around, and Lucas just in the smoke, yeah, sitting that plan, and he's going to get it as well. Dola, good coverage onto Y, who tried to lurk his way forward. Viana covered off by Rambo. That's a perfect setup from Wolf Empire.
Still might have a bit of legs behind this, though, for Antisocial. Got to make a move, tap on towards the C4 as well, not a commit, and Dola doesn't die. That's all that matters for Dola. Lucan, you might be able to get some damage, but it will not make a damn difference in this one. It's ring around the roses. He finally tracks Dola. Again, can't really do all that much. Tap on towards the bomb. He's got to stick it, basically. Tapping is not going to really do anything here. He's got no time, and this round is done. It's good for the stats, and that's about as much as we can give you. Round taken. And it will be, yeah, another timeout coming forward. And of course, this one for Wolf.
Yeah. They called it at the beginning of the round after what was a very clean round from Antisocial, so I think that's fine. I mean, they had a pretty cool setup there where, you know, they smoked out the entire site and they just said, okay, Lucas, go plant. And if you die, you die. That's, you know, that's whatever. We're going to hold from the front of the B site with a lot of distractions and a lot of smokes and utilities. And Antisocial just not able to fully clear it out, although it was getting pretty interesting there towards the end. So Wolf Empire still in the lead, but Blacklist side of Ports, you know, how many strategies, how many great entries will they have? Will it be enough to get across the line is really the question.
Yeah, what's the depth like on this map for Wolf Empire? We haven't had to dig too deep into the strat book just yet. I think the text on the screen there is actually projected. I think it's actually projected.
Well, the whole thing up here is
the
projected.
whole thing a projector?
Yeah, it is, yeah.
So it's not a giant LED. The top screen is not an LED, it's actually a projector.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, I haven't seen that in a while. It's actually a really good looking projector.
Yeah. It's actually quite interesting. I mean, watching the one behind to the left of you guys, and as it changes colors, how quick it all goes.
I feel like it's almost faster or better than the LEDs.
LEDs. I think the LEDs can also be quite, like, they can break quite easily. I feel.
Or you just got like a black box in the middle of the screen.
Yeah, do you know what's the one thing I really notice with the LED screens? If it has like 1 or 2 pixels that are dead,
yeah,
you
like a red or a green pixel.
Yeah, and you can't not see them. That like really gets me.
Yeah. All right, well, back in the game, so tense times here for both teams. A quick round here from Wolf Empire to go up 7-5 could go a long way and making this feel really, really doable and really quite their map. As long as we maintain a pretty close scoreline, one round difference, it's really anybody's guess.
Yeah, you saw some pokes through mid, a little cheeky spot here, a stack, actually a big stack in here. And this is like, okay, even if the first 2 guys go down, which they have the up down, they even have the guy in the cheeky spot as gonna be traded out in favor of Wolf. Adrian in the corner, they're not gonna expect this, it's perfect for 2, he can't get the third though. Lucas barely survives, but Goken will put an end to that with the colds. And all of a sudden, it's just...
He's got the C4.
Yeah, he's got to run A.
Yeah, that's actually a great call from Ice Cube, by the way, to go quickly towards A. He shouldn't stop, he's just got to go.
He could even try to... no, I think on port you always have to stick together in the 2v1, so he's just got to go and plant it.
I was going to say, maybe a wrap into B there actually was not a bad shout, but Antisocial are not going to preempt the rotate. So where does he plant here? He's got every option. He's going to be open on the site.
He needs to plant and fight. That's the first. He has to fight early.
Yeah. The problem is, the longer this retake takes, the more he's going to start to factor in maybe long. And if he gets his timing wrong here and he looks long as they take the peak from middle, he's done.
You see them. Big shot. big shot. He's seeing Goken as well. He doesn't need to fight here. He actually doesn't even need to peek. Play time. Seeds him out in towards the box again. Just don't need to fight. Why does he fight? Why not? Ice Cube 1v2 and a Colt at range for the one tap. Goken, this is the new king.
Yeah, that was a clutch, to say the least. It's shown there. Really cool stuff from Ice Cube.
Yeah, that was something else. I agree, though. I was hoping he wouldn't fight the second, but
yeah.
Now he's
Well,
on. Oh, Ice
he's
Cube's
him,
just, yeah.
actually, so just take any fight you want.
Yeah.
Just do whatever you want. 14-7.
Yeah, look, when you got a guy that is doing that, you kind of just have to let him sort of play by instinct, I guess.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, this is again where we're saying for Antisocial, if you know, you guys can play it like 100%. The issue is if for Wolf Empire have been coasting all the way, if you actually then force them into that second win, that kind of 6th gear, do you have enough to then be able to topple that on top of it? And I don't even know if they do. And this is sort of where it feels like Wolf Empire are really activating. They're being put under pressure and they're thinking, okay, fine, we'll show you what we actually can do.
And you remember that last round as well, that started off pretty well for Antisocial, which set up the clutch situation. I really liked their cheeky stack there in B main. A couple of guys, then you have Adrian in the corner. Goken came over, finished it off, made it a 1v2. So it started off pretty well for Antisocial, but to have a round like that taken away from you by Ice Cube, who's just immediately then, on top of that, going to win the 1v1 sniper duel is going to take some wind out of your sails.
Ooh, that timing. I don't know if he actually spotted Lucas. I'm going to assume he didn't.
I don't think he did.
So Lucas has got good timing where he is.
Adrian's under pressure here, actually. Rap's gone through. They don't know that Dolar's crossed. I don't think they know Dolar. They don't know Dolar's here. This is insane. That's a crazy timing from Dolar. He gets a freebie onto Lucum, and Viana is probably dead as well. ADRF goes down. Okay, they know Viana's up on top. Easy trade. That's just a case of, you know, poor timing maybe for Antisocial, that Dolar, he sort of threads the needle in middle and wins the round as a result. 8-5. It's not looking too recoverable now for Antisocial, so maybe you were right. Maybe 5 was more than enough for Wolf Empire.
Yeah, it's just about these Antisocial GR sides. They've been really lackluster.
That helps too.
Yeah, that was a big 1v2 clutch helps as well. He doesn't even smirk. Just another day out of the office for him. Got an ace earlier.
Ice cold.
Exactly.
Can't believe you've done it.
Ice cold for Ice Cube.
That fruit was hanging so low it was touching the ground.
Yeah, you know, I didn't want it to
thaw out,
sit on the ground and get all bruised and stuff, you know. Had to pick it up.
Antisocial running out of chances, running out of opportunities in this semi-final. Of course, it's not game over if they were to lose, so at least they got that. But that lower bracket, no one wants to go for that gauntlet. Not many teams come out of it as well on the better side, and one of the few that have recently is Wolf Empire at Summer Championships.
Yeah, Wolf's Blacklist side looking extremely strong on this map, making it look like a Blacklist side of the map with the way they're just pulling it apart. And guess what? It's another sniper duel. It's won by Ice Cube over Viana this time. Goken's still alive. We have Adrian actually gets a kill through the tiny window, looks like, and just backs away towards B.
Still some map control for Wolf Empire. An opening kill. It is an advantage for them in this round. They toss a, it's just a random flash.
Yeah.
Just what is the value of that flash?
It's a fake flash. He says, hey, we're actually going A. I'm just going to throw one flash so they think it's only me.
I actually think part of that might be the reason why they did it, because we've seen it before where they will throw a flash and it's actually to bait a rotation over and they go the other way. This time they've thrown a flash, and I think it's probably to try and test that conditioning and say, okay, now do they over-rotate away from us?
You saw that flash come out on A long from Antisocial. Adrian here, but he is flashed. He's trying to get some damage done. Y in the corner picks up one. Adrian's still alive, but he's super low on health here. 21, one cold shot would do it. Dola, meanwhile, from mid, able to take down one. They get the bomb planted with 8 seconds. Goken on the back here. It's Ice Cube versus Goken again.
Yeah, I was out with the old, in with the new in the last clutch. Let's see if Ice Cube can secure it once again. Goken, the clutch master of old, and Ice Cube trying to put Wolf Empire on series point. He clips him. Maybe he clips Goken's wings, but Goken will not be denied, and Antisocial will claim another.
Why does Ice Cube jump up there? All he has to do is tug or just play time. Maybe poke your head around the corner, but jumping up on towards that ledge felt very unnecessary, it has to be said. And it cost him that clutch. Well played by Goken, though. Patience, a virtue for him. He knew he had time on his side. 2 rounds of difference, but 2 more rounds is still all that Wolf Empire need in this series.
Ooh, big push out here from Antisocial. Got quite a few Wolf Empire players watching this. Flash is going to go around that corner. Actually, both LKK and ADRF getting hit by that one. And so they back off.
Yeah, it's going to force a lot of focus on this angle. I don't know if they'll actually try to, you know, push out and challenge this. They're going to get Lucas boosted up. Just checking all the angles, making sure. But still a lot of time in this one. The setup here from the side of Antisocial, they got 2 guys actually over on A. Lucom just there to support Goken. And then Adrian in mid and 2 on B. So relatively standard here from them.
Ice Cube waiting for a fight that's never going to come his way. No one's playing up in through kind of deep long here. A B hit. Some of these have been very successful, others not so much. Why? Deciding to play up close. I'm not a huge fan. He does have the support of Yana at range, sure, but one flashbang could be the difference maker. And why? 1 for 1's okay, at least because Viana falls off. The only issue with Viana, he's now needing this rotation over from ADRF. You don't get it. Adrian fighting up, he's jumping down, he's Goomba stomping, he's going to get the kill. 1 versus 3 now for Ice Cube. He swings and he cannot even get the first. Goken drops him. 1 round game.
Wolf Empire just getting a bit lost in the sauce there. Some concerned-looking faces, I would say. This doesn't look like they're getting it done easy. Wolf Empire are really being made to work for this series victory right now. And so it may not yet come.
They had that really clear window, right, of like, this is where we close the map out. And because they've now lost it and they have to sort of fight up in this 50-50 to sort of close it out, it can make you a little nervy.
For sure.
You know, we've already touched on that. Generally speaking, this isn't the side that you want to be trying to close a map out on of Port. In this head-to-head, in this specific matchup, it feels a little bit better because Antisocial have struggled on the GR side, but it feels like a lot of those issues are getting fixed now. They are starting to win clutches, and that can mentally be quite deteriorating.
Yeah, for sure. And for both these teams, it is now going to become a very, very long day. I mean, you're 4 maps deep into a best of 5. And it's a long map as well. And you've got a whole best of 5 still yet to play today. You really want to be getting this one done as quickly as possible so you have as much downtime as you can, but it's not really an option for Antisocial, at least. They have to go the distance. Wolf Empire may still have the luxury of at least cutting it 1 map shorter.
You've got a lot of smoke there in front of A Long. I don't think they got any on top. Goken, first kill. Gonna take down Shady on Long. Flash coming over. They're trying to swarm him, but it's not gonna happen. He's got so much help from the backside, although Rambo does get in, picks up 2 kills, makes it interesting, picks up Goken's sniper. He's got the arm on top of A now. I mean, there's a decent chance after that Rambo play that they might be able to clutch this one out.
Double arm, Ice Cube up on the site as well. This is gonna be really a setup for the Rambo and Ice Cube turret defense. Let's see if they can make it work. First shot won't quite connect, but Rambo's got the info. There's a couple of players there. He goes for the repeat. Rambo, he says hello, and Viana is down in a 1v1. There's no way you're getting past Rambo right now, and even if you do, you've then got to get past Ice Cube. It's just not going to happen. Wolf Empire, map and series point.
Just remember, Ice Cube may be the AWP of now for Vietnam, but Rambo was the AWP of old. This is the guy who held down the sniper for that region for many a year on many a roster. He didn't lose it. He's still got it. That is a ridiculous, essentially 1 versus 3. Ice Cube was just there as a bit of a helping hand through it. He was a cheerleader, watching in the stands.
Rambo said, watch this, little bro.
Yeah, let me show you how us old gen do it.
Well,
Lucas.
Still one more to get.
Trying to get through here, actually. A little scrappy, but will actually be at the cost of Dola's life as Y will poke his head forward, gets one of his own, and Y actually doubling it down. So maybe still a little bit of life left in this map still.
Yep, seems like it. Wolf Empire, they are really relying on the clutches to actually win this half, it seems.
Yeah.
I think the biggest win condition right now for Antisocial is don't allow a plan on A. Because once that plan is down on A, Wolf Empire, they just seem to turn on, but until that point, it's a real struggle.
Yeah, it definitely is. Adrian playing close here. He's gonna drop a smoke, actually. This might be the call for them to go through, but there's a lot of focus here on the middle. That's a nice little pick, though, to Ice Cube. Giving them a chance. I mean, there's still a minute 12 left in this round. It's not out of the question that they could look to get more picks and potentially do what they've done many rounds now and clutch it out at the very end.
I kind of like that. It's just because, you know, you're 5 versus 3, you got nothing to lose really in the round. Why not do something a little weird? Push that smoke. See if somebody's just being, or gonna get caught with the pants around their ankles. Well, KK looking at a chance there to fall, and that may have given a chance back over towards Wolf Empire, but I think it is 2 versus 4. There's a lot of damage dealt, sure, but I don't actually really even know what site they can go towards. A feels like it's the lucky key just on the fact that Goken's there, and B is bolstered with 3 men.
Mid to A is not a bad shout, though. If they could have cleaned up Lukum, you know, take the 1v2 against Goken and potentially a nade into one of the retaking players might have finished them off, but the pathway forward, it wasn't there for Wolf Empire in the end. Look at this from Rambo, though.
It was an ace in total, right?
I guess so.
Yeah, it was. Yeah. So an ace apiece for both arms in this game.
And only still Wolf Empire are just getting it over the line. I mean, this, it feels like it could go OT. It really does.
Yeah, I mean, still favored side here to the side of Antisocial. And Wolf looked great at the beginning of their Blacklist side, but, you know, getting stopped, relying on Rambo to get an ace. The round was won by Wolf, but this could easily go into extra rounds. It has ended up being a very close series, actually, and we had a 10-1 on Kara. So, kind of crazy how we're here in this spot on port, 9-8.
Yeah, it is recency bias. To be honest, that's how it is in these best of 5s. It's a longer series. It's map 1 and 2 don't really matter anymore. What matters is the here and now, and the here and now is close. It's hard for Wolf Empire, and again, they've slowed it down and haven't really gained anything out of it early on in the round. You'd have to start being a little bit critical about Wolf Empire on this Blacklist side. It's starting to become a little bit one-dimensional. Back to B again. Seen that before.
True. At the U-top. Out towards A. Just 2 lurk smokes. Enough probably to keep attention drawn. It's just whether it draws that 3rd man over, holding in towards mid. And it feels like it won't.
We go on B.
Yeah, he's sticking towards B. Goken's here as well. This is reactionary. He knows there's a possibility, so Goken finds the first. Shady going to get that C4 down. Priority again for them. Bomb plant. That puts the time pressure back above Antisocial. All down to this last round as well. They're given the chance of falling back. So they've actually set themselves up in a really strong post plant. This is more difficult for Antisocial. Into the 4 versus 4. Lucas. No clearance on towards the site, but a tap on towards the C4. And a missed shot. A couple of shots going in favor of Antisocial. And they will do it. Taking us towards overtime, and somehow Wolf letting it slip.
Yeah, I mean, the post plant, I think it might have even just been a little bit too passive in a way. It wasn't, they weren't really playing off of one another, right? It ended up coming down to a few sort of solo aim duels with Antisocial being the one to sort of peek in And when you're peeking in, you typically do have that peeker's advantage. Gokhan cleaning up the guy behind the box is like, that's an easy aim duel for him, and there's no one really to trade for it.
Well, Lucas was there. He was inside, you know, and if he poked out just like 1 second earlier, he gets an immediate trade on a Gokhan and maybe, you know, a bit more, but... You know, that's just one of those rounds that it gets extremely close, but you lose it, and all of a sudden you find yourself in extra rounds. And this could be going the distance if Antisocial has it in the tank. Maybe some of that, maybe some of those extra years under their belts, helping them in the endurance run.
Yeah, GR start though for Wolf Empire, so they have the responsibility now of putting this more favorably in their direction. Bearing in mind, if we do go to Golden Point, it would be Wolf Empire that would be playing on Blacklist there.
Very true. I don't know, off the back of some of these rounds, whether they'd like that.
It's a bit of a 50-50, really. Both teams going 5-4 on their GR half, so... I feel like they both think they can get it done either way. Dola to start the proceedings, gets that first one onto Adrian, but Lucas wasn't really much help. He was flashed out. Now he's going to be swung by multiple members, or I would like to see him swung by multiple members. It was in fact just one, and that's a big problem. Rambo around the back gets an easy couple of kills here, and that'll be the round over. That was not even close.
That's a bad misplay. You never jump up on the ledge. It's always the be on no. We saw it with Wolf Empire that every time they would never jump up on the ledge. That's the way you're meant to play it, because an angle looking down. There's a conversation that Sneaky brought up on the desk a few days ago. Whenever you're trying to get onto towards the site, that's the one fight you never take.
If you're going to do it, though, you need to do it with multiple players, and they did it with only one. So miscom maybe there for Antisocial. Did someone say, I'm going to peek him, and nobody followed him? In which case, that's the misplay. The misplay is actually nobody helping him. But if the com was, look, let's just take the site and not over push, then yeah, you know, it's onto the individual. So it's one of those nuances that we can't really know the answer to. But either way, you know, even if a bad call is made, you kind of have to follow that bad call. Otherwise, it just ends up like that.
Yeah, rough to see. I mean, especially when they got that 1-for-1 trade, they know there's one guy playing back site, but he can't really peek up himself. Just getting that bomb down and then setting up again, similar to what Wolf Empire have been doing quite a lot on their BL side, sort of feels like the way to go about it. A bit of light damage there as well, but more than anything, Rambo's got a lot of information. He might have even spotted all three.
It's a really good timing there from Rambo. The smoke in mid, you know, you kind of have to get a sense of where they're going with it. You know, are they going to look to parkour through mid? Are they going into B main again? Are we looking at a connector, etc.? I mean, at the end of the day, he was just able to see three people. Still a lot of time, so you might want to peek it again. You see Dola also playing with that idea, maybe expecting some mid pressure. As we can see, there's 5 people right in mid looking to run straight into them. Flash over the top, Dola getting spammed, and he's just going to go down to the entry Gokhan Colt, as now Rambo's still on the bridge, but the trade out from Viana is excellent.
Lucas holding solo, can only get himself one. It's not quite enough. The numbers are still good for Antisocial here. The only saving grace might be a fast flank here from Shady. I'm not sure that they'll be expecting something so quick. As long as he doesn't make a step. Viana has turned around, but wasn't, I don't think, expecting Shady that close. Yes, he swings, but I don't think he's expecting him there. So back to the 2-on-2 now. They have grouped back up. They've got a lot of time for this retake. Adrian spotted out. Why? Behind the box on the site. He'll lose his head, Shady. Maybe it's Shady's world. We're just living in it. Ice Cube good in the clutch as well. And ADRF, he's been struggling a little bit this map. Only 12 and 15 up and over the top. Wolf Empire will pick up a big clutch to keep themselves looking solid in this OT. It's now 2-0 so far.
Yeah, I mean, this was, well, that's the round that Neo did not want to see, as it was one guy jumping in, another guy peeking by himself. It's just a bit messy. And then we have that round, which was 3v2 in favor of Antisocial. They had the site, they had control, and instead, Viana loses on the swing. And now we got another push here, this time on an A-long, just trying to send it almost. This is not looking great so far. Shady, perfect positioning. He's got help here as well. As a couple of kills, though, are going to go the way of Adrian. Maybe a chance now. As now Adrian is just so clean with it. Picks up the 3K. And he wants a bit more, but Viana's going to steal it away from him.
Wow.
And just like that, I didn't like the beginning of that, but the end was picture perfect from Adrian.
I have to say that ultimately, I think they get a little bit lucky in that round, Antisocial. Obviously, great shots being hit by Adrian, but a couple of missed shots as well out from Wolf Empire. That could have been very easily a 3-0 half from Wolf Empire. So it's good from Antisocial. You know, that's actually kind of the pass score again, 2-1. Gives them a little bit of a sniff into this map still, and Wolf Empire now back over to the blacklist side. Have to get a bit more work done here. They need to grab 2 out of 4, so to say. So a little bit of leeway there, but 50-50 map, this is not.
It's crazy how close this is getting. I mean, we had written Antisocial off so long ago, and for a good reason. The first 2 maps just looked like, I mean, there are so many ways we could speak negatively about it, but they've really turned the series around. It's, you know, no guarantee that we get a map 5, but just the fact that it's even a chance here.
Yeah.
I mean, we were memeing it, and all of a sudden, you never know. You never know.
Yeah, this could be another map easily. Wolf Empire, once again, defaulting back over to B. I really haven't enjoyed or felt super confident about their B hits.
It's a kind of a pick your poison, right? Because the B hits have been bad, but the A hits mean Goken. So it's like, what do you want to risk? And Goken's been much better this map.
I honestly risk Goken at this point, but...
And they come.
And Goken was B the other time.
True, very, very true. First 5, Yano's so blind. But he won't get away with the kill. That was so on edge. A coin toss there, but Adrian are going to get 2. He catches him with the cross there. That's massive, and there's a cult kill in there as well by Goken.
I don't think you can keep going B. I really don't think you can keep going B. Like, even when Wolf Empire are winning these B rounds, like...
They're horrible at the same
not
time,
looking good.
People shouting in the audience. A lot of fans here for Goken and the squad on Antisocial. Beginning to feel the energy, the possibility. This was Adrian's round. Like, he just took him a little bit, but the spray eventually connected. He didn't get traded out. This is a nice crispy one. And you can see everybody very happy for his performance.
Yeah, these B hits have been relentless, but relentlessly poor, unfortunately, for Wolf.
Back to square one. I mean, they're really hoping that Ice Cube's going to be able to open this up for them, but he's not really being given anything. And Wolf Empire are waiting as long as they can. They're giving as much time to work the map as possible, but Antisocial have really not been peaking too desperately on this GR side at all. So it's been actually quite rare to see the opening kill come through from Ice Cube's Orm. It did happen once or twice, but now even into the OT, I would imagine Antisocial are going to play even more of a sort of reserved style, and that's what we're getting so far from GR side.
Ooh, bit of trading in there. Headshot through the box. And now Viana. As we know, he's kind of the only guy on B. I mean, they had a couple of guys in the tunnels, you know, ready to support if need be. But a lot of positioning here in mid, a lot of spray down. That's going to be
C4?
a kill. Yeah, very awkward spot for the C4. And now some pressure into B main here.
They've got to pincer Y. They have to. They know he's in here, and Rambo will do exactly that. That's a good move at the very least. That was a kind of a necessity, so it gives them a wrap. But we're going back towards B.
They're so tentative, though. They're so scared. They don't, you know, they're not playing with that same decisiveness where they get that kill and they go, yep, we're going B, like straight away.
Yeah.
That's what we saw on Ankara. We're not really getting it here on Port.
I think we're going mid.
I don't know if I'm a huge fan of that. Goken in for it. Dola's going to try and catch up with him. This is a good swing, though. He's got the backup. Dola, though, will go down. Shady has to try and save the day. He's got the C4. He surely knows where LKK is. He's got to get this plant down quickly. Then he can play the time. Lukum, not super fast on the rotate, but Shady, where's he going to go? He thinks it's Warehouse. He thinks it's Warehouse. He's wrong.
Oh! Wow. A little bit of BM as well, but actually, so a good couple of rounds coming through from Lukum.
I'm surprised, though, that Shady, it seemed like he had no idea where Lukum was coming from, but they should have known. Wolf Empire should have known where he was.
Or also, if you don't know where he is, why play in the open?
Yeah.
You're leaving things up to chance massively, and you can see he was doubting himself, and he doubted it in the round. 12-11.
And he did swing around that corner pretty quickly. I mean, he didn't give all that much time. All right. We have a chance for a golden round or for a map 5.
Oh my God, look at this.
Gokun. Oh, he's going to find him in the corner.
That's prime Gokun right
Unbelievable.
there.
Unbelievable, isn't it?
Rambo is so tunnel vision in on that gap in the fence.
Wolf Empire have not even really used that angle this entire map. And Gokun pulls that out.
I think we're going to compound.
I think we are as well.
Unless 4v5, we have something left in the tank for Wolf. The fans are going crazy. Like, people are screaming stuff. They want a map 5.
Yeah. Unfortunately,
Shady.
none of them speak Chinese. So.
Shady, he's going to go down, and now all of a sudden it's 3v5. You don't have the pressure, but Lucas does get one. Gokun trying to spin the corner here with the Colt. He's going to take down one. And we are looking to go into compound. We absolutely will, as map 5 is on the way.
Well, we're getting deep into the series now. We're going to go to a map. A 5 compound is coming up, but that is all off the basis of a fantastic comeback so far from Antisocial. We still have yet to find out whether or not the fruits of their labor are actually going to be relevant once we get onto this compound, because there is still every world that Wolf Empire goes on to win this series and break the hearts of Antisocial and their fans, of whom I might add there are quite a few now in the arena. They haven't had a whole lot to cheer about today. It started really poorly for Antisocial, but especially in that last couple of rounds, in that overtime, there was a few guys that were really, guys and girls actually, I will say, that were kind of getting behind Gokun. So I think he's got a couple of fans in the crowd here and might be able to put a show on for them.
And it seems like it's working, man. I mean, honestly, what a collapse from Wolf Empire. They absolutely fell apart there. And all the things that we've praised them for so far in the series, I think you can kind of bring back in its head. I think the calling from Shady was actually really poor. These constant B hits with no sort of real rhyme or reason behind them were very rough to see. I felt like some of the understanding about what Antisocial was doing was pretty poor as well. And on the flip side, you know, Gokun, Lucan both had their moments as well. And yeah, sure, Ice Cube stepped up to the plate, but they actually needed him even to be competitive on that BL side. It felt like we had to get Ice Cube clutches more often than not. So yeah, a lot of stuff that we've praised for Wolf Empire so far, sort of, again, these last couple of maps has gone out the window. But that, from halftime onwards, it got increasingly worrying.
Yeah, it just felt like that consistent Wolf Empire that we come to expect just wasn't really there. You know, they had bursts of nice plays and nice attacks even from their Blacklist side the second half, but it just wasn't totally there. It kind of fell by the wayside. A couple of big rounds from, you know, Gokun or other guys on the side of Antisocial. Gokun gonna pick up the set MVP here. Not a big surprise with the numbers, but yeah, I mean, they started off really slow, and I don't know if, you know, just the old men on this roster were just a little bit tired, still a little jet-lagged, but it's good to see that now they've really reached their full form and they're making this an interesting series, because I was I was going to be very disappointed if they just got absolutely rolled without showing what they can do.
You were going to look very, very silly if this ended up being a 3-0 for Wolf Empire, but now you're starting to look like a savant of sorts. We'll see. Get into Compound and have a chat about that when it happens. But yeah, man, I don't even really know what to say. Like, I don't know how Antisocial have done this. I think, again, a lot of that kind of comes down to the experience factor. Like, they've been on this stage before and they've delivered on this stage before for the vast majority of them. Yeah. I mean, even Goku, we're talking about him kind of missing out on a championship title at a CFS event, but he's been in a final before. He knows what it takes to get there, at least. Whether or not, you know, that factor comes into play at this event, and, you know, maybe he sort of falls by the wayside in a final, that could still be a thing, but at least getting to the final, you know, he's done that, been there, done that, if that makes sense. So Wolf Empire, I think at this point now, like, the tables really have turned. It's gone from Wolf Empire absolutely crushing them to being under huge amounts of pressure going into this final map. We'll have to see what Wolf Empire can really do about it and whether or not Antisocial can keep this hype train rolling. For now, though, time for a short break. We're coming back for map number 5 right after this.
Today, we have a collision between the last 2 remaining Chinese teams, and our representatives from EU MENA will play the last of the Brazilians for the last of the spots in the playoffs. So, epic matches ready to take place right here for the last time on this stage.
See once again, AG, like I said, have looked a little bit big miss in mid, but it's all good. Pistol came out, Do got it done on Zay. The rest of the entry also ends up being pretty clean.
There's not much at this point in time, and the timing here from X.
Really want to get anyone more than him. It's 2Q looking pretty nice here. AG falling. But YZK gets his timing wrong, looking in the wrong direction. It won't maybe matter. YH picked up a triple.
It's only one, and now the headshots coming in. YH not missing.
Look at Snare. Oh, and one tap by the AKT that we've been seeing in Brazil. And look at that nade.
He knows. He pushes anyway.
No!
Big push through the vent. Todd's already down. Horace by himself. He has to go huge again. Rotations are coming in though already, but Snake also going to go down, and Horace can't do anything either.
This adjustment from GBL, instantly they rotate 3, but it seems like action has already...
Conclusion. This is one of the quick signs about all tournament.
You can colour me surprised because I did not expect to be here at this point after the 2-0 scoreline that we saw for Wolf Empire. They have gone downhill, and they've gone downhill shockingly fast as well. It's now Compound that we find ourselves on, and I gotta be putting myself in the shoes of Wolf Empire here and thinking, this is pretty awful. Like, we did not want to be here, and yet now we're going to have to deal with this map of Compound first of all, and then if we win that, we've still got to play another best of 5 today after potentially having had the chance to get a quick 3-0. Now having this blowout all the way to 5 maps, this just makes your playoffs run extra long.
Yeah, absolutely. No, you know, I'll touch on it when the map stats and stuff come up, but let's just talk about the vibes first before I touch on towards the data. When I look at this, for me, losing 2 maps in a row back-to-back in the fashion at which you've just lost it in overtime, that's what hurts more than anything. I think that's where you're really going to start to kind of kill your own mental. That's where we have to look at what are this side actually like when they're on the back foot for me. Because for basically the entirety of this tournament so far, they've always been at least a map up, right? Now we see them level terms. Obviously, they had that game against AG, but it was never really in doubt there. That was Ankara. We don't really care about Ankara. Now we've got this where I'm actually quite worried. We saw the stats for Compound. The one thing I will say, as a saving grace for Wolf Empire, it's a very good map for them. It always has been a very good map for them. It was good at the Summer Championship in particular. However, I think all this data goes out the window generally now, in the spot that we're in, where the crowd sort of started to back Antisocial too. I think Wolf Empire, this is tough. This is, I mean, all onus on Shady, really.
Feeling the Antisocial vibe?
Absolutely. I think that sub-base was the biggest issue, right? Because Port, I mean, you can understand it's very close. You know, it's a very strong map for the side of Antisocial. But the fact that sub-base went really has put a hole in this one. And it looks like we're ready. Let's hop onto the Compound for game number 5.
Will the Antisocial believers be rewarded? That is the question as we head into Compound, the last map in this series. There is no more question about it. There's no ifs or buts. It is literally down to just this map, and then we decide who goes through the upper bracket and who loses one of their important lives here in the playoffs. Wolf Empire, this time, will be starting off on the blacklist side and not pulling out anything too quick to start things off.
Gotta say as well, really wasn't impressed with the blacklist side on
sub-base or Port.
Yeah. I mean, I guess both actually, if we're being completely frank. But in particular, Port really looked quite janky. It was sort of that Einstein definition, you know, definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again, expecting different results, right? And that's kind of what we got with those B hits.
Yeah, I mean, that is the kind of thing you're going to get, though, when you get deeper into the map pool. Like, neither team really wants to be here. Neither team chose into Compound or Port if they could have avoided it.
Oh, big.
So you would expect the BL sides to kind of fall down a little bit in quality.
Yeah.
It's a great start, of course, for Antisocial. Viana and Goken with the Orm.
Yeah, I mean, what it comes down to, like we talked about before, just the momentum, the reverse sweep momentum here for the side of Antisocial. They've got the crowd behind them. It's the beginning of the upsets, you know. This is really the only reason why I was thinking this could be an upset.
Well, here's my thing. I think if you're going to be Antisocial right now, you kind of need to close this series out. Like, you don't want to be pushing all the way through to map 5 only to then lose map 5. It just feels like a whole lot of wasted time, disappointment, hurt mental that's going to come back to bite you later on in the playoffs. Like, if you're going to get it to this point, put it over the line.
Well, I think they have a very good angle to do exactly that. We'll see if they can. And we do have a little push through curve. Nice angle from Ice Cube. Good dodge there from Viana. He's got a lot of help here. 5v3 trying to hold off. Ice Cube's still alive somehow, and they're going to break into the B site just like that. They take down Viana, they take down Adrian, and all of a sudden, a really good setup here for Wolf.
Yeah, rotation came through too slow for Antisocial. There was no pincer strike that kind of caught Wolf Empire in transition. They were able to deal with those two B players accordingly. Y has been spotted out by Rambo, needs to win this duel. Only a little bit of time left on that C4 yet to go, but Wei's really struggling with his duel, and the other two haven't made their entry just yet. Eventually, he gets that over the line. It's 1v1. Ice Cube, this time to try and clutch. Dancing around the servers. He's got 2 players to deal with. Now, just down to the 1, and the time is going to become a factor here. Luca, hasn't quite found it in time. I don't think he'll sit the defuse. It's desperate in the attempt, but not quite there in time.
Just barely not.
Those little beeps will give it away. But my God, that was close. The fact that he actually was even put into the 1 versus 2 there, he had to get that kill on towards Y. That is a little uncomfortable. But round 1, on the flip side, it probably should have been won by ANTISOCIAL with an opening double kill. So a lost 5v3 is not exactly the greatest start for ANTISOCIAL, but Empire, they'll take whatever they can get, especially on this BL side. They're playing Gokun pretty aggro out towards long. I wonder, A, when they realize that, and B, how they deal with it too. Because he's single-handedly shutting down a pretty important area.
Well, a very nice feel for Wolf to get across the line in a round that looked a bit rough with the first 2 kills going to ANTISOCIAL. Wolf generally very good about clearing a lot of their bases here on compound from the Blacklist side. You know, clear out A main, B main, the pillars, mid, try to set up some kind of big execute onto one of these sites. A couple of guys sitting right now towards spawn here for the side of ANTISOCIAL, so definitely expecting some curve pressure, but no big maneuvers just yet from Wolf.
Could be one crucial clutch already for Wolf Empire. Think about how many of these maps really have felt like they've come down to the clutches. Hey, Wolf Empire doesn't even get as close as they did on Port, if not for a couple of big clutches.
It's true.
It's an interesting setup, though, from ANTISOCIAL. Nobody in B itself. Got 1 player outside B main, and the rest of the defense really is relying on the shoulders of Adrian here. Locking down curve, and apparently that's a pretty good bet because he's got 3. Where's that 3rd one come from?
It should have been treaded a lot earlier.
Yes.
The comm shut down over towards Wolf Empire as well. WY, he's gonna get caught. Rambo, hello, hang on. Game still on in this round. Gokun got to pull off one of these rounds, right? We've got to see a bit of a Gokun special, and he can't do it. There's surely not another 5 versus 3 about to be converted. What a ridiculous round here. And Viana's got to lead by example. Got to see this clutch off. In a 1 versus 2, it's Lucas and Rambo on the other side as well. Viana dancing round the back, and it's Rambo on high.
Wow.
What a round. Lucas and Rambo have done so well, but in particular, Rambo getting away with 3 of his own. Ridiculous. It's rounds like that that make you a believer once again.
Yeah, I mean, just really fantastic gunplay twice in a row from a couple of the guys there on the side of Wolf Empire. You know, Rambo gets it done. Ice Cube as well is putting up some numbers. Also, shout out to Adrian, you know, the flash over the top, the immediate swing, good setup to get them in position win the round. But then, of course, Rambo with the huge play to bring it right back for Wolf. And, you know, if you were worried and you're saying, oh, I don't know if they're, you know, there's a lot of momentum going towards AS and everything we basically talked about, a couple of very strong performances and clutches in a couple of rounds to begin is going to be good for the mental.
Yeah, I mean, ANTISOCIAL can't keep allowing that to happen because you're giving Wolf Empire the inroads back into the game to get that confidence built back up when really they otherwise shouldn't have it. I mean, they went up 2-0. Then they've allowed it to go all the way to map 5. The mental should be at an all-time low for Wolf Empire, but just after those 2 clutches, you kind of go, all right, look, let's lock back in. Let's win this series. It's not too much more to go. Then we can have a break. And the spirits start to lift it a little bit for Wolf Empire. With it, maybe the confidence as well.
All right, well, pop flash being set up here. Little do they know, it's actually not really needed. There's not actually a huge amount of control by ANTISOCIAL. That'll differ towards the second half. Wolf Empire like to play proactive mid-control, so they'll have a crossfire set up exactly here by curve. It's one of the things to do best on this map. ANTISOCIAL are more than happy just to play a little bit further back. The only issue is I always think giving curve control in itself is very risky. And has lost them a couple of rounds already.
Lucom waiting here in spawn, but the push is big and a B already. I don't know. Viana is going to hit the shot, gets the first kill. He's got Lucom with him, but traded a kill back. Adrian also here over by B main, waiting for the push to come in. Another very nice shot here from the side of Lucom, giving them a very good chance at taking this one down. Adrian from downtown, they'll take it down.
Beautiful.
Four members alive.
Yeah, it's finally a round that Antisocial, you know, obviously they set up well and converted. Set up the first couple of rounds as well, but just didn't convert. It could be 3-0 right now for Antisocial, to be quite honest.
Yeah. That's much better, though. Much, much better. Well played. And just in terms of once you have the numbers, utilizing them in your favor, trading for each other. Like you said, in some of these, right, 2 rounds both there where could have easily gone the way of Antisocial.
Yeah.
If one kill goes different or a little bit earlier timer on that defuse, if it had an extra half a second. But still, Antisocial is still playing catch up. They have actually gone very aggro here. I like this. We've pushed through pillars. And as a bit of a unit here, Pack, we've got a lot of information.
I don't hate it, but you got to be careful with how long you maintain this position for with this many forces in that area of the map as well, because look, the rest of the map is kind of wide open.
The issue is as well is that the default for Wolf Empire on this BL side is curve control. If they curve control split towards B, there's nobody B.
Yep. You're kind of gambling on the fact that Wolf Empire is actually going to go towards pillars. And right now it doesn't really look like that's the case. That's 4 or 5 grenades. Toss into the A connector. Nobody there, luckily, for Antisocial. This in response to the grenades that Antisocial threw into mid a little bit earlier. So nice effort from Wolf Empire, but they don't get anything out of it.
I feel like Wei's been pretty good about knowing that that's going to come and then just kind of setting up shop in mid right after it.
Yeah.
And we'll see. I mean, they're still checking it, but Wei is going to hit that shot. There's a lot of pressure on him. There's no getting out of this situation, but he picks up 2. That is a huge value for just the one man in mid. And look at this flank coming in on the minimap. 2 guys just coming in from behind. Ice Cube gets 1. Will he expect Lucom as well?
I don't think so. We've already seen 2. Surely you're not looking for a third. Lucom will grab himself an easy kill onto Ice Cube. And this round starting to fall to bits. Wolf Empire have that information on where Viana is, and Lucas is going to get that kill, which means he gets a plan, and he has actually got a chance here in this 1v3. Servers, obviously a little bit to play around. Has brought it back to just the 2 remaining now, but Lucam and Gokum out onto the site. Headshot down. Another one for Wolf Empire. And
That's
a 1v3 converted for Lucas.
The first time we see Ice Cube celebrate, it's not even his clutch. Not even his ace.
Yeah.
It's his teammates. When fair play. That's a big one. Oh, Antisocial. You could be 4-0 up, but you're 3-1 down because you've lost 3 huge clutches. It gets to a point where if you continue to lose rounds like this, you're thinking, can we win, right?
Yeah.
It's also really sow the seeds of doubt. Nice start for Goku, though, as Shady put to rest. And now it's the call from the grave.
This has happened so many times, though, for Antisocial, like you guys were just saying. You know, they get the lead. Will he expect a second guy? The spray a little shaky, but he gets the kill. And again, they're up 5v3. And it gets traded down.
Yeah.
And are Wolf going to somehow snake another round from a position like this? We'll have to wait and see. Goken's still alive. That was actually his first kill in that last, in the beginning of this round.
C4's got to be retrieved as well, so that'll take some time for Wolf Empire. They're not going to be quick about things in this round. Looking towards A. Ice Cube hoping someone's going to make the mistake of peeking into his arm. I don't really see any reason why Antisocial would want to be doing that right now. They've got the numbers advantage. They don't really need the info. They've got good coverage across the map. The only real avenue of attack may be mid to A, but even then, you've got to play a watching, and it's just that information is going to come through a little bit late. It's been smoked off now.
Yeah, that was a front A smoke, so could allow them to wrap in through curve once again. This is sort of being the default, though, for Wolf Empire. Things are going bad. Take curve control, hit B.
Yeah, might as well. Unless you're Rambo, just 1v3 on A. They're going into spawn, it looks like. I mean, they're going to send one guy in, Lucas. And they might look at A here. I mean, just waiting 25 seconds, trying to keep AS guessing. As now we see they are going to be looking to push into A. Gokin, look at this angle from long. He spots the head. Lucas trying to push him off the angle. He will be able to do so. They should be able to get the plant here. As I would imagine the retake will be coming in from Antisocial.
I'm sort of surprised that the rotation doesn't come through a little bit earlier there from Antisocial, but they're on their way now.
It's a good smoke.
Still, a 3v4 is definitely winnable here for Wolf Empire if they can get the opening kill. They've even kind of got Lucas off the site itself, so he can sort of dance around, maybe be that insurance fund if it comes down to a timing game. A 1-for-1 there, but it's starting to come together again for Wolf Empire in the clutch. Now a 1-on-2. Lucas has done it before, but not this time. Antisocial will breathe a sigh of relief.
Yeah, thank God they win that one. That one, I mean, honestly, it probably shouldn't have even got to a point of that C4 going down, but at least if you're going to let it play the patience game, wait for the advantage to go in your favor. And there's that big clutch from earlier from Lucas.
4 kills on the round, too. He got the first one earlier in that round.
I've been spending actually quite a bit of time watching his player cam here, and he's actually doing, from what I can tell, the bulk of the calling. As much as Shady's the IGL, it feels like he makes the call to start the round, but a lot of the mid-rounding is actually led by Lucas. He's the one setting the tone of the pack. He's the one voicing sort of a lot of the timings, it seems.
Setting the tempo.
It's working. Obviously, his individual form seems to have been very, very good today, where he's obviously had his doubts throughout the groups.
Scorelines on the side of Wolf are very strange. 2 people with 0-5, including one of them being Dola. It's just not something you see very often.
Yeah, I mean, they've been hard carried by these clutches so far. Antisocial have generally looked the better of the 2 squads on this map so far, but when you win a couple of clutches in the way that Wolf Empire have, I mean, you're going to have some guys with some good numbers, but again, look at this setup from Wolf Empire. You've got 4 players towards A, C4 on its own holding the pillars push into mid. So
don't do it, Rambo.
It's a really big risk, and it's funny, isn't it? Because we were kind of like looking at it. We were kind of looking at that on Ankara that one round. Remember where Rambo was playing outside A on his own. Rambo's holding the bomb again here, and he's on his own again. So I don't know if it's just like I can't imagine that it's a strategy per se, but it's a recurring thing at least. Entry there
by Lucas again. In that pack, that's
a C4.
There it is once again. They leave it on one man and he's left, caught from behind, but Shady at least will get on the board finally. More need to come forward, a spray through the smoke. Dola trying to respond, but Lucan goes huge. 2 versus 3, time ticking 30 seconds. We've got to make a move. Cole diving through the smoke finds one. Shady somehow stays alive as well. And Ice Cube trying to bail them out of this round. He's then going to get caught with the C4. Shady can't actually pick it up. His gun barrel spotted. Shady hits the shot. And surely we're not winning this round. He's going to bail towards B. We've got to go.
Time. He has time.
I'm surprised Vienna doesn't make a move either. So C4 will go down. He's going to plot in the servers itself, and he has just enough time to get it down.
Not another clutch. Please, not another clutch.
These are Shady's first 2 kills, and if he ends this round on 3, then a round 1, absolutely ridiculous. He misses the shot. Oh, he actually legs him, in all fairness. Ney going to bank over as well. That alone could do it. Oh, Shady looks Vienna dead in the eyes and tells him to sit down.
I can't watch the dismemberment of Antisocial anymore. What is going on? They just can't win a clutch.
It's 4, right? 4 clutches?
4 clutches. It could be so
6-0.
easily 6-0 right now. This is ridiculous.
And it's starting to get to the point where even if Antisocial fix this aspect of their game, the damage is already done, right? You've already got 4 on the blacklist side. you're going to move to the second half. That brings with it a different set of tools, a different set of objectives. So, I mean, Wolf Empire, even though it looks like they're getting it done difficult in this first half, who's to say the second half is going to be as hard for them? Who's to say it's going to have to come down to the clutches? I think Antisocial have really missed a trick here.
Yeah, we talked a lot about the mental game. That's not going to feel good, losing 4 like this. Shady comes out, just holding the arm, and the second guy in Pillars isn't working out either. And now it's like one of the first times Wolf have really come out with a big man advantage after some early plays. He's still got the C4 over towards A for Ice Cube, actually, so not looking to plant anytime soon. But Luke Holm just going to take a free kill. Just catching Shady alone there. Just going to spot more, but as we know, the bomb's not over here yet, so... Okay, they are still going to peek him. Rambo takes his head off. 4v2.
My, oh my. So disappointing for Antisocial. You do all the hard work to get it back here, and then on compound, it's just so far kind of a non-contest. I mean, it's been a contest in the sense that the rounds have been close, but if this scoreline ends up going 5-2, obviously Wolf Empire continue to build on that. You know, it feels like it's all for naught right now for Antisocial.
Why has got to do a lot of the heavy lifting in this round. I mean, they can just trade their way in towards this A site here. They haven't hit A all too often.
All right. Okay, Y. He says, I can do the same to you guys. He hits the 2 big headshots, and Goken's there as well. Antisocial say we can get the clutch as well.
Thank God. Thank God something's gone the way of Antisocial, because this was looking like it was very dire. But that just pulls it back a stretch. A little sliver of hope back again in for Antisocial and their fans.
Yeah, a little bit, right?
Yeah, needs still another couple here for Antisocial, though.
Yeah, I mean, for them, if they finish on 5 in the half, I'd be all right. Any less, though, could be a little bit unfortunate. I do really enjoy Wolf Empire's GR on this side. It's quite proactive mid-control. We see them go for container pushes. They play that double split outside a window, one playing left, one playing right side, and it's always one playing anti too, so it's a nice little kind of 1-2 punch, and it makes it very difficult to get curve control against Wolf Empire. Into Pillars. This is going to be a big fight here. Orm is posted on the angle. Lucas as well. Going to be that first contact as he usually is, but down he goes, and they do not clear. Close right.
Why would you?
Massive.
Yeah, that's finally the setup for Antisocial working out. They've tried that a couple of times, and this time Wolf Empire have walked into it. They hadn't seen it yet, so why would they clear right? That's worked out perfectly for Antisocial. This will be back to 4-4, and then Antisocial can stop worrying about catching back up and start thinking about maybe closing this map out in their favor. What a mental destruction that would be for Wolf Empire, though. Can you imagine?
Yeah.
That's going to change these playoffs probably more than any other possible result. Like, if they would go down 3-0 or 3-1, it's like, all right. But if you go up 2-0 and then go on to lose in a reverse sweep fashion,
sure,
mentally damning for Wolf Empire going into tomorrow, if that were to be the case. So, Antisocial, I mean, they could really set themselves up for success in this event. Not just in this game, but if they can beat Wolf Empire, first of all, that wrecks Wolf Empire's mental a little bit.
Yeah.
But it also puts you, again, further forward in the upper bracket and shows the rest of the teams that now you've beaten a bunch of really solid teams. You beat Q9, you beat Wolf Empire. Those might have been the 2 front runners for the tournament outside of AG.
Oh, this is a big setup right in the middle of the map here for Antisocial.
This is actually what Wolf Empire do as well. I wonder how well they kind of cope with their own sort of play being used against them.
Yeah, I mean...
She's lining up the flash, though.
All right, there's the flash, and everybody's just lining them up. Shady will go down as well. Although, that was a very nice shot there from Ice Cube at the very end. The 180 Colt headshot is really going to shore it up for the team. Take a look at this, though. Goken pretty fast in the mid as well. The 4th man to make his presence happen. And, oh, I don't know. This is going to be an issue as Rambo actually got that kill. Looks like Ice Cube got the drop kill. That would have been insane, too. As Gouken's Gambit does not pay off.
Yeah, Viana's got no idea where to go.
Yeah, how do you actually play this if you're Viana? They are literally just both holding two sides of mid.
He's just got to gamble on a site.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And if they go the other side, then you're playing retake. But in an ideal world, they come to you, you get one with this orb.
True.
Before the plan even goes down.
He either looks like a genius or an idiot here, depending on whether they go A or B.
I feel like he's...
Uh-oh.
Genius.
Uh-oh.
But he's not looking in the right direction. He is literally not looking. Now he turns around. He might have heard the crowd a little bit there. Viana, that's perfect. That's ideal.
Oh! I thought for a second he jumped around with the cold.
I think he hit Ice Cube. I think he hit him, but he didn't kill him. He was so close. He knows it.
Don't be sad, my king.
How close?
Chin up.
How close?
Don't let that crown slip.
5-4. That round may be everything.
Yeah. That's very true. What an interesting first half.
Because look at this.
While Wolf Empire walk away with, the 1 round lead, think about how they had to get there. It could have so easily been 6-0 Antisocial. 4 clutches was such a big difference. I mean, even technically that one was a 1v1 right at the end. They never got an easy round on that BL side. So I don't think Antisocial should be too disheartened just yet.
No, I mean, it's so difficult, especially in a map 5, to know that you're getting so close yet so far.
Yeah.
But at the same time, as you're mentioning, like, you can still feel like somebody's got to be saying in the comms, like, we are outplaying them. Keep it up, We can beat these guys. We've already proven it. Lucas, he's getting a little frisky there in mid. He's kind of the main fragger right now for the team. He had a couple of those clutches. Dola currently 0-9. And now on the site trying to push in. Ice Cube able to hold it down. He's just set up here in heaven and nobody was able to take him down.
This is what I was a little bit worried about. It looked like Wolf Empire were really doing it tough on that BL side, but who's to say that that was going to maintain into the second half when Wolf Empire goes over to GR. That's a really clean round. I mean, Dola's 0-9 for God's sake, and they're going to be up 6-4.
He's the best player at this tournament so far, basically.
Yeah.
Maybe bar Goku, best rifle of this tournament for damn sure, and he's not done anything. But in a way, it's got a positive sign that they don't actually need him. The GR side, though, for Antisocial, for Wolf is where they do their best work. Their mid setups are incredibly strong. And just like that, reacting off the back of a little bit of pressure towards A. I've got to say, I think Antisocial are really running out of time. Oh, this is aggro. This is very aggro, and it's going to work.
That guy was like flying through the air. Where did he come from?
Duck hunting right there. That's clay pigeon shooting if I've ever seen it.
That was insane. And hey, Dola got his first kill.
I'm so proud of him.
Dola. He was on like 10 EDR as well.
I know, dude.
He's just like doing nothing.
Like, sometimes you see it where you're like 0-7, but you've got like 6 assists, and you still got like 60 ADR. You're like, okay, you're still kind of doing something. Dola's actually just been, he's been getting cardio out there, just doing laps back and forth from spawn to the sites, and not really doing much else. But pause going to be called. The assumption is that that's got to be Antisocial, right? And
it must
if Antisocial goes 7-4 down, I don't know, man. I know they were at quite a big deficit on towards Port, but it feels so different because it was you were then on the better side, Antisocial, when you won the deficit. They're on the worst side now with the deficit. They've got to try and resurge here. I mean, it's hard. It feels like they've sort of had so many chances squandered that when the easy ones come, they can't see them over either. It's like a mental block.
Yeah, I mean, especially we talked a lot about Dola, and it can sound like we're blaming him, but at the same time, if he returns to form, which can happen in the middle, switching sides as well, like, if they have Dola, Wolf are just going to roll over them at this point, right? Just based on the way the rest of the team is playing and able to get the clutches and the picks.
Yeah.
So, might be looking good for Wolf from here.
If I'm being real, I'm actually going to be disappointed if Wolf Empire win this series. I want to get swept up in that antisocial narrative. I got excited during that.
Welcome to the club.
I got excited during that Q9 series. I thought, oh, actually, these guys are like maybe the real deal. Maybe they're like tournament winners potentially. And if they would have been able to bring this back, like I think that's a real step forward in terms of confidence levels and storylines and stuff like that. But
well, it's not over yet. Dola's going to go down. 15 seconds. They're taking control of B right now. And there's no presence here from B main for Wolf. So, I mean, this is going to be a difficult retake for them.
They've not got Yuto for it either. They got one nade and one flash to come around that corner. Bit of damage out as well. As Lucas just stuck his head. Gokun doesn't need to peek just yet. He's waiting for that contact to come out towards the site, but he might not even need it. Ice Cube now into another 1 versus 2. He won the last, but he's on the other side. Gokun this time. Insurance policy wins it out.
All right, not dead yet. Nobody is out of the picture, but attack timeout going to be called here. It is antisocial. Everyone looks to Viana. What's he got to say? Not a lot. There's actually a conversation really happening more so.
Are they arguing?
It does look like it, doesn't it?
I mean, I don't think that's really the vibe you should have right now, especially after a huge round win that was clutched out. And meanwhile, Viana and Adrian are going at it.
This is what Gokun was referring to, perhaps. It doesn't look particularly heated, to be fair.
Gokun's just not involved at all. Is it anti? I think they're cheering.
I'm assuming they're saying AS.
Yeah, sounds like that. Sounds like AS or AS? Yeah, something. I mean,
like AS.
All right, well, now that was the moment for the Wolf cheer. I didn't hear much.
Yeah, Wolf didn't get a lot. I'm surprised Wolf doesn't get a lot of support, really. Being, you know, kind of a new exciting team, but I think it's because they're new exciting compared to Legends, right? You know what I mean?
It's the Gokun effect, and
the
fact that, you know, a lot of these guys have won, you know, a grand finals, so obviously they have a lot of fans.
Antisocial, it was. All right, well, will that bolster them? 5-6. Still a long way to go.
It's not impossible, though. It's very doable. Still at least a little bit of something to work with.
I do like that Antisocial were able to get a couple of clutches themselves.
Yeah, it wasn't completely losing everyone.
Yeah, if it was only Wolf that were like snaking rounds away and stealing them like 1v3s, I mean, they still have the lead in that fact, but at least, you know, we had a couple of rounds now. AS on that last one, 3v4, pushing B, winning a big servers fight. I don't think they should be arguing, but, you know, either way.
Maybe it's a friendly, heated discussion.
You know, there's a lot on the line, and they want to make sure everybody's on the same page at least, and perhaps they had a disagreement that they needed to hash out. Take a look at Lucom, 16-7.
Yeah, he's looking good. Last map, he was really good as well.
Yeah, he's turning it up. That's one of those. It's one of those champs on the roster.
Ice Cube. This is a big fight.
Ooh, he saw
him. Oh, when he gets swept up a little bit.
How did he get away?
The tunnel vision really nearly catches him off guard because he's looking that right-hand side as Gokun swings round. He's very fortunate to get away there alive.
Gokun must have just missed a shot. That's the only explanation. He spotted out 2 or 3 players as well.
Not gone from mid-control here either. Kind of the Wolf Empire special. They decided to play a little bit further back, and they're retaking it now.
Quite a few attempts at a nade stack from either side, but none of them really working. This is very late to be taking Pillars control. Antisocial, if things go wrong, I think they're going to time themselves out of this round, similar to...
Viana jump out of the window and just...
Yeah, might have.
There's that curve control.
By himself?
You got 25 seconds. Like, where are you going? Where are you going, guys? Like, you need
Rambo's
to go.
heard this. Rambo's just... He's calming the rotate away. He just calmed it all as he started to dance back as Y will start to kind of lead the charge. Luking goes well, but he doesn't clear backside. Time running out. And Drag goes down, and Shady gets both. That is ridiculous from Shady. Another big clutch coming forward from him. They just didn't clear the backside, didn't do their due diligence, and again, Antisocial fall at the final hurdle.
And that is the problem with taking things too slow. You have to rush the plant there. which means, as you say, they don't get the chance to clear the site properly. I mean, look, granted, they probably could have had another 1 or 2 seconds. If they're a little bit more disciplined as a roster, they probably can clear the site, but they're not that disciplined. They're not that good. And Antisocial make a big fundamental mistake, and it will cost them a round in a huge way.
Not the first time either that we've seen it today.
Oh, Shady.
Uh-oh, he's kind of in an awkward spot. He does have some buddies there to help him out. Some spray into the A room. It's a big trade back and forth, but it ends up just being a 1-for-1. Goken was just chilling way back, so he wasn't even part of that. But yeah, there was like 9 seconds, by the way, when he tried to go for the plant in that last round. If he knew that like the entire team was there, they could have just tried to isolate Shady and kill him, and then you don't even need to plant, right? But in the heat of the moment, like, we had all the information, obviously, but for him, he was just like, all right, I got to get this plant done. We have like 5 seconds. But at 9 seconds, I think maybe you could try to go for the kill there.
Yeah, a little panicked, a little flustered.
It is what it is. 4v4. Let's hope they don't leave it to the last second this time.
Well, so far, not up to a whole lot apart from a bit of spam in middle. Going to be moving into pillars a little earlier, but Rambo's there to wait for them. He's actually gone and tried to activate in the mid-round. He gets himself one, spots out a couple more. It's not too bad for Wolf Empire because it's a progressed fight.
Yeah.
He can get the information, and the quick rotation can come across for Wolf Empire, and they still have good site coverage.
Fellas, that clock is ticking, man. 35 seconds. C4 still towards B. 2 players here ready to meet them, one of them being Dola. We haven't seen a lot from him, but he has his moments, and if anybody's going to step up, you kind of bank that he's going to have a standout round at some point, and it could be here and now. First fight. Does it go well with the second attempt? And it does. Dola, Lucas shot it down, and Viana is in no man's land. Even if he was to sprint the whole way, it wouldn't make a difference. Another round for Wolf Empire. Antisocial let the clock slip away from them for the second time in a row.
You see the time, 11 seconds when he goes down.
Yeah. That's a big 1v3, my God.
Yeah, I mean, again, in that instance, if you're really a 100% perfectly disciplined team, you've actually still got 5 seconds left there that you can continue to clear the site.
Yeah.
Which is what they should have done. Instead, he goes for the plant. That's the easy kill. Then the quick trade frag attempt comes through, at which point, if you're hitting your shots there as Shady, you can win that because you've been given the opening for free.
I think another thing as well, I think it's quite indicative of how cluttered the comms are over towards, we'll come back to that point in a second. That's a 2-for-1 fight, positive. B-site open, plant to come through early, a change in tempo, and maybe this discipline coming forward for Wolf Empire is going to come back to bite them here.
I mean, this is almost impossible. You have this many guys in servers and utility for days. Adrian here on the corner. I feel like you should check this. He is trying to clear it out, but he does not clear it out. And that will be the end of that round. So, Antisocial keeping themselves alive. 6 rounds for them against the 8, as it feels like some heated discussions still going on.
Yeah, they're still in it. But it's just a question of whose mental is going to crack earlier on, and it feels like it might be Antisocial's. I think, look, another round loss here for Antisocial. Backs against the wall. I'm not seeing them come back from that, but
He's almost 2,000 damage.
But if Antisocial can bring it back to 8-8, then it's a different ball game.
This has really turned into a crazy close series. When I saw Ankara 10-1, I was packing my bags. I'm getting ready for the next series.
Same here.
We were like, all right, do we even need to play sub-base?
Yeah, we were joking about it, right?
And here we are, 6-8.
Oh, that's a big nade. And a big exit grenade as well.
Yep.
That is a lovely little wombo combo, a little 1-2 punch there. As Luke's second dips wide down to not a lot of HP, and Viana's not exactly healthy either. And he can stay up, still play up and towards mid, because even if he gets flashed off the angle or under a bit of pressure, he's got Dola into his curve as somebody who can kind of come in, replenish a bit of that control, and also just fight up. He's playing anti because he's just on the corner.
Cool.
Spotted in Rambo, he's out.
Yep.
Drop the smoke.
Really nice, though. Like a minute left on the clock. You drop that smoke, you just take the space.
So it's going to be the time again, surely.
Yeah.
Goku's setting up for a front A. So that normally means if you throw that bit of util that you want to wrap into his curve, then go for a B split. But they can't get pillars control, so B split is actually not possible.
Can still go around the world back to A. I mean, there's enough time to wait for these smokes to fade as well and go for an A split if you'd be keen for it. But that really feels like it is the only option right now. Rambo's gotten busy in the late round, and he's already pushed his way through pillar. He knows there's nothing happening there. He can just slow down a little bit now and wait for the contact to be made and then activate it later in the round. Get in behind Antisocial. This is looking horrific for Antisocial. They need some entries and they're not getting them. Not to mention the fact that that flank has now come into play as well. C4's been dropped. It's round over. Antisocial just cannot win it.
Vienna again. Just no time. It doesn't even matter about whether he can hit the shots or not. No time in hell. Shady winning out that IGL head-to-head there. Very, very well done. They just get read excellently. I love the push through pillars. Get some more information, and then on top of that, wrapping in towards mid, catching them off guard from behind, and a good couple of kills coming forward. 9-6. Wolf Empire just one round away from closing out this 5th and final map. Winning out their semi-finals.
All right, let's see. We had this music before, you remember. 9 rounds for Wolf on port. That one was 9-7, 9-6. A bit more difficult, especially the way the last round did go. But let's see what AS have in the tank. Do they have anything left? Or are they just gonna have to wait until tomorrow to play through the loser's bracket? Bit of spam through the smoke, right in mid, right from the get-go. Goken also not having the best map himself, 6 and 10.
Yeah, as a series, it's not been great. It's one like really kind of standout map, but it's been a shame. He's struggled to really get that kind of consistent form. And I guess it can be the same for Dola on the other side. I don't think Dola's done incredible all the way throughout. Obviously, this map has been poor too, but I mean, I guess the great thing with Wolf Empire is that Dola doesn't step up, Lucas is a rifler steps up, Ice Cube is ever present, and Antisocial maybe don't have that.
Well, they're going to try and crack their way into A. It's already 2 for Wolf Empire, and they're looking for the end of this map. Ice Cube around the back, looking for the flank quickly with that Colt in hand. Dola as well has been spotted out, but Goken missing his shot. You highlighted that. He's been struggling and struggling in the final round potentially as well. This one gets sealed by Wolf Empire, 10-6. Lucum and Viana have slowed the pace down a little bit. They're trying to find a pick before they plant, but that has blown up in their face. It is now Lucum time. He's got 20 frags for the map. He'll need another 3 to continue it. Time ticking away, and it is done. Wolf Empire finally run the marathon all the way through, and they beat them to the punch. It's Wolf Empire 3-2 over Antisocial. Well, that is the high and low of the competition, as we can see all ranges of emotions. And realistically speaking, that best of 5 takes us up and down, up and down, up and down through the entire range, definitely. So, end of the day, Wolf Empire do pick up the victory 3-2. And Antisocial are not rewarded at all for all of the efforts that they put in that one. It's got to be a painful way to lose. You take it all the way to the end, only to still fall short.
Never in doubt. That's my voice.
Yeah.
Never in doubt.
I mean, Wolf Empire
Clean
predictors.
the whole way through, yeah.
So easy.
You guys knew it. I mean, all of us who voted for Antisocial, just absolute bonobos.
Get over on your
I'll
boat.
throw out there every map I stuck with the boys.
Yeah.
I knew Wolf Empire was seeing over the line. But honestly, you have to give a lot of credit to Antisocial. I think the main thing it comes down to, if you look at that final map, is just the amount of clutches they lost.
Yeah.
Even if those clutches went 50-50, this result is a coin toss in terms of that map number 5. So I think that's the one thing Antisocial look back on, like, how did we lose so many 2v4s, 1v3s? Like, this should never happen. And it wasn't even just the first half. Shady did it again in the second half to get on to 9 rounds. I mean, it should never happen. And that's where this team fell apart. And, you know, it came back to a few things. I thought the comms looked uber cluttered, hence why information wasn't being relayed efficiently, something that is never affects Wolf Empire. They're always super clean with that kind of stuff. And it's these sort of things where I think in the hype of the moment, they kind of just get sucked into it a little bit, and they don't kind of keep that level head.
It's very true. I think that's the biggest issue for Antisocial. Like, they definitely have high highs. They have, you know, 5 capable players that are all fantastic individually. It's just that when it comes to their consistency, they really do struggle at times. You know, if they can hit those high highs in a row like they did against Q9, they can have some, you know, seriously great performances, but it just didn't happen today. Like, the fact that they can challenge Wolf really high level and then also have a 10-1 on Kara, 110 in their case, it's just really shows you the roller coaster ride that it is just being part of Antisocial. Set MVP gonna be Lucas here, who does take it down.
Yeah, it does kind of spit in the face a little bit of the narrative that we were establishing in those first 2 maps where, look, that felt very realistic. If Wolf Empire would 3-0 this series, you've beaten, you know, Q9, you've beaten AEG, you've beaten Imperial, then you would have beaten Antisocial. And those feel like outside of Q9, probably they are the strong teams in this competition. Look, Evolution Power, maybe notwithstanding, they're a bit of a question mark. Vasco, I still don't think have really hit their stride, to be quite honest with you. But you've beaten a lot of really good teams there. And if you would have 3-0'd Antisocial here in the playoffs, it's like Gauntlet gets thrown down. Everybody else look at us, we're the best. But now, I don't know if you can really say the same for Wolf Empire as what we were even coming into this series. Like, that level of dominance that we hoped we would get, that we theorized that was going to be there, it feels like it's kind of come undone a little bit. They had 2 fantastic maps easily, but the remaining 3 maps definitely look like, at least you have to start to now question the map pool a little bit maybe on this international stage. Is it a stylistic thing? Is it a team-based thing? Is it even just a tenacity thing? Like, do they have the tenacity to get through these best-of-5 series without having a little bit of a wobble on the way? I really have to question that. And if they're up against a better team than Antisocial, and hey, who knows, maybe Evolution Power or Vasco could still be a better team than Antisocial, they may lose that series.
True. The only counter I would say to that is that Wolf Empire have always made things hard for themselves. Domestically, ranking always seemed to beat them. True. But they qualify, so they don't really care. Summer Championships, instant lower bracket run, and they went through the gauntlet all the way, and then got the revenge over AG as well in those finals, and pretty dominantly too. So I guess maybe that's just sort of the Wolf Empire way. They're like kind of challenging themselves, but I think, yeah, losing a couple of maps. I think Subbase was the one in particular. Port was never going to go there. It wasn't their map pick. Subbase is the one that they lost and they shouldn't have. I think Port makes sense. They don't play it a lot internationally anyway. We haven't even seen them play at this tournament, right? So for them, that kind of makes a little bit more sense. Subbase was the glaring issue in the map pool, which definitely is something that, I was surprised in the format where it was picked. You either pick it right at the start or right towards the end. You pick it as a confidence pick against the Brazilian side. It's like, you guys have been bad on it, so we're going to try and beat you on it. Or you kind of flip it and say, I'm going to leave that towards the end. And I'm surprised Compound doesn't go earlier in because, you know, they already beat AG on it and they look pretty good in that map number 3 when they did. Regardless, the way in which they won it is probably for them now. They're just thinking, all we care is we won it, right?
Yeah.
They're now 1 game away from having a whole day off tomorrow.
Well,
that's the thing, though. They've still got another whole game today. So, I mean, look, Neo and I are in for that last game today. We already understand the situation that they're in, you know.
When did we start? this series?
11 o'clock. So it's been a 4.5-hour series in which...
And now they got to wait for potentially another 4.5 series and
4 or 5 hours.
Yeah.
Like, you might not be starting your last game until, let's say, 8 p.m. tonight or 8:30 p.m. I don't know what you even do in that time. Like, let's just be frank. Now and I are going to sleep. We're going to have a sleep in the talent room and come back for that third series.
I got to work the next series.
Nice and refreshed.
That's going to be fun.
But yeah, that's true. But like for these guys, these players, like you can't really switch off in the same way that we can. Like we don't need to prepare necessarily for that next game. Like we already know what's coming. We just have to sit here and cast and do our job. But for these guys, it's like first of all, you don't know who you're playing against. Secondly, even if you did, you kind of have to go into that having time to prepare for it because you've spent all of your lead up to today preparing for this game. Now you have to prepare for the next game. You have to look over what they're doing, think about how we're going to play, what are we going to do with this veto, all these kinds of things. And in amongst all of that, you need to have some food, you need to have a break. It's just going to be a huge day, man. You come to this at the end of this day, you get incredibly mentally fatigued. And again, we talk about it as well from the talent perspective, the caster perspective, how like draining and tiring it is to be on a desk for this long. The players, it's actually even worse, right? Because you're locked in, like every single round matters. You know, if you've ever played a game for that long at a competitive level, you'll understand what we're talking about. It's just a completely different ball game, having that mental focus for that amount of time. So I think they're absolutely cooked. And honestly, the best case scenario, I think, for them probably is that this next series goes really long. Then they get that extra long break. They maybe can have a little proper break. And also, the team that they have to play against will also be kind of cooked at that point. If it is a quick 3-0 series here, one way or the other, you know, let's say this is 10-1, 10-1, 10-2, boom, off you go. Let's jump into game number 3 of the day, as far as that second team is concerned. We're feeling fantastic at that point. We've got the momentum. We haven't had to play that long. We're feeling warmed up. And these guys are coming off of a massive break. Well, not a massive, but a massive comparative break. I could see it being a very bad situation for Wolf Empire today,
I gotta say though, I'd rather play, 4.5 hours, have a minimum like 3-hour break, even if it is stomp, so 3-0, and then go into a series, rather than being 3 hours and then potentially 4.5 hours on top of that.
I do wonder what they're going to do there, because traditionally in the past, if you remember last year, we had the decider match on Sunday into the grand final, I think it was. Either way, there was an occasion where one team had to play one game into the next, and then there was a break. There was a little bit of a break. I don't know. Are they going to have a break today in between game 2 and game 3 for whichever team wins game 2 to go into game 3 and have have a bit of dinner, have whatever?
Generally, it's about
maybe
30,
slightly longer.
Yeah.
I would say though, I think it's not that bad to go directly in and just stay warm.
Well, we'll find out. That's for later on today. Now, though, it's time for us to go down to the stage for an interview.
Here on our stage, our first winners in the playoffs, they are Wolf Empire! And what a thrilling match, 3-2. If all of our games are as exciting as that, then what an amazing last 3 days we have here at CFS 2024 Grand Finals. Ice Cube, congratulations. It got very, very close in those last few maps, but way back on map 2 in Ankara, you won that 10-1. So what happened to go from 10-1 to nearly losing the entire game?
Ở cái map Ankara ấy là mình đã giành được là tỷ số là 11, nhưng mà lại thua liên tiếp ở 2 trận tiếp theo ấy, thì là bạn có thể cho tôi biết là đã xảy ra vấn đề gì không?
Ở cái map thứ 3 thì bọn em quá chủ quan, bởi vì nghĩ là đã win được 2 map đầu rồi, cho nên là sự chủ quan rất là nhiều, cho nên thua map đó rất là đáng tiếc.
I think in the first 2 maps, we won the first 2 maps. On the third map, we are kind of like overconfident, so this also affects our performance.
Overconfident, yes, something to learn from. Your team always seem very calm, very relaxed, playing your game, except for that last map when we could see everyone was a bit stressed, finding it a bit hard. What was it like for you trying to close that out?
Ở cái map cuối cùng ấy là cảm thấy mọi người là hơi bị lúng túng, thì bạn có thể cho tôi biết là đấy có phải là một cái map mà rất là gay cấn không? Và căng thẳng nhất của đội từ trước đến giờ hay không?
ở cái map cuối cùng thì đúng là tính chất của nó thì rất là căng thẳng, nhưng mà bọn em vẫn rất tự tin vì đó là map của bọn em rất mạnh.
就是按道理来说是非常紧张的一局，
Honestly
但是我
speaking,
们
it's
还是有
very
点自
tense
信，
and
因
we
为
are very
我们
worried,
比
but
较拿
also
手
we are
我们这样
still confident because this is our strong map.
Your strong map, but it was a good game. Dola, he has picked up many MVPs here in maps and in the whole matches. He had a 3.7 KD after Ankara, but then he really seemed like he got taken out of the game, like ANTISOCIAL was stopping him. Did you feel, I'm going to step up, I'm going to take his place?
Trước đây thì là Dola đã giành được là rất nhiều là MVP, nhưng mà trước trận gặp AS vừa rồi thì họ đã để cho mình rất là nhiều áp lực. Thì bạn có nghĩ đấy là cũng là một lý do để bạn phải là cải thiện lại cái chiến thuật của mình hay không?
Theo em nghĩ thì cả team em đều làm rất tốt rồi. Thì Dola cho dù có bắn thế nào thì em vẫn tự hào về team của mình. Cho nên cứ cố gắng hơn nữa thôi.
就是我觉得我们队今天
I
做
think
了
for our
很激励
team,
了，所以
we
呢，
have
哪
made
怕
our due
Dola 是发
efforts,
挥怎么样，我还是
and
很自
Dola
豪为
is
我们
very
的
good in
team
his performance, and I'm proud of the team.
He is very good. You scored a lot as well. You played very well too. You have your place in the last game today. You will play the winner of our next match. It will be Evolution Power Gaming or Vasco Esports. Who would you rather play today?
Sau khi chiến thắng ở trận này thì có thể trận tiếp theo mình sẽ gặp Vasco hoặc là EP, thì bạn hy vọng là trận tới mình sẽ gặp đội nào nhé?
Nếu mà để một nói về trận sắp tới, nếu mà dễ thở hơn thì em nghĩ có thể mong muốn được gặp Vasco.
我们还是希望能
We'd
再
like
跟
to
Vasco 一起 PK。
confront with Vasco Esports.
Can I ask why?
lý do vì sao?
Bởi vì nếu mà theo cái lối bắn của Vasco thì nó đỡ khó chịu hơn EB.
因为 Vasco 的战术
Because
还是
for
比
Vasco,
EP 好一
I
点
think
的，
they
对
are
我们来说。
doing better in their strategies.
They're doing better in their strategies, so you want to play them. That's very exciting. We will find out who is going to be their opponent as we have another semi-final to come here at the CFS 2024 Grand Finals Playoff Day 1. But our first winner on the stage is Wolf Esports.
往家顶，往家顶，别在后边待了，就往前走。听指挥啊，不能上，一个人加2气。我现在是 EPCF 端游的投资人，是以前是一名职业选手，这个行业也大家都很了解了。从职业选手转型一位投资人，做一个管理，可能是对我很大一个渴望。 有道具。我主要是给他们一些以前我那些宝贵的经验嘛，就像比赛的经验，还有做职业选手该有的态度。
对我来说，帮助挺大的吧。然后没事儿教教我打游戏啥的。遇到比赛遇到问题的时候，他就会来，教我，或者是告诉我一些游戏里的内容，让我提升吧。
就我经常会学习他比赛会分析嘛，然后我就会看，然后哪做的不好的会去思想从他的角度来。
这把3个人地道奖，你们从现在开始，你们打好。在我作为职业选手，肯定是拿冠军的时刻才是最高光的时刻。当16年和17年吧，那2年都是把所有的冠军包揽了，所有重要赛事、大的比赛的冠军都包揽了，让我在那2年达到了我 CF 职业选手时期的高光时刻。当然，我从刚开始打职业一直到退役，都其实还挺顺利的吧，感觉最开始就有贵人帮助我，后期成长为一个带领队伍的队长，再到后来即将退役，也有很多兄弟们那种不舍，其实在我看来都是高光。这个过程啊，并不只是拿冠军才是高光，有很多发生的事情，相处的队友和兄弟们也属于我的高光。
Ladies and gentlemen, BG。
那心情真的是分很多种，第一种吧，我很怀念，就是很怀念自己作为一个职业选手，我非常喜欢职业选手这个身份。相比于老板，相比于管理者，我更喜欢我自己是一个职业选手的样子。我更喜欢去在赛场上拼搏，去做一个电竞选手，就是展现我自己激情和热血的一面。我感觉这个是最适合我的。那肯定是这辈子也忘不了的事。自己能力大如果没得了的话，是不是直接 rush 保卫得的话就是防 rush A 区？如果前锋得的话就是保卫防保卫打比赛的，上来这么重要的比赛，第一把能秒3。我看比赛呢，直播呀，这败日的决赛。因为我是一个 CF 的赛事主播因为所有的 CF 的比赛我都会观看，特别是像这种重要的，而且要投入100%、200%的精力去看。一个是分析比赛带自己的粉丝去看比赛，再一个就是直播也是我的一项工作。被叫一批大哥，太惨了！这波 RAB 前锋 RAB 也好 RAB， 我感觉心情都是围绕着 CF， 变化呢，只是从一个身份转变到另一个身份，去努力适应这个角色。心情倒是比之前更沉稳了，因为毕竟年龄也大了，到了一个该做自己突破的时候。现在呢是另一种身份，以前是队长，现在是管理者。队长跟管理者有很大的区别。比如说以前只看眼下的比赛，现在要看未来的自己的队伍的发展和规划。对我来说是很大的挑战，自己在这方面的能力肯定也是要慢慢去学习。我觉得我的青春都在 CF 上面了， 也这些粉丝的青春也有很多在这款游戏 CF 上面，很感谢他们从我打比赛一直一路支持我，CF 成就了我也想把我自己剩余的力量，就是还有很多能发光发热的，就是奉献给 CF， 也希望粉丝们一直以来支持我的，也能一路陪伴我走到最后，感谢。
Hello and welcome back to the CFS 2024 Grand Finals. We are here for the second semifinal of the day. We're getting into Evolution Power Gaming, the heavy crowd favorites for obvious reason, up against Vasco Esports, who are going to be looking to upset that narrative. I'm Valdez, with me is Bench and Sneaky Frog. You guys, you were watching that first series. Anything that in particular that resonated with you after watching that one?
Oh, I completely thought it was going to be a Wolf Vampire just dominating after the 10-1 win on Ankara, but somehow Antisocial almost made it back with the Masterclass. However, just fell a little bit short on the final map. Kind of feels bad, but at the end of the day, it's going to be Wolf to go up, and Antisocial will have to wait just a little bit more. After the second game, they will have to fight in the lower brackets.
Sneaky.
Yeah, I feel like every time anyone says Masterclass, I feel like the chances of that team winning goes down to like 10%.
We have a bunch of those. We got one of the Masterclasses. We also have one of those special. We got the MG special. We got the Goken special, and apparently none of those had a special moment to it. So
I mean,
put a ring to it, right?
I mean, the MG special only effective after group stage.
Yeah.
So
yes.
Let's see if it also happens at the arena. It seems like a whole lot of teams are playing a lot better in the arena, Antisocial, especially despite the loss. But of course, we got to move on from that series as we do enter into Evolution Power versus Vasco. We're going to take a look at EP first. Of course, EP, despite being the third seed, if I'm not mistaken, the team that is still the farthest out of any Chinese seed, which is pretty surprising considering the context of this tournament.
Yeah, Evolution Power Gaming, pretty interesting team. I don't think, you know, as you were saying, third seed coming into this one. I don't know if many people would expect them to be the one Chinese representative left here in the big stadium. They are going up against Vasco Esports, who also kind of making it through interestingly as definitely one of the underdogs, I would say, but big performances from them in their knockout match, and they were able to take down 3BL, I believe it was, and yeah, now they're here, so they earned themselves a spot. You know, MG ended up having some MG specials in that best of 3. We saw that the other riflers were able to really step it up, especially Action and VNC. Even Silva's having his moments. Fefe doing Fefe things as always. As you can see, the road to get here, Evolution Power Gaming taking down Chengdu All Gamers to get into the semifinals.
Yeah, obviously it was one of the most unexpected upsets, I would say. All Gamers were looking pretty strong going into that matchup. However, Evolution Power seemed to have their consistency, whereas for the side of All Gamers, the consistency wasn't just there for them to win the matchups. And let's go take a look at the other side of the coin. It's going to be Vasco. They had some tough times. They went 0-2 with Q9, but at the end of the day, they were the ones who survived the bloodbath and was able to make themselves on the stage.
Yeah, I mean, everyone was kind of worried coming in from group stage for Vasco, especially, right, because of that series with Ranking. Obviously, Ranking didn't have the best tournament, and that's the only map that they have actually taken that entire group stage. But it seems like they recovered very well, especially up against 3BL, where the expectations were at an all-time high. But we're going to take a look at the key players, of course. It is going to be YZK versus Silva, so it is going to be the supports on the spotlight this time. Honestly, YZK, second half of the year, way better for him. It was a disaster class in Hanoi and the months before that, but it seems like he recovered very well, you know, in the CFPL season right after Vietnam. And Silva, of course, has had his moments, also can rock the sniper. It's kind of like the Swiss Army knife of Vasco.
Yeah, I mean, he's definitely got a lot of different sides to his gameplay. Also, YZK putting up the biggest numbers from his team, actually. So I feel like that's part of the reason why we do highlight this. We saw at the top of the day, you know, who's got the biggest numbers for each team. YZK was there, so pretty cool to see that he can manage to do that. And I think part of that is just that Evolution Power is that kind of team. You know, they don't really have a huge standout. Like, XQ is great, like their snipers are great, but at the same time, it feels like everybody can put up decent numbers, everybody can pull their weight, as these two teams have actually played each other a decent amount. We saw at Summer Championship group stage, Vasco was able to take them down, but then CFSI playoffs goes to Evolution Power in a close one, and then group stage as well there does go to Evolution Power. So, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think that that tournament was actually at the start of the year. And
yeah, it was earlier.
Yeah, I mean, EP, obviously EP looking very different compared to the start of the year. And they just had like a rough 4 months for Vasco. They actually had a good start to the year, but they kind of tapered off a bit in group stage. But just like I was said, man, it seems like they recovered. Best of fives are rewarding them more than anything.
Yeah, and coming into this tournament as well, YZK has always been so reliable after Vietnam. In CFPL, he was reliable, and now coming to the Grand Finals, he's very reliable. And then people like Zay, YH, XQQ was having a slow start, but they ended up picking their pace up. And let's look at the predictions, actually. Going to be Evolution Power up on the board, except Fan Buong. He's been hitting his moments there with the predictions, but at the end of the day, I feel like if we do switch over to our predictions, I think it's going to be Evolution Power all along the way as well, joining up on the board, I guess.
What about the Portuguese language?
We got one guy.
Wait, Nailkai,
what are you doing?
What is happening?
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, he predicted, I think he predicted Ranking, and then Ranking are now out of the tournament. Maybe it is the Neo special instead.
Is it the Neo special with the predictions? Maybe that could be the case, but it looks like it's going to be Evolution Power all across the board, except the Portuguese casters. They're going to obviously choose Vasco. But yeah, Vasco, they themselves have a stand up pretty good chance to actually take at least a map or two away, given how they were able to play pretty well towards the end of the tournament. I mean, at the beginning of the Grand Finals, Vasco, it was a little bit shaky, I would say. Some players weren't able to pick up the pace, and some players were just not online. However, they were able to make the presence now, finally, at the end of the day, so we'll have to wait and see what happens.
Yeah, speaking about resilience here, it's really just about EP looking to get revenge for that group stage match where they did lose to Vasco there at the Summer Championship here 2024. So, yeah, I mean, I feel like EP have looked great this tournament. I think that All Gamers didn't really challenge them as much as we expected them to in that best of 5, and it's sometimes hard to weigh. You know, was it All Gamers underperforming? Was it EP overperforming? Were they playing really well? Are they just ramping up into the really important matches? And I think we're going to learn a bit about that tonight.
Yeah, I think it was the fact that XQQ came back into the fray, into that series, because I feel like he was kind of missing the entire time in group stage. It was kind of just YZK and Zay kind of carrying most of the brunt of the offense here for the side of EP, but then XQQ came in. I feel like it's more of a familiar opponent, maybe for EP, just like how Emzin said in the commercial. They're really, they really do watch every single game to kind of try and see and pick out what is the weaknesses of the team. And I feel like in that series, when AG lost Ankara, I feel like that was a break point of the entire series. That kind of just broke them.
Yeah, well, we take a look at some of the map comparisons here. So many games on Eagle Eye from Evolution Power, and they like barely crest above 30%. Also, their compounds, is that correct?
Yes.
Can that actually be?
I think if we're including the CFPL moments, yeah, last season of CFPL, which wasn't the best for EP. I think everyone just picked compound against them, and his EP was just willing to play it. Maybe a bit too willing. But,
so
you know,
the percentages here are a little bit compromised, but at the end of the day, they do have 22 games played on compound, so
got the reps in.
Yeah, they definitely have the reps in. They could possibly put compound in the latter side of the map vetoes and see if they can get into it or not. At the end of the day, I feel like for Evolution Power, they should go for, I would say, more long-ranged maps, since they do have that long-range dual ability with XQQ, with YZK with the Om, and sometimes you will see players like Mino will pick up the third Om from time to time. Doesn't happen all that much, but we've seen that one match where EP was going for the triple Om setup.
Yeah, definitely can happen. I think this, you know, those stats, if you look at them and you don't know too much about the teams, you might be like, wow, Vasco are the huge favorites in this. Like, they looked great.
Fabricated.
Yeah, they looked great in their in all of their maps here. But I think, you know, there is an angle where it's like, okay, Mexico gets banned out a lot and in the Chinese region, whereas in Brazil, they play it all the time. So that's kind of the one that EP have to ban 100%, where we might see that Vasco have an opportunity to actually target ban a little bit more with their one, and maybe even go for a compound if they feel confident that EP is still not good on that map and stuff like that. But outside of that, I mean, I still feel like EP are the favorites in this one. They have more predictions from us. They have the entire crowd behind them, especially because every other Chinese team is out of the tournament now. So it's like everybody's like, all right, we'll get behind EP. We have to support them here in Hangzhou, China. And I think that's definitely going to benefit them, unless, you know, Vasco are really the type of team that feels like, okay, we really want to upset all the fans. We want to be the guys that come in here and stir the pot. So it'll be interesting to watch. And keep in mind, even if you lose right now in this best of 5, you still have a second chance in the lower bracket.
You indeed do have the second chance. For Evolution Power, I do feel like that it's justifiable for them to just go into the winner's brackets. Don't need to stress it all that much, because what the problem is, if you do end up losing this matchup against Vasco, you're going to go into the lower brackets, and you will have to play against ANTISOCIAL, who practically almost made a comeback happen. They were able to take 2 maps, Wolf Empire, of course, and I don't know if you, it really just comes down to how well Evolution Power can show their power, but at the end of the day, if they are not able to provide much of a resilience, then what's going to happen is they will have to fight against ANTISOCIAL, who's already fully warmed up, was able to take 2 maps off of Wolf, and then, yeah, you're standing at the end of the plank where you are going to get knocked out of the tournament after making the playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, I would argue actually, like, with the way that Wolf is performing, they're easily like the best team in the entirety of the bracket at the moment, and the fact that ANTISOCIAL got all the way up to 2 games, I feel like in that last game of Compound, it was just some select mistakes that lost them the game. Obviously, Viana over-pushing from long, and that one moment from Lucam, despite having 20 frags, that over-push on Ice Cube, unfortunately, did kind of just cook them in that game. But yeah, I mean, that's the shark-infested waters that is the lower bracket. You do want to avoid it as much as possible, because, I mean, ANTISOCIAL are looking for revenge. So, yeah, I mean, hopefully we do see a good series from both ends. I feel like EP kind of kind of a redemption arc for them, in all honesty, which is very nice to see, because I think one of the main reasons why they played so bad in Summer Championships is because the limited time between CFPL and Summer Championships, and obviously in CFPL they're more used to the VIP weapons, the M14 EDR, which is arguably easier to control compared to the CFS M4 or the CFS AK. That's why they looked so lost in the Vietnam tournament, with the exception of Zay, because he's kind of like the standout performer from that tournament. So with them being more used to the the CFS rules, the CFS weapons, they're kind of looking a lot more different this time compared to what we saw back then.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm curious about your guys' take. Whoever wins this best of 5 has to immediately play another best of 5. Not like immediately. They'll have some 20, 30 minutes break, but I actually feel like if you're able to immediately play it without taking a big break, like Wolf will have to after winning the first best of 5, I feel like it's actually better to just immediately continue so you're fresh, especially coming off of a win. You have that momentum. You're still feeling warmed up. Do you guys agree with that, or what do you think? Who's got the benefit going into that best of 5 later?
Here's my take on it. If Antisocial wasn't able to drag it to map 5, I would say Wolf is looking so much better because A, they were able to warm their hands up. B, they were able to get the comms in. And C, they were able to go back to the drawing board and fix any issues that was present whilst playing against Antisocial. But now, because Antisocial was able to spar for long enough and drag much of health out from the players, after playing 5 maps, it's not gonna be the easiest job of the world. Sure, first 2 maps Wolf could be alright, but after playing 7 maps in total, 7, that's a lot of wind taken out of your sails. Especially under the LAN environments we are at currently.
Yeah. I think honestly, like knowing the practice regiment of Wolf Empire, they're probably like still fresh. No, honestly, I feel like they're not tired whatsoever. I feel like it's actually Wolf Empire with the advantage because you get to watch the game. I mean, despite winning, obviously, if it is going to be a tight series, Wolf is going to be pointing out those mistakes and they're going to be spotting out what was wrong. But at the same time, I feel like the other teams are also watching that first series carefully. With their magnifying glass out, looking for those mistakes. And obviously, with the nature of the 5-game series, with how close it was, I feel like both teams, it's not as they're not as godly as we think.
Yeah, it definitely does feel like everybody's mortal in this tournament. You and I, Sneaky, we were a couple of antisocial predictors. A couple of. The only 2, it was us and it was Claire, like the one based voter from the Chinese squad, and then it was obviously all of the Portuguese language commentators. And at first, they were, Elfish and Neo, they were just railing me. They're saying, okay, you're just not getting a very good prediction. It's not going very well for you. This team is doing nothing. And then they came back. What was your reaction like during that series? Did you feel like did you lose hope after Ankara? Did you think it was over, or
not?
Did you feel like they had a chance
like
still?
Considering how close the Ankara didn't go as well as people think. I think some of the other rounds were just, I wouldn't say pure luck, because just like how I say, luck is part of the competition, but some of the other rounds were just really just unlucky for AS, and if those rounds actually went their way, could have been a closer match, actually could have actually won that series.
Well, guys, we do have the band pick on the way. Let's hop into it right now. Alrighty, let's get into the action here in this ban pick.
All right, you already know what it is. Eagle Eye, first ban.
And Mexico, second ban?
Yes.
Eagle Eye, first ban. Mexico, second ban. First pick for Vasco is going to be, I feel like, Black Widow, baby.
I feel like Port is also one of those contestants to come in early in the ban picks. I mean, we have to wait and see what happens, but I think we're pretty much on the money with the first 2 bans. Eagle Eye, of course, will be banned out by Vasco, and then followed up by Mexico. I mean, yep. That was only 2. That was the only 2. But Port is very justifiable, and if you want an upset, Subbase is also in the talk as well. I mean, Subbase has been like the hot potato of the whole tournament, where the strong teams were taken down eventually by the underdogs in that specific map. And if Vasco is considering himself to be the underdog coming into this matchup, then Subbase is also a very strong candidate, let's say, to be picked up here.
Yeah, I think I'm thinking we're just... you really don't want to have Compound early in this series. I think Subbase is actually an acceptable first map. Port, all right.
Called it.
Port against EP. I wasn't expecting it because considering EP, they actually had some good reps or they had some good games on Port. So maybe Vasco was like, all right, MG, you can 100% diff XQQ here, so we trust you, brother.
Also, the Chinese broadcast was very surprised by that. You could hear them be like, oh.
Bench called Port. Bench has the only caster,
the only
in
one
the
who
entire
knew.
Stadium has called Port, and I know I am on the money right now.
Wouldn't be
But
surprised if
congratulations.
Black Widow map too? Yeah, that's like.
So Black Widow is going to be the pick from Evolution Power, and how could you justify this, Sneaky?
MG, just like how I said it, he's not much of a mover, he's not much of a playmaker, he's more of like a turret kind of guy. You put him on the site, you know, he just let him be. And I feel like Black Widow is one of those maps that can kind of make that style pretty hard to do, but that's what I said last time also in Ankara, and you know, it did work out for MG. So not a surprise, Evolution Power is one of those teams that does like to spam a Black Widow back in CFPL as much as possible. Map 3, I'm thinking it's gonna be Ankara, because you know, you wanna balance it out. You wanna balance it out. You don't wanna pick Compound immediately. You gotta go Ankara, let Compound float to map 5, get the comfort in, and
I mean, if Vasco has picked up Ports and Black Widow second, Subbase could have been map 3. Just the intention of that is to take Evolution Power to Variance Town. And you know, if that was going to be the case, then it's basically flipping a coin every map. But looks like they want to tone down the tempo a little bit, pick up Ankara as map 3, and Subbase, of course, is going to be map 4, as Evolution Power is going to be playing Subbase for map 4, and that leaves us the decider.
Yeah, because last time I checked, no one's from Umena, so they're not gonna prioritize Compound.
I just feel like if I were Vasco and I saw Evolution Power with like a 5% win rate on Compound after 25 games, I might have considered it earlier, but to be fair, I think the Port's fine, and Ankara, everybody loves that, and I think the picks for the side of Vasco make sense in terms of why you would go for those over Compounds, whereas obviously you're not going to pick Compound as Evolution Power, so it just gets left until the very end, and that's just fine. We might just get there again. A lot of decider Compounds. It's not the first time this has happened, and already the crowd is getting into it. Can definitely hear them behind us. They were trying to get into the tiers for Antisocial, actually, as the comeback was mounting for the side of Antisocial, but yeah, the fans were disappointed. The Goken fans, they're not too happy. We will get on to Port. Port, I think, was the most exciting map from the last series, where it went 13-11. Easily could have been anybody's game there, but really a huge comeback from Antisocial to force overtime and then make it a fun map.
Yeah, Port is one of those maps where you pick up if you feel very confident. I feel like Vasco is seemingly dialed in, at least mentally, within themselves. It just comes to show on this man pick, and as you can take a look at the map data, I mean, Vasco's not half bad on Port, not gonna lie. Of course, it was played in their own region. The stats are a little bit fabricated because it's not including the whole international tournaments, I believe.
Sure. It could be, what do you call it, stat padding? Stat padding in a weaker region, but the weaker region is the second best region.
Yeah,
it's
second best
hard,
region.
I mean, yeah, Evolution Power wasn't the best team. Vasco was one of the best teams in their region as well.
You should have seen the Q9 versus EP game in I think it was the APAC tournament. That was, I'm not gonna lie, that was one of the ugliest games I've ever seen from both teams. So
nice.
I'm glad that EP has recovered from. I feel like they saw that, and MZin was like, "Yeah, we shouldn't play Port like that."
Yeah. I mean, Port's always interesting. I feel like you never really know what you're going to get in terms of, I can come in with expectations for the two teams and say, oh, this player's on the map, he's going to just totally take over the site. And then sometimes the teams that are playing into that team, like if MG's on top, they might just attack him over and over with a ton of grenades. Like, Ice Cube was having a really good start to the map when he was on GR side, and then he wasn't really doing too much from the Blacklist side. So, I mean, he got a couple of picks here and there, but it just feels like there's a lot of back and forth on a map like this that is, you know, relatively heavily weighted towards one side. So, curious to see who's going to come out here. Vasco, I think, with the first map pick as well, they really get to declare whether or not they're going to be a contender in this series, because you can start off, you pick your best map, Port, and you say, we're going to take you down. If you lose Port, and you're already the underdogs in this series as far as most people are concerned, then I wouldn't be surprised if EP take it down.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough day if they end up dropping the map pick of their own, especially that being Port, which is one of their best maps, of course. But going back to what you're just touching upon, yeah, Port is definitely one of the maps that kind of goes back and forth, but the one factor that kind of stops that, derail that from that track of going back and forth is how well the armors can perform. And of course, on the side of Vasco, it's going to be MG with the MG special to derail that pattern and, you know, push his team forward, you know, pick up 2 rounds, 3 rounds in a row. But on the side of Evolution Power, we of course have YCK, who is supposed to be the backup player on the rifle, on the arm, kind of switching back and forth, but nowadays I feel like he's definitely going for the arm a little bit more than the rifle. XQQ, of course, off to a slow start coming to the tournament, but he has picked up his pace, playing really, really well, and he had much of a clutch moment, just like MG did as well. So, yeah, I feel like that first map is going to come down to whether the armors are going to be hot on fire or not.
Which armor is going to be more on fire to start off? What do you think, Sneaky?
I don't know. You've already said MG special twice, so I'm gonna let's say.
So probably
when you're sent worse. So
now you're flaming me now. All right, I see how it is.
We gotta return the flame, man. It's it's trickle down flame. So it goes from Jordan, Neo.
Everybody gets a piece.
And then it's the 3 of us, man. Honestly,
it's the 3 of us. We're the nicest people on the desk.
That's true.
Yes.
You guys wouldn't have flamed me for voting for Antisocial, right? And by you guys, I mean Bench, because he also voted for Antisocial.
I was a believer.
Well, once you guys are off the desk, maybe next game. I have something
switch
cooking.
Sides.
I have something cooking on the Red Belt, but yeah,
that desk is just toxic, man. You and Jordan and oh my god.
Even myself feel
Should
that.
Should I even watch that?
Bro, it's like halftime. He's switching sides.
Yeah.
But
we'll figure something out.
We'll figure something out. But I mean, when it comes to the Port map, man, not gonna lie, the only thing I'm thinking is how is Vasco or Evolution Power gonna get mid control? Because I feel like the importance of mid, especially in Port, has kind of risen time and time again, because long is such a really hard position to take in A that you're gonna have to take connector, because that's where most of the nades are gonna be set up. At the same time, you also have to worry about bridge. You've noticed time and time again, obviously people doing the parkour, or as we call it, ninja, back
parkour special.
And yeah, I mean, it's been very important in removing the sniper and curve, maybe put some pressure off of the long players so they only have to worry about top A. So how are these teams going to control mid? Is it going to be a priority, or are they just going to leave it, play the sites? It's a lot of ways that you can play it.
There definitely are. We're trying to get into this first map of Port. Shouldn't be too long before we get into this. Feels like, you know, a little bit of extra logistics when there's more moving pieces here in a bigger stadium and all that stuff. The Chinese casters, they look ready to go, and so that means we are also ready to go into Port for map 1 of the second best of 5 of the day. Alrighty. First map, Port comes through. It is the choice of Vasco. And we'll see if they can make their mark on this series early on, or if Evolution Power is just going to say China #1 once again and try to stake their claim on these semifinals that we have coming through.
I mean, like you said before, usually the make or break moment in a best out of 5 comes in like map 2 or 3, but because Port is going to be the first map to be picked up, I feel like the moment of make or break had arrived a little bit faster than expected to the side of Vasco. But early on into the rounds, looks like the map control will be granted for now, as they were able to plant MG deep on connector. And whilst all that, we do have a player watching outside towards B, and 3 players will be chilling out towards A long. XQQ is going to be on top of the bomb site to hold down initial aggression, but We've seen him fail to do so with a bunch of flashes thrown his way in the previous games.
Yeah. I mean, that's kind of the way that you have to counter XQQ, right? You got to pressure him early in the series, make sure he doesn't have a comfortable time. It's kind of like a snowball for this kid, right? I mean, I'm saying kid because he's a pretty young guy, so that means he's not used to the pressure as much as it is in CFPL compared to internationals. You mean, it's different teams, different regions, different styles. So he's still on the adjusting period, but he has had his moments. But if you can't have his moments, you gotta fall back to YZK on that sniper who's kind of more used to the swing of things here.
Whilst all that, with a minute left onto the clock, Vasco is going to gather outside of B. Lining up their smokes, leading the charge, leading the pack will, of course, be Fefe. And the crowd is getting loud. They are ready, Evolution Power. They have Mino and Zay behind the boxes. And here comes the aggression. Spray downs are correct on Mino. Will pick up huge kills. That's going to be down to 3 players. And the Alms are on fire as well. Action MG in a 2v4 to make things happen. YH through the window is going to get the shot done. And with the cold out, eventually Action's going to take the kill bot in a 1v2 with about 10 HP. It's not going to work out. Evolution Power is going to pick off the first round. Coming into port, which is Vasco's map choice.
And it's only round 1. The crowd's already going crazy as the push is coming through. Obviously, the players are in booths and they have like headsets on and they have white noise. They can't hear anything, but it's so funny. The fans are like, guys, they're going B.
Good thing they got the in zones, obviously.
Yeah.
The best headsets.
Oh, yeah. Special shout out to Sony In Zone and Morphling for providing our players with the best gear in the world.
Support for your back and your ears.
Also, special thanks to Tencent and Spellgate for making this event happening.
Yeah, we did that at the top of the show bench, but thank you.
Just gonna rub it in there a little bit more, you know what I'm saying?
A little extra shout out doesn't hurt, for sure.
There's a lot of downtime in port when in the beginning of the rounds, of course.
Understandable, bro, honestly. I mean, I'm surprised that EP is actually not fighting mid that much, but at the same time, I feel like that B-side hit, I don't like the lack of utility, in all honesty. I feel like they're going to know early whether or not you're going to be going inside, and especially with the setup that Evolution Power had, double box and the big box itself on the site, you gotta throw one flash or two, man.
Yes. One flash or two, good to clear out those corners, well, so to speak in the tactical languages, harder corners to clear.
For sure.
And eventually that was not the case on the first round, and Vasco was gonna drop like that. And this time around, coming to round number 2, early nades from Evolution Power was able to find some value onto MG. Not a lot of damage, and this time they're gonna take it down towards middle. They have smokes out. It's gonna be YH to hold this one down, and he cannot. He will get instantly knocked out. And trying to provide some support is going to be YZK, but he is completely smoked off. And now the swing is coming towards B. Minnow on the hold, not going to work. Zay getting swarmed by 4 players, picks up 2 huge kills. Eventually, he is taken out for the plant to be proceeded down to a 2v2. But this round is looking a little bit better for the side of Vasco.
Yep, curve control. Going to go through for YZK. Obviously, a flank from XQQ, but the sniper is going to have a harder time considering that it is a close space. So at least he can confirm that the left side of the site is going to be clear. So a lot less angles to check. There's the peek from YZK. MG going to be the first shot, but now XQQ is going to know that he's playing stairs, but he's not chasing the angle. Instead, XQQ going to get pressured by AKT, who's still on site, but YZK takes his head up, but it is AKT in a 1v1. He's just going to escape in the house. He's going to hide in the corner, playing time, but YZK knows exactly where you are, and I think there's time. I think there's time.
Oh, I think he got it.
There could be time.
Got it.
He's got the defuse.
He did.
He got it. No way. Evolution Power is going to sneak in around with a defuse. That was basically burnt down to the ashes.
Wow.
I think my boy should have went all the way back.
Maybe.
Just kept running?
I mean, inside the hut, if you go deep enough, you do have an angle to the C4 that's planted. Sure, if the guy is ducking down while defusing it, it's hard to hit, but maybe that was the play that should have been preceded, but eventually it wasn't the case, and somehow Evolution Power is going to pick up 2 rounds in a row. Sure, it came down to the wire, but rounds are rounds at the end of the day.
Rounds are rounds. I mean, we saw like 4 clutches in a row on Compound in the last series, and you know it was getting close, but they got the rounds, and they don't really care how they got them. Evolution Power, they take it down. It was a nice play from Vasco, though. I like that move through mid, and then they just smoke off all the guys from A, so they can't really do anything, right? So getting in to the B site was pretty smooth from their side. A nice little strategy. I do wonder, after a couple of failed rounds here from Blacklist side, what are we going to look at in terms of the next push? Maybe a chance to go A, but as we can see, a decent, not a stack, but they had, you know, the guy very far forward is YH. They've got, of course, XQQ still up top. We got 3 guys looking maybe to enter into B main at this point.
I mean, if I'm Fefe, I would still continue to favor B. I mean, the rounds came down to the wire. Sure, the first round was just straight up B hit, and the second round was going in towards middle and then going towards B, which somewhat worked out until Zay basically sprayed some pepper right at the faces of Vasco to take a double kill. Round number 3. Not entirely sure which direction they want to take, but I have a good feeling it's going to be down towards B once again. Mino trying to duel Silva in the hut. The wallbangs are not going to connect. And eventually, with about 47 seconds remaining, looks like Vasco is going to go for that mid take once again, but XQQ says no to that. The first kill granted. And here comes the rotation from YZK as well. VNC with a good swing and a kill. Silva as well is going to pick up Mino in the whole process. The C4 has rotated in towards this bomb site, and in the process, hello, Silva is going to be able to find the kill on towards YZK. Looks like this round is done and over by Vasco unless Zay has a huge clutch under his belt.
I mean, Zay has it all to do. 1v4. 1v3.5. I guess this is way too much. He's going to try to go through the smoke. There's 2 guys looking at him. He already took damage, and down he'll go. So Vasco, nice first round to take down. It was looking good at the beginning. XQQ got the snipe down, as this is the round before where he was able to get the kill and then just barely get the defuse.
3.5 men was just, there just was too many episodes of that to watch for Zay to go through.
Yeah.
Didn't work out.
Yeah, I like that reaction though from Vasco. Honestly, as soon as they saw XQQ, he's going to be sitting duck in lane, going back to that A site, and you're just going to run through. Obviously, the sniper cannot kill 2 dudes at the same time unless it's a collateral. So it kind of makes sense that they would just chase down XQQ, take over the A site from the behind. And it was a waste of an opportunity there for YH because he was already all the way in long on the metal box. That's why XQQ went back to mid in order to help that mid defense. But it seems like Vasco were just a bit more sharp there, man.
It always comes down to the little butt we put at the end. Vasco was able to pick up
little
that
butt?
The little butt.
Sometimes it's a big
come on,
butt.
guys.
Sometimes you guys are like, but...
The little poo?
However is probably the better term, I guess.
Moreover.
Nonetheless.
Yeah.
Perchance.
Yeah. Oh, God. The grammar issues are coming. But coming into... Well... there was one more butt for you guys. 2-1. Evolution Power has a round on top. And Vasco, coming into round number 4, is thinking about testing down towards B. As the C4 is going to be left out. It looks like they're just going to be clearing the corners, clearing the angles, expecting a player from Evolution Power to be posted out wide. But the pressure is on towards EP as well. They're going to be playing pretty passive, kind of tucked up nicely in the backside of the bomb site. And whilst all that, just about a minute left, and Fefe is thinking about making a big rotation. Or is he just going to tease us and come back towards the B hut?
Yeah, I mean, you were talking about the success they had towards B, even without winning the rounds. But then they just went mid to A, and they had a good amount of success doing that as well, even more success. So it just feels like Vasco's BL side. Nice little pick-off here onto MG, by the way. Start him off. But yeah, their BL sided pushes have been pretty good. Delayed execute once again, and now they're going to take down XQQ. Pretty huge with this angle here for Zay. Could go massive. He takes down 2, make it 3! And he's got a little help from his friends. That should shut down any chance of Vasco taking this round.
All down to the ends of action in the 1v3 with 9 seconds, seemingly impossible, but he's going to find one headshot on towards YZK. 5 seconds remaining. The flash is not going to, he has to go for the kills, but it looks like the players of Evolution Power are going to be running away, and the round is secured by Evolution Power with Zay coming up huge with a triple spray down towards the bridge.
Yeah, honestly, very nice reaction from AP as well. I mean, SCQ got the first kill, probably saw the head of VNC as he was bouncing around that ledge. And yeah, I mean, it's a good communication between the sniper and the rifler. Of course, Zay coming around the corner in curve. I feel like XQQ repeaked for that sole reason because he just knew that Zay was going to get that.
That round looked so shaky as XQQ had no valid reason to repick into mid. Eventually, we sprayed down Fefe. I thought it was a done deal at that point, but Zay just came in huge. Now, moving into this round, looks like another mid-aggression is cooking up on the board. VNC leading the charge with the pop flashes over the top. YZK trying to hold the angle. It's not going to happen as the main aggression is going to come down towards B, looks like. Mine on top of the bomb site is going to be good for one. Wallbang down for the trade kill, and the C4 has made its way. Now, Zay trying to get aggressive is going to take down on player, and that opens up a lot of gate for the retake for Evolution Power to come through.
Yeah, it was a really nice position there from MG, but it just got scouted out and cleared out. As you mentioned, going to make this retake better. Bo, ooh, the double swing comes out from Fefe in action early to take him down.
That's smart, honestly. MG, obviously, he's going to be the flank player 24/7, but AKT is going to get Zay. Very important piece of the pie so far for Evolution Power. But YZK going to try to get back on the site, but AKT with the AK-47, he's going crazy. 3 headshots later, and that's the round for Vasco Esports. What a re-clear, man. I mean, they already knew that MG is going to be playing that behind defense, but it's a very nice on-the-fly call for Fefe to re-clear B-House.
That double swing on towards Hut was a dictionary play. That's the way how Blacklist should hold on to the bomb. And eventually, by playing the textbook ways, they were able to secure the round. We're going to be closing to a tie. It's going to be 3-2. Evolution Power still has 1 round on top. Oh, the counter boost is coming in. VNC is waiting with open arms. Gets the drop, and YH will go down. And within 30 seconds of the first round number 5 and round number 6, we're gonna be looking at Evolution Power starting off to a very slow start.
Yeah, I feel like it was about time as well. I feel like Vasco knew that the catwalk A position has not been boosted on for the past few rounds, so Fefe's like, hey, VNC, check this just in case, because eventually they're going to boost, right? It's a very, very good boost, unless, you know, VNC is on the other side, already creeped up all the way. And it also gives additional information for Evolution Power, or for Vasco rather, that the boosty is still on the site, so XQQ might be on his own, but look at that mid, man. No one is on it.
Yeah, I mean, after finding the frag, there's no real reason to really pressure further, risking yourselves going down to the arm. So they're gonna reset and try to utilize the man advantage on towards one of the bomb sites. They can easily isolate one from the other. And this time around, Valdez, I think a B hit is finally coming. I've been praying for one. It looks like I'm gonna finally get one.
I mean, they did some earlier as well. I mean, you've still got time, actually. I feel like Vasco have been really taking their time with this. Of course, makes sense, the team that they are. Just wait until like 30 seconds and then go for the hit. We saw this really backfire a couple times, well, maybe more than a couple times for Antisocial in that best of 5 earlier.
And Imperial. Remember, the Imperial's the slowest team, and they kind of messed it up. I feel like this is just pure respect, honestly, for the side of Vasco, that they're taking this long to set up. But MG, he's going to start things off with this round number 6 with a kill on the sniper. And YZK could not even react to Fefe whatsoever. Silva is going to get Mino, and the entirety of Evolution Power has been snapped out of reality. 3-3? 3 rounds already for the BL side, man?
Yeah. I mean, they're just really setting the tone like we talked about, right? Where it's like they pick port. They got to perform here early on, especially from Blacklist side. Otherwise, you know, maybe EP are just going to totally outplay them in the best of 5. But now it looks like if Vasco are playing this well, early on at least, we might have a bit of a series on our hands. And maybe even Vasco having some success a bit later on.
Yeah, XQQ. I'm not a fan of... Bro, look at... Take a ruler. Look at how wide that is, bro. As soon as someone just slightly peeks around the corner, he's just going to see XQQ standing. Thank God he backed off. But I feel like YZK was covering in top 8, but as soon as YZK misses a shot, which does happen from time to time,
it just comes down to the trust, right? Like him, XQQ trusting YZK.
He's trusting the homies.
He's trusting his boys. But he was going to fall back from that angle and find a better place to work with. I mean, yeah, like you mentioned, Sneaky, Vasco picking up 3 already. That's a big number to be put out on the Blacklist side. Sure, like they can lose 6-3 from here on. Still, they'll feel just fine going to Global Risk with 3 rounds in their pockets.
I mean, they have 3 more tries to go for 4. 5-4 is going to be horrible here, man.
Oh, Evolution Power is going to have to rethink about their tactics. Until then, we have a huge triple-man setup from EP holding down the B hut. And Vasco is looking to just pry this one open. VNC swings, goes down. With some pop flashes, there comes the aggression, but Fefe will eventually find one before going down. Action does find some refrags, but down a player is going to be Vasco. Comes in the swing, and how does Action even find that headshot through the wall? There is no way. But there was a way, and he got the kill. Down to a 2v2. Less than just about a minute left onto the clock.
That's the M4, baby.
That's the M4. Ooh, the timing. Oh, XQQ barely alive.
Yeah, and XQQ just going to be staying in mid. MG, usually a man that doesn't back off in any of these fights, so wouldn't be surprised if he tries to ego it forward. But 30 seconds left on the clock, not much time. The defense has been split. It has to be a double kill from one of the two players of EP, or else it is going to be a 1v1, possibly with a retake. XQQ has gone down the ladder, but he has no idea that MG in Action has made it to top A, and he's going to go back up the ladder. No, he's actually going to go all the way to long, and MG might find him, and there we go, XQQ from the behind. But look at the confusion from Action, does get the kill. YZK, the only one left alive, and he's going to get spotted in lane. And that's a 1v1 that's really hard to take. Action has all the advantage here. This is going to be a problem if YZK cannot find him in time, but that's going to be the information. Who's going to swing first? Who's going to go up? Who's going to go down? Nade's going to go through, but does he know he's right in front of him? Why do you have a nade out, Action? Now is not the time to have a nade out, especially when you're that close.
That was definitely a bit iffy, I have to say. That I'm not sure about it, but I'm sure the those guys, Evolution Power, will feel pretty happy about the predicament and will stay alive on their own GR side of port, which sounds weird to say, but certainly a good feel for them.
Certainly sounds weird, but eventually the round will be picked up by Evolution Power, so we will have to wait and see if Vasco can pull one more round in before the first half is over. The pot shots, Action's gonna win that luck duel eventually. Mino's gonna find a better damage being put out down towards Action, so already little bit of damage being inflicted to the side of Vasco.
Yeah. Action, the arena merchant, 11-3 already in this game. I mean, some players do better in the arena, some players do worse when there's no crowds, and it's kind of evident from the group stage, right?
Mm-hmm.
Really is.
XQQ. We've seen this pressure come through before. There's people just spamming them through the boxes. They're not actually going to commit to the push, but a lot of damage into XQQ after that one. So Vasco just playing with the enemy sniper a little bit. Well, one of them. We'll see YZK is here. B main, tunnels looking, waiting, seeing if anyone will push that way.
Well, Vasco is going to prepare for a huge A hit. 4 players are going to be looking towards one. Have 3 players out towards A long to line up some nades. VNC on top of connector, but XQQ, first responder to this aggression. Ooh, VNC dropped from connector, and I don't think he was caught there.
Yeah, I think MG needs to... Oh, never mind, he just peeks YZK. I was like, MG need to go back mid to cut off some rotations, but seems like it's going to be fine. XQQ, 30 HP. Instead, YH is going to be the first one down. There's still 2 players on the site. XQQ trying to live, but he's going to eat the nade, and he doesn't hit the shot. And that's another round for Vasco, potentially. It's only going to be Zay, and it's going to take a robotic clutch. That's for sure.
Yep.
Yeah, no way.
It wasn't there.
Nothing he could do at that point, not even his fault. And take a look at a couple rounds ago. Just a very nice stack, and even you can bounce the flash in as well as, yeah, having the nade out there, definitely a bit iffy. But man, Vasco's blacklist side on this map has been very impressive, I have to say. Outside of some small mistakes, their executes have been excellent, and XQQ not able to hit anybody as they're coming in was certainly a bit of an issue.
Definitely a little bit of an issue, but Vasco, VNC just up on the left of the screen had 11 kills. I think another player was sitting on 11 kills as well, so we could definitely see some sort of consistency on the side of Vasco, but on the side of EP, we do have a couple players a little bit slow to the start, late to the game. But they can always come online. Last round of the first half, tied to 4v4. Vasco, what are they willing to do here?
Yeah.
Parkour
Bit of a parkour, bit of a waste of a setup from last round as well, right?
Yeah.
I feel like if MG just went mid instead, they would have actually rotated very quickly to A site.
Could have happened.
I can see VNC screen just light up, man.
Yeah.
That boy is blind.
He's completely blind. Yes, you are right with that point. Just about a minute and 10 seconds left on the timer here. Not entirely sure if they want to dictate 8. We have a 3-man stack from Evolution Power, and also Zay could rotate in faster than you think to provide the support.
Yeah, they're ready for this push. I mean, there is action in B main. He really hasn't seen anything, but we got people jumping down, so I would assume they are, in fact, going for this. A flash over the top. We got action in the picture-in-picture looking to push through. Execute this time. This time he's going to hit the shot. He's got YH close as well. The spray comes down. He's going to hit the headshot himself. Gives them a much better shot at turning this push around. As although MG putting up the numbers from long, he's going to pick up another one with the AK. Gives them a decent shot. 14 seconds to take out Zay. They get it done. And a 5th round will go to Vasco from the Blacklist side.
Oh, Zay completely whiffed a swing there.
Yeah, I can't believe I said this. I can't believe I'm going to say this. MG with a AK-3K.
Yeah.
That's something that we don't expect, man. I mean, MG is usually ride or die with the sniper, but he's been rocking the AK from time to time, and it seems like practice has been paying off. But look at this BLKD, man. 1.44.
Oof.
Ugh.
I mean, that's amazing for Vasco, but the fact that there's such a huge gap. Evolution Power just kind of limping across the line.
Yep. Could be inexperience on port, just like I said. The Q9 versus EP game back in APAC on ports was one of the worst quality games I've ever seen. So maybe it's coming back to bite them in the ear.
Maybe, but since we do change the sides, maybe this could bring some fresh air to Evolution Power.
By the way, since when does Action ever pick up the AWM?
Very rarely. At least for the times I've casted him,
that.
I've never seen that. At least the times that I casted with you.
Guys, I'm hitting everything. Give me the AWM.
I mean, fair enough.
Well,
but
MG got a 3K with the AK. Might as well as give Action some chance at being a sniper on the board. Well, that is that. And Evolution Power as well, respecting Vasco now, is going to be playing this one pretty slow. The timer has been burnt down to the minute. And it looks like the port is going to be one of those maps where both teams are going to be taking this with a slower approach to all things. Oh, what a shot from Zay. Silva had nothing to do about it.
Yeah, it was pretty impressive. Action. Swinging
God,
with cold. This guy can't miss. What is happening?
What is going on?
Who is this guy? And he gets okay, he's dead. They finally got him, but the damage has been done. And now they're here on the B site, 40 seconds left. VNC here on the back road. They're trying to peek him, but they can't quite get the ball. Grenade out, and Fefe just going to swing it. Perfect timing. And there you go, Fefe with the 2K himself. Man.
I feel like we were yapping a little too much about MG special. Action's like, I want a piece of that too.
Yeah, the Action
he
special.
Was definitely watching the replays.
Oh my God, Action was like, I'm not stuck in here with you, you're stuck in here with me.
He's got 14 kills and 120 ADR. What are we looking at?
It's a flow state.
That was that cold to AWM switch was flawless, picking up a kill each.
Yeah.
And
I mean, to be fair, he drive-by'd Mino, and he somehow gotten away with it.
Yeah, I mean, that should have been punished in all rights.
Fefe, you got this. I
got
believe this. See? Right when I said it.
I don't know if that's legal, but, you know.
Well, there's no timeout, so I suppose so.
Well, I mean, we'll wait and see how it turns out. Nonetheless, he's going to have himself in connector. Now it's legal. Yeah.
I feel like a ref on football. Or no, the flag guys.
Offsides?
Offside. Oh, it's still going to be onside. Evolution Power, though. after dropping that round, there's going to be even more passive and to the level of where they give up map control.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about Brazilian teams that love to sit back, play it passively, especially on a map like this where Blacklist can be rough. Evolution Power as well against AG. They spent so many of the early rounds on Black Widow just literally sitting in spawn. Like they would cover every flank, every angle, and say, okay, we're waiting for a minute and a half, and then, you know, we'll do something. So it doesn't surprise me. I thought maybe it was EP doing it specifically into AG, but they're also playing very slow. Vasco's playing very slow. And maybe that's just the way to play nowadays. Unnights were on to something.
Pietro was a genius.
LCK, they get it.
They saw the vision. They unlocked the future. But
well said.
Couldn't.
Look at
Fefe.
this. What is happening here?
The timing is going to let him live. He's going to pop a smoke to even try to hold on to his life. In the process, YH was going to be able to take down Silva. And here comes the swing out towards A, and the bridge hold is not going to be there. MG goes down, and Mino is going to pick up 2 more kills in the process. Defense completely wiped down by Mino, by himself.
Jeez. Well, Zane's just going to clean it up. So, lost in mid, bad timing for Vasco there. Didn't expect more than one player, but taking a look at the replay action, no semblance of backing off on this man, and the amount of players that they already have in bottom B was already there. But EP in that last round caught the really good timing. No one was actually watching mid. Fefe just checked it. Silva died super early as well. So it hasn't been a good game by Silva, but it seems like VNC and Action are doing a great job, you know, covering his mistakes. But he's got to step up, man, if they do want to win this map.
You are on point, but on the side of Evolution Power, Mino was able to 300 times his kill. From 1 to 3. 300%.
Yeah, 300 times would be 300 kills. But close.
Close.
Yeah.
There you go.
If you play maybe like the whole tournament.
Multiplication. Tables.
Times tables.
Equations?
Yes. Well, it's the beginning of the round, so we're just going to, you know, shoot at a door, you know, maybe throw out a grenade or something.
My favorite port pastime, just shooting between doors.
Yeah.
Oh, it's like the downtime, right? Every single time.
But you do get lucky sometimes. You do get a stray bullet sometimes, and you just straight up kill someone, and that's
right through middle, right?
Yep. You gotta hit it right above the door, so it avoids the box entirely.
Yeah. I mean, a little bit of damage sustained here by Action and Silva, so something was connecting. Better than nothing, I suppose. A B hit.
Nothing.
Guess it's B.
Yeah, they're gonna have all 5 players coming in hot. Action is the one to react here. They're gonna give it a go. Action, go for 1. This is gonna be traded out quickly enough, and VNC comes in hot, finds a headshot before going down. Down to a 3v3. C4 soon to be planted with the smokes being put out towards spawn. Execute took a bunch, and here comes a swing from Silva. Had to step up huge, not gonna work out. Fefe that goes down as well. MG special up on the board, boys. 1v3. Yep. If he does it, he does it. If he doesn't, he's gonna be a tie.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of the more difficult MG special angles because, I mean, they're always going to have that smoked. Well, actually, they don't have any more smoke.
Oh, God.
Wow. Okay. Gives himself a pretty good shot. Seems like he's got a good read on exactly where they're going to be hitting, and the quick scope is good for one more.
MG special up on the board. He found 2, looking for the third. Not gonna happen.
So close.
2v2.
So close.
My word.
This is a close map.
Very close map, and this port shouldn't be going like this, in all honesty. Usually it is a map where the GR side does dominate most of the rounds, but Evolution Power has found holes in the defense time and time again. And yeah, I mean, great entry onto the B site. Despite the curve control there from Vasco, you notice that EP didn't plant the C4 immediately because they knew that Vasco was going to be very aggressively retaking that bottom B position. And, you know, you'd rather just fight first, you know, just in case. There might be a swing around the corner. You could get hit by a flash just like how Zay did earlier. So I'm glad that EP kept it patient on the site, man.
Yeah, I think that patience to delay the bomb plan actually was able to be rewarded by a 2-kill onto the Riflers. So looks like Evolution Power is going to be able to find their tie on the Blacklist side. It's going to be 6-6 as we're tied up. MG, of course, the one guy we always love, one guy we always kind of cheer up, almost made that happen too. First guy, arm exposed, boom, down goes the player. Second guy peeks from the staircase, boom, he goes down. But the last guy was just staying there too long, survived too long enough. MG with all of his court shots and eventually went down as well. So, that be that. Moving into round number 13.
6-6. We got to wait until a minute left, and we will pull the trigger on a push. Silva waiting near mid, just waiting towards the bridge in case a push will come this way, but going down into the B tunnels. Looks like this looks to be the angle. Silva going to spot a couple of guys, so all of a sudden, it's a decent amount of information that they know. Okay, well, they pushed into B main, and because of that, Evolution Power just going to rotate away. They still got 40 seconds, and they might look to go A here. A couple of guys in connector already. Flash out on long. You have 3 guys looking to push from the bottom here. It's Fefe up top. He's going to hit a shot. MG's got one as well on the cross, and he's just hanging out down here. Nobody really able to punish him. Zay tries to get on top of him. That's a 3K for MG. This guy will not be taken down. And might give the angle here. There it is once again. 4 for MG on the round.
Yep. That's the MG you expect, right? Just gotta place him in top A, let him cook, and he did cook up that 4K, my friend. I mean, that's just the way his role goes. Like, granted, he's not the flashiest guy with all this movement, all these flicks. He just has to keep it consistent, man.
Sometimes consistency is the key to success, and MG was able to do that. To remind you, that wasn't an MG special. It wasn't a clutch moment, so
it wasn't an ace. So
it was just MG doing MG things. Let's put it that way.
Yeah,
the MG daily.
Anticlimactic, but this is the way it is. MG special only cooks up when it's a clutch by him in a 1vx.
Yeah. So that's 4 MG specials now. So 40% debuff, I guess, for MG.
Does it reset when he fails one?
Yeah.
Okay. He goes back to
it's
0.
Like a stacking effect.
Yeah. He's got a stacking debuff right now. Unfortunate. Well, we've seen this before.
The replay of past couple rounds, VNC just crouch hopping.
Yeah.
So by doing that, you actually don't expose your feet.
Yep. And I'm surprised they actually didn't go for the boost that Mino went for earlier, because it was very effective from the house position. Obviously, usually how you get to the second floor is you have to walk all the way around into B main, into the enemy sightlines, but you can do a little boost with your friend here. Just you gotta crouch in the middle, and you just gotta hop up. You get to second floor, no one's gonna expect it. It's an off angle. And speaking of expectations, Silva didn't expect that.
I mean, you talked about hitting through the doors, and sometimes you get lucky. Just lines it up, knocks him down. And now just a slow push right down the middle with the parkour, but action once again, just super consistent. He is going to get flanked all the way behind him. Not expecting them to rotate that quickly, I suppose. But man advantage here to the side of EP. Looking for an angle. Where will they go? But the push comes in from MG. Going to hit that close alm shot too.
Ooh, and now Fefe's going to send off a huge flank. If EP can't react in time. Well, it's going to be VNC to find the first headshot. Zay, in the world of trouble, has to wait and delay the time for XQQ to wrap around. But behind him is going to be Fefe as well. Zay takes a whole bunch of damage and he goes down. And here comes XQQ to the save here. Gets 1, needs to find 2 more. Not going to happen. And Vasco is going to find their 8th. And Evolution Power is going to have to call the timeout here before it's too late. And sure, it's not late. They still have 1 round in the backpack before they have to take it to overtime.
Eesh.
Yeah, it's looking a little bit tough, isn't it?
It's kind of the side effect, right, of going 5-4 at the half. Vasco with the advantage. Granted, there was a few good rounds on the BL side here for Evolution Power, where they got through mid twice. but it seems like the adjustments were made, and I think they were thinking, oh, Vasco is most likely going to be going this position or going this position, but it's kind of hard to predict once Vasco starts to win because I feel like Fefe just kind of rolls the dice and just sees what happens. And it seems like he rolled double sixes about 3 times in the second half, and they still have MG as well as that insurance policy on that A site. Look at the crowd, man. They're trying to cheer up Evolution Power, but it seems like Vasco is kind of used to this, man. I mean, despite CFBL, their setup might not be the biggest, right? But the crowd when it's CFBL time, even if it's like just a studio audience, they can make you feel the energy.
I love the
switch up.
All the Vasco gyos that I'm hearing. Wait, I'm not hearing any. Strange.
Gyo, Vasco.
Gyo.
And here is MG with a casual 4K on the board. So crisp. And it's not the hardest, like, 360 flicks you hit. He does the basic stuff, and he does it so well, it makes it look easy.
Should make it harder for himself. I think 360 no scope off the top.
I mean, the MG specials are hard enough, let's say that. Nonetheless, we're back live into the game.
I like how he jumped off the top, though.
Yeah.
And landed the shot. That was pretty cool.
Yeah, he jumped off the top rope.
Well, nonetheless, we have to figure out if EP's timeout has helped him out to pick up some rounds here, because now they are getting closer to the wall. 6-8. If they drop one more round, it's map point towards Vasco.
Yeah, I mean, already you're in such a deep hole. You got to get 4 blacklist rounds to the 2 of Vasco. So really going to have to pull out all the stops if you want to have a chance to sneak this port map away from Vasco. Vasco playing very well so far, very well prepared, as we
Action's
can
on
expect.
the arm.
He's back.
He's back. He whips, and down goes Action. And now VNC gets spotted out, gets a kill before going down. Now Silva comes into the fight. Good spray down, does a bunch of damage. And maybe the wallbangs might just hit. Not gonna happen, and 5 flashes are flying Fefe's way.
Damn, Fefe just ate 4 flashes. He was fully blinded. Fefe, I think he's gonna do the Fefe thing. Or is he just gonna flank all the way?
It's a flank.
From house. I thought he was gonna pull his own Fefe timeout, not knowing that MG's still alive. But I feel like they're just gonna double clear house. So, Mino, you've been spotted, my friend. Say goodbye to your health bar, but Zay is the other player that is still very low HP, but look at the bomb timer. There is not much time to get back onto the side. MZ needs to go wild on this Colt, but it seems like it's not gonna happen. Time is of the essence, and he needs to send it. And YZK just gonna close it out. 8 and 7 Evolution Power. After that timeout, they get the round.
Yeah, I mean, what can you say? Just a very nice execute there in towards B. I think that Action might be time to shelve the AWM. I don't know. I mean, he doesn't need to use that weapon. Like, they don't need to run double sniper either. So, you know, if you're going to go for the cheeky VNC play, maybe, you know, you bait a little bit as Action, you play it a little bit back so you can kind of bring him through the doorway or something, you know, buy some time. He has gone back to the AK.
I mean, imagine he had a rifle in that situation, would have gotten the double kill easily based on how Action was playing tonight. So apparently the AWM not put to good work will be shelved, like you mentioned, and we are going to be looking at Action holding onto the AK.
Yep.
Nonetheless, 7-8, EP needs to find 3 more rounds to take the map into their own hands. Otherwise, Vasco is still leading out 1 round. It's going to be 8-7. Evolution Power is going to be sending it up on top of Connector with the C4 as well. All 5 players, so no support from Long. They will have to pop flash themselves out of this one on top of Connector. And, oh, they are going to be able to find themselves in a pretty comfy spot. The setups are now being laid out. Fefe and MG have to hold the bomb site. The flashes are going to completely blind them. And the nades are doing a bunch of damage as well. This one's a tough take, but eventually it's going to work out in a good manner. YH finds one before it gets down, and somehow
good cover.
Vasco comes right back at it, and Evolution Power says no as they pick up 2 kills. Down to a 2v2.
Oh.
Wow, through the smoke. Action's going to find the head on towards YZK. XQQ put a tough task at a 1v2. Almost had one. The whiff is not going to cut it.
Wait.
But somehow he gets on top of the bomb site. The chance is still there. Needs to hit the shots. Not going to be able to do so. And VNC finalizes it. Map point to the side of Vasco.
That could have went either way. In all honesty, that long push almost worked, but the delay from Feifei and MG was just enough, just in time for the rest of the Vasco squad to cover that backside lane, and you have to. You already saw that some of the other members of Evolution Power were trying to flank MG, but the 3K insta-cover was there just in time in action, getting the headshot through the fences into that 1v2. And now Evolution Power is under pressure in this game. You are on the BL side. You are about to lose this game. I mean, are they going to crumble, or are we going to see some mental fortitude here for the side of EP?
I mean, from what I saw earlier, where Antisocial got one round on Ankara and then went on to make the series interesting, I'm not believing in anything until it's 3 maps to one side. Look at this nade. Ooh. Some pretty good damage, but at the same time, only 2 guys over here this time around. That's the first kill for XQQ. They get on top of the site so much cleaner this time. And a pretty decent shot for them from here.
Yeah, better timing on the flashes, better nades used in that round. MG, just like I was said it, not the fastest sniper when it comes to movement. So he's gonna be stuck on that top A site for a while, but it seems like AKT wants to do something different, but YZK shuts him down. It is a 3v2, it is winnable, but look at the position from Mino right on top of the side. YZK straight to the box to hold up. This is winnable. All of a sudden, Mino with the pistol, he does get 1, but the 1v1, does he know he's on the ladder? XQQ, can you climb up? Look at VNC, human Beyblade, but you're 1 HP. Can't do much.
That was hilarious. Nice try, VNC. I mean, some of those guys on the side of Vasco are just putting up ridiculous numbers, like almost 3 guys trying to crest 20 kills. But a round win is a round win, and those kill numbers only mean so much. And EP making it pretty interesting here. 8 rounds to 9 of Vasco. Feifei doing it again. Here comes XQQ. He's in the corner. He's waiting.
You heard it.
100% heard it. 100% heard it. He's going to hold on to the court. Oh. The crowds are getting loud. Feifei swings and goes down. Evolution Power is going to be able to capitalize on top of that kill. 4v5 now for the side of Vasco to close it out. Tougher ask. And Evolution Power stepped a little bit closer to the overtime here.
Oh, look at the reposition, though, from MG. This could actually mess up their defense on that A site. So they are going to just have VNC hold it for now. I would have wished he would not hold top A because you're about to eat like 10 nades. So I would rather just see him hold that stairs position and just wait for his teammates.
Would have been better.
I don't know if he's going to be able to hold this. They got 2 guys on bridge, though. So potential to stop, and VNC is not on top either. Flash comes in, he's peeking. He's got some help from his teammates. That's a very nice headshot from him. And it gives them a chance, 3v3. Evolution Power Gaming do get onto the site, though.
They should take long.
And, okay, they're gonna plant it.
They're screaming at MG, oh, MG, rotate, bro.
Well, now he's rotating. Another smoke is put out towards the staircase, and we have a huge flank from Action, although it's somewhat being overwatched by Mino. Action is also down very low. Have to put Silva at the test here. Silva goes down. Zay finds a huge frag. All down to the MG special once again.
Yeah, this is not going to be enough. 9-9, Evolution Power. Another overtime in the arena. Seems like it's happening a lot.
Just overtimes galore, and the crowd's getting into it now. I mean, we didn't believe it was like 9-7. It was 9-6, right?
Yeah.
That should have been an easy closeout for Vasco, honestly.
It's not even like anything that's out of the ordinary, right, for EP. They just kept taking A, and once again, A site. There weren't any B takes, so I was surprised that they actually put MG all the way into B because they were so worried about the flank. But I mean, A site was already rained down with so many nades, so it kind of just makes sense that A site's going to be taken with the amount of investment that they have. But look at Zay. Is he going to start things off in the OT with the highlight play? It seems like no is the answer. Mino will get Feifei. So it is a 4v3. B site's going to be very hard to take with these numbers.
Oh, XQQ, where did he come from? What? Just out along, he's just hanging out near the spawn now? They're trying to hunt him down. It's not gonna happen, he's just out of there. It's a quick pick off, and that was the end of that.
It really was. I feel like Vasco never expected him from the backside. Of all things. And now Silva trying to rotate in towards long. VNC on towards connector. Now his position has been compromised. Silva can easily take him down. And as I say that, the whips are going to come in hot. Eventually goes down, but YZK had enough time to rotate onto the bomb side with Mino on the bottom hand of the things. In a 3v2, and look at another big flank coming out from YH. Evolution Power is playing with Vasco's minds here.
You can hear the crowd's really getting into it. YH on the backside here. Just waiting for the call from his teammates to say, hey, they're pushing. Oh, what was that? Silva hasn't been putting up the big numbers so far, but he hits one. Is it enough? He's been sprayed down. Grenade kill. 47 seconds. And now he's turning around, but a quick shot from YH is enough.
The fans are getting excited.
I'm surprised
out here in Gongshu Sports Park Arena.
Yeah, I'm surprised no one's pressing tab on the side of Vasco. Like, last player's YH, it makes sense that he's going to go for the flank, right? You got to play nameplates in this level, man. And it seems like sometimes we forget that YH, or Evolution Power, they technically have 3 entries on their team, which is these two mad lads, one of them having to have a sniper.
And here comes the connector push. XQQ is waiting with open arms. Oh, he swings. The timing. Oh, the deer timing. And looks like this is going to be an easier aggression from the side of Vasco. They're going to start climbing down. Has a push cooking up. YZK and XQQ have to find the kill each. Find the piece. Otherwise, the tragedy will continue. MG will find an opening, and Silva and VNC will pick up a piece each. Bomb site is at risk, and so is the round.
Not looking good for EP. Zay's got to go massive here. He picks up 2. And now he's on top of the site. I mean, MG might be in charge of trying to take him down, but they are swarming. They take out Minnow, and Zay is alone. Down he will go. That's a round over to the side of Vasco.
Man, yeah, still have to be careful, though, because Zay, the amount of kills that he has, he is going to go into his peak form, which what I call the half-man, half-cyborg. So they got to be careful about this, man. Already 17 for YZK, 22 for Zay. They're going to be very dangerous pieces in this map. But Vasco, good thing that long push actually worked. I feel like the crowd kind of scared XQQ a bit. He was like, oh, I'm going to just back off. I feel like there's too much going on here.
After a successful A take, Vasco's going to send it once again. 4 players up on connector, 1 player down towards long. At this time, it's going to be YH, not YZK, to be supporting A. Nades out. Pot shots thrown. XQQ misses the first shot, and this might just give enough time for VNC to go on top of the bomb site. YZK and YH will find the piece each, but VNC has already made his way deep into the bomb site. Goes down, and this looks like a done deal for Evolution Power. Here comes the pot shots. Zay getting aggressive. MG is dead stuck at the corner. Gets swung, goes down. Action will find one, but he is down very low. Eventually, Evolution Power is going to pick up the round.
Yeah, great delay from YH there, man. Just stood on that top A position. You don't have to drop down. You don't have to go down when your teammates aren't there. But YZK rotating just in time and getting that cross shot through the smoke was so key in just stopping that entire aggression from happening on that A site. So 11-10, Evolution Power. Granted that it is the BL side of port. They have been getting a fair few rounds, but Vasco, now is the time to make it happen. Now is the time to close out the game. You have GR side, but XQQ, he says, I do not care about map advantages. I'm just going to shoot my shot.
Yeah, I mean, they were able to get a bunch of rounds in a row just to even force the overtime on this map. So Evolution Power seems like they've got a pretty good understanding. They were also able to get a couple of rounds from their own GR side. So looking pretty good for Evolution Power to close this one out, especially with this pick very early on. Action in the corner. Do you check it? Yes, you do. Headshot from Zay. And immediately, this map is wide open.
Oh, look at this rotation from Evolution Power. 2 kill towards middle. They're going to send this straight to B. And looks like it's being unwashed and not guarded by Vasco. VNC is on the flank. This was a huge one, but he's spotted up by XQQ. And eventually the C4 will arrive onto the bomb site for free. And Vasco is going to have to take a tougher fight, uphill battle. Well, it's going to be 3v5 retake with the timer against you.
Yeah, but VNC is going to look for XQQ. Quickscope's not going to hit, but look at XQQ. He's just running away. He's just a land, but he runs into Fefe. It is a 3v4, and they're so far from the site, so by the time they get there, the C4 is going to be halved already.
Yeah, I mean, that's just smart play, right? He knows he's not going to get another shot off. A flash over the top. Minnow still in position, starts spraying ahead of time, gets taken out by Fefe through the box, but it's just too much to ask of these guys. MG, no MG special this time. 12-10. Evolution Power 1 round away from taking down Vasco's map of Port.
And we had this discussion earlier. What happens when the enemy takes your best map off of you? How will you deal with that mentally?
Yeah, it's going to be a tougher one to find some resilience. Evolution Power is going to take a bit of damage with some early nades being thrown out. This time, they're kind of tucked back, playing a little bit passive. Previous round, Action was out wide, was knocked out without finding much of value being realized. This time, Evolution Power is going to send it down towards Zay. The setups are out. Here comes the ghost sign. YH leading the charge, followed up by Zay. YH getting in the doorstep, will get knocked out. Silva swings for a kill as well. All of a sudden, looks like this push has met its wall. YCK down very low. XQQ on the flank here is going to find a double kill. The Dream is still on now with the Colt. Is going to find a triple kill. 2v1 and XQQ somehow keeps the Dream alive to close the map out. The C4 gets planted. Action to a 1v2, but the HP very low. Action finds one headshot. XQQ is going to book it. He's running towards middle to find himself at bridge. He might have an angle to find the kill onto Action, but quick reminder, Action has a frag grenade.
Did he pick up? Oh, he didn't pick up an AK.
Though. I don't think he needs it.
Oh!
1v1, the shots are not there.
He can defuse.
Action's gonna send it. He's gonna defuse it. XQQ has to come out on top. The timing.
He knows the defuse didn't happen. He knows the defuse didn't happen. And now he gets it behind XQQ. The chain is up!
Evolution Power will close set one out with huge clutches in the backpack.
Well, that was a fun map to start off this best of 5. It's a Port victory to the side of Evolution Power Gaming. They take down Vasco's first map pick in this best of 5, and I mean, they force overtime. They were very far behind. I was thinking, okay, Vasco just gonna take Port. We're gonna have a pretty close back and forth kind of series, but that did not happen. Evolution Power clutched it out many rounds in a row. And I think Vasco only got one in the span of like 5 or so rounds. So Evolution Power really determined to take it down from the get-go.
I mean, that was one hell of a map. Had to come down to the overtime. Had to come down to XQQ playing mastermind class of a work. He didn't know this. He knew the C4 was not getting defused. Used the time, got around towards the ladder, went back up. Action had nothing to do about that.
Yeah, I'm surprised no one communicated to Action that, brother, he's 5 HP. Just fake the defuse, step up on the top A box, and he didn't get that idea. I feel like in that last second, he kind of got scared.
The problem was he tapped the C4, but he pre-fired towards the mid connector. That gave enough info that he's not tapping the bomb anymore, so...
I mean, XQQ even saw him moving.
Yeah.
Like, he was running around up there. Like, I think for sure Action just has to play more forward to make sure you can get the kill so you can actually defuse.
Damn, but XQQ in that last round, taking matters into his own hands, and just like how I said it, Evolution Power, they have 3 entry fraggers, including XQQ, who has the entry fragger mindset. He just so happened to have the sniper in his hands, but in that last round,
it was the aesthetic play, how you should be playing that 1v1 with the C4 timer ticking away. But set summary out there, 13-10 as Evolution Power is going to be able to find ports to themselves, which eventually was Vasco's pick. And on towards the side of Vasco, VNC is going to be sitting on 2.0 KD. So, guy that we don't usually talk all that much about was the heavy lifter for Vasco.
Yeah, in terms of KD, like those 3 guys, VNC, Action, MG, they were all putting up huge numbers. They were all above Zay here, who gets the set MVP for the side of Evolution Power. So that should tell you something. Like, they were certainly carrying their weight. They're playing very well, but still Evolution Power won. So really good stuff. Zay gonna pick it up. I think XQQ is kind of like
he's the closer, but I feel like Zay did a lot more to kind of support the entire team. I mean, 174 headshots per kill. Just like how I said it, Zay, I mean, when he's on, just like how I said, he's half human, half cyborg. Half the shots don't make sense, but it hits anyways because, you know, Zay is just him.
Cyborg.
So there we go. We're gonna have the head-to-head. So who owns who?
Well, definitely VNC and Mino. I see a big 1-5 on that board. How about the sniper battles?
So XQQ 6-5.
Pretty even. Even YZK
so
and MG was pretty even as well. So everyone somewhat you know, providing a little bit for his team.
Man, but Action though, he's literally positive with the entire squad. 5-1, 5-1. I mean, granted, Mino kind of diffed him there in the maps with the rest of the squad, really doing their due work. But man, what a waste of a game for Vasco, honestly. I mean, they were this close. They messed up that last round.
I mean, at the end of the day, it's port, and you know how we were just talking about in the pregame show that if you lose your own map pick, then everything kind of goes into shambles. But from the showing of what Vasco was able to provide up on the board, I feel like they should still be valid. They still stand strong enough chances to actually take some maps away from Evolution Power. But I mean, the second map is Black Widow, and the stats are also somewhat quite equal across the board. And that also suggests to me that now, losing ports, as long as you keep your mentality there, then Black Widow, you still have a good chance of tying this series into 1-1.
Yeah. I think there is a reason, though, why the Black Widow does get picked here from the side of Evolution Power. You know, MG alone on the site. Second Almer is who today? It's Action? Like, I don't think that's really...
Could be Silva.
Probably it shouldn't be Action. Yeah, exactly.
Should be Silva, but I feel like Silva, especially after that port in the first half, like granted, they did get a positive score, but I feel like Silva was kind of struggling in port, surprisingly. And especially now in 2024, where port, you kind of need the double sniper setup, actually sometimes a triple sniper, ironically actually has been popularized by Q9, which is out of the tournament. But, you know, it's very effective strat, especially when you're on the GR side.
Yeah,
it is.
So we are going to have this Black Widow. Now, again, for you guys who are only tuning into this series, you missed the first one. We did have Antisocial go down and get 6 rounds in 2 maps and then almost come back to win the whole thing. If they didn't lose some clutches on Compound Map 5 that they forced the series to go to, you know, maybe they could have been the victors earlier today. But that didn't happen. They did lose, although the fact that they were able to come back from such a huge deficit really does show that anything is possible on Compound. You got to play it round by round, map by map. You know, even if you're getting crushed, there's always still a chance to come back. The enemy team could begin to struggle a little bit. We saw that from Wolf Empire. So even though you're Vasco, you just lost your map pick of port, it's not doomed. This is why we play best of 5s. You can go into Black Widow, even if that doesn't go well. You've got Ankara. Maybe you can start to build from there. Maybe you can start to figure it out. Maybe you can sense the weaknesses of EP. Maybe they start to get tired. Some of those younger players not super ready for a very long fought best of 5. So always a chance regardless.
I mean, realistically speaking, it was not the best showing of Evolution Power on port as well. I mean, sure, they took the map, but it really just came down to who can clutch on EP. It was Zay for a couple rounds, and then it was XQQ for the very final round. So if they didn't have those clutches, it wasn't going to happen. It only looked pretty strong for Vasco, but looks like we're ready to hop into game number 2. It's going to be Black Widow. Will Vasco stay alive in the tournament, or will EP start to lead out?
Alrighty, Black Widow, map number 2. We've had 6 completed maps today. We could have. We could have 9 more, potentially.
In theory.
It is quite a long day of CROSSFIRE today.
I can hear the excitement in the voice of Brendan.
Yes.
Yes.
So excited.
We love CROSSFIRE.
Look at this. What's going on here?
Oh.
Fefe's just running down mid.
Right?
Black Widow.
Yeah, just do random things. Here comes Fefe, and finally gets traded out. But that aggression really throwing them for a loop. Doesn't matter. Zay's just that guy. He is just him.
Oh, and MG is also one of those guys who does
the other
stuff.
him.
The other him.
Does he know?
We got 2 hymns up on the board here.
Does he know?
Oh, is he gonna? Oh,
no.
Oh my God! The timing was a little bit off for MG. He wasn't able to spot the players. And
mid. Yep. YZK gonna catch him out, and there you go. What a round! Crazy.
It kind of looked like a Beyond round for a second, where they just kind of just ran down mid and saw what happens. Was like, all right,
take it from there, right?
Yeah, I feel like that's like an info round. Just like, all right, guys, find out where exactly what angles they're playing, and we're gonna react accordingly into the next round. But let's see, there's gonna be a bit of a long skirmish in between the 2 teams, but it seems like Zay and YH, they're just gonna back off. They don't want to get involved.
Yeah, that's fair. I think with the way that Zay is playing, you want to make sure you're taking firefights that are pretty fair, you know, straight up, or at least obviously advantageous to you. So if you're just going to fight in the smoke and do crazy things, take a bunch of grenade damage, have 2 people spamming at you, that's not necessarily where Zay is going to pop off. So he only had a couple of guys too. They throw a couple of nades and just back away. That's pretty standard. And they will reset up into Catwalk, where Vasco seemed to want to go. But that grenade might give them a little bit of pause.
Oh, the NC doesn't want to pause anytime soon. I think he did spot YH, and he just baited him in, fished him in for MG to get that kill.
EP will start the round off with a player down. But Black Widow's also one of those maps where GR could have a 4v5, strong 4v5 like this. Zay's going to be able to tie it back down to 4-on-4. And the C4 has been spotted as well, so it's easily recoverable, but... Silva gets the better of Zay.
So that's the 50th reason why the M4 is the superior weapon in this game. It's just better.
Because it won in that firefight,
Because it won in that fight through the fence.
Wow. Well, XQQ is watching this very closely, and there's the flick. Easy as.
One more.
Ooh. There it is again. Colt not going to connect.
And now YCK is going to be holding the bomb site while Mino's sending a big flank through Catwalk. Gets 1 kill, but he's interested in finding more. Does a bit more damage towards Fefe. No, Fefe with 15 seconds of time.
No time.
Needs to find the C4, but YCK is out all the way in the front yard. Evolution Power coming to map number 2 as well.
Look at the confidence, man, on Evolution Power. And especially Black Widow, where confidence is king, no matter how bad your team is. I mean, we already saw what happened with Next Top, right? We already saw what happened with A Lotus. this is the closest map that they've gotten against top teams. So what happens when Evolution Power knows more about this map more than Vasco and takes advantage of it, just presses them down. And it seems like Vasco, I think playing a bit more slow is not really my tempo. Reference, but you know, it's not really my tempo for Black Widow specifically, right?
Are they rushing or dragging?
I think they might be dragging, because they need to rush a bit more.
Yeah, I think that could certainly work out for them, especially when you've got guys that are fragging out like crazy. Like, take some fights, you know, get some pushes going. Sitting back and getting picked off, that's not really.
Give EP some whiplash.
Yeah.
Oof. Well, 2-0 is going to be the score for now for rounds. And Vasco setting up for B, is it? YH quickly gets quick headshot before taking a punch. So it looks like XQQ was going to be able to find one bullet as well. Down 2 players and action down very low. Will Vasco continue the aggression down? MG is able to equalize 1 kill. Eventually he himself will go down sooner or later. VSC through the gap is going to find one bullet to his head and MG. Okay. Colts double. Tried his best. Not going to work at the end of the day, and EP is going to be able to find another round.
I feel like we're going to have a lot of those moments where, yeah, MG is actually playing good, but you're going to have a lot of those, ooh, and then it goes, ah.
Oh.
I mean, last time I checked, they're named Vasco, and the only team who could pull that off where they could just delay on the inside of house is Wolf Empire.
Yeah.
I don't know how they do it, but, you know, that's the only team I've seen them pull off the delay in the B house and somehow fight out of it. Vasco, I feel like they're, that time, they're rushing. And not really rushing in terms of the sense that they're rushing into the site. I feel like they might have played it a bit too fast. Sometimes you just gotta stay inside, but I feel like EP kind of pressuring them with nades, smokes at the same time. So Vasco was kind of thinking, do we just get out of here? That indecision kind of killed him there.
Yeah, a bit rough. Shout out to YH, who on 6 health was able to take 2 kills down in the corner there.
Absolutely.
I mean, if you're Vasco and you give them that much time and YH is surviving, it's just kind of just throwing in pot shots.
I like that. It's the entries mindset. It's like, I'm still alive? All right, I can keep going.
Give it a shot. Chinese fans at the stadium are cheering for both teams.
I think they're cheering for EP, actually. They got some Vasco fans out there for sure.
The one,
they exist.
One story. I was at the bathroom, and one of the fans were really good in English. We were just talking about how the expectations of the game, and he was actually cheering for Vasco in this matchup. So
damn.
True story.
Yep. Shout out to the guy with the cap.
The guy with the cap.
The guy with the cap.
I said the guy with the cat, but you know.
Hey, that's cool.
Yeah.
Maybe he's got a cat as well.
And the cat is an EP fan. Oof.
Oh, YH getting aggressive. Come on, gets the drop onto Action, who wasn't even looking his way.
Oh my God, the continuation, man. It's just flowing for EP. I mean, you get Water's control. That means you have access to catwalk B, and then someone pushes from short to punish that mid catwalk aggression. It's just perfect for Evolution Power at the moment.
Yeah, it's not working out very well for the side of Vasco. Is going to lose 2 players at the beginning of the round. Sure, 3v5, tough task, but it's deliverable. It's not the worst. It's not the end of the world.
Yep.
You can still try to find a couple of frags here and there. You try to equalize it back down. But Mino and YZK, the duo holding middle, swing from Silva gets punished as well. And you know what's about to happen right here, right now. MG special.
Oh no.
Cooking in the pot.
He's
missing everything right after you said that.
Just you wait. Just you wait for the MG special.
Debuff at this point.
Yeah.
Now
I mean, it got reset a couple times.
Oh.
And still. Nice moves from the man guy. That's what MG stands for.
Really?
No. Evolution Power, though, just
special.
rolling over them. 4 in a row.
Yeah.
Bro, it's just the entries on screen, man. Like, it's YH, XQQ, Granted, Zay has been entering as well, but he's more of like, I'm going to entry right after White.
I mean,
but look at this 3-man long push from the 3 entries once again. And they're just going to leave XQQ in barracks, which makes a lot of sense because that's a very good sniper position. But he's not going to hit the shot. It's the second one. But can he get 4 more? He's going to have to crouch, but it seems like the coal's not going to be enough to save him out of that location. YH is going to get VNT. Here comes the support, but it's not going to be enough. But Silva out of nowhere. How has he gotten there? Oh, and he gets another one.
Silva is just too damn good. And Vasco finally puts one up on the board. It's going to be 4-1. But that long take, somewhat smooth. Silva playing like that is cracked out of his mind.
Yeah.
And maybe this is what Vasco really just needed to put some rounds up on the board. And yet again, coming into round number 6, we might be able to see another fast, long aggression.
Run it back.
Run it back. Double it down.
Looking to tap on some heads, YH. He's been so good about this on long. He does get traded out by VNC.
What?
Ooh, another lineup. Zay gonna get one. Minnow comes over. He gets a taste. And I don't know why those guys are over by B and spawn at all. They should just come over to A as well. Get in on the action.
5-man long fist fight.
Yeah, why not? I mean, look at this. Silva's just sneaking in. And Minnow's going to win that as well.
You know what's happening right here, right now? MG Special is
Minnow Special.
Gone.
You gotta respect
got 3
Unc.
kills, right?
You gotta respect Unc, man. Uncle Mino, he still got it.
But look at Silva. He came straight through middle, up on top of it. Bomb site, got a double kill. Looks into the window for a triple kill. I mean, that. He made it look so easy, but you don't see that happen all that often.
Someone's probably questioning, like, YZK, how did he get through? I'm like, I don't know.
Who's watching middle?
Who's watching middle?
I mean, that was that.
It has been a bit fast and loose.
Yeah.
It's been nice. It's been fun to watch. Unfortunately for Vasco, though, it feels like this is kind of the Brazilian map 2 curse at this point in time because, I mean, we saw Ankara went horrifically wrong for Antisocial. Now this is 5-1 already.
Yeah, but I feel like this is EP adapting the more modern way of playing Crossfire. I think we had a conversation about this, right? It's more dependent on the mid-round calling now more than anything. Less defaulty, more reactionary. So that's why teams like Wolf Empire are so good. That's why teams like Ubek got some upsets going. So I feel like Evolution Power... Oh my God! I was gonna say they might have unlocked the future, but that's kind of a dead horse at this point. But
I would have laughed.
Yeah,
yeah. You know, just
I gotta pull
give
out
you a
some
little
of
bit of credit.
Yeah, the other quotes from last year. Was it?
Compete to conquer.
Compete to conquer.
And the year before that.
Oh my God!
VNC.
Oh wait, what?
How?
He jumped and got his head taken off. And now pushing out Silva. Good for 1. And I mean, 50 seconds, you're looking at probably a B hit here based on what we can see. Nice flash, XQQ, very awkward spot, trying to just run away. He's got a bit of support, but Minnow, his support also flashed. He's gonna be taken down as YZK.
Oh my God,
able
what
to
a
get one. Look at this
psycho
angle!
What a psycho angle!
Nah, it's just XQQ angle. Next level. He's sick and tired of hearing about MG and Goken.
He's going to get a piece of his own.
Wow.
Oh, MG swings in the wrong time. YZK catches MG with grenade in his hand. That's another round to the side of Evolution Power.
XQQ also just like 1v3 by himself.
Is this the time where XQQ,
the uncle strike back?
Is this where XQQ finally turns into a man? Because he was a boy when he was in Hanoi. And he was a boy in group stage, but is this the time where he turns into the man, takes matters into his own hands, just like how I said it?
I mean, he also got, I think it was 2 set MVPs against All Gamers.
Yeah.
Right?
Someone needed to be him, and he might be him.
Sometimes he has to step up before he realizes he is him.
Yeah, I've been looking for this XQQ though, man. Like, the aggression, the pressure that he's giving to Vasco. Look at how far back Vasco is playing at the moment, man. Like, they're kind of shaking.
Pause on.
Oh, right. MG will open up the round with a kill on towards YH. However, why does it feel to me that even with a member down, even with a player down, why does Evolution Power's defense look only so strong here, Sneaky?
You got XQQ and that guy, but you also have Zay, who's yet to been activated in this game. But at the same time, I feel like EB could just leave someone in spawn to just look at Cross the entire time, and it is YZK, one of the more consistent snipers. I mean, Vasco, no one's taking short at the moment. They're busy kind of faking this B site.
Oh, YZK.
oh, brother.
Oh,
brother,
no.
brother.
Oh, he's so
brother.
dead. And he was left alone. You see that the push comes in from Silva, but I mean, that's not where they're going, so it doesn't matter. He does get taken down, though, and Vasco take over the A site. It will have to be a 3v4 retake. MG, he wants that snipe. Oh, he's going to drop the shot, actually.
I think they should just leave him.
And just, like, tapped him with the Colt afterwards.
Maybe that's all they need. Fefe waiting on an underpass is going to find a double, as VNC is going to be able to find a quick headshot towards Zay to wrap the round up, and Vasco's going to put up one more round. Here comes the tech issue.
I thought this looked like a tech issue because they just, well, first of all, Vasco called a timeout earlier. And just the timing of it.
To be fair, I do feel it from Vasco's perspective. I feel like it's a very frustrating series to play. Maybe someone did a little...
But look at those morphlings in
range.
Sony end zones, aren't they? Just beautiful.
Yeah. Thanks for getting us back on track, Bench.
Yes.
Shout out to Smilegate and our partner,
the,
Tencent, as well.
Just the design. It's amazing. I'm
and this
probably
is
going to buy
why
one.
You're at this event, Bench, because you're a grade A glazer.
Amazing.
Absolutely.
Well,
we don't know what the issue is.
Despite it looks at the booth, our caster desk has a somewhat of an angle to take a look into the booth. We don't see too many admins.
We need some binoculars.
But usually when the situation gets worse, we do see players take their headsets off, but it's not the case this time. It's only a level 1.
Level 1.
So it's a level 1 tech pause, so should be proceeding into the game any moment soon here once it gets sorted out.
Yeah, according to the Neo tech pause chart.
Yes. The tier list.
The tier list of all things. And this one is going to be the tech pause.
He was just like,
so nonchalant.
Whatever, let's get back into the game.
Oh, he's chilling.
He is Omega chilling right now.
I feel like he knows that camera's on him. He's trying to not to smile at them.
Yeah.
Maybe that's the case.
Crack a bit of a smirk. Ah.
They keep showing this combo.
Hold on. Oh no! God, I'm single.
De Silva, he's just staring. He is burning holes into the back of whoever's head he's looking at.
He's looking right at EP. That's where he's looking at, is my guess.
If he is, I don't think they can see each other. But if he were, that would be crazy. Next level intensity.
Next level. Well,
yeah.
I mean, the course of the game has been the name of. I feel like can EP start, putting some numbers up on the board, and sure they did on the first map, and now coming to second map, it's almost looks like the domination is being provided.
We're not getting a look at any of the other Vasco members. We're like only zoomed in on Silva.
Yeah.
Isn't that a bit strange? Like generally, normally we like see a bunch of other people and see what might be happening and stuff like that, but that is not the case at all. So I hope everything's okay in that booth.
Hopefully.
All right. Well, he's
one more shot.
Yeah.
Come on.
See, it's just Silva.
Silva reaction.
They're not willing to show us anything else.
I feel like the cameraman really likes Silva as a fan.
Well, we have no idea what happened, and
he's a good-looking man.
It's all good because we're back in the action.
We are set.
And so we are. Last round of the half.
Oh yeah.
Vasco would love to at least get 3.
Yeah, I mean, even with 3, it's very tough. And now you're about to go into the second half with 7-2 on the scoreboard. That's probably the worst thing that could happen at this point after the pause. Nonetheless, a lot of map control being provided by Evolution Power was able to plant a player down towards long as well. And Vasco is seemingly boxed in down towards middle and just outside of B as well. Looking to get across. VNC.
Look at that
testing the water.
Look at that A defense. That's it's too. This is why 2 snipers are so useful in this map.
Yeah,
that
Get
is true.
barracks, and you can just back off barracks. You don't really have to occupy site. You can just back off all the way, enter the backside.
Yeah. I mean, if you do have a double bomb setup, you can easily just give up the bomb site, go for the retake. It's a lot easier. You know where the blacklist side are going to be holding. But that's going to be a mid and cat tank with the pop flash. Mino swings, the timing is off, but he somehow gets the spray transfer for a double kill. And everything is not going right for the side of Vasco. MG put to the MG special once again.
Damn. MG. Seems like he cannot do much in this round unless the special does go through. And this is what I was talking about, Brendan. He's not much of a mover. He's more of a shooter.
Yeah.
So, yep, there we go. At this point, the pressure's already on. Oh, and the drop gun as well. Oh my God, YZK. He didn't have to do that to him. That's disrespectful.
Really trying to send a message. I don't care if it's disrespectful. You got to get in his mental. You got to get in his head and knock MG off his game, you know?
The spice. The spice.
Now they're taking things personally, aren't they?
No chill.
It's that seasoning, bro.
Oh, God.
Yum.
But, yep, Mino with a perfect aim transfer while spraying.
Mino said, don't reach Youngblood.
He's only died twice.
Yeah.
YZK doesn't die. He's the survivor. He's the main one. And at this point, I mean...
To be fair.
7 rounds, yeah.
Being the anchor, you don't really die a lot, especially when you have 3 psychos on your team just willing to push forward.
True. That is true. He has a lot of human shields, I guess.
Yeah, someone needs
that
to be
is
there,
very
yeah.
chill. That is very true.
He's just a chill guy.
He's just hanging out, you know. He's just sniping. Occasionally he gets into a battle. It's not really overexerting himself. That's fine. Well, we do have a bit of a setup here outside of storage, box room, house thing. We have so many names for that room on this cast. It's great.
You call it B storage?
Yeah.
I forgot what we call it. We call it store B.
Store B?
Yeah.
Jordan calls it box room.
I call it hut.
Yeah. You call like 8 things,
That's
different
like
things, the hut.
Yumena versus Asian call out is so
yeah.
an interesting comparison.
There's like a hut on every map. Ooh, okay. Well, one tap. YZK trying to get in the action. Okay, well this is getting out of hand. 3 kills, and Zay does get in. He's gonna try to push this maybe. I feel like you have to take some kind of risk when you're this far down on manpower.
You see the last 2 players, they're all about that risk.
Yeah, you got to do something. Okay, they're just gonna plant. We'll see how this goes.
Don't have nades.
Maybe they push? I mean, I really feel like you have to do something. He's able to isolate a 1v1, but he does not win it.
Yeah, and now it's a problem. Here comes the main aggression. Down towards B hut. And YH has a good angle to find the kill or 2 before going down. Pop flash is good. YH is knocked out. All down to Zay. He's completely flashed. Has nothing to do about it. Eventually goes down and the C4 gets defused.
You can tell that they're not used to that situation because by this time they're already dead. So
Yeah.
they're like, guys, what do we do?
Yeah, how to hold sight. What
How to
does it
anchor.
mean?
What is bomb site?
YZK VODs.
Well, still heavily in favor of Evolution Power, but a good first round on the GR side here for Vasco. Bit of pressure out, some spray. Fefe tagged, but Mino just gonna spray into the abyss and back away.
Not tagged for much either.
Yeah, just hit him in the calf, so it's not much damage.
And I mean, there were a decent amount of people over there. Maybe they just go straight into B. Quick B hit. They've got the people to do it.
Yeah.
YH and Zay are just ready.
Yeah, they're gonna give it a go. VNC has nothing to do about it. He's flashed as well. Mino crossing paths, goes down to C4 as well. Now VNC at risk. Gets straight out, but the rotation has come through. Down to a 2v2. The C4 gets picked up by XQQ. However,
look
he's
at
not
YZK.
posting for the plant. Oh, YZK trying to catch the rotation. Oh, the timing.
Oh!
He swings at the wrong time. But eventually it's going to be action to take the kill. And all down to XQQ in a 1v2. Oh, MG spotted. The beak. MG spotted. XQQ playing the game of Frog.
Hit him.
Not going to hit the main body. Hits the leg.
Wallbang?
Wallbang?
Yeah, just hit the box.
Oh,
Oh, he
MG
swung.
out. MG swung out.
Oh my god.
The timing. It's not on XQQ's side. He's gonna peek out, and it's gonna be MG to win that duel at the end of the day.
Wow.
And Vasco is gonna be able to put up 4th round for themselves. It's gonna be 7-4.
I thought he hit that.
I think
Look at how disappointed XQQ is.
Yeah, I think he forgot to, not forget, but sometimes the momentum of your character just keeps on going. So I feel like he forgot to counter strafe. There we go. That's the term.
Yes. Well, only Flash is out here, and a first kill goes to XQQ. They get that done, but maybe a bit of too much spam there through the smoke. They're able to trade it back. VNC with the quick headshot. But this time it is long controlled to EP. So a decent chance. We got another timeout on the way.
Damn. Is Nice that much of a perfectionist? He's just like...
Might
one
be
guy
a
died,
tech
I'm a
pause.
timeout. That does make more sense.
Might be another mystery tech pause.
Hopefully it doesn't escape level 1.
Yeah, that would be ideal. So XQQ and everybody else hanging out here on long. There hasn't been a lot of information gained by Vasco. MG up on the box, takes him down. He's got support here as well. MG still in position, waiting for the push. He does get traded out. XQQ on the long angle. YZK also pushing. Entrying with a couple of armors. Why not?
Ooh, Silva. Oh, barely dodged those bullets.
But they gotta hide, and there's smoke down there. I think they can just plant and force them into them and hold angles with your arms.
Yeah, they don't have many angles to take this retake from. It's
Wait,
only downstairs a window.
They're in.
Oh! Oh, the timing on Silva is just a little bit better. On the bomb site.
How is he
Minos
alive?
gonna find
Okay.
VNC action. Oh, action with the Cole. Make that a double. All down to his YCK. 1v2. He gets the first one. There's no time to see Ferg gets defused. Pros do not fake.
Well, now the timeout makes sense.
And it is a timeout. Yeah.
Yeah.
He knew. Coach unlocked the future.
Maybe Vasco just unlocked the future with that defuse.
That's true.
I mean,
it did only take one Goken clutch to make the comeback happen earlier.
That's true. I think that just the EP coach didn't like what he saw, and a bit of a comeback brewing here on the side of Vasco. I think it's not a bad time to just go for it and call the timeout. Might as well use it when everybody's still in a good mood, and you can get some productive conversation going, as the cameraman only has
Silva
eyes for one player. It is Silva.
Yeah.
Where do we go from here?
I mean,
need another Silva cam.
To be fair, Vasco has been successfully holding it down, so it really comes down to can Evolution Power break through it. And looks like we are yet to see a fast aggression down towards middle.
True.
So we might have one of those cooking up in the pot there.
Sounds yummy.
In fact, we had something in the pot yesterday.
We did. It was great.
It was
Actually,
amazing.
Great timing on this lineup because it was only us three. The beef was nice. The tofu was...
Yeah.
It was great.
Excellent.
Well, let's yapping about food. More yapping about CROSSFIRE is underway.
Who's gonna cook harder?
Yeah. I mean, let's see if that pause done much to the side of EP. Gonna be a pretty default layout here on the minimap, having 3 players look down towards B, have someone kind of control down towards A long. So nothing really special. Maybe the coach was like, stick to your defaults. You guys are doing just fine, but just shoot better.
Best coaching ever.
Just shoot better 5-head.
Just, You're doing great. It's fine. The one thing I need is for you to shoot better. And then we can win.
If a coach said that to me, I'll slowly turn my head.
We're
paying this guy?
Let's bench as a coach. That's what would happen.
That's why I'm not coaching my guys. Well, at the end of the day, minute 30 seconds left on the board. And looking at a cat aggression with the C4 followed up as well. Looks like we're going to have an A split in just a moment. Fefe spots it, drops down smartly. And down to MG for the hold here.
See what this looks like. Oh, MG so crisp on that one. The perfect timing, but over the top, through the smoke. YH, he has completely lost his mind, and it's beautiful. He's going for more. MG in the window. He's not gonna push out of there just yet. But the plant, oh! Right as the plant starts, MG peaks, and YH wasn't having any of that. Looking like an 8th round here for EP.
VNC as well is going to fall to the AWM, leaving Silva all alone.
Yeah, it hasn't been the best day here for Silva, so...
Surely he's had some huge clutch moments, but I don't feel like it's going to be this one.
Yeah,
Fefe timeout.
Fefe timeout, maybe?
Or just...
Shoot the box.
Shoot box.
Oh, why? He wants the ace. Oh. How greedy are you, YH? He's just going to escape.
Oh!
Wow.
3 health.
That just goes to show you that he's a team player. He doesn't go for the ace. But I can tell in his eyes, as a fellow entry, he wanted it.
Yes.
He wanted to go for it, but his team held him back.
8 rounds here for EP. 2 more to go. It felt like after the 7-2 half, this was kind of a done deal. Vasco made it interesting, but we have a timeout into a round win here for EP. A very one-sided round that we just had.
See, shoot better, you win the rounds.
You know, you were right. Yes.
I've mastered Crossfire at this point.
Yeah, you should coach AG. Yeah, it might be the solution.
I'll go play for Ubek.
I don't know about that one, brother.
Why?
I don't know about that one.
My man is shaking. My man is shaking right now.
I feel like just the thought of you coaching Ubek.
Ooh. Well, I mean, Evolution Power is doing just fine.
Yeah.
They are able to find their 8th round. It's 8-5. Need one more for the map point. C4 as well rotates into the B hut. Gonna be 3 players and 4 players. XQQ down in middle is gonna open up towards MG, so the armor does go down. Oh, XQQ, he could be double swung. Fefe tries to swing as well, but the movement is so crisp. Lost all that. The B hit is coming through underway. Silva finds the opening frag, gets traded by Zay, jumping out a window. And it looks like the bomb site is somewhat in the hands of VP, but look at the position of Fefe. He's making that flank. XQQ, will he be spotted out here is going to be the question. Yup, Fefe gets a quick frag. However, YZK up and hut is going to be able to arm him out from the lobby.
This is not going to be easy here for Vasco, but they desperately need to deny a 9th round. VNC in the little room. There's a lot of pressure over in the box room. You can see 3 members in here, but Action, he lines up to make it 3. Action going to break the hearts of the Chinese fans and win a huge round for the team.
Action is so darn good.
I thought it was insane.
Well, so Sneaky, what do you say about that AK?
It's pretty good. It's doing its job.
If he had the M4, I feel like he wouldn't have had enough damage.
He still would have gotten it, honestly. I mean, everyone was fully flashed. You just got to know your spray control, and that he did. And absolutely insane. Great coordination between the last 2 players, honestly. You can flash through that window. You just got to slip on by that very thin space, a very thin opportunity, but it seems like it's going to be another attack for long, which is going to push back Vasco, but I feel like it's fine because, you know, MG, Mr. Turret.
This is practically Action's 2nd clutch in the 2nd half. First one with the defuse, 2nd one with the 3K spray down. Just masterclass, I would say, just chef's kiss.
Yeah, he's not putting up the 20 bomb this time, but that's fine. It's fine. He's
That's
had
fine.
some good moments.
Let MG do the work here this time.
Yeah. Make MG do the work.
Yeah. I mean, who wouldn't make MG do the work?
Give action a break.
Yeah.
It's more of a Wolf-esque kind of scoreline for both teams, actually.
Is it?
It's like 11, 10, 11, 12. Everyone's very close. Zay's got to catch up, but, you know, it's the double-edged sword of being the entry. Sometimes you got to die first in order to gain space.
Yeah. Map control is one of the main factors to apply pressure to your enemies. And in the process, the soldiers, boots on the ground, do end up losing their life. Pop flash down towards Catwalk. They're going to give it a go. VSC has nothing about it. Falls right back.
Yeah, good flash, honestly. Bounce through the door, into the window. MG gonna spot out SQQ, so long is gonna be more acceptable this time. But YH is trying to take him down, and he does see his backside. But YH, maybe they can put the C4 down. No pressure from short. There's only a guy right behind him in window. But they cannot prevent the plan from happening. But YZK pulls out the Colt, hits the shot still. How has he done that?
How did he manage? Oh, he's not looking the right way. Minnow holds onto the site. Pepe gonna get one. This is a one-on-one scenario. Minnow sneaking on over. Fefe. Oh, he's gonna spot him.
Oh, here comes the frag grenade. Here comes the frag grenade. The potatoes put to good work.
Oh,
Vasco. Man. The catch is real. 7-8. Just 1 round away from turning it around to a tie. It is.
The IGL on IGL fight in that 1v1. And Fefe is going to save his team once again, but look at this flash from VNC bouncing right on top of the window. All 3 players blind, didn't expect it whatsoever, and that's why you got to know your lineups, man. Those nades can save you rounds like that.
Just got to know your lineups, and look, he's talking about lineups. YZK's got one right out towards A long. However, unfortunately for him, Vasco's going to be playing pretty passive. Now the chances are really up there for the side of Vasco, hence is why they're playing with the passive setups. Even Minnow is putting out huge numbers. 11 kills for him. Like, remember Port, he had 4 kills.
Yeah.
And now he's putting a positive KD out there.
Yeah, YZK on 2 KD, even though it's 8-7, he's really just, he's not going down. He only dies when they lose the round, I guess.
Not at all.
There was one time they lost a round, he was alive.
And now, minute 30 left on the clock. Looks like a B hit is brewing right in the pot. As that's going to be Mino and YH and Zay to lead the charge, the 3 rifling core of Evolution Power. We're just burning the clock down, minute left onto it. They're going to line up their smokes, line up their flashes, and that might just cause all the mayhem for Action and Silva to hold onto the bomb site. Time is ticking, and here, with about 50 seconds remaining, with Minnow's flash, they're going to lead the charge. The push is coming to shove, and YH, he himself is blind for a little bit, will have to delay the push coming to shove, but here he go. YH taken down, Zay swings and gets knocked out. Looks like Action's going to be able to hold on to the bomb site, so is VNC finding a kill. Down to a 4v1 all of a sudden. Huge kills coming out, and Vasco.
Dang. That was looking like a WWE tag team match because, I mean, VNC, you've already done your damage. All right, tag me in. I got this, says Action, and absolutely clears everyone on the site. And that is exactly what you need if you are Vasco at the moment. The anchors stepping up on that defense.
I mean, it really just had to come down to VNC finding multi-frags, but the defense was pretty good.
Yeah, defense, very nice setup. I mean, they're hitting their shots, too. It just feels like Vasco are in their flow state right now. And Evolution Power, they already used their timeout. They were able to get 1 round after the timeout.
Maybe the coach is looking for more?
He'd love it. And he's able to talk to them in between the rounds, but he can't say much.
Yeah, the time, you only practically get about 10 seconds.
Yeah, it's basically just, you know, 1 comment.
There's not a lot could be delivered in that time frame. Nonetheless, the IGL, the uncle, the the veteran is still there. He can help his team find a way to unlock the future.
Mr. Unk.
We had a lot of Unks in this tournament.
The only Unk with a trophy in this playoffs.
Yes.
I miss Pietro.
I miss Pietro too.
You can just see him at the hotel, bro.
True.
He's just
That's
chilling,
true. Yeah.
having a great time. But I mean, they're just sitting back for now. Very uncharacteristic for EP with the way that their game has been going. But I feel like they really are trying to play into the desperation of Vasco, where we want this round so bad so we can get match point. So we're just gonna sit back and try and see if we can play to that desperation.
All right, Silva, he's still here. First kill goes to XQQ. Are they going to check it? They do eventually. Silva not able to get any crisp hits himself, but it is going to be his kill regardless. Zay does go down, but he gets the kill first, and that is what you want from your entry. He gets in. VNC taken down. Evolution Power, they just got to deal with MG, and they force at least the overtime on this map. MG wants it. Oh, he's going to be traded out. XQQ will not have it. 9-8. Another super close map.
Super close map. Super close round for Evolution Power, especially. I thought MG almost had that. Just the final cold bullet didn't hit. And Vasco will need to find this last round on the main game to take this into overtime. Otherwise, Evolution Power will stand strong on the series. It's going to be 2 maps to EP. Even Port, which is Vasco's map choice, gone away. So it's going to be a lot tougher for Vasco if they're not able to find a round here. Just waiting. And since Evolution Power was able to find some success down towards B last round, it looks like they're brewing one more B hit. And this one, it's going to be a bigger wave coming to the side for Vasco to hold on to.
Let's see. B-side take at 1:45. A lot earlier than expected, but here comes Evolution Power. Now they're going through the house. Y8 is going to clear AKT, but never mind. Action getting a 2K, but XQQ going to try to force himself onto the site. YZK getting in, but VNC trying to pre-fire the corner, trying to take down YZK, but he's trapped within Coffin. And they're not peeking anytime soon, but VNC with the 2-man play, with action. I don't know.
Zay is dead stuck. Now he swings Coffin, gets one. That's an opening. However, look at the angles of Fefe coming in with the rotation of MG. Pop Flash has to turn the corners. Fefe playing this one smart. Veteran he is, picks out in the right time, and boys, we are going right into the overtime.
That's the way it is today. Overtimes, very close maps. Back to back here between these two teams. Evolution Power, Vasco. Evolution Power going to be kicking themselves. I mean, they were so close for so long, and they just couldn't figure out their blacklist side consistently enough. I mean, they had some nice rounds where it felt very one-sided, but, you know, it was only 2 or 3. 2, actually, only. As both sides go 7-2 from the GR side of Black Widow.
I mean, that's just how wonky this map is. And that's why this map is fun to cast and fun to watch and fun to play. However, moving into the first round of the overtime, Vasco, will they be able to pick up a round here or not? Might really be the question, I think.
Yeah, Feifei swinging that without his hand on his mouse is psychotic, honestly.
What do you mean?
Bro, what do you mean? Some guy got punished earlier for jumping in that exact same position. So, you know, it's not advisable.
Yeah.
That's good caster talk there.
Yeah. I mean, as much as Evolution Power loves
the best
B bomb site for their blacklist, looks like Vasco's going to favor A. And they're going to give it a go any moment soon here. Pot shot, YH gets warned. Oh, action. The timing was a little bit off for him. Here comes the main aggression.
Wow.
And he gets traded out.
They're still worried about B, man. I mean, Zay. Waiting on Silva to push that position, but Long, they're going to take a pause at first. So there's still a minute on the clock. I mean, Vasco can still wrap around, go into short, but, I mean, Mino's already 2 steps ahead.
Mino 2 steps ahead, and is good to find the head of Fefe. Vasco, all of a sudden, coming into this overtime is going to struggle for a bit. Got the C4.
Yeah, he wants to go.
Oh no.
I mean, MG's he's just over there by himself. Barracks, I mean, bomb though went towards B. So if they have an idea that MG stayed, it's just such a free flank coming in here, or so I thought. He hit one and he tagged action, and that was it. And now the bomb is going to A. They see it though. Here goes XQQ moving into position.
Oh, this is a good angle.
Oh, this angle is so cheeky.
The Viana angle.
He can deny C4 plant. He can deny plant.
Oh, he made noise.
4, 3, 2.
I think he's now. Yeah,
Wait,
he's too late.
He won it.
What? He's too late. No plant comes in.
How have they not covered window? That's the only position that you can contest that plant, man. That made me stand up, bro.
Yeah.
Sneaky's losing it.
Sneaky is breaking apart.
We're losing him.
Desk.
I love this game.
Oh God. I mean,
that was crazy.
Was it? I just don't know how to put it. Who played better? Was it XQQ late at time? Or?
Oh, wow. Just run straight into the crosshair. And again, YCK lines it up.
Hits him with the 1-2 like a boxer, man. But VNC, action out of action here. YH gonna be fallen, so it's a 4v3. I mean, for Face Silva and MG, they've dug themselves out of these types of situations before, but I mean, Evolution Power, the priority is in long. But look at Zay with the wall bangs being so annoying.
Hey, you want to find that kid and pay back the dividends. Here comes the mid swing, but Zay's just too good. We'll take down Fefe, and now MG being tested.
He's so low. Oh, there it is. Colt DPS.
Hey, it does have underrated wallbang damage,
True.
but Mino, he doesn't need the wall.
No wall required. Ooh, nice.
Oh, God.
Very nice timing on that shot. We do have MG a little bit stuck between an XQQ and a YZK.
Not the deal you want to meet in a 1v2, but can we say an MG specialist coming on their way?
I'm not a believer.
I've been believing ever since, and let's see if it comes true.
He hasn't had too much of that energy today. YZK, they're going to both look at the window. Nice.
Crossfire moment.
Crossfire moments. Just prime crossfire moments.
I love this game.
All right.
Who's going to make the move first? It's going to be
MG.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh. Now they got it.
He made too many footsteps.
Oh! Wait,
XQQ, where are you looking, my mate?
Brother, are you lost in the sauce?
And now it's in the 1v1.
Oh, the dodge.
YZK, the timing.
He dodged.
He dodged the bullets. There's still 17 seconds. MG has 21 bullets to work with. He might swing towards spawn.
Oh, just push
it looks like this push is coming to shove, and
going.
YZK has nothing to do about this. Turning his specs around the corners. MG is going to clutch this one out. And what did I say? MG Special was coming right up on the board.
Hey, it finally happened, Bench. Congrats.
After the 9th try of calling the MG Special.
That's a big one, though. That's a big MG Special because now we're tied up. 10-10 again.
Now he's fulfilled the MG Special. He's going to be hitting for 50% more crit. Let's see if that's effective.
Crit damage.
You're in the wrong game, my mate.
Here we go. Oh, they're going pretty quick. We got nades in storage, though. They still want to try to push this. They're setting up. They have nades through the doorway. There's nobody there. They're both behind the box.
Oh,
the stack. The stack. They're stacking, and they are knocking him down. Everybody is taken down, even MG right at the last moment. Evolution Power back on top.
That was anticlimactic push coming out from Vasco. Well, we do switch the sides over, and based on the progression of how the main rounds played out, are we looking at the first golden round coming into the stadium?
Could be, in all honesty. I mean, 12-12 with the way that the map's going. Both sides trading blows at this very moment, so see if they can do more. Especially Vasco, I would really trust them more on the GR side, especially MG.
Especially MG.
How about back-to-back 13-10s?
Hell yeah.
All the way to map 5?
Yes.
I don't mind. I would love that.
That sounds fun.
13-10 is cooking here.
Yeah. It would require Evolution Power Gaming, who only got 2 rounds from the Blacklist side in regular rounds, to get 2 rounds in a row from the Blacklist side here. And, I mean, they've got a little bit of momentum, but it's still very much anybody's game. Setting up outside of storage, looking at a play towards B. There is a short stack, little catwalk stack here from Vasco. So they're not in the right spot, as there has been a lot of B pressure so far in the court. Wait, did he? He just got stuck there, but now Silva behind the box here. He's just going to be swarmed. Zay, too good on these entries.
What?
Oh, Minnow.
What?
That was a tester. That was a tester shot, man.
He pre-fired into the smoke and got a kill.
I don't know what is going on.
Sometimes you just
MG
gotta
special
shoot through the
bench?
smoke, man.
MG special?
This one looks a little overcooked here, my mate. 1v4.
Now he's backing off because he didn't say MG special.
Yeah.
See? I'm smarter.
Nah, this is a
than you
Fefe
think.
timeout, 1000%. It's
Fefe timeout.
Fefe timeout.
I like how we've coined that term now for this certain action.
That's what it is.
Gotta give respect, gotta give credit to the guy, the man, the myth, the
OG.
legend, the unk.
Fefe's
Well.
got to be the youngest unk.
He is, yeah. But he has that energy.
He's got the unk energy.
12-10. We have a chance. There is still an opportunity for the 13-10.
Is there a light at the end of the tunnel? There is, but it's
No. Yes.
very faint.
Back-to-back 13-10s. And that really is gonna just break the hearts of Vasco at this point.
Oh, it hasn't happened yet, but Minnow starts off big. Did he get that through the smoke again?
I think he got that through the
You're
smoke.
not supposed to
It
hit
is straight
those
through the
shots. It's not meant to be, and he still does it.
They were exchanging wall bangs through the smoke, I think, and
Yeah.
it just so happened that Mino, he knows
This
this
guy's
map.
got like magnetic bullets.
Yeah.
Oh.
Ooh.
That was dangerous.
Oh, he wants to punish, but Silva's right there to trade it back. CYK, though, takes him down. Fefe,
He can't cross.
still low.
No smoke, no nothing. Yeah,
No
he's just gotta fight.
smoke,
Just running
no
to mid.
nothing.
Yep.
Nah, he's gone. 3v2. This is a huge opportunity for Evolution Power to close it out right here. No more drama. You move on to map 3, which is on Kara.
And I mean, that's more up the alley of Vasco, honestly, but with the way that the series is going, it could be the
13-10.
opposite. But YZK, I think he's expecting that there's going to be a bit of aggression going on in Catwalk B, but no, he's just going to keep it safe. He's just going to be the anchor. Someone has to be.
Someone has to be. But Evolution Power,
Wait.
definitely gonna play with the patience here.
Oh. I thought YZK would potentially wait for that. Instead, they're just going to go straight for A.
The potential was there. Now MG has to hold the aggression. No one else but him. First frag is good.
That's a big one.
Gets on top of the boxes. Pop flash up and over.
Oh, the spam
Wall
through!
bang. Oh
YZK!
my God.
He just knows. BNC, the only one left. 1v2.
That's
It's
gonna
all
be
up to
tough.
him.
It's
It's
very
all
tough.
up to him.
The C4 gets planted, not peeking out in the right time. Evolution Power has set up their positions for the hold. And this is not looking right, but VSC keeps the dream alive, gets one pop flash to the side. Now he looks to get out of the window.
Time for short.
This one might just work out in VSC's favor, and as I said, it's not. And Evolution Power will be able to close out map number 2.
Well, there you have it. Map number 2 also going the way of Evolution Power. They do take a 2-0 lead, and this is what we had with Wolf Empire and Antisocial earlier, and Antisocial were able to make it pretty interesting and come back. What do you guys think? Same energy or totally different scenario here?
I mean, for the first map, Vasco looked a lot more confident, but the fight they put out on Black Widow, good enough, but it was more leaning towards the side of, like, I'm shooting out of desperation type of vibe was what I was getting.
Honestly, yeah, not too bad of a showing from Vasco. Could have expected more considering how common the map of Black Widow is in CFBL, but it seems like in those, just like how Ben said, in those tiny moments, especially in overtime, a lot more composure from Evolution Power, especially. Now XQQ is no longer shaking in these important moments, and now you have Zay, going hog wild in any of these places. And even Mino is joining in the fun, man. I feel like if every single member is on for the side of Evolution Power, this is going to be very tough for Vasco, but still, I mean, it's not too bad of a fight for Vasco, honestly. I mean, the only person that's missing is Silva, basically.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, it's funny because his ADR is the highest on the team, but he's just not really lining up the kills. Yeah. So, he's kind of doing his job, but also maybe not very effective in terms of where that damage is going. And yeah, like you mentioned, it just felt like everybody's really pulling their weight on the side of Evolution Power. I mean, Zay didn't quite have the best map, but he still had his moments, So, a very close one. 13-10, overtime again. And Vasco, they're really going to have to hunker down here and try to get something going. Minnow actually picking it up this time.
The Unk moves. They're back on the board.
Yeah.
I mean, definitely a well-deserved MVP. I mean, a lot of the rounds not only relied on Minnow to frag out, but it really just came down to the tactical maneuvers the team had to bring up on the board. And of course, who else but Minnow will be the one that guides the team to do the right things in the right moment, the right time, the right place.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's not the same performance as he displayed back in 2015 when he was an HD clan, Munan and the homies. But, it's good enough, man. I mean, he's also leading the team, calling really well. This has got to be like one of the best calling days for Amino. So we take a look at the head-to-head, and I'm just gonna look at one matchup, which is the MG versus XQQ, and it's not too bad. It's still pretty much
looking
equal.
at Minnow versus Silva. That's the biggest number I've seen so far for the games I've casted.
Oh my god, and
the score, man. The score.
You already know what that means, Bench.
Don't even go there.
I'm not gonna go there. I'm not gonna go there.
Do not go there. Yeah.
I mean, also YZK, it just felt like, Silva wasn't really winning against anyone except YH, who is kind of just a madman anyway. So, maybe just picking him off times where he's just sprinting into the site and trading 1-for-1, stuff like that. Yeah, after all, I feel like these numbers don't mean all too much. It just really came down to the team diff from the side of Evolution Power over Vasco. It does feel like at least a closer series so far compared to how it started in the last series. So that's good fun. 13-10. Will we get more overtimes? Will we have any shot from Vasco to come back in this one, or is it just closing out 3-0? What are we thinking?
Third map is Ankara, and I just don't see the Chinese teams lose on that map. But it looks like we are going to take a quick rest and come back with map 3. So don't go anywhere. Stick right here for 4 minutes.
Hello， 你好，来到杭州最好吃的，我觉得杭州没有好吃的美食荒漠。
Eu gostei muito de comer macarrão daqui, carbonara e o que vem também com uma carne muito boa, filé mignon.
Đó là trứng đút thịt. Vì cái món trứng đút thịt đó thì nó cũng ngon như kiểu là món trứng đút thịt của Việt Nam, vị nó giống Việt Nam nên là dễ ăn.
Arroz e feijão.
最爱自拍都是别人拍的，基本上都没有自拍的。
MG.
Adriano, ADRF.
Acho que o time mais difícil que a gente jogou essa fase de grupo foi a Q9.
最难对付的应该就是 IMP 了吧？
Nós mesmos, nenhum time contra vai ser mais difícil do que jogar contra a gente mesmo. A gente só perde pra nós mesmos.
Acredito que quem vai pra final, com certeza, tô muito confiante na gente. O Free Fire.
AES. AES.
希望我们能进吧。Cái kỳ vọng của em là em sẽ được em mong muốn là được chơi với anh em lâu hơn nữa và cái đi tham gia giải đấu CFS được nhiều lần hơn nữa.
希望自己能够在未来变得更强吧，然后更加稳定。
E minha perspectiva, meu sonho é ganhar 3 CFS seguida.
A CFS desbloquear o futuro eu entendi porque ele pode te ajudar muito na sua vida. Se você conseguir ser campeão de uma CFS, você pode mudar a sua vida e a vida da sua família.
大家好，CD. Hôm nay tôi có một câu hỏi dành tặng cho bạn. Liệu về độ đẹp trai thì bạn có tự tin bạn là đẹp trai nhất đội WEIBO không?
Không, theo độ đẹp trai thì mình nghĩ chắc là AWI là đẹp trai nhất team.
Tất nhiên rồi, anh Phong nói là bao chuẩn. AWI.
Hello， 大家好，我是主持人 Mino。谁是队伍里最的人？硬汉。
我同意吧，我喷香水有点。
你就是最。
Pergunta pro MG é: quem você acha que é a pessoa que mais ronca no time?
Detona.
LKK tem o melhor nível de chinês. Será que vocês estudam chinês com ele também?
Só ni hao e piaolha.
Hello and welcome back. We're here for game number 3, map 3 that is on the way, Ankara, between these two teams of course, Evolution Power Gaming and Vasco Esports. A very close series, even though it is a 2-0. You can see that both maps have gone to overtime. 13-10, 13-10, 13-10?
I mean, at this point, you already kind of like put your will at it. You wanted the back-to-back 13-10s, and you got it. And looks like you're about to get more, but is it going to be the side of Vasco to pick up the map, or will Evolution Power just close the series out 3-0? And before the break, I was just pointing out the fact that Chinese teams don't lose on Ankara. That's just the way it is. And I was expecting a sub-basis map 3, but Vasco decided to go for Ankara, so I don't know if that choice was valid enough to keep them surviving in this tournament here.
What do you think, Sneaky?
What's your take on this, Sneaky? Brazilian Ankara is pretty good. I think they got their reps in, obviously. I think Imperial is the best Ankara team out of any team coming in from Brazil. And I feel like maybe Vasco has gotten their reps in. But at the same time, EB, this is also one of their priority maps. And with XQQ playing so well in this series, yeah, it really just doesn't feel right for Vasco, right? But now's the time to make a comeback happen, but it's looking rough because they don't get to choose sides, so maybe is going to be forced to start on that BL side first, so we're going to wait and see if
Evolution Power picked Global Risk, and Vasco will have to start on the blacklist side, so it's going to be a little bit tougher to come out on top on the worst side of the map.
Yeah, I mean, I think I'm more confident in the calling of Fefe when it comes to the GR side. I think he's having a hard time trying to call BL side because the defense is just so good.
Well, we don't have to wait all too long to find out as we are ready. The game is ready to go. Let's hop on to Ankara. Map number 3 coming to you live right now between Evolution Power Gaming and Vasco. And at this point, I'm kind of liking the chances here for EP. I think you have these guys, these entry players that are just hitting their shots. They're playing very well. The team is playing very well. You start off on Blacklist side of Ankara. You're a Chinese team. I don't know. I think that momentum might be enough. You've already done some serious emotional damage. 13-10, 13-10 back-to-back. If Vasco win this one, that's seriously respect. Like, that's really, really good.
All I'm saying is, just like I was said, 2025, it's going to be the year of the entries, man. I mean, having 3 entries on your team is apparently the key.
Why not 5?
Why not 5? Even have the attack.
Yeah, to be fair, XQQ is one of those entries.
Yeah.
It's usually just a YZK and Mino kind of sitting back.
Well, stall that. You're going to be looking at Evolution Power posing towards A, the nade. Up and over, Fang realizes just a little bit of value, not a lot. Not a lot of damage, not tons of damage being put out to the players. I believe it was Fefe and VNC on top of the bomb site. Just about a minute left, and they might go for it. Pop flash up and over, action, fresh response is good for a double kill. And now VNC, he has to hold this one down, but as I say that, double kill comes out from YZK, and the bomb site has been completely opened up.
How has he found that shot on VNC? VNC was just jump checking, and he got punished for it. I feel like that's the second time VNC got punished for jumping in YZK's direction. And it's not really doing too well for his psyche, in all honesty. But let's see, XQQ, of course, classic aggression.
Oh!
And it seems like the quick scope's not going to hit that time. YZK around the corner. He's going to peek it 100%. And he knows exactly where the last player is. MG spotted. So he's getting back off all the way into vents. He's going to hide. MG up top. Going to confirm that he's not defusing, but MG's going to keep going.
Now he's got plenty of time. Gets the defuse going through, and Vasco is going to start Ankara with a round win. It's going to be 1-0. Vasco on GR. And every round really matters at this point, I feel like.
Absolutely. I mean, when it goes to overtime this often, if one of these rounds goes to the opposite side, we would just avoid overtime on both of the maps.
Yes, to keep your dream alive, Brendan, we need that 13-10 every round. Is mattered.
Absolutely.
Nonetheless, after that aggression, I feel like Action's double kill really just made the difference, because VNC and Fefe didn't have much to talk in that round. They were tapped out by YZK, boom, boom. And it looks like they might give A one more try. Flash up and over. VNC was the one holding extra spawn, not gonna work out, but Action is gonna find a quick kill before going down. Fefe, last time, had nothing to talk about. This time, he may have just enough kills in the pockets. He has one now. Looking for the second, goes to the boxes. Flash up and over, headshot is good. Looks up, he does pick up the double kill indeed. All down to Minnow and XQQ. They will rotate the C4 out, send it down towards underpass, but it looks like Silva may just have an angle to the players crossing into the bomb site.
Oh, timing. Oh, the timing is perfect for Silva as soon as XQQ has
potato?
Oh, nah. Potato wasn't that hot.
I thought he was gonna just get in there. Interesting plant.
Oh, what a plant.
And he's dead.
That's the only thing good about it.
Nice try. 2-0. Already Vasco shutting this down a couple of times. This round definitely a bit more comfortable. First round was a bit closer.
I'm telling you, man, CFBL Ankara is not too bad. I feel like they might have picked up a thing or two with Imperial's defense in this particular map, man. And Silva, I mean, him being back in the fray, especially on that sniper, is definitely helping. But Evolution Power have yet to figure out a single round here, but if they do, that's going to be very scary momentum from the side of EP, man.
It really is. After a couple failed A and B takes, I feel like Evolution Power has lost a bit of wind in its sails. They are just throwing some pot shots here and there. Also have some splits. As you can see, 2 players are going to be looking from the spawn area down towards B for any possible aggressions. Some nades are flown up and over, but it's not finding much of a damage on both sides either. In the process, Evolution Power is going to gather their players down towards A. Going in from the main connector with pop flashes did not work out this time. They might try vents and take it from there.
This is pretty stubborn. We're really just sending it on A.
They're giving it a shot.
Over and over. This time pretty good. VNC, though, able to line up 1, 2, make it just the 2. XQQ getting in there with his Colt, and they will take over the top of the A site.
Yeah, I mean, that pop flash from XQQ landing right in front of every single member that is on top A, making them panic, making them disoriented, and now they are only left with the last 2 snipers. Silva, not the best gun to have in a 2v3 situation, especially in the site. Saw his knee. Somehow Silva is just not getting hit by the sniper shots, but an AK is going to do it. Silva will get saved, but MG, the MG special could be possible. Hold up, wait a minute, but YZK, of course, the oh-so-reliable anchor, is just going to finish it off.
You ruined it. You ruined the MG special.
I didn't even finish. I just said MG special.
You just nerfed him right,
nerfed
before
him
he started.
Right on the get-go.
Yeah.
Evolution Power is going to be able to find 1 round come through. It's going to be 2-1.
Yeah. Keeping it close, though. I mean, these rounds, we've seen just 3 pretty normal kind of A hits into, one of them they did go B eventually, but it just feels like for Vasco, it's made pretty easy where they can just kind of hold long angles everywhere else, and then they just stack 3 people on A.
There just isn't a lot of transitions. Cause if one team decides to give it a go, they will fully send it. That was the name of the game. Nonetheless, Evolution Power is going to be taking this one towards underpass, towards B. And like I said, this is going to be a full send onto the bomb site. MG, first responder to the action. Gets the drop. Repositions himself for the second frag coming through. Not going to happen as Evolution Power is going to back out.
Yeah, I mean, they got the pick elsewhere in the vents, so
XQQ.
Maybe trying to rotate a little bit quicker. XQQ's in there again for a second. At least Action trades one back. Kind of a slick kill right before Minnow can really just rotate out of that one.
Yeah, that's cheeky macro, though, for the side of EP, just to confirm that MG is on the underside, so XQQ can actively challenge high mid. But look at Zay looking for the entry. Feifei on the left side. Does still get the headshot. Half human, half cyborg. Awake in this game, but Action will take down the anchor. YZK, Zay looking for a head, but his head is found instead. And XQQ, it's up to the super rookie on the sniper, but does he know? He's right behind him, pulls out the Colt! That's more like it.
Oh my.
Huge clutch.
These 2, I mean, that was not a round I think they should have won. It seemed like the defense was in, they were ready for the push, and just some pretty disgusting shots that were hit by the Evolution Power Gaming players.
It's got it done. And getting the work done with the AWM, getting the work done with Colts to the level of perfection, you deserve to win the round.
Damn.
2-2.
Tied.
Right back in the driver's seat is EP after a couple of iffy rounds.
Who's getting the aux cord, isn't it?
I mean, 5 people are outside of A. Are they just going to send it quick?
I think that is going to be the case here.
Have Vasco changed their default defense in 5 rounds?
Everyone's up on the bomb site this time. Nobody's really playing under.
I guess.
Or close quarters. Could be a tougher one to break through. Ooh, EP sends it out towards middle. And this might just work out. There's nobody watching it from the window. Extra utils invested just to keep the attention of Vasco players playing on the bomb site. Just, oof, MG had a good angle. It's going to whiff this one.
A lot of control here for the side of EP. They're pushing in onto MG. He's not hitting the shots. Finally does get one, and he has been taken down yet. He gets a second. Mino does get onto it, and they've got Silva here in Hotel at the same time. So yeah, you get on the site, but it's like pulling teeth. Ooh, not quite going to go for it. XQQ going underneath, just checking.
The flash not helping either. He's completely spotted out.
Yeah.
Silva swings from the back. From the office, colts him out. And that's another round towards the side of Vasco. 3-2.
Would have wished Mino didn't actively challenge in the site. Instead, I would have wanted for him to just go Hotel and try and clear out Silva. Because at least there's going to be somewhere that you can kind of anchor yourselves on. And it seems like he didn't have enough time to cross on back. So it was down to XQQ, and he was surrounded. And the arm is not the weapon for that position.
No, absolutely not. Nonetheless, yet another A hit is being suggested here. You know what? Like at this point in time, might as well try like just running straight into office and hit B. Haven't done that in a while.
You could, or
hey, okay.
you could run into A again.
That's the Wolf Empire strat. If you don't find anything, just execute A.
Yeah.
that really is.
Just send it. I mean, again, I felt like they were going to have a lot of success by kind of doing just that, right? Sending their entries in, winning fights, taking names. But instead, it's been a little bit more difficult than that. Vasco, once again, same setup, 3 people on top of A. 1 guy in Hotel, never seeing anything.
Yeah.
Silva, though, holding on to his own arm with MG. It's almost like they're playing double sniper Black Widow. Oh, he's not looking. And now, MG kind of by himself there on the site. They're looking to swarm it. They know he's somewhere. They just don't know exactly where.
Needs to be the hero.
A lot of pre-firing here, MG. Ooh, not gonna hit it, but Fefe at least able to hit one. MG taking some time. He gets one, but it finally goes down, as this is a much better B take from the side of EP.
Almost was able to become the thorn in the back of the foot. Eventually it was taken out. Down to a 3-on-3 retake with 2 players down below half. Middle swings, gets almost one. He's eventually taken down, but there's YH swinging from the side, gut for one. Looking for the second, and he does get it into a 1v1 action. He's got the bomb timer at half. YH is going to juggle his positions by the boxes. Action's going to swing with the pistol, gets the job done, and Vasco securing their lead. It's going to be 4-2.
There we go. More of a fight coming in from Vasco, but these turning into 1v1s doesn't really instill confidence to the Brazilian team. There has been only a few rounds where you could say they definitely beat them when it came to their setups, but that one, I really don't like that EP re-cleared. I like that they re-cleared tunnels, but as soon as you re-clear tunnel, you run back into Hotel, man. Like, people have no idea how important that position is.
Yeah, I mean, pretty clearly came back to bite them. And a very similar setup here from Vasco. This is now round 7 of pretty much just the same thing. I think maybe they just go for an A hit here once again, maybe hoping that Vasco have removed one guy, but there's no like fake smokes, there's no nothing. It's just kind of like a pure send.
If he dies, he dies.
It's like, all right, we're going A. Will they, though? I say that, and once again, they're going to pull off of this position. So, yeah, just looking elsewhere. I mean, maybe getting a sense that this A site is continuously stacked, and you know, just 2 armors. They see Silva with an arm, see MG with an arm over and over. If you can just, you know, spam nades onto MG's position.
YH is in again, man.
And this.
And this. YH just poking, prodding into the empty areas and turns that into a kill eventually.
Yep, Flash is going to go through. MG on the site is not going to take the first fight. Instead, just takes out YH, but he's in the middle of everything, and Mino's going to take him down. But Action trying to fight back on the side, VNC. And Action is going to go down to YCK and Zay. It's just the offense is a bit too much. It's getting a bit too predictable from the side of Vasco.
Yeah.
And YH, once again, great knowledge of the map, avoiding the sightlines from that tower position, just slipping on by and surprising Silva once again in that hotel position. But this is going to be a tough one for Feifei to try and get this 1v3 going. YZK is already posted up. I mean, EP's catching up, but just like I was said, man, it's getting a bit predictable.
Yeah. You see there's some mini Giles. Some whispered ones, you know, like just the beginning of the comeback. I mean, it's 3-4, so it's not like it's out of control in favor of Vasco. But, you know, Blacklist side, you would expect a bit more. I feel like Vasco got in there like almost too quick as well. Like they all just tried to swarm the site one by one. They got picked off on that last retake, even before the bomb was planted.
Too quick. Well, Evolution Power for the 8th time, looking down towards A. They're always getting a good view, but this time, just like the last round, may take the issue down towards the middle.
Like an MG solution to YH pushing this high mid position just a step closer.
Yep.
Because getting away with that 2 rounds is not good, that's for sure. But now is the time for EP to just send it on A, but this is a good call by Vasco.
Yeah.
Finally, it's going to pay off that they're going to have a 3-stack.
They've been finding more success having players on top of the bomb site rather than having someone downstairs. So they're going to stick to that position, and whilst all that, Evolution Power is going to be looking down towards middle.
Is YH going to go top mid again? No, he's going to avoid it this time. Good detour from the usual here.
Yeah, and now with MG that far forward. Oh, XQQ gonna win the duel as well. Oh, Silva pulls off of it right as we just have XQQ moving in.
He just kept running.
And, oh boy. Yeah, they're just getting, like round by round, this B side is getting easier, bit by bit. This time was very easy. All 5 members taking over the site. XQQ by himself. Taking a look at this angle, nobody is coming in through here.
Oh yeah, it is. It is definitely becoming an issue for Vasco not being able to hold the bomb sites. Pop flash up and over, here comes the retake.
Yeah, this is going in and out. This is going to be a tough one. Action will get Nino, Action will get YZK, but look at the time on the C4. Time is of the essence, literally. Feifei, M4 shots won't matter at the end. And so 4-4 Evolution Power. They're keeping it competitive in this map. And MG, he just got owned by XQQ there. I feel like, but that's what XQQ wanted to have, a more face-to-face fight with MG.
Yeah, now they're just really clawing their way back. From this side, I mean, from this position, anything could happen. MG, ooh, getting a little stuck there, gonna miss the shot. Bit of damage coming in. Fefe's like, oh, gonna try to take him down. XQQ says no. Very nicely done by the EP sniper.
Save Private MG results in Fefe, the veteran, going down. Oh, Action.
YH.
Invents. He springs out, gets a double kill, looking for a third. Mino gets challenged, and he will eventually find the frag. Down 2 players. Evolution Power gets a free bomb site. Here comes the rotation from Silva and VNC. It might be just a second too late, but Mino finally posting for C4. Will get the bomb planted. VNC swings in. YH gets one! And another kill go towards the side of Minnow. We will switch sides, but yet another round will be picked up by Evolution Power.
The amount of timings that YH has gotten in this map is absolutely insane. He's done it to Silva. He's done it to Action. I mean, you saw it on the screen. He just kept going.
Yeah.
He didn't even check for Action there. He was more targeting whoever is inside of the site. And sometimes you're going to need one of those players where they're just going to have to send it. I mean, even if 2 players dies, Mino with some good shots. And man, I feel like AP has gotten control of this game, and looking at their setup, it's more biased towards the B side, but at the same time, you do have Zay and YH, so, you know.
Yeah, they're putting out the numbers this time. At least YH is. Zay having his moments. And we know he's capable.
Yeah.
We're just buying some time right now on the side of Vasco, not really going for a big push. They have control.
I mean, they're down around, so it really kind of just becomes that thing where you're mentally pressured to make any aggressive moves, wagering risks, so to speak. As you can see, a lot of default setups are coming from Vasco, having a player watch Vents, have a player watch B aggression, and the rest just clearing out towards middle. It's as default as you can get on this map of Ankara.
Yeah, hasn't been too much success here for VNC, going 4-8 in 10 rounds. But let's see, Silva spotting out Mino in that hotel position, so at least they do confirm where one player is. But look at Evolution Power. The moment they spot Silva, they immediately try to hunt for that man advantage with XQQ. And you already know XQQ, anything aggressive, he's down for it.
Indeed he is. Minnow, though, gonna pop out here. He gets shot down, XQQ. He's like, all right, that's an easy trade for me. As they stuck around. Nade in the door of A, but they're not going A. MG might just look at it a little bit more. They are going mid to B here. And is this duo defense enough? XQQ, did he spot anything? I don't think he has any idea.
The timing.
I mean, that's so unlucky, though, from XQQ. But at the same time, the timing there from Vasco, they were running down the time, but YH, is he going to make it winnable?
I mean, MG didn't have to swing that corner.
Unnecessary aggression, 10 yards. Let's see. YH, do they know about the flank, though? This flank could make or break this round, and Zay is going to go down. But do they know about YH? YH swinging around the corner. VNC spotted, head taken off. Then it's a 1v1. And Silva! Wow. That was a well-needed shot. If he did not hit that one, that would have been an instant defuse.
All right, that's a replay from like 8 rounds ago. But it's really just showing how many times he is just winning these fights.
Against Silva.
In Hotel, up to 1,200 damage. 3 first kills.
He's almost playing his own recon mission, if you think about it. Just getting into the faces of Vasco. Do not get caught. Crosses in, takes down their sniper, and then just continues to farm kills. Most of those, especially granted because Vasco was not able to spot YH getting underneath them, of course. Nonetheless, we're tied back to 5-on-5. Surely one of the rounds Vasco really needed had to come down to the wire for Silva to find the wallbang. However, round is a round at the end of the day, as we always say about this. And coming into this round 11, for Vasco to win this one out, I'm just thinking to myself, where is the better bomb site to take? Sure, A does have 2 players on it, but it's no one else but Zay and YH, and I wouldn't be wanting to running into those 2 if I'm trying to aggress onto the bomb site.
Yeah, for sure.
And then you switch things over to B. Who's on it? Of course, YZK and XQQ. Everything is kind of being manhandled by Evolution Power, and being manhandled is going to be XQQ, actually. MG with a quick scope.
I thought XQQ was going to win that, considering he did have the advantage in terms of the angle, but MG, it's a lot faster on the trigger that time. But it is a 5v4. Zay is rotating back into the A side, and I think EP's getting a rough idea of what is happening in this map, thanks to the push that is happening in mid at the moment. So they confirm it's A site. It's just a matter of rotations now, but do they even need it? Zay and YH, they get 2. So it's a 2v3 and a really good shot from Action once again, saving Vasco from certain doom.
And we have a timeout on the way. You saw YZK, he is not in a position to take that one down. 6th round's gonna go over to Vasco, and they're on the blacklist side of this map. After the half, they're able to take 2 in a row, and that's enough for the EP coach. He says, we gotta talk about this. We gotta break this down because it is not good. It is not good enough
Not good enough is probably the right way to put it. Definitely a good team, definitely a proficient team. But there are some choke points where they do end up losing the rounds here and there. So well, as long as those are fixed live mid-game during these pauses, then you never know what's going to happen. And good thing for Vasco is they can always use the enemy's timeout and talk about their own strats as well. So Silva very focused, of course. Very kind young man as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And sometimes all you need is just a couple of looks at your opponent's blacklist side, and you might get enough of a read as the coach to just go ahead and say, okay, I need to talk about a couple of things I saw. Let's break that down. As the fans trying to get behind EP.
Yeah,
still waiting for the Vasco cheer.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Quiet, real quick.
I mean, we can give it. We can give one to them.
Vasco.
Go ahead.
Chayo.
Vasco.
Chayo.
Nice.
Yeah. Well,
good job, guys.
Charles had nothing to do about
Got it, bro. I mean, EP gave Ube keyboards, man. I'm out this. I'm out this.
Yes, it's
I'm on the EP side.
Forced bias.
Forced bias.
You had no choice.
Yeah,
it's fine.
Sometimes
they just
I
powered
really
open.
wished that the old Korean teams come back to CROSSFIRE.
You mean hidden?
Oh,
yeah, I know.
Crisp names. Well, Vasco is gonna provide their medicine of their own. Set up for A here, having the lineups ready and the C4 in the vents. YH finding some success last round. Let's see if he can get some more kills here. Gets spotted. Sets up for a CROSSFIRE. The flashes are strong. And what's even scarier is Vasco's not even forcing it. They're gonna delay the time a little bit longer.
You see that YH goes back into the vents. Doesn't see anything. They don't know 100% that they've rotated out, but as we can see, everybody has backed way up.
I think he's going to recheck after that smoke runs out.
Maybe. Or even start pushing out, really.
I mean, we got VNC, we got another guy over there just holding down the angle for now.
This is a very Vietnamese setup here for Vasco.
Ooh.
Ooh. God, Silva.
Oh, the nade.
I mean, Zay is here. I think it's fine if Mino does a bit of distraction.
Yeah.
Look at that. Insta headshot from Zay, just as expected. And Silva, who's already at half HP, is going to try to get the trade, which is not the smartest play, honestly. And YH, just like how he said it, he is going to recheck for long. But it's more like action came into him, and VNC is going to be up next on the chopping block. MG, I know you got like at least 20 more MG specials in you, but can you do it?
There's one.
Maybe if he combines all the specials into one big one.
All right, 16 seconds and an MG special might not be the way to do it. Gets the second kill, but he has only 10 seconds. And it looks like the round should be over any moment soon here for the tie.
So one timeout, they get a couple of guys over in Hotel. They bait them over for a bunch of fights, and they hit their shots. You know, I think the bench coach idea was the best one we've had so far. Just hit them with your bullets.
You got your sticks, gotta hit them.
And you'll win.
Yeah.
Saw a lot of that there from Evolution Power. And still very close. I think Vasco are still in a decent spot here, but Evolution Power at least able to chip away one round.
Round by round. Going back and forth. Vasco, they're going to be looking down towards middle, which is being left unguarded, unwatched at all. So if they're able to find a step forward and see if they can take it to somewhere from a mid-check into a mid-split to a bomb site, then things could work otherwise. MG getting an underpass. no one is really in underpass for the side of Evolution Power, so it does help MG a little bit more in terms of info gathering and keeping onto his life.
Well, certainly taking their time with this one.
Yeah.
Looks like maybe A here. We got a couple of guys outside of A. Bomb being taken over. Action and MG holding back for now. Could look for the quick peek. YH, very nicely done once again.
Oh, YH tries to swing again, gets completely punished by Fefe. Not entirely sure why.
The timing.
Oh. Yeah, the timing is becoming a thing.
Look at Minnow.
On the chase. That's Silva now.
That's the bomb. There's only 25 seconds.
Right.
They got to get the bomb, and they got to clear out Minnow, and then they got to push a site. I don't think they've got enough time.
20 seconds. If the C4 books it to the bomb site, it's workable.
I mean, they have to run over.
Oh, what?
Oh, Zay!
Zay!
9, 8, 7.
Drop 6.
Run,
Just
run,
brother! Oh, this is it! This is it! There's no time! XQQ buys the time! The round is won!
Looking like ghost mode! Hide and seek?
Put on his invisibility cloak. And he stayed for that one kill, and I was like, okay, now he's just gonna die because he went for the kill, but actually probably saved his life because that was the first guy in. Could have closed the distance 2 seconds earlier.
That's a round.
2 seconds earlier.
What was that round? YZK dumped over a guy, and then he got traded.
Zay comes out from B connector, not knowing there's someone behind him.
That was me. And good thing NCQ got the info, man, and
I don't know. I feel like the more maps we play on the series, it's going more hectic. So we'll need to keep our composure and try to cast this game. But round will eventually fall towards Evolution Power. 7-6. They're going to start leading out. Is this the first time we are not going to be able to see a 13-10 here, Brendan?
I mean, we easily could still. I think if it goes overtime, then anything is possible. We could easily go into 13-10. Especially the way that the overtimes have been mostly dominated by EP.
Really did. Really did.
I don't like this setup, though. 4-1.
This setup, Minnow can get ahead. I've seen him do it from time after time, but not this time around.
I don't like how Vasco's playing it. I feel like this is not really playing into their strengths, especially on their BL side.
Well, there's still a lot of time for them to run away, drop the bomb, and fail to plant.
Nope. Yep.
Just 4 dudes here, man. Look at this read.
Yeah, the whole squad came down. Oh, they're just not even looking. YH able to get in. Trying to back his way into that one. Oh, and they have the lineup. XQQ will not miss. Can he do it again? No. Silva gonna pick up one. Looking for a couple more as this round is degenerating before my eyes. Silva trying to run into A. He's just gonna run away from them. He says, oh, you're all stacked over there. You had the read. That's fine. I'll just go for the plant.
Second floor. They're gonna make it.
And now, here comes the retake. From all different angles. And Silva will need to hold on to one of those. Mino does a bunch of damage out towards Silva, and now he has to run back out towards vents. Okay. If he gets a drop, not gonna happen. Mino with the Colt will do the dirty work.
That's been the story of this entire game, this entire series. Evolution Power playing into the desperation of Vasco to get some of these rounds. And it seems like Evolution Power has control of this series, even in Ankara. Yeah. And that's going to force a timeout from Vasco. Can't really blame him. Here comes another, 1:20 of Silva's face.
Why is that the only angle we have? I don't know what's going on over there.
Because he mocks every single member of Vasco.
Yeah.
He's just the best looking guy.
I don't know why it is that way, but it just is.
But they might have a fixed cap. Oh, yep. You are right.
Live Silva reaction.
Yeah.
Live Silva reaction.
I mean, behind us we have a lot of other angles, but
yeah,
they're just zoning in, zooming in on him.
Silva could use like a little fade.
That was.
I feel like it's been like
what happened.
so long that you know, no, it's kind of busy. No time for haircuts.
We're out here for a while.
No time for supercuts.
Yeah. Well, I said it at the beginning of this map. I said if Vasco playing against EP, who are starting on blacklist after losing 2 overtimes in a row, if Vasco can actually fight up against this, that is just crazy. And it seems like maybe, just maybe, they won't be able to get it done. This is very difficult for them. The whole crowd, once again, behind EP, hoping for their victory here tonight. And especially because, for the fans who came down here and they want to watch EP, if EP win, then they play again right away. And the fans can just watch them again.
Yep. Evolution Power. It's been the super rookie, XQQ, and Y8. These two picked up not too long ago for Evolution Power, and it seems like the investment is now paying off. And let's see, Mino, right screen flash in his face, but I think he's just gonna back off. It's okay to back off for now, as long as you do retake it later, maybe in second mid, but he's just gonna repeat like that bad. And VNC is gonna get him. Look at action.
Yeah, he's just kind of in there, winning against multiple. He's not missing anything. And now, YZK able to trade one back, but XQQ alone on the site. Fefe trying to charge into him. That's going to be 1 kill. This is a quick round over to the side of Vasco. Ooh, nicely done from YZK, actually. Little alley-oop there. And looking for a bit more. Silva's like, maybe I shouldn't peek this guy. There it is.
Keep it simple.
7-8. Still very close. Still Vasco on blacklist. I think we're going to overtime.
Yep. This bench called it.
No, Brandon called it.
Yes.
And I'm supporting him. So
thank you.
It's
for
going
your
to
support.
Overtime. Where's my support to MG special though? Like I'm not getting it.
Nah, it's maybe if it was a thing.
What do you mean it is a thing?
So I mean, he's been good today. It's just hasn't been the MG clutch factor. I mean, he's had some moments, but
I mean, this is like one of the better games as well from Silva, right? I mean,
yeah.
It's just so unlucky that VNC and Fefe kind of turned down a bit.
I mean, takes a whole squad.
Oh, here comes the Vents push. YH drops and not gonna work. YZK though will pick up a double. And Zay from the side is gonna be good, quick for a headshot. Fefe left all alone for a clutch in a 1v3. Knows where Zay is. However, Zay was able to fall back out. And this is going to be a 3v1 retake. However, Fefe does find the from the dead bodies and looking to get a pick.
They're all rushing.
Looking at the wrong side in the wrong time.
They're all
about to get swarmed. Fefe is in a world.
Wait, nobody knows.
No, this is not.
Oh, it doesn't matter. 9 rounds to Evolution Power. Match point for our Chinese representative here at the CFS 2024 Grand Finals.
Didn't check that in time, and unfortunately.
Yeah, the music starts playing.
It does.
The good old classic music. 9-7. Evolution Power in control for most of this series. Granted, it was overtime, but it never seemed like they really lost the wheel this entire time. Their defaults are really good. I feel like the biggest improvement here for Evolution Power throughout that season in CFPL and right before the summer, or right before the CFS 2024 championship, that mid-round calling, man. That mid-round calling's gotten a lot better. Mino needs that credit, that's for sure. But at the same time, the increased performance of XQQ and Y8, the two rookies, have struggled time and time again. But no struggle here in Hangzhou. YZK waiting for action. I feel like they know about action now. The usual flanker that is going into spawn, and XQQ, perfect position to be in. MG pre-aiming, almost punishing him for going down.
Well, here comes.
Let's see if they can hold.
Here comes the main push out towards underpass. Minnow from the backside is smoked off. XQQ on top of the bomb side. About to get swung. Colton and not gonna happen. The C4 is down, but should be picked up and planted. YH and Connector, nothing to do about the position either. And a 4v1, YZK down very low. Action on the flank, doesn't matter. Gets the kill. Vasco, they're gonna keep the dream alive. They're gonna keep our dream alive, and especially Valdez's dream alive.
Yes, I want to see it. 9-9, give me that overtime. Vasco, it's a very fast hit. Unfortunate timings from XQQ once again. Flash over the top, Minnow gets away. He will back away. What a shot. Where did...
It's from the second floor. You can see
downtown.
it all the way in hotel.
Yeah.
Looks like the dreams of Vasco is diminishing. Huge kill from Minnow down towards middle. Silva in action goes down. VNC, Fefe, and MG in a 3-core of Vasco trying to work some magic, but it's just getting tougher and tougher as the seconds pass Valdez.
It really does. I mean, they're going to have to pull out a big one here. VNC, can you do it? The answer is yeah. Okay. He's going to get his half health. Yeah, not half bad.
And now XQQ wants to get in the faces with the Colt. Now gets a kill before going down.
Oh, and Zay got one too.
All down to the MG special we've been cooking up until the very last moment. He cannot get it! Evolution Power wins it outright 3-0 after a grueling 10-13, 10-13, and 8-10.
Well, that was a series of all time. 3-0, but every single map was so close, down to the wire. 13-10, 13-10, and 10-8. I was denied my third overtime, unfortunately, but at least I got one in the first series of the day today. Evolution Power, the favorites here to take it all down. They do move on. Naokai is looking very silly right now with his Vasco prediction. Just wanted to point that out.
Oh, yeah.
But that's fine. It's fine. I think Vasco actually did put up a good fight, and at the end of the day, you know, overtime goes their way, just a little bit extra. I feel like the fact that they made Ankara so close was also very impressive, but Evolution Power, they do move on to the next match, which will be happening a little bit later.
Yeah, and it is going to be the Brazil rematch in the lower bracket. It is kind of sad that it is going to be them because they've already fought each other in the regional finals. Obviously, Vasco winning over Antisocial, but with the way that Antisocial's been playing, I feel like that would be a very interesting lower bracket match that we're going to see tomorrow. But yeah, the Evolution Power, I didn't see a moment where they really lost a step.
Yeah, the set summary is here, 10-8, one of the very close matchups, so to speak. Really had to come down to the wire, didn't it? Both teams really relied on the clutches here and there. Of course, XQQ putting out more consistent numbers. And on top this time, 1.45, YH 1.27. For the side of Vasco, Silva suddenly picked up the pace and had a 1.50. However, the MVP is going to be YH, the man who has been just going out way aggressive and is able to find a lot of kills.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, it's understandable. I mean, YH, half the time, I just see him either bullying Silva or somehow finding his way into the A site via spawn. So it was just kind of him in action, taking turns on who's occupying spawn at that very moment on both sides of the half, and it seems like YH has got a lot more distance with it. So yeah, I mean, YH, just like how I said, one of the two super rookies for Evolution Power. It is him and XQQ, and yeah, it seems like it paid off, man. It paid off just in time. I feel like they've been waiting, or at least Mzin and EP have been waiting for this, man. They've been waiting for these two rookies to finally perform. Just like how I said, this is where boys turn into men, and it seems like it's just...
And men turn into unks.
Men turn into unks, and it seems like Vasco got manhandled, bro.
I mean, a bit. In terms of the scoreline, right, I do agree, though. I think EP was mostly in control throughout it. You can see some of the matchups here. You mentioned YH bullying Silva. He actually bullied VNC quite a lot in this one, even Fefe, but yeah, the 6-1 scoreline there. We had 5-1 for XQQ over Action. Definitely some lines. Fefe not really finding any luck except against his, his opposing IGL and Minnow, funnily enough, but lost every other duel. And yeah, I mean, what can you say? I think, maybe if for Vasco, everybody was like kind of on the same page in terms of their performance on the same map, then maybe they could have gotten one map and forced a fourth one, and then you never know where that goes with the sub base. But yeah, very close here.
Yeah, I feel like Ankara was definitely the shot for Vasco to really, get back into the swing of things, because just like how I said at CFBL, one of the regions who are also really good when it comes to that Ankara map. So I just expected a bit more of a fight, honestly, from Vasco. But their BL side, it kind of looked a bit limp at times. When I think Vasco, I think the aggression of VNC, the aggression of Action. MG, he's just in the backline supporting his teammates as much as possible. But just like how I said, the offense felt a bit limp for me.
Yeah.
And on top of that, I just do feel like dropping Port really just get into their minds a lot. Given that's their best map, one of their best maps, the first map, the ban pick. Yeah, losing that probably was the beginning to the disaster that's put upon Vasco. Now they have to go into the lower brackets and fight against Antisocial, which is not the easiest job in the world as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's rough, right? You lose support, it's close. I mean, you were talking about that aggression, right, from those players. We saw that when they played Black Widow, not in this series, but like a bunch of times before. So I could definitely feel that they had a lot of success doing exactly that. But yeah, maybe it was just too much by the end of it all. And now for Evolution Power, you move on to this upper bracket up against Wolf Empire, which will be taking place in about 30 minutes, I would imagine. Yeah. That's going to be pretty interesting, because now you're warmed up. You only played 3 maps. They were pretty tense. Like, they were down to the wire, all of them. And there were times where I'm sure Evolution Power thought, they might lose here, or they might have to play even more, so it can be mentally taxing. Whereas Wolf Empire, they watched this whole thing. They're like, okay, we see what you guys got. Do you think they'll be ready and warmed up right from map 1?
Probably. I feel like, I think the way I think about the Wolf Empire versus EP matchup is, I wouldn't say they play the exact same style, but they play very similar styles. It's just that Wolf Empire is just slightly more refined. I think me and Pietro had a conversation about this at the hotel, where Wolf Empire, they don't really need that much comms. They don't need to overcome. It's like, oh, my guy died, we have to do this, that, and the third.
Yeah.
Instead, what the Wolf Empire does is, like, for example, Lucas dies, they know what to do.
Well, that's very beneficial. And guys, we do have something awesome ready for you on the stage. Let's send it down there now for the interview.
Hello,
welcome back to the main stage of the Cyphers for the interview session, and congratulations to EP for winning this victory, and the MVP is YH from EP, and say hi to all the Cyphers. Hi, I'm YH from EP, and we all know that for this time we have short break, and so we briefly go through the interview session. So first question is, before this match, did we thought of winning this victory with 3-0? Yes, we thought of this. We thought of every every possible result, but finally we won the victory. And for the two matches, we were very close, so why was it so tight? I think it is because they were very aggressive with their rifles, and also we were a little bit nervous. And AK-47 is much stronger than M4. And what is the results for the victory? I think that we all have better performance in the middle of the game. And also in the last match, I think that we have better performance than the last map because everyone is in their best performance. So what adjustments do we make during these 2 days? Just follow the leadership of our order, and also our savers have encouraged and also support us, which is also motivated us a lot, right? Yes, I'd like to extend our thanks to all the savers. Thanks all for your support that motivates us for winning this victory and to do very well in the clutch. And also for the next match, we will encounter Wolf. And the winner will be listed to the grand final. So are we confident in winning Wolf? Yes, we are fully confident. So we hope that all of you can take a short break and then bring out your best during the next match. And once again, congratulations for winning this MVP of this match. And next, we will have Wolf versus EP. Let's hand it back to the casters.
Hello， 你好，文竹。来到杭州最好吃的，我觉得杭州没有好吃的美食荒漠。
Eu gostei muito de comer o macarrão daqui, carbonara e o que vem também com uma carne muito boa de filé mignon.
Đó là trứng đút thịt. Vì cái món trứng đút thịt đó thì nó cũng ngon như kiểu là món trứng đút thịt của Việt Nam, vị nó giống Việt Nam nên là dễ ăn.
Arroz e feijão.
最爱自拍都是别人拍的，基本上都没有自拍的。
MG.
Adriano, ADRF.
Acho que o time mais difícil que a gente jogou essa fase de grupo foi a Q9.
最难对付的应该就是 AMP 了吧？
Nós mesmo, nenhum time contra vai ser mais difícil do que jogar contra a gente mesmo. A gente só perde para nós mesmos.
Acredito que quem vai pra final, com certeza, tô muito confiante na gente. O Fipire.
AES。AES。
希望我们能进吧。Cái kỳ vọng của em là em sẽ được em mong muốn là được chơi với anh em lâu hơn nữa và cái đi tham gia giải đấu CFS được nhiều lần hơn nữa.
希望自己能够在未来变得更强吧，然后更加稳定。
E minha perspectiva, meu sonho é ganhar 3 CFS seguida.
A CFS desbloquear o futuro eu entendi porque ele pode te ajudar muito na sua vida. Se você conseguir ser campeão de uma CFS, você pode mudar a sua vida e a vida da sua família.
Chào CD. Hôm nay tôi có một câu hỏi dành tặng cho bạn. Liệu về độ đẹp trai thì bạn có tự tin bạn là đẹp trai nhất đội WM3 không?
Không, theo độ đẹp trai thì mình nghĩ chắc là AWI là đẹp trai nhất team.
Tất nhiên rồi, anh Phong nói là bao chuẩn.
Xóa cha AWI.
Hello， 大家好，我是主持人 Mino。谁是队伍里最的人？
硬汉。
我同意吧，我喷香水有点。
你就是最。
Pergunta pro MG Quem você acha que é a pessoa que mais ronca no time?
Detona.
LKK tem o melhor nível de chinês. Será que vocês estudam chinês com ele também?
Só Ni Hao e Piaolha.
我以前来过西湖，但是坐游船是第一次。
I have never been in this place before. It's my first time in China. So far, it's very good.
Welcome on in, back once again for yet another game. It's the CFS 2024 Grand Finals Playoffs day number 1. And here we are for the big game of the day. Obviously, Elvish Guy and Neo back on the desk once again. Bench, you're also back on the desk once again, but you were just here, so look, maybe you're not as special as we are. But tell me about that last match. That was a bit of a banger, obviously. We had a very long first game of the day, followed by a bit of a quicker one there for the second 3-0 for Evolution Power, although it was close at times.
Yeah, I mean, the scoreline was very definite. It was 3-0, and Vasco wasn't able to pick up on that against Evolution Power. But at the end of the day, it came very close down to the wire. First map 13-10, second map 13-10, and followed by a 10-8. So every map really had to play to the overtime or got really close to overtime. So Vasco put on a really good fight, although I feel like the caliber just wasn't there for just a little small amount. If they had it in them, we may have seen a long match, but it was Evolution Power who was just a little bit better than Vasco.
Yeah, well, I mean, here's the conversation now. Obviously, as we're hearing within the stadium, there is going to be a Chinese team playing in this next game, Neo, and that is the point, right? That's the thing. Like, we've got Evolution Power now having to have one game followed by another game, back to back. They don't really get much of a break here. It's about 5-10 minutes, obviously for the stream, but for the players, it's probably more like about 30 minutes, sort of point to point from playing the game back into the next game. But that's really not a whole lot of time, right? When you consider what time is it now? It's about 7:30 almost, so it's probably about dinner time. So so you're probably getting a bit hungry. You need to smash down some food, go to the toilet, prep your strats, figure out what you're going to do for this game, and in theory have a break. Although I think that just gets cut at this point.
There's two different mindsets to this, and I think every player and every team has a different thought process. It's either I'm warm, so I've just finished the best of 3, or best of 5 technically, but 3 mapper. I'm warmed up, I'm feeling crisp, I'm ready to go, I'm off the back of a win, so I'm still got the adrenaline kind of pumping. It hasn't dumped at this point. Or there's the other side where you're Wolf Empire, rest, recoup, but also look towards your opponent and say, this is what they do, this is how they play certain strats. And actually, even though you're not anti-stratting in a deep level, you're actually getting good on the kind of basic understanding of what their defaults are, what they like to do on certain maps, and actually how you'd like to make the veto sort of work in your favor. So there's two different mindsets for me. If I'm being honest though, I think Wolf Empire have the stark advantage here. They've had a good, 3-4 hour break, if I'm being completely honest. They've been able to rest and get some food down them. But also, I think just sometimes it's nice to mentally pull yourself out of the game a little bit and just say, right, let me relax a little bit and not strain myself too hard. We kind of went into the Wolf Empire room straight after their win, right? Had a brief conversation with them, just said,
they seemed all right.
Congratulations.
They seemed chill.
And they seemed chill, exactly. And it's good to see. I think the issue is that EP, they have not only the added pressure of playing against the favorite team here, everybody wants them to win, and they don't want to let them down.
It's true. Bench, which side of the fence are you sitting on? Is it better to have the break or not have the break?
I feel like when it just really comes down to, can you find your resilience throughout those breaks? I'm on par with Neo on that one. Like, for Wolf, they were able to get their hands all warm and ready and have that 3-4 hour break to just kind of cool down a little bit, but still they will have a bit of it left in them.
Yeah, they would have hit like the DM as well, you know what I mean?
Like, if you're coming back the next day, like, you're completely cold. That's not the case. But
exactly. I don't know about you guys, but like, we're all gamers. We all play a lot of games, but like, dude, like I can't imagine playing like, let's say this goes like 4 or 5 maps, right? That could genuinely end up being something like 8 hours, more or less, straight, with 10, 15-minute breaks, yet one slightly longer break. I would mentally be so checked out. So that's where I feel like for Wolf Empire, they can actually see this as sort of a whole new day in a way. So Evolution Power, that's the thing. It's a real test of your fatigue. What is your resilience like? How well can you kind of make sure to prolong your mental state in a way that doesn't have any sort of knock-on effect? Obviously, very good series they just had. Took down Vasco and looked pretty clean in doing so. Very close, sure. But at the same time, because those maps were closed, that is an added mental fatigue. Choking out a little bit to go towards overtime, having to really dig deep. That is not the easiest thing to keep up for 8 hours straight.
Yeah, I mean, Vasco definitely drained a bit of the energy out from the side of Evolution Power. So let's see if that really affects them. Because I feel like the amount of practices that they put in, the time they grind into the game and every rep they put into, sure, I feel like Evolution Power, after taking down Vasco, should have a lot of energy still left in them.
Yeah, most definitely. Having a look at the run for Wolf Empire so far, and look, this is what we were saying going into that opening match now. Obviously, a pretty impressive run from them at the time, taking down All Gamers and Imperial. I think those are 2 pretty good scalps. Swamp and Unknights maybe not quite to that same level. But now they've added Antisocial to that list as well, and it really doesn't feel like there's many more teams that they have to prove themselves against. I think if they were to get the win today, obviously against Evolution Power, that's pretty much all of the big dogs that are remaining in the competition. I don't really quite rate Vasco at that same level, and here's Evolution Power's run. Again, being able to get the better of Imperial and All Gamers, so very, very sort of similar in that same respect to Wolf Empire. Again, for Evolution Power, it feels like they've tested themselves against other teams, but they have yet to take down that one other big conversation starter, which in this case for Evolution Power is Wolf Empire, and for Wolf Empire, it's Evolution Power. Yeah. So they're the real two big deals here in this playoffs, and now we get to find out which of these two teams is going to be going through to the finals on Sunday without having to play tomorrow at all. Having a look at the key players, Dola and YH, a couple of the riflers. Dola, he had a really good start to the series in the earlier match, but really fell off towards the tail end.
Yeah, and I think as well, probably part of it was the thing, you know, like a bit of fatigue. It was a tough series, man, and especially because on the other side, you kind of, you know, Lucan coming alive in a massive way, and he was keeping him at bay, and these sort of small things started to kind of fall into place. That's where maybe Dola starts to get limited a little bit. However, Iceberg, Ice Cube, I say, all the way throughout, very, very good. But I also think as well, I've got to give a lot of credit to Shady. I think the way in which he core around this team, but also played individually, was so strong that maybe he could kind of pull sort of Dola out of these ruts. So to look at the most recent results, and you know, there's the CFSI group stage, right? That 2-0 in EP's favor is pretty decent, but then APAC and of course again back and back in the groups and in the playoffs, getting kind of back-to-back 2-0 then 3-0 is pretty good signs for Wolf Empire. But you know, like you touched on, they've actually beaten more or less the same big name teams. If we're not counting Vasco, which I think is a fair enough argument, their group stage was absolutely woeful. They still had moments of shakiness. That series wasn't exactly fantastic there either as well. So let's not count them as a big ticket team at the moment. They're beating All Gamers, they're beating Imperial. Antisocial may be the only advantage that Wolf have over EP, but we shall see. We're looking at talent predictions. The Chinese team of casters and talent have gone with the Chinese team. I think that makes absolute fair enough sense. Bit of a divide over towards Vietnam, as we've of course got a couple over towards Wolf Empire, but one sort of, I guess, traitor amongst the group here in a way.
Among them.
I think this might be a kind of a caster curse vibe. That's my thought process here.
Yeah, well, we've sort of evened it out, haven't we, on the other side of the talent predictions. I was going to say, I would be surprised if many people were predicting Evolution Power in this one. I think Wolf Empire not only have looked the better of the two teams, but have had the more impressive run. I mean, as we've been saying, same teams they played against. Evolution Power playing against AG and Imperial, but then Wolf Empire played AG, Imperial, and I also think Vasco you can throw into that discussion. So there's at least an extra scalp. I don't quite put Vasco personally in the same level as Antisocial, although that'll be a conversation that we get to tomorrow when we see those two teams play in the lower bracket. So maybe we're reading that one wrong. We'll have to wait and see. But Chinese squad all going Evolution Power, pretty much everyone else going the way of Wolf Empire. I think that is fairly indicative of the way this matchup plays out. But look, in saying that, it's not impossible for Evolution Power to get this one over the line. They do have some ticks in their book. Obviously, they've got that momentum coming through from the last game. If they can harness that, it's always going to be a big thing. Is it good? Is it bad? Whatever. You know, I think at the end of the day, you just have to go into it and say, this is our situation. Let's take the advantage from it and do what we can with it.
Yeah, I mean, in these LAN tournaments, you just have to do it is essentially the name of the game. Like, basically, you finished what you were just going against Vasco. You 3-0'd them. You got a bit of a rest. You got 30 minutes to kind of, you know, get some water, you know, get some food and all that. Get energized a bit more. And now you just go in the game. Whether it be you're fighting against Wolf Empire or doesn't matter who you are fighting against. You have to do it, essentially. Otherwise, you're going to be having to play that lower brackets one more time tomorrow.
Yeah, all right, let's get into this a little bit more into the nitty-gritty now. Obviously, we've got a lot of key points, key individuals. We saw one of the key player matchups, but just as far as snipers are concerned or rifling cores, whichever way you want to go with this one, where do we see the difference being made actually on these two teams? Because for me personally, I'm kind of leaning a little bit towards Wolf Empire. I think they do have the stronger rifling core. I actually think snipers, in terms of their impact, they've both kind of come out fairly even in terms of impact at this event in particular.
I don't know, dude. I mean, XQQ, he's averaging like a 1.26. Iceberg's like a 1.43 still. It's actually kind of notable. It's just the fact that he's not, like we kind of spoke about, it's not this insane lights up performance because Dola's doing so well. But, you know, for every time we've been talking about how Dola's this sort of comparative nature, Ice Cube is literally only like 0.02 rating behind him. So I think for me still that kind of sniper comparison, I actually think it's quite lopsided. I think Ice Cube is at the moment head and shoulders above him in terms of not only sort of his peak and his ceiling, but it's actually the consistency for me. XQQ does go missing a little bit, and they are required to get a couple of the players on line. Of course, saw a bit of the map stats there. I think it's pretty one-sided, but you've got to take it all with a pinch of salt. Domestic opponents over to Vietnam.
100%.
Vastly different. Where Evolution Power, on paper, and technically third, maybe even arguably fourth best in the region if Baisha kind of fixed their stuff, right? So you've got to talk about how their region's much harder domestically, so the stats are always going to be quite skewed in a sense. But, you know, these are the last two teams from their respective regions, and the way things are playing out in this tournament so far is that this arguably could just be an early insight into what the grand final actually is, right? I mean, both of them are stepping up to the plate. They're playing in a big fashion. For me, at the moment, though, with Evolution Power, I still think there's quite a few holes in the game. I think that rifling core can be quite weak. I don't know if they can outcore Shady. For me, Shady has been actually one of the most revolutionary IGLs we've had actually in the game for a long time. So we're going to have to see whether EP have got something up the sleeve. We've got the map picks about to come up on your screen, so let's throw it over there.
Yeah, let's have a little bit of a... All right, well, jumping into the bans and the picks, we did see, as you sort of stated there, Nao, a few stats. I don't really want to read into them too much. They actually kind of looked really bad for Evolution Power.
It's obviously a little bit fabricated.
It is. Every map, it was like 25-30% win rate for Evolution Power. I think, though, they do kind of get forced into that Mexico ban. That was just a dead set 0% win rate. And we know that Wolf Empire, while they might not necessarily want to pick into Mexico, they are reasonably proficient on that map. So pretty good ban from them. And look, Eagle Eye gets banned out there by Wolf Empire. I think that's actually kind of like two birds with one stone, because that was one of the maps that Evolution Power did actually play a lot. I think they had 22 games of Eagle Eye domestically, and, you know, I guess as far as the graphics were concerned, comparison rate, it was a decent win rate for them. So good ban, two birds with one stone for Wolf Empire, whereas unfortunately for Evolution Power, you know, again, like I said, I don't really think that that's a map that Wolf Empire is really going to be picking into anyway, so you haven't really got one of the big ones out of the way. We've got Black Widow picked straight up by Evolution Power. Now remember, that was
crazy.
The first pick for Wolf Empire in their last series as well.
That's Wolf Empire's best map.
I feel like Evolution Power just wants to get it away as fast as you can.
That's an ego pick I've ever seen it, because that is one of, if not Wolf Empire's best map. So that's a crazy pick to be making this early on. I understood if it maybe got picked in like map 3 or even like a decider, but to actually get picked in here is kind of wild, because you know it's going to be a very important map in the series anyway, so it actually gives you an opportunity to punish earlier on. Wolf go back for the sub base. Now, I don't like this. I didn't rate their sub base earlier. They looked very rough. I think the only reason that we're maybe seeing the sub base actually so persistently get picked out by Wolf Empire, despite their sort of, I guess, struggles, we'll put it on, is I think probably their thought process is that was a bad day against Antisocial. That was a one-off. When we play this to the way we know we can play this, we're the better side. But I was actually quite unimpressed of what I saw from Wolf Empire on sub-base. So that's a wild pick for me. I wouldn't be surprised if Ankara comes in here. There we go. Ankara will come in. That's fair enough. It is the map that I actually expected to get picked in the first wave. It's an on-paper punish pick because it's been a weak map for Wolf Empire, but it is just the map of the Chinese region. They've always been great in it. I know Wolf Empire play it a lot, but they struggle on it. Losses to All Gamers, losses to Imperial. It's a map in which they've obviously had their strife on, not only in this tournament, but Summer Championship, but domestically as well. So I understand that coming through. I feel like Compound probably gets floated again here. Even though Wolf Empire looked very good in it, I would probably just assume... actually, no, probably Port gets floated. I think, Port gets floated because Compound's better for them. It was the other way around because it was antisocial banning. They picked into Port to avoid Compound for as long as possible. This is the flip side because Compound is actually a pretty good map for Wolf Empire, and then of course Port is that map number 5. This makes sense, apart from I expected Ankara and Black Widow to be flipped.
Yeah, I mean, I can kind of see it from both sides of the point. I think at the end of the day, Evolution Power have kind of come into this series and they've said, we're going to back ourselves, we're going to play our own game, we're not necessarily going to really lean into what we think our opponents are weak on. We're going to go towards what we think we're good on, and at the end of the day, that's going to have to be good enough because we need to play our own game, we need to win this one, and Wolf Empire doing much the same thing, backing themselves on that sub base. After the loss earlier on, fair enough, I think I'd agree with what you're saying in that this is a map that they really do feel proficient on, and yes, it was a bit of a mishap, but easy mistakes to kind of fix and sort out, and so we'll move on into the swing of things. So, yeah, interesting map pool, but not really too surprising at all. It's actually more or less the same map pool that we saw Wolf Empire play against Antisocial. It's just the order is a little bit different.
So the same applied to the previous series as well. Just the same band, same picks, but the order is a little bit different. Yeah, like Neo said, a couple of questions are still left on the table. Why would Evolution Power love to pick into Black Widow against Wolf, and so for Wolf to pick into Sub Base for the second map? Realistically speaking, I feel like those two maps would be on the ladder of the BO5, not in the beginning, the first two maps to be played. So
guess we'll wait and see. We'll wait and see how things play out. We were a little bit surprised, obviously, with that Wolf Empire win on Ankara. Maybe that will change up again today. Evolution Power, I don't know, are we surprised at all, really? The fact that they got the 3-0, I think, you know, 2 13-10 wins. It's the same conversation we had about the Antisocial series against Q9, where they got 2 really close map wins, 10-8, 10-8. And by that third map, it's kind of like, look, you can put in all your hard yards there. It's Vasco, and to be fair, they lost that one 10-8 as well. But at the end of the day, it's just your mental's kind of broken after having lost those kinds of close maps. So I think Evolution Power, that series easily could have gone a little bit longer as well. Maybe they would have dropped that second map. Maybe Vasco looks a little better going into the rest of the series. If that ends up being a rematch, let's say Vasco wins against Antisocial tomorrow, Evolution Power loses here, we see them play again in the lower bracket final. I think that could be a pretty different ball game, to be honest, for those teams. So yeah, if I'm Evolution Power here, match, maybe even let's say Antisocial makes the run through the lower bracket and gets into that grand final. That would be a nice grand final, I think, a nice rematch for sure.
I think it's probably 2 of the cleaner teams we've seen so far. I know EP have actually looked very good as well, but it's actually the fashion in which they take a few of the maps. So just like, as we kind of saw in the first series, it's quite scrappy. It's either in overtime or kind of just into the final, 10-8, that type of vibe. So, you know, we've kind of seen a little bit more of that cleaner crossfire out from Antisocial, whereas, you know, getting maps quite dominantly when they've been winning them. But yeah, you know, I'm interested to see how things pan out. But, I mean, the big argument for winning this matchup and really kind of going all out is that you do get that day off, right? You can kind of leave it all out on the field here, knowing that tomorrow's a rest day, a prep day, more importantly, and also just a day where you can chill in the hotel, chill in your prac room back in the hotel, and just say who we're going to play, who we're most likely going to play, and how is this going to plan out for them. Whereas, you know, tomorrow, those guys could end up finishing again, like 11 p.m., 12 p.m., whatever, go home, sleep, wake up, straight to the arena for the final, right? Whoever ends up making it through, and you get very minimal time to prep. This is the advantage. You get all the time in the world, and especially for a team, I mean, for both of these two teams, for Mino and for Shady, getting an extra day leg up in terms of prep elevates them tenfold. So that is the big ticket argument for me. We're going to have to wait and see. Either way, we're getting on the way in towards our final best of 3 of the day. Map number 1 up on the cards. Let's get started.
Once again, it'll be towards Black Widow that we turn our attention to start yet another series. Now, if you remember how this one started, last time we saw Wolf Empire on it, they did like to play pretty quick early on. Doesn't look like they've really been given much of an option to do that this time around. Blacklist side just kind of locked out. A couple of smokes up. They did rush through the one over on the B side of the map, but apart from that, a bit more of a safe approach from Wolf Empire this time.
Yeah, definitely taking this with a slower tempo. Wolf will now bring the C4 closer towards the B bomb site. Let's see if YZK, the XQQ, the 2 sniper duo, can put out much work on the global risk side. Of course, this map does require the arms to fire and sing bullets.
Yeah, for sure. And again, another factor that Wolf Empire, you know, maybe ran into a little bit in that opening match. But will certainly be a bigger deal here is going up against the Chinese crowd. And they were largely cheering for Antisocial. But today, there's no doubt that in this matchup, they'll be really behind Evolution Power, as we heard in the last series. So, 6th man coming into effect for Wolf Empire. This time against them, they'd be used to actually playing with that, helping them from Vietnam, but not here.
No, they've not really had the crowd on their side at all. Antisocial made no difference. YZK for the first. YH as well for one of his own, not too bad, but a bit shot from YZK puts him under a bit of pressure as he gets kind of jumped upon here. YH also falling. Mino's going to go huge, and he will. Big kill. Dropping Shady like that might give them a bit of a chance with the flank coming through from Rambo. Can't find Zay, leaves Ice Cube with it all to do, but a 1 versus 2 is not out of the realms of impossibility for a man like him. There might still be legs behind this. Zay and XQQ, who's yet to show his cards. Cole pulled out and a found shot. Ice Cube is giving himself a chance, but he's going to get flanked upon. He didn't expect a second through window. That'll be Evolution Power kickstarting the series well.
The clutch almost came in handy. However, having Shady and Lucas look into it, XQQ and YH. Looks like the swing is good. YH quickly finds the head off of Lucas. And Shady's gonna have to fall back out of this one.
Yeah, reserved kind of approach again from Wolf Empire. We did see that employed for the majority of their game against Antisocial. Doing it once again here against Evolution Power.
All right, well. Ice Cube moving his way forward. Bit of support in through mid as well. Not a huge amount on offer as we hit that minute 30 mark. YZK. He's dipping and diving. He might be able to find a kill here as well. Just for that smoke, he finds one. Good work. Already starting well as Shady and Lucas both hit the deck, and there might be another behind it. Not a bad shot though towards SQQ. Putting it back into a 3 versus 4, and we saw in that previous series, Wolf Empire have won quite a few of these as well. They don't mind these man disadvantage post-plant scenarios.
Yep.
So that bomb will go down, and they give themselves at least a little bit of room to set up here, but the only issue is they sat so open and so many angles.
Yeah, but especially when it's Ice Cube and Dola, these two have been quite explosive throughout this event. And just as I mentioned their names, they have been exploded by Evolution Power. That was not even close. Maybe, just maybe, Wolf Empire have been getting away with a couple of shenanigans against weaker teams that they will not be getting away with against Evolution Power tonight.
Yeah, the timing for Wolf, it was a little bit off. The armor looking away, just as the players of EP cross. And, of course, the 2 riflers just peeking out from window. Clean exits, clean comes in and just gets a double kill, and that's how that retake went.
Simple as net out towards long. Good damage towards Shady. Makes the early portion there as he's crossing over towards barracks. Long control in its early presence is taken at the very least. It's not too advanced of an angle. They're not really trying to put that much pressure on Mino this early on, but XQQ moves through short. He's actually getting a lot of information. Nobody playing over towards B-Water. Nobody top mid as well. This is not a bad spot to be in. As long as XQQ doesn't overextend, he's actually got a lot of info. I don't think he spotted Lucas on the cross there, but even still, this short angle single-handedly gives them so much info. If they want to wrap back towards mid, if they want to go over towards B, XQQ can relay all of this. They've got to know they're setting up for a B here.
Yeah, I think they do. I mean, look at the movements of Mino. He's kind of keeping a cursory eye on long, but really he's keeping more of attention on mid, and he's even pre-rotated over to B. This is a huge call from Evolution Power. It should absolutely be another round for them. Wolf Empire having to entry the site against 4 players seems impossible. They have left XQQ towards A as an insurance policy in case there's alert going on. Of course, we know that there's not. Here comes the util from Wolf Empire. And it'll be go time soon into that box room.
The setups are out. YH raiding his flesh for the pop. Looks like here will be the ghost sign. Lucas will try to exit, but eventually he is gonna have to fall back. Good frag from him, but eventually he's traded out as well. Mino down very low, doesn't matter. Zay will come for the help. Quick head taken off by Dola.
Oh, instant pause coming out there as well. It's going to be bad signs for Wolf Empire. They are getting rolled right now. That round's not even close. Evolution Power 3-0 lead. And as we saw in their previous series, Wolf Empire are not shy of an early timeout. Honestly, though, in the match that they lost now, I don't feel like this really helped them that much. Like, they called timeouts and it didn't really seem to make much of a difference.
Yeah, honestly, I think for them, they're not going to realize it now. This is one of those things you realize back in the VODs, excuse me, is that they don't know that round was lost from 2 minutes in. XQQ, with short control, is relaying the information. They've all rotated. I have spotted them. They are setting up outside B. They won't know this now, so they're going to be thinking, okay, guys, our trading or our spacing was a little bit bad, or that was maybe a little bit too telegraphed. They don't realize that that round was dead in the water from the second it began because of that short control that XQ had. So it's actually one of those where this tac pause in itself is probably actually quite useless. They're not going to be able to relay the right information across as to why they lost this. So yeah, tough predicament they're in, that's for sure.
I mean, is it even a strategic tac timeout so much as a mental tac timeout here, just to say, we need a reset right now. Can't keep letting things happen without trying to just find some momentum shift.
Got some more fans in the building for the side of Wolf as well.
To be honest though, you touched on it. I hope it's a timeout in the sense of actually breaking down some strats, because I don't think EP are a side that you can kind of vibes crossfire your way through.
Right.
Antisocial are. They have a lot of pitfalls in their game plan. They have a lot of areas which can be seen as a weakness towards them. EP are a significantly stronger team in terms of their overall experience, their setups, their dynamics as a roster. And as we see once again, very quick start from YH.
Yeah, Rambo outside towards B was caught off guard. And Wolf will have to come into this round with man down once again, 4v5. And like you said, XQQ playing that one out very smart, just passing the info. He doesn't have to overextend. He wasn't swinging out from catwalk. He was just holding it, got the info, and he fell back right away. And coming to this round as well, not a lot of overswings or very aggressive setups or positions from the side of Evolution Power. They're going to be playing exactly how the Global Risk should be playing, just holding the exits, holding the angles. Wolf taking this in towards catwalk, having a 3-1 split. C4 joined as well.
This long angle's good if you can start to creep up. The only issue is if XQQ is dipping between the two angles as he is, it makes it considerably harder.
Also, this double stack from Evolution Power is a bit of a cheeky one, because you get that entry onto XQQ, you assume that box is clear.
Yeah, I mean, they're about to quad stack this now. YCK in towards window, you got Mino in towards spawn as well. They're going to be so hard done by in a moment.
It's another perfect read from Evolution Power. They've got all their forces exactly where they need them. And it doesn't even come down to that extra player hiding behind the box, because XQQ is still alive and still kicking, and Evolution Power are as well. 4-0. Wolf Empire, they may have just been neutered by Antisocial earlier this morning, and it seems like maybe they've just not come back from that.
Yeah, tactically, they are completely out of this right now. Every single round in these last 3. The read from EP has been fantastic. Not even just the read, the information gathering. They knew there was no B presence, once again. On the flip side to where they knew there was no A presence in that previous round, this time they knew they were not going B.
Opening kill finally for Wolf Empire. They've got to capitalize on this round. 5-on-4. Haven't had this advantage for a while, and they're quickly moving their way into B, even before any Evolution Power players rotate their way across. So it's a good call from Evolution Power, or rather from Wolf Empire. And Evolution Power need to find a way to bring it back. They're not going to be able to with losses like that. 2v5, seems like it's done.
Rambo's going to find himself in catwalk, has angle on both players, finds Mino, goes for the second, gets the job done. And Wolf will put 1 round on the board. 4-1 is going to be the scoreboard. Dola and Shady at 0 kills. That's not going to cut it.
Nope.
To win the rounds here.
Nope, certainly not. But plenty more legs where this series came from, where not even halfway through the first round, or the first half rather, I should say, of the BO5. So this could still be a long one.
Definitely still could have some legs behind it. Once again, bit of slow outside B presence. Not too aggro. Of course, that deep smoke does a lot of the leg lifting.
Yeah.
The leg work, may I say, in terms of lifting up that sort of deep B main control. And the issue is now that Wolf have spent a lot of time actually saying, just in case, there could be a player boxers. Just in case, there could be someone tucked around this corner. You have to spend your time trying to bait out those fights, not realizing it's not there. So yeah, it's good you got a round. But I always question when you get that first round on the board, especially when you've not been in control, is it replicable? Can we do that again? Probably not, right? You go for a quicker round.
Yeah.
If a couple of fights go your way, the post-one went pretty solidly. It's fundamentally a quite simple round for EP to break down in response. So we've got to find better ways to win here. And this is where you're looking at an individual like Shady to try and bring this team back in towards the fray.
It is easy to make a round look good when you get an opening pick in the first 10 seconds.
Yeah.
And that's what Wolf Empire had last round. This time, they don't. It's 5v5. So we'll see if that is a bit more of a spanner in the works for Wolf Empire, if they can claw their way through this one. Dola set up outside the mid doors. Might be waiting for a flash here from Rambo. It's actually going to be a smoke to the right side. Now a flash to follow it up, and the entry's out there for Wolf Empire, but it's not a great one. YZK, he doesn't actually have to do anything. XQQ has hit a double, and now a triple, and that'll be the round done and dusted, just as easy as you like. Evolution Power have one more. They're up 5-1.
Evolution Power made that round look so easy. Of course, a lot of effort by XQQ. This is the replay from YZK getting a triple. But yeah, that last round, Neo, XQQ finally has come alive, now has 4 kills. He was sitting on a single kill for 5-6 rounds, but now he's adding one more to the badge there. 5 kills in total for now. And all of a sudden, Wolf mightily struggling to even get around here. First half, soon to be 6-1.
Yeah, they're already in a lot of trouble. Shady is struggling to do kind of anything, if I'm being completely honest.
Yeah.
And not only in terms of the numbers department, but actually the calling department too. This is a vastly awkward spot. And I felt this was
awkward.
You know, there's a bit of an ego pick coming through for EP in the sense that for Wolf Empire, they have looked good on this map. They were good earlier today. Look where we find ourselves now. Quick shot coming through. YZK gonna get domed.
Nasty hop, wasn't it?
So maybe there's a chance here, 4 versus 4. But again, like we said, the thing that makes Wolf Empire good and why teams struggle against them is his quite quick style of play. It's these intricate calls by Shady, and something which he now has to do from the grave. Watching down below, of course, for the previous series early in the day, a lot of the mid to late round calling is done by Lucas. I'm looking at him now. Lucas is getting extremely vocal. And Shady's just watching, a bystander. He knows he cannot affect this round. So allow the leader of your pack to call. Mino, gonna get tested. Mino, how are we gonna do? That's not bad. Good for 1. Nabanks round. Can't make it 2 as Dola delivers. But there still might be something left in the locker here. YH got to hit this shot. And he gets caught. Dropping from the box. Dola for the double. Might just give them a chance here in round number 7.
Well,
they're needing this second round.
Depends on what Zay can do. If he's able to get a cheap and easy one onto Dola, maybe double down onto Rambo. That will not happen. Rambo with the Colt out, and somehow Wolf Empire have snaked this round away from Evolution Power. I like that re-aggression in the box room. It's just Dola getting the second kill, coming in at 20 HP. That's where it starts to go wrong for Evolution Power. So Wolf Empire are attempting to claw their way back into this.
I mean, let's be honest. That round shouldn't have really been won so easy. A lot of it comes down to that why is YH trying to shoot, jumping off the box there. Commit to the fight. Dola's so low already.
I mean, I guess you don't know that it's Dola that's making that swing initially, but
it feels like a very flimsy fight where you're dropping off that box. It's kind of panicked and flustered. And honestly, right now, the thing that is really winning EP a lot of these rounds is actually just sheer confidence, sheer will to fight. And XQQ gets lucky that he gets out alive.
Ooh, almost gets the drop with Lucas for the second shot as well. At the end of the day, he's going to be able to fall back in deeper part of Catwalk. Also, that Wolf dropping just about. Dola came alive. He was able to find a double kill in towards B. And Shady, now he's the solo player, only player that's sitting on 0 kills. So if Shady starts to come online, then that's the scary part of a Wolf. Everyone kind of putting the number up on the board to pick up the rounds. And for EP, XQQ definitely came alive.
Yes. I mean, one of the things that is a little bit concerning, though, for Wolf Empire is, normally we talk about the depth of that roster and how everyone can frag together and that is a lot of the time valid and true when things are going well. But actually in that antisocial series, the couple of maps that Wolf Empire lost, there definitely was a player or two in those maps that went missing and never actually showed back up. So you're talking about Shady, if he comes online, you know, Wolf Empire will be scary, and I don't disagree, but the question is, will he come online?
It's valid, right? But I actually don't even think it's will he come online in terms of the numbers. Will he come online in terms of the calls? Well, Rambo lets Mino out. Now that's a mistake here. Might give them a bit of a chance because they're stepping up in other ways. Nade banks round, Lucas will fall. 3 versus 4, and numbers favoring that of EP now. In a tough old predicament, another nice shot from YZK. Gives them a leg up in the round. All down to 1 though, XQQ, we know he has these sort of rounds in the locker.
Yeah.
1 versus 2, C4 not planted just yet. 25 seconds as they commit to this going down. He's been spotted in towards window, and down he goes. That's a better round, and a better mid to late round re-aggression coming through as well, especially on that split towards the A site. Like we said, we need to see Shady come online, obviously in numbers, but honestly, I would be happy if Shady went 0-15, but the calls were a little bit cleaner.
Well, could still be a 6-3 half here from Evolution Power, which on a map like Black Widow, you will not be disappointed by at all. Even though there's been a little bit of a comeback from Wolf Empire, let's not forget it's Evolution Power that are on top at the moment.
Yeah, Wolf tried to test out towards A long. Couple nades being thrown there. No damage to be found. They were able to gain some ground control and map control. They're going to plant one of the players, rather. They're just going to back him out as well. Reset back to spawn, that is. Gonna have a very strong mid setup for Evolution Power. 3 players looking at it. Also have YH on catwalk, pushed out a little bit deep.
Only issue with this mid setup, if XQQ dies, the whole mid setup becomes so useless because they should just hit B with pace. And really, XQQ in previous rounds is playing out towards A short, holding for the B cross as well. So it nullifies it quite significantly if things were to sort of fall flat on their head a little bit.
Oh, more greedy positions, if you say, right?
Not bad though. There's a bit of that short aggression. There's XQQ as well, doing well. He finds one. YH as well. That short position has been of the utmost importance for EP, and it's one in which he's been working so consistently.
XQQ has the angle onto C4 as well. Gets caught off while trying to go out aggressive. But the info has been passed to his teammates. Zay is going to go down. Dola with a quick swing gets a kill.
Dola activating. Could be a key for Wolf Empire, not only in this round, but in this map and maybe series as well.
Yeah, not a lot of many rounds ago, Dola was sitting at 0 kills. Now he's at 7.
Yep.
So,
yep, he's really turned it around. Mino, you know, a bit of a one-and-done position, but gets it done. And easy does it for Mino. So that'll be 6-3 at the half. Have to say, still a very solid half for Evolution Power, even though the latter stages of the half was somewhat dominated actually by Wolf Empire getting a couple.
Yeah, tough spot Wolf Empire put themselves into. They go into arguably a harder side here as well, so it's not exactly a flourishing spot that they're in. Flash out that corner. XQQ will get that long control as he dips and he ducks around that nade, but he gets Barrack's control, so that's, I mean, the main thing really. And they don't actually have to even really support him here. They can just leave him out towards long on Barracks. Single-handedly, he can cut for any sort of A aggression that's trying to wrap him behind that top mid.
Yeah. Long control there for Evolution Power. But what are they going to do with it? What are they doing with it? Really not a whole lot right now.
I mean, on the previous series as well, when Evolution Power was on the blacklist of this exact map, we haven't really seen them just hit A straight up from long, except that one time they just crossed with a couple smokes. Rather, what they really like is either just take it straight to B or run it down towards middle and see where that takes you towards. So, just going to plant XQQ out in long and then have the rest of Evolution Power kind of look down towards B, look down towards middle, but look at this setup from Wolf. They're going to send the players out towards middle. Lucas gets punished for that, and now Shady was in a little of trouble, but he was able to fall back out without dying.
Yeah, 4v5. Advantage, Evolution Power. YH creeping his way forward. Rambo hasn't spotted him. This could be huge on the timing. There's 2 players there. He needs to be careful. Actually just needs to back his way out. The flash catches him on the way through, but it won't do any damage. YH, though, clipped by Dola as he tries to exit. We'll bring it back to 4-on-4.
Nice nade.
40 seconds left here for Evolution Power, and they're now starting to work their way up toward bridge. Dola drops off.
Did he see the players pushing? Looks like that is the case.
They don't know he's here. Zay's got too far forward. They don't know he's here. That's so well played. That's
huge.
So well played. He's ghost walked his way forward to get 2, looking for more, and he basically sealed the deal. Rambo is a walking carcass right now in a 1 versus 2. This feels impossible. The YZK and XQQ get that bomb down. Rambo, this would be something ridiculous to turn this in its favor. Surely not like this. 1 versus 1, he's clear in the corner, and he's turned to his side, trying to start a ghost walk of his own, and well, that'll cost him his life.
Good effort.
Somehow getting Zay all the way deep in the site. Gets a 3K, and that's how just the bomb site is for free, given to Evolution Power. 7-3. And Wolf is struggling here to hold on to the bomb sites. And now Evolution Power is going to make a quick aggression down towards A. Dola sees everything on about this. Ice Cube gets a nice frag on towards XQQ, so the armor goes down. But essentially, the whole Evolution Power has made their way into the bomb site. And Wolf will have to go on a retake.
Well, Lucas working his way up the stairs. Can only get himself a 1-for-1, but that's not too bad. Got numbers here for Wolf Empire. YH needs to double down, maybe even triple down. Unable to do so, and that leaves YZK, who whiffs his 1 chance at the round. Needed a clean shot there. So Wolf Empire will get 1 more, but certainly a lot of recovering still yet to be done for Wolf Empire on this map.
Yeah, absolutely. Did a really big step up still. It feels like EP have got everything sort of in line to be able to hit this map, even if it is a little bit scrappy along the way. 7-4 right now, 3 rounds ahead, 3 rounds away. Lucas is the opener. Dola's been overlooked. Dola's been overlooked. He might just get 1. It's Laban, but he gets it nonetheless. Zay behind him in for the trade. And it's scrappy, but Rambo answers back with 1 of his own. He just needs to tuck his head. Do not fight. Oh, he decides to, and it works. There's no force EP in towards a pause as YZK left all alone. A 1 versus 3, and Wolf Empire on the brink of finding 5.
He's going to be able to get a plant. Oh, went for the shot. That's going to give away his position, so obviously a bit of a risk, but the reward would have been very high. Bring it back to a 2v2 with a fast plant there. Could have actually made this round doable.
I mean, if YZK can find a couple frags here and there.
Oh, yeah.
He's got the plant in the open as well.
He's got to gamble that there's no one coming along at this point, and I think that's what he's doing, but missing that opening shot has given too much room to Wolf Empire, so no excitement for Evolution Power in that round.
And Wolf will rapidly catch up to Evolution Power, 7-5. Was 7-3 at one point, but is able to pick up 2 rounds in a row. And EP is going to use their timeout here.
Yeah.
All right. Well, for EP, it's not alarm bells just yet, but sort of getting there. Sort of have to be something you're a little bit careful of. 7-5, 2 rounds the difference, but it's a Wolf Empire side who you know can spiral in a quite a positive way. You know, snowballing is something that's not against the grain for a side of their quality. Don't discount them on it. Yeah, tough old spot right now.
Yeah. I mean, there's only 2 rounds in it, so.
All right, people here getting fired up for EP. Let's see if we hear the same noise for Wolf.
Ain't no way, bro. Ain't no way. They get the summer champs. Evolution Power gets the grand finals. All's fair in love and war.
All right. Just a little bit more than I thought.
True. I think it's a fun
Oh, if
team
I'm not
to watch.
wrong, so what I heard, if I'm not entirely sure, but I heard Huija, which means go back home.
Ah.
Yeah.
Ah.
Yeah.
Our resident translator.
Well.
Love it.
Korean, by the way.
Yeah.
Yeah, you speak Chinese though, right?
Just a little bit to get around, but...
Yeah, dude, you've been speaking to the Chinese casters. I've been impressed.
He's been risen up the Chinese casters.
Was I?
Yeah. Getting in with them, hanging out with them.
Got some good good Chinese cuisine.
Juicy
goss. Is it three languages you speak? English, Korean, Chinese? Speak anything else?
English and Korean I'm fluent with. Chinese I'm not that great with.
It seems like you're conversational fluent though. It seems like you can understand most things, right?
I can get around.
We could you know,
I can
we
find
order
a taxi.
beer.
I can order food. You know. Just around there.
Yeah.
Nothing special.
We could order a
besides
few things as well now if we tried hard enough.
that. Yeah, I mean, you guys had your time in China long enough.
I might order the wrong thing, but I can order something.
We're learning.
Getting there.
Is Wolf Empire learning? I mean, they are at the hands of Evolution Power right now.
I do think, though, I got to say, in these last couple of rounds at the very least, it feels like they're starting to look a little bit more like they did in the earlier stages of that game earlier today. It just feels like they're adapting. You know, we talk about these like intricate kind of mid-late rounds that have made this Wolf Empire side so scary, and that's probably why EP was trying to shut it out kind of quickly. Let's just call a pause, try and ice them out a little bit, but enough so that we can see this map off in our favor. If they were to choke it, it does throw a little bit of a span in the works. However, I'm still saying sub-base, with how bad it looked earlier, I don't even know how confident sort of Wolf are going to feel on that.
I mean, to begin the round off as well, Evolution Power was able to find a drop onto Lucas, so down a player is going to be Wolf.
Yeah.
Oh, look at this double swing onto his catwalk.
This is the right way to go about it. Numbers advantage, yeah.
To your point, Neo, Wolf Empire, I mean, they're confident enough to pick into it, so they at least have the confidence in themselves, even if we don't.
Such a big call, isn't it?
It's good info being gathered, though, on this GR side.
Yeah.
Wolf Empire, they know there's nothing long. I'm always surprised that that player that went up to BL Spawn turned around, because this could have been a fast flank instead. The problem is, you're going to be coming too late. Well, maybe I say that, but Shady here to lock down that C4 crossing. Can't quite manage to follow up with more than just the one. Oh, good shot from Dola, almost doubling. Now it's on to Shady, 1 on 3. He'll get Zay. No, he won't. Even then, probably wouldn't have mattered. Evolution Power +1. And they're getting within striking distance of this first map to put 4 maps in a row for today together.
Yeah, 8 rounds in as well. 8 and 5.
Yeah, so real streak from Evolution Power.
Yeah, I mean, also, Rambo's had a good game, but that was a very poor position for him. He gets caught completely in the middle of sight. He will start things off, though. Not a bad way to go about Amino. Down in a matter of mere moments. If Rambo doesn't get caught off guard in the open of that site, I think he was basically in the process of crossing. If he doesn't get caught, it's maybe a chance, but then he goes. I mean, that defense over towards the site was so weak.
After losing Minnow, Evolution Power is going to go for the reset, and XQQ was looking out towards B. Switches back to the AK, or... All right, he's going to stick to the ARM. Looks like he was just retrieving the gun from the dead body of his fallen teammate. Wolf has a triple man set up down towards middle. They do have the smoke out and all that. Pre-fires are good, but so the Shady swinging the right time for the double doors.
Oh, Ice Cube on the swing. YH otherwise occupied. Goes down for free. And Zay chooses this time to try to creep in through middle, but he's lost the rest of his team, so he's going to be working solo. And that is not an easy mission. So Wolf Empire won't be letting Evolution Power get this one done easily.
Not easily for sure. 8-6. Wolf slowly but surely catching up to that of Evolution Power. Moving into round number 15, this could be the most important round, whether if Wolf can pick up the momentum. Huge swing out towards long here. YH gets the first kill. Looking for the second. Dola just gets the better out of him.
Well, this might be the one that puts Evolution Power onto map point. Good exchange in the long fight, 2 for 1. Obviously, on top of that, they get the map control as well. So 2 reasonably important wins in the round.
You should just take long here.
Well, XQQ set himself up. He can hold long.
True. I feel like at some point, even if you're going to commit back towards B, the issue is because we're going to see some re-aggression coming through, which is a bit of a shady special. Ooh. Rambo, he was tempted by a fight there. He opts against it, but...
Lucas is going to go looking for XQQ. Yeah, and he's going to find him.
That's good.
Did XQQ throw a piece of util? I think he gave away his position somehow.
I let some Lucas though just go away, right? This is kind of the right way. So go back to a bit more of a default setup.
Yeah, now that it's 3-on-3. Evolution Power swinging back too long. Lucas hasn't spotted it.
I mean, if they are able to get through Ice Cube, then it's a great choice. Great maneuver to make. But the arm from Wolf is still standing right by Catwalk, and it's going to fire and sink bullets. Down goes Zay. Sure, they made the cross, but now they're going to have to go in the post plant with a man down, 3v2.
As long as Ice Cube doesn't go too early here, should be fine. Oh, he does.
Wow.
Does it alone. He does it so well. Mino, the low Ice Cube. That is so ridiculously quick from Ice Cube. My God, what a shot.
Wolf Empire not done yet.
Those last two are so fast, man.
8-7 scoreline now. Every map pretty much that we've seen today has felt close, apart from maybe a couple in the opening series. Every single map that Evolution Power have played has been OT or a 10-8, so about as long as they can possibly go for. And yet again, we're kind of getting to that point where we're about to go the distance. This has got to be getting tiring for Evolution Power. That's another thing. I mean, they've been... This is now their 4th map in a row. And look, Wolf Empire have played more maps today, but they did have some downtime. So they're probably a little bit more refreshed. If this series goes really deep, I do wonder if that plays an impact.
Definitely.
It's true.
More than definitely.
Like I said, fatigue, man, it is... These guys are gamers. They play a lot of Crossfire. They're probably used to long days as well. But man, 7, 8 hours, like sort of back to back, that's no mean feat. And I think especially in the grandiose of what's around us, the stage, the environment, the lights, the action. But first, starting things off, the double coming through from YH with the response is pretty solid. Shady doubles down himself, making sure there's only a little bit of room to work with. 3 versus 3. And we can now start to reset once again, Wolf. They're going to double stack up here as Ice Cube might get caught in transition, may I say. He just moves in time. Mino's spotted him out, but it feels like somebody's holding. Ice Cube's going to get caught. Shady will trade. Looks for 2. The response from YTK is huge.
And the push up long as well from XQQ is going to set him up for a very nice position. Surely this bomb's getting planted for long. It is. XQQ maybe spotted out around that smoke. Rambo has to do it again. He's 16-9. He's been the man for Wolf Empire so far today, and YZK drops on his head. XQQ spotted him out. He knows where he's coming from, but there's so much time for Rambo. He can play the boxes. XQQ gets in behind him. It's a freebie. He had no idea. And that is what will put Evolution Power onto map point.
Big from Evolution Power. It goes down to the wire. What is that peak, though? Dropping down into
I don't know why you would do that.
There is no need.
He saw him, I guess.
C4 is down.
Yes.
Play time. It's actually the biggest issue that every Crossfire player seems to have.
Yes.
There is some innate thing where they cannot play time in a post plant.
They just want to be the hero.
Yeah, exactly. Just play the clock. Shady, we'll start things off showing there's still a little bit of fight left in the old dog just yet. Or Wolf in this case.
Not done yet, but very close to it.
YZK was trying to go out towards middle aggressively in the beginning of the round, was taken down rather quickly. And Evolution Power is going to have to play with a man down in a 4v5. Looking for a B hit, is it? They do have to, they still do hold on to the smokes.
Does seem like it'll be a B hit. Minute and a half left on the clock, though. Evolution Power, I'm kind of surprised they're just going to go for this without getting any more info around the rest of the map. A straight up B hit through box room, numbers disadvantage.
Wow.
Doesn't really feel like a winning strategy as far as I'm concerned. Especially now that Rambo spotted him out. He spotted a couple of members there. So Evolution Power, if they're going to do it, they have to go now before the rotation comes through. But it's kind of like shooting fish in a barrel. Lucas makes it look way too easy, and Rambo still here to buy that time for the players to come across. That was never going to work for Evolution Power.
I mean, I don't understand. That's a ridiculously simple call, sort of, for no reason. I feel like in that sort of sense, it's play a little bit more of a default, but that's the perfect time to kind of try something, not fall back on your laurels and just kind of see if you can bank on a mechanical. I mean, yeah, not a huge fan of that. I mean, credit Rambo, he doesn't really have to do a hell of a lot. However, he has to be very careful here. This angle is good in some senses, but because of the way sort of the tick rate is, you can get caught off guard before you even see them on your screen if he's posted. So, one round the difference. Will EP get another 10-8 or overtime once again for the third time today for them?
If it really does go to the overtime, then the problem is they will be fatigued out.
Yeah.
This is the third overtime.
Yeah.
Within the time span of 3 hours.
They got to be thinking, please not again. Just let us have this map.
In all hopes, they are praying for one, but...
I've got to say, I really feel if Wolfenbahce might get to overtime as well. I feel like they win overtime too.
Maybe, yeah.
They have such a good conversion rate anyway in overtimes. They feel like they never lose them regardless. But I think specifically where we are right now, the way they've ramped up in towards this map, I think they were, you know, I guess, like we said, a little bit iced out, a little bit cold coming in towards the map, but they're back to their winning ways, back to the solid form we sort of always expect out of them. And
yeah, Evolution Power.
I think EP realised that too. I think they're saying, like, please, God, let us see this out now.
That's what I was going to say. They're feeling it. They're feeling... There's one thing I want in life at this point in time, right in this moment. If there's one thing I could ask for, it's just this round. Like, it's not that much to ask, is it? I'm not asking for $1 million. I just want this one round.
Yeah, I'm not asking for $1 million. I'm not even asking for a map. Just one round is all I ask of you. However, they are ticking this clock down low. They're not giving themselves a lot of time to work with here. We're down to 40 seconds. And
very split.
I gotta say, I'm not a fan of this play. It's 3 towards A as well for Wolfenbahce, and they are happy to fight up here. Not only is it 3, one of which is Ice Cube.
What is the idea here behind this for Evolution Power?
They're gonna have to go in towards the site.
Are they gonna drop bridge and go B?
If they are, that's a wild play, and I kind of rate it, but Dola should be able to catch him on the cross. So then it becomes a little bit awkward. Rambo going to get the first. He spots the feet, and this could be very dicey. He's so blind. Everybody's so blind. Shady gets one.
C4 going down.
He ducks his head. Shady nearly gets caught on the cross as well. C4 will get planted.
Time.
Time's
a big factor.
So awkward now as well. So they're starting to wrap their way back in. XQQ laid down. They know where he is, but if they focus too much on him, they waste time. Dola makes sure it's a quick and easy affair. Getting his 2 versus 4. This is feeling like overtime is on the cards. Down to one man, and down he goes. 6 feet under, we go again. Overtime.
That is a wild call from Evolution Power to send 2 players over toward B to try to fake it, but they're like kind of faking it as the push is coming up into A, and so Dola, who's sort of half on his rotation, spots them on the bridge before they've actually dropped, and then a bit of a wayward flash. I don't know if that was maybe an Evolution Power flash that caught the player dropping down as well. Either way, I think if you're going to go for that kind of a strat, you need to give it a couple of seconds, right? You start hitting the B site before you actually want to go A.
Yeah, the coordination was completely off there.
It's fallen apart there for Evolution Power, but can still bring it back here in the overtime.
Yeah, this is a worst case scenario though. They did not want to go to overtime. I think this is where Wolfenbahce really feel like they're kind of back to their best, right? You know, this is a full reset. We can say, okay, who cares how we started our BL side? This is a different time now. And the BL side, obviously, you know, when we saw this in the opening series, it was really clean. We just haven't seen, like I kind of mentioned that first off, the intricacies of that shady style. Now, though, they're warmed up. They're in this series. They're in the thick of it as well. And I think now that they are in the thick of it, is where Shady can do some of his best work.
Oh, well, pressure's on for both teams. This is your ticket to a map. Only the first of a potential many.
Wolf is looking to hit Catwalk. Rambo's lining up the pop flash. And here it goes, Dola leading the charge. Zay is being tested here. He's gonna swing all the way to spawn, gets the jump onto YH, the second spray down, not quite there. Zay picks up a quick double kill at Mino as well. Zay will add one more kill point before he goes down. Actually, make that all 4, why not?
Decision making's really bad there. They drop down in towards, well, one drops down below bridge. I don't even hate that decision, but then the overfight on towards Mino feels unnecessary. Tuck your head in towards the box, get back on towards the site, and make sure that you can surround Zay, but they don't. They go fight one by one, and he's able to do a very, very good job. Individually fantastic from him, but questionable work there from Wolf for sure.
Plenty more where that came from. Still got a couple of rounds in this half of OT that Wolf Empire can put to good use. They look like they want to go a little faster this round. I mean, they're already sort of bunched up behind that box room smoke. But that would be quite against the grain for how they've been playing this Blacklist side so far. Nade's going to go over the top, but not really causing too much of a problem. Zay had moved away from the box as they were thrown.
It's almost as if Wolf can't really pull a tactic. It's like they're just gathering outside B because they really don't have anywhere else to go. Is what I feel like.
Their default hit of A as well in towards that first half was very weak. And we've kind of just seen it there. Super discombobulated. I like the idea of the initial pop flash, but if you're going to pop flash Zay in towards back box, you've got to kill him. You know he's there. You flashed him. He's weak. Let's see him off and then be able to pounce on towards the site. What happens is they get stuck. We saw this happen a little bit as well in that first half where they get stuck here in B main. So Luke is trying to make sure that's not the case. The angle XQQ posted. He'll get flashed off though, so he'll dip back. Doesn't want to overfight. And Lucas is still being a little bit of a nuisance over towards that B site. He's just drawing attention there. I do wonder though whether that draws another to rotate off A. That's sort of his whole game plan here. The crowd here, I think, trying to let XQQ know that he's potentially in a bit of trouble here. Doesn't matter. He might be the trouble. There's one for him. The second not as nice as Ice Cube. Gives them maybe a bit of a chance in the 2 versus 4, but down in the sight. YH with 2.
Yeah, a bit of a fist pump from the fans as well. They know that that's a big round. It's not a case of I'm trapped in here with you. It's more of a you're trapped in here with me. Zay and XQQ holding onto that site very nicely. Evolution Power ramping up in power as we get deeper and deeper into this overtime. And Wolf Empire, they really need this last round, otherwise their backs are going to be against the wall.
Yeah, you can't afford to go 0 for 3 in OT.
No.
You just can't.
Yep. Just gives too much leeway to the team that gets the 3-0.
Yeah, you can't play for golden round. It just doesn't work like that. Credit to EP, that mental reset between regulation and now has been vastly different. The only issue is just whether they can replicate it on their BL side.
Well, let's see if Wolf can pick up a round before we do switch the sides. Once again, just looking out towards B. Ice Cube is going to be the first one to check out onto the window. However, there's still Minnow, there's still YH. Holding on to it.
Oh, okay.
The Frag will find decent amount of value. Ice Cube below half. And it looks like YH is looking to swing in. He has nothing about it. Goes down to the hands of Dola.
It's going to be a hit
the main aggression
from Wolf Empire straight into B. How often do these work? Well, only if you get the opening kills. There's one, but Mino holding strong behind the box, swings for another. Rambo will survive from now until YZK peeks on through. It doesn't matter. It's not enough for Evolution Power. They can't completely shut out Wolf Empire. And that will give Wolf Empire a bit of a think into that second half. 11-10. Could still go either way. Big first round on offer.
At least having one gives you maybe a chance, but
some breathing room.
Yeah, exactly. Just whether EP can clean up this BL side, just even the smallest amount would make such a massive difference. Either way.
Now that Wolf is on the global risk, Evolution Powered, well known that they do play the Blacklist side pretty slow. They're going to bring the timer down See if anyone from Wolf kind of comes out aggressive. XQQ. Looking down towards middle. Just can't catch anyone. Wolf is basically stuck on the bomb sites. 2 players deep in B, 3 players well holding A. And the C4 is only going to get picked up by YZK now. They can always test A and then rotate out. There's still plenty of time, minute 20.
Yep. 3 players over towards this A side at the moment. That's a really nice time smoke as well. Just as Evolution Power are looking to take some space on the bridge. They're going to walk through it? No, you can't be doing that, but Ice Cube misses his shot, and that actually lets them out. There's no way that should work for Evolution Power, and yet it has. Ice Cube holding on for dear life behind the truck. He can only get himself one. Rambo here, hiding in the window. XQQ is watching for it. Lucas and Rambo needing to get this one done as a duo, but it seems wishful thinking now. C4 hasn't gone down just yet. 35 seconds left. Evolution Power poised to take this one to map point.
Rambo, he just can't go forward here. He should die, and he will die. Well played. Very calm and collected under the circumstances.
Yeah, it's,
I think probably the chance has gone now for Wolf Empire. Really feels like this is on the brink of EP closing this out. Wolf just don't seem to have that extra edge necessary, required to see this map in their favor, and it's map point, of course.
Yeah, you come back from it in regulation.
Not a bad start, though. Not a bad start.
I don't know if you're going to come back from it in overtime as well. I mean, it's not a bad start, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be a converted round either. C4's been dropped off at Blacklist spawn, so Evolution Power trying to keep their options open in this one. But very standard approach from Wolf Empire. They take the kill on long, they take control of long. A little bit more of a passive setup over towards B. Player or 2 watching middle. It's a well put together round. Once you get that opening pick, it provides you a lot of freedom.
Definitely grants you a lot of map control.
Yep.
Evolution Power probably reading that as well, knowing, all right, YZK died out towards A long. They have control of it. It's going to send the rest of the players down towards B. The C4 as well. Going to be a 3-man push. Rambo holding behind the box, and Lucas most likely to be the first responder to the aggression. XQQ is going to make a swing out towards the middle with an AK. Gets the drop onto Lucas, and now rest of Evolution Power is going to start sending it into the bomb site. YH, he's going to find the quick frag on towards Rambo, and looks like the bomb site has been completely cleared out. And one of the cleanest execution by Evolution Power.
This might be it. This might be Wolf Empire done and dusted on map 1. It's been an effort to get over the line for Evolution Power, but if they do, it's a sweet reward. Map 1 in the books for them. And it doesn't matter how close it's gotten. Post plant now, 3-on-4. Wolf Empire relying on Ice Cube, Dola, and Shady to make some magic happen. Shady through the smoke. He'd need one more to make it competitive, and he can't quite get it. Now it's on to Ice Cube. It's impossible to multi-frag on this kind of an angle, and he needs more than just a multi-frag. XQQ will shut it out. It's 13-10. Map 1 in the books for Evolution Power. It's another hard-fought victory, but a victory nonetheless for Evolution Power as they do get the win on map number 1 of the series. Last time they played it, that was against Vasco. It was 13-10. This time they play at 13-11. Every single map that they've played today has been 18 rounds or more. They are really running a marathon, and I've got to wonder how much they've actually got left in the tank, but a win's a win. You'll take it at this point. Makes the rest of the series a little bit nicer going forward, but man, that was an effort to get over the line.
They don't make it easy for themselves, right? But at the very least, they've still got a notch on the board, and that's ultimately all that matters. We mentioned that map pick as a whole actually feels like kind of quite an ego pick, right? This is a map in which we know that Wolf Empire like a lot. We know in which they picked into that series. They started on this in that previous series of the day. So I think EP have seen this and said, I think we can take you on it. We can beat you. And yeah, they made to work for it, but they weren't wrong. And that's all that matters for them. So that's going to be a huge kind of weight off their shoulders saying, we can compete with the best team in the world currently. We can compete with the favorites here in this playoffs. And we can arguably take their best map in the pool off them. So that's got to be a huge, huge thing to have going forward for you. It's just a question of now, will this be able to continue heading forward into the rest of the series? You know, you got sub-base up next. I still have my reservations about Wolf Empire's sub-base, so EP could be licking their lips a little bit.
Yeah, definitely sub-base is one of the other questionable picks by Wolf. And we got Ankara as map 3, Compound as map 4, and Port as map 5. Summary though, 13-10, like I said, Jordan, took a while and took a lot of detour for Evolution Power to come out on top, but a win's a win. And yeah, like you said, we just don't know how much is left in the tank for Evolution Power, but as long as they can keep this pace up, you know, they can take it to overtime. They can take us into golden rounds, but if they can just win the series, they might as well just win it.
Just got to hope that the engine, you know, once it gets rolling, it doesn't really stop rolling until it runs into something. If they can continue to just keep chugging along today, Evolution Power, the output that they're giving at the moment, it feels like it's enough to get through this series. Whether that is in a 3-0 fashion or not remains to be seen. Look, at the moment, yeah, decent enough from Evolution Power is kind of the takeaway for me. I don't know, Wolf Empire, I don't think they looked terrible, but I don't think they looked amazing. Again, it's kind of just like a middle of the road kind of performance. I think at this point, both these teams are pretty fatigued. You know, it's getting into what is our base level going to look like, and is our base level enough to get over the line against their base level? Because both teams are not operating at 100%, and I have to imagine that they're both not going to operate at 100% for the rest of the day. They're just getting a bit tired, and they want to get through the day doing the bare minimum, or at least as minimum as is allowed to them by their opponents. So at the moment, that's favoring Evolution Power. It may change up. Wolf Empire moving on to sub-base. I think that definitely looking a little bit better for them. I mean, the map itself, a bit of a struggle earlier today, but you know, for Evolution Power, it's also not really been a go-to. It was left quite late in their last series. If they wanted this map in the pool, they would have picked it in one of the 2 series. The fact that they haven't means that, you know, they're not super keen to get onto it. So this might be like pulling teeth actually for Evolution Power.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is the hope, I think, mainly for Wolf Empire. But on the flip side, it's just the fact that how awkward they looked at it themselves. It felt like a map which wasn't well versed or wasn't well repped. So that's what worries me, concerns me just a tad. I mean, I've seen some teams say some very good sub-base. I think 3BL, for example, their sub-base when they played well was extremely well. Whereas what we've seen so far, it's not exactly been lights out going through for Wolf Empire. So there might still just be a chance here as well, right? I'm going to definitely really keep sort of an eye on this. It's not a map in which they don't play either. You know, it's definitely kind of in the middle of the pack for them. So there might be a few pocket strategies Mino can utilize in their favor. It's a tough predicament, I think. You know, in every sort of facet, things are going bad. You got kind of the sniper battle, won out quite comfortably, I guess, there by XQQ 5-3 against Ice Cube. You got the flip side as well, always something that I think is incredibly crucial, especially in a map like Black Widow, is actually your anchors and your supporting players, your lurkers. And in that sense, you had YH, for example, 8-3 against Lucas. Or on the flip side, as your A anchor, so YH being your B anchor, Ye being your A anchor, he went 5-3 against Lucas. And that, for me, is where you're seeing these gimmicks and these plans for that Shady and the system's trying to kind of pull together, not working out. And that's always a big, big indicator for me that things are going south. So I'm worried. I'm concerned a little bit, actually, for Wolf Empire. They do kind of look a little bit mentally checked out. Maybe not 100 there, but then again, we kind of don't see Wolf Empire's best work until they have to bring it. They kind of are sort of lower bracket merchants at times.
Yeah, what's your take on all of this, Bench? Neo says he's a little bit worried about Wolf Empire. Are you getting to that point yet, or was that first map close enough to kind of keep you interested?
I mean, speaking of going south, Subbase is always one of those maps. It does bring the teams down south very far. Sure, it's the middle of the pack. It does get played here and there because it's not banned out. The problem is, I feel like I haven't really done the math or like looked into the books yet, but I think Subbase is the map for this grand final, at least, where the most amount of upsets has happened.
Okay.
And for Wolf, not entirely sure, but I feel like Wolf is just the underdog after looking at the Black Widow.
Okay.
So, I can't really say Wolf is the definite underdog. EP is the top dog, not like that, but because they did lose the map, they are put to the underdog situation.
Okay.
And going into Subbase, where we've seen Evolution Power did lose a couple rounds in a very solid loss, I would say. Like, it was complete swarm by underdog teams taking down EP. And now you look at who's going to be aggressing onto the bomb site where EP's holding. It's Wolf out of all the teams. So, yeah, I do feel like Wolf stands a very solid chance in taking the map away. Or, well, rather, saving the map pick of their own.
So you're still okay with Wolf for the moment?
Yeah, for the moment.
Not jumping ship just yet?
Not jumping ship just yet.
All right. We'll see how that changes up after map 2, eh?
Yeah.
Well, maybe there's a little bit more information that's going to be required. Put that into the computer, and then we'll figure things out. But, hey, I mean, at this point, I think I'm probably not prepared to jump ship just yet either, Neo. Like, it's obviously... It was a very, very close first map. You know, we've got a best of 5. If the game against Antisocial is anything to go by, Wolf can be hot, cold, anywhere in between on a map-to-map basis. So who's to say we don't just get Wolf Empire that runs out the gates here and 10-0's Evolution Power like that? Honestly, like, it wouldn't surprise me today.
It's true. It's been a bit of a wacky day of CROSSFIRE action.
Goofy.
But it's just the fact that, you know, I was a little concerned, but no, you're absolutely spot on, right? I do feel like, for me, if we want to see Wolf Empire win this, I think they've got to do it in 5. So we'll keep an eye out for that. But we are live. It is map number 2 up on the docket, and it's Subbase where we're heading.
Okay, Subbase. A little bit topsy-turvy for Wolf Empire earlier on in the day. We didn't get to see Evolution player in their matchup. They finished the game a little bit too quick, but that is a mighty fine start from XQQ.
They tried to go for one of those quick rounds, right? We know that this is a bit of a Wolf classic, you know what I mean? They like going
early
for these
GR aggression.
early GR aggression, get up on your face and say, let's fight, right? And XQQ say, sure, why not?
Yep.
Lucas, same for him, only gone 1 for 1, not good enough.
Evolution Power say, sure, why not? Let's take the fight to them. Straight into the A site. And util coverage up into the window is going to prevent the progress from Wolf Empire on this retake. If they can even get past YZK, feels like it's going to be a miracle. First one down, second as well. And that is an easy first round for Evolution Power, setting the tone to start off map 2.
Yeah, YZK dropping from vents basically sealed the deal there. He was able to take down the player who was holding in heaven. And with the smoke, he was able to hold down the retake of the 2 players coming in. Allowed his team to go for the flank and pick up the rest of the kills. So, Evolution Power can find the first kill, and coming into round number 2, Dola goes in hot! Picks up a double kill, looking for more. As Shady starts swinging out, YZK bucked it already towards spawn. So, the problem now is the C4 is dead stuck inside Machine Room Neo.
Yeah, that's a Wolf Empire classic. They did this to start off in that previous series against Antisocial. And while EP gets space elsewhere, Rambo gets gifted a free kill all day. He'd gone for the big flank as well, wrapping through machine rooms. This round was done from the first 10 seconds of play, unfortunately. They take machine rooms control. C4 goes down. Rambo continues his flank. He's now done a full lap of the map, by the way. He started over towards jail, has wrapped all the way through machine rooms, all the way through A site, now in towards window. He's getting his cardio and his steps in this round here, and well, it's a foregone conclusion. Wolf Empire cannot win this round, 2 versus 4.
Getting their cardio in on a day like today, mate. It's a big day. That's a commitment. Bench was telling us how he ran a half marathon the other day in the gym.
Oh, not even a marathon, just a jog, but doing a jog is going to be YZK. He's trying to juggle around. Not going to happen, and Wolf Empire is going to be able to pick up that round quite swiftly.
Don't sell yourself short.
Yeah. It's better than nothing.
Better than nothing.
how about that?
4 minutes a kilometer, you said?
No.
25 Ks.
3.6 miles per hour. That's like just about like 10 kilometers per hour. Just light jogging.
Good pace, mate. Good pace.
Didn't want to overwork.
You're so humble.
Didn't know he was sitting next to Kipchoge over it.
Ooh.
Yeah.
YH. What a swing.
Lucas is dancing with the devil here as he crosses through that smoke. Dola does find an important kill though, so while the numbers are level, Dola could actually double it down potentially. Mino wants to keep the pressure on. And he's on the reload. Dola will get one, but a quick trade. Shady does go back in towards mid-air. YZK doesn't know he's here. So Shady, if he held it, he could have done something. Oh, he nearly gets caught off guard. YH is so low.
Yeah, I'm a bit scared if I'm jumping around there for YH, but he gets away with it. And he's into the vent. He's actually progressed very far onto the vent. This is a risk definitely from YH, but looks like it'll pay off. Clean shots onto Ice Cube. He does get traded down. It's going to draw the attention back over to the A side, but honestly, at this point, Wolf Empire don't actually know which side they're going to. So Evolution Power have split the difference. It's a 1-on-1 now for Lucas. Trying to hold that side. He did do a good job, though, onto Zayn. So YZK will have to get it done solo. Big rotation coming through from both the Wolf Empire members. YZK inside of his own smoke, hiding and waiting. Oh, this could be big.
Wolf is going to double swing. YZK almost had the lineup. Eventually, Lucas barely stands alive, and the C4 will be defused. Made it only so close. Oh, this is the machine room replay where Dola just goes huge, picks up a double kill and the C4. Yeah, the round was done, like Neo said, 10 seconds into the round. Once again, they're gonna send it towards Machine. Shady had a lineup. It's gonna be Dola to pick up a double once again. And now Lucas wants a piece as well. Pick up a double, leaving XQQ in a 1v3.
Yeah, right. It seems like Control Room is just not a place that Evolution Power should be trying to go ever. Both the rounds they've been absolutely rolled in have been on that side of the map, but maybe XQQ still has some word to be thrown in here. 1v2, was a 1v3.
Needs to still find 2 more kills if he wants to win the round.
Multi-fragging with the Orm, never going to be too easy, so wants to give himself a little bit of space in this one. If he would be able to just creep over to A and get the plant there, that would work out perfectly, but it does look like he's kind of trending towards B for now, which is walking right into the trap that Wolf Empire have set.
I mean, he's got plenty of time in the world, minute 30 to work with. And Wolf, at least one of the players during the smoke, must have revealed his position. And XQQ might just book it to A, like you said. However, if he burns too much time crossing middle, getting down the Nook, then the rotation could happen from the side of Wolf. As XQQ slowly cutting the corners, clearing out every angle. And looks like he is going to be able to find himself on the bomb site.
Oh, very open plan as well. I like that. That's a good risk to take. Got to take a couple of risks here. Where's he going to set up, though? He's going to smoke off window and maybe bank on the fact that they're going to push wood. Honestly, not a bad play here, actually, for XQQ.
Oh.
He's going to be right. He's going to get the information early, and he spots them out. So, no, he didn't. Did he turn away at the wrong time? That's so awkward, so unfortunate. I thought he saw them. He might have heard there was a bit of a rumble that went through the crowd, and typically when you're at these kinds of events, you can't really hear anything that's being said as a player, but you can sort of hear or feel the swell of the audience.
Feel the vibration, so to speak.
There was a bit of noise being made, so maybe he thought he was getting flanked, you know. And in this case, they were coming directly at him, so he made the right read, but
It was misread. That was misread for sure. At least this time, Evolution Power is going to be able to find the control of Machine Room.
Yeah.
And they can start off from there. I mean, you know, since YH is holding it, you know, he can always switch spots with XQQ so the ARM can start peeking, cutting the corners in towards B. definitely playing with the clock here. Both teams this time not really going aggressive. As Wolf has picked up 3 rounds, they can just, you know, play back, play the timer, burn it down, go for the retakes. And for Evolution Power, what they really want to do is just burn through the utils. Let Wolf cycle through their smokes, cycle through their flashes.
Yep.
And once it's dry, they can just hit the bomb site easily.
Oh, easily might be a stretch the way things are looking at the moment. Wolf Empire holding on pretty nicely. Does seem as though Evolution Power are doing it pretty tough. They've got it into a couple of clutch situations that they haven't converted, to be fair, but those clutch situations have not been favorable.
It's true.
So it's not as if they've been losing the clutches so much as just not winning the clutches. Does that make sense?
I get you. I get you. Close but no cigar type vibes.
Yeah.
Lucas, flashback down as well. Wants to try and give himself these 1v1s. There's the first, look for the second, delivers as well. Can't quite triple it down, but arguably job done as well. He buys time for the rotation. Shady tucking his head. Mino gets out. And as Mino gets out, YTK swings, finds the kill. 1v3.
Will not expect XQQ here either. Although XQQ, I think, might have allowed Ice Cube past him. Oh, he's seen him now. Oh, just a slight off timing for Ice Cube. He could have got down those stairs. Maybe gets the double and gets on the defuse before Ice Cube is on the ball. That could have actually been a very close round, but a crucial one for Evolution Power to bring back, just to keep themselves in this conversation.
Three on two, yet another aggressive machine push. Gonna have 3 players kind of pushing into it, as Lucas is gonna fall back towards spawn. Whilst all that, Evolution Power is gonna find themselves pushing down towards A. In the process, Ice Cube's gonna take the drop on towards YH. Bunch of flashes out. Rambo is completely blind, but has done enough damage. Zay swings out to get the kill, but the nades are raining down on him.
YZK looking for a cheeky angle to try and find the trade from. Let XQQ set up for the long-range fight. Colt comes out now, and back to the orb. Misses all over the place. He just needs to hit one more, and it's back to 2-on-2. YZK was in there with a frag as well. Wolf Empire are not swinging it together. And Evolution Power, they almost look like they want to exit. They're not going to be allowed to. A repush, re-aggression from Wolf Empire. It's Ice Cube that pushes his way forward, but he's too late, and Evolution Power are out. Somehow, they're out of the A site with a player advantage.
The spacing, the trading, I don't know, man. So poor from Wolf Empire. They had 2 versus 4. And they're going to 1 by 1. They rotate back over towards B. Bomb goes down. Yeah. He should get the kill here, YZK. Head target. He may let him cross. And XQQ now noses in towards jail. So YZK's got to pounce. And he will. A masterfully played round from EP. But a woefully played round from Wolf Empire.
Yeah. You're not going to win this series if that's how you're going to play it. 4v2. And they're going down into the site 1 by 1, trying to get rid of these Evolution Power players sitting behind the silo. It's just not going to happen.
4v2. Losing a 4v2 must be heartbreaking, isn't it? It does really kill your spirit for a bit.
I would say so. But we'll see. Wolf Empire, if they come back angrier and stronger than ever.
Grr.
Grr. You've been watching a couple too many modern day streamers, if that's how you want to act in public.
Learn from the best. A bark. A CQ.
A waff.
A nade goes deep. Doesn't do all that much. Resmoking towards doors will limit his success here as well for a little while. Timid 5v5. This is sort of just EP's bread and butter, really. These slower BL sides, they look for information, but I mean, arguably, as we saw in Tours Map number 1, slow and steady wins the race. They take their sweet time to get there, but whilst they make it hard, they get there in the end.
So, movements around the map for Evolution Power have them headed in the direction of A. It's only Lucas Forward hold for him by the stairs, but it's very difficult to multi-frag from this position because the players are going to be jumping in at you. And oftentimes there's even a flash as well. There's the first jump, and of course, there's just no chance to get two. You can't shoot in two directions at once. So Wolf Empire unable to hold on to the A side. That's a good kill from Zay. That might start to seal the deal for the round for Evolution Power as well. Plants going down, Nate up over the top. Actually didn't do too much. Ice Cube's going to peg one back, but still 3 to find, and these retakes have not looked very good for Wolf Empire so far on A.
As long as Mino plays time. XQQ, his shoulder got spotted out. I don't make things a little harder. So Mino then most definitely has to play time himself. Don't jump up, don't try to overfight here. Wait for them to swing onto yours. He loses it out. Tap on towards the bomb. They might even just stick it as well. There's one. Gets him off. Oh, gets him off. Time is gone. They have not got time. He's won it. He's won it. Rambo can't defuse in time. That's going to be another big one. EP steal it away.
Heartbreaker. Absolute heartbreaker for Wolf Empire. They're trying so desperately to retake this A site, and yet they just cannot get through the brick wall that is Evolution Power on these post plants. And it doesn't even come down to one same individual. It's different players stepping up right now for Evolution Power when it's required. YZK leading the charge, sure, but look at that from XQQ. Does he know about Rambo? Maybe he's just spotted him. Nade's getting tossed in that direction. I think he saw him. Either way, good decision to back off. You've got the 5-on-4. You don't need to keep pushing for an advantage. It's almost certain that you get traded down there. This gives Evolution Power so much space, and they're going to look for the 5-3 advantage.
I love it. XQQ. The angle. Oh my god, he spots on cross jail, and it's so fast he can't do anything about it. Doesn't matter how good your reactions are, you're never hitting that one. So 4-3. Penultimate round as well of this half, and want to see whether things work in their favor. Of course, Lucas has been doing a lot of the calling for this team, and with him being dead now as well, he can only just watch on. And they barrel forward. Rambo, good work. 2. It's fantastic. That third is looming around that corner. He feels the confidence. C4 dropped. Zay could get clipped on the crosshairs. Zay is dancing with the devil as Rambo seems to be on some ridiculous form with these taps. How did he stay alive for so long? In the end, they beat straight in towards Ice Cube. Thaws them out with a shot from range. And a 2 versus 3 now as well, as YZK still has not crossed. Nade goes down. YZK got to hit this shot and can't. And XQQ, who started this round, cannot close it.
All right.
Big from Wolf Empire.
Nice little response. Left hook, right hook, back and forth. Who's a little bit more battered and bruised at this point in time? It's kind of hard to tell. Evolution Power looking for this 5th. They'll be keen for it. Wolf Empire getting aggressive into control room, and Evolution Power have learned from their mistakes. They're not going to head in that direction early in the round. They've seen this trick before from Wolf Empire. They're not going to fall for it this time.
Evolution Power is going to turn their gear towards middle, down towards double doors. Through some nades, but they're not going to force the issue through the smoke. XQQ tried to force it down the nook, but was knocked out in the process. And after a while, Evolution Power is thinking about taking down Machine Room, but Dola is still lingering around. There's a smoke, but it's dissipating. He can get pushed just like that. And down goes Dola.
YH for him. It's just a bit of an insurance policy outside here. Well, C4 on the back of Mino. No decision here in this final round. Standard stuff. I'm kind of looking forward to this halftime, but just sort of primarily so Wolf Empire going the BL, set the tempo.
Maybe, but
EPs is incredibly slow.
This round is so important. Like, how close all of these Evolution Power maps have been. 10-8s, overtimes. Every single round matters right here. Shady gets blasted away by YH, but there's a quick response from Rambo. They're still in it. They're still in the conversation. It's 2-on-2. They know where Rambo is, though. Wolf Empire are lucky to maybe have him alive, but alive he is. Mino's struggling. YCK needs to help him out. There's the double swing. Lucas can't hold on. Surely not. They've just got to go together, and they do. Evolution Power will lock in one more round. 5-4 the lead. And how important could that end up being in the grand scheme of things?
Yeah, that could really be one of the nails in the coffin for this map. Wolf Empire still, for me, feeling a little shaky. Lucas getting checked here. Not too sure what it is.
It's just to make things worse for Wolf, isn't it?
I mean, yeah, but I don't know if this really favors one team or the other, to be honest.
Had a couple tech issues today as well, but it was solved relatively faster.
That's stage games.
Yep.
Yeah.
It happens.
Faster than the group stages, actually. So
it is true. I mean, we've got headphones off for just Lucas here, and that is about it. We wait. Some pretty stern faces, though, gotta be said, over towards that Wolf Empire.
The game itself is pretty toe-to-toe, but what's your expectation? What's your take on how the rest of the game will run out to be?
It's tough. It's a really big call because, like I said, for me, as much as it's nice to see a bit of pace coming out in towards these BL sides, it was the BL side in towards that previous series early today that was really, really uncomfortable for that Wolf Empire. It was unfortunate to watch. So I'm quite concerned. Already being a round down, a map down, and then going into a side in which you struggled on quite significantly earlier today against Antisocial. There's a fair amount of concern here on my shoulders. So yeah, I don't know, man. I think EP, they might not know it at the moment, but they're actually sitting in not too bad of a spot.
Yeah.
And I think it's more even than it actually is in my mind, just because of how janky they looked earlier. I mean, we saw those executes. They were so uncomfortable. 1-by-1 peaks, trading and spacing was awful. Not leaving enough time on the clock when they were going for executes too.
Yeah.
Stuff.
It's obviously really hard to say. Like, I think that's a super loaded question with how close the maps have been in general today, but especially in the Evolution Power games. You're kind of splitting hairs.
Yeah. I gotta say though, while there is a tech issue, this is a good a time as ever. Fellas, do you want to light up Baton?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Should I go and steal one?
Go at it.
Go get one.
Luckily for Evolution Power,
He's
at least
actually
coming
do
into today. Oh, yeah, let him do. But yeah, you know, before getting into this game against Wolf on the first series against Vasco, they won it 3-0, so they didn't have to play sub-base, and Wolf really has no information on how Evolution Power will dictate their blacklist side of all things. So maybe that could come into play. Maybe that could be handy. You never know what's going to happen, but yeah. For Wolf, definitely not the best showing of their blacklist side. And, you know, now having to play the side that you underperformed against Antisocial, things do get a little bit wary, I would say, Jordan.
Yeah. I'll just give you guys an update on what Neo's up to. He's actually got the security guard into the conversation now as well.
Ooh.
God knows if the security guard and Neo can even speak the same language, but
we can't.
They can't. But they've managed to get us 3 light-up batons. Did you figure out how to operate them, or are they just purely...
it's Bluetooth. Well, it's Bluetooth and the director does it. So...
Director, turn them on.
Turn them on.
Director's... he's in our ears.
We want to have some fun.
He's in here somewhere.
But what I'm thinking is, when we're on camera, right at the end, we can wave them around a bit. You can show you guys the cool gear that they've got here in the arena. Yeah, it's sick. So these all light up in sort of unison.
It's got replaceable batteries too.
Yeah, there was some empty seats literally just next to us. So we were like, why not?
Why not?
Let me grab one.
Well, you know what normally they do with these kinds of things? If you remember my story about the Sydney Olympics with the wristband bracelet thing.
Oh, yeah.
Normally they are controlled like by a central point in the arena.
Yeah.
Until the end of the event, and then after the end of the event, you can take it home. And normally there's like something a button you can press or whatever that you can light them up as
right
you
now,
decide.
There is a button.
There is a button.
Right now, this is
He just pressed it and it did a thing, but I've been spamming mine and it's not doing anything.
Right now, this is linked to the central console, so we can't really do much about it.
Mine worked for like half a second there.
Yeah, it blinked a blue light for a little bit. But nonetheless, we're
Blue
in
for
the
Evolution Power.
We're just waiting for the baton to turn on. Need to wait and see what happens. Looks like the pause is going to be delayed a little more.
There's a bit of a conversation between the admin and the translator.
And the coach is getting involved as well. So.
No, I think the coach is talking to the team. I don't think he's involved in that at all.
I don't know if they're allowed.
I don't know, man.
Oh, he's definitely talking to the translator because he was looking right at her.
I have a feeling in tech pauses you're not allowed to talk to the team, so it must be issue related.
Yeah,
Lucas has headphones on. Fist bumps are coming around though. I'm seeing the Wolf Empire guys throw up a couple of fist bumps. Boys, I think we're ready.
We love that.
We are ready. Let's
Turn the
get
baton
this
on.
show on the road. Let's get the lights on here in the arena. We've all got batons ready to keep us going. But
I'm going to keep you in check with mine. That's what I'm going to do.
I'll let you know as well.
Say anything sus on this broadcast, you're in
Get
trouble.
a whack, get a bonk.
Getting a bonk.
But looks like we are ready to go back into the game as we proceed with round number 10 as we do switch sides. It's going to be Evolution Power on the Global Risk and Wolf on the Blacklist side of all things. The C4 is going to rotate in towards Long A. Just don't know if they want to force the issue for a split or just take it down towards middle. Don't know just yet. There's still plenty of time left onto the round. And for Evolution Power, they're going to be holding onto the default setup for the positions as well.
Yep.
All right, well, that's been a bit of a standard in terms of this machine room control. But it's from there, do we actually see any re-aggression coming through from that GR side? Seems to be, for now, no.
Well,
Utah being set up, Lucas going to pop over. This is actually Utah being set up for backside A. So this would give them the cross, but they've got to clear YH here. If he can actually go 2 for 1, this would be massive. In comes the first. Does well. Only goes 1 for 1, which is about standard. Bit of a human flashbang as well there for Shady. He doesn't mind that as the IGL, because Zay comes in for support on the flip side. There's still an Orm in towards backside. YZK hasn't been cleared. Missed shot. Same to be said with the Colt as well.
Well, Rambo still waiting to pull that trigger, but, you know, he's the one in the danger zone. If he's deciding to push down those stairs right there, he dies. It's an angle from the vent to the stairs. Wolf Empire have gotten their way into the site itself. It's going to be 2-man retake through from Wood. Mino and XQQ. Mino's 3 and 6.
I mean, if they can clear out Dola, I mean, they got the kill, but another player went down now into a 1v2 up, and Heaven's going to be Rambo quick with the headshot, and Wolf will be able to secure the round.
Won't work out. What I was going to say is there is already an immediate change-up from Evolution Power on this GR side in comparison to what we saw from Wolf Empire. It's that Evolution Power start that round with the double Orm setup.
Yeah.
So leaning into that, we didn't really see that at all from Wolf Empire. So they're looking to play for picks a little bit more so. And they've gone back to a single Orm this time around. So maybe not satisfied with how that round played out. Fair enough, I think, from Evolution Power, quite frankly. Rifle would have maybe been better suited for that defensive A, to be honest.
I've got to say, in this current spot, I actually prefer YZK on the M4 than on the Orm. He's been very good. His multi-kill's been pretty solid. He's been reliable in late rounds as well. And the Orm, I just think in general, this is probably the weakest map for the Orm as a whole.
Yeah.
I don't think many people get going, really, with it. You kind of seen both sides. I mean, Ice Cube's done little to nothing, and so is XQQ. It's just not an AWP-friendly map. There's usually 2 main lines of sight that are remotely, like, okay. We've got the doors peak in Wood and window on towards A side. I think for the most part, that jail kind of fight over towards B is always super janky and not a hell of a lot behind it. Most people just opt for the Colt in those close corners. So, Rifles is where back, and the Rifles could be important here as well. YH going to need YZK because down goes YH, and for free as well.
YZK is maybe going to need a bit of help here as well. He's looking a bit under the weather. Gets us a bit of spam though. 1 kill for him, but the flash is making it almost impossible. Still somehow he's getting frags and surviving, but eventually he'll get wrapped upon by Ice Cube. Mino, nice shot up on the Rambo who was in the window, but he needs more than that. He's trying desperately to hold on to this fight himself. He's getting no help. XQQ, where are you?
No way, he snuck out. He snuck out. How? Why are they holding him? They were literally just fighting Mino. How do they leave him alone?
It's because XQQ peeks from the window, gets a kill, takes their attention away.
But it's crazy. They're like cats with a feather. Both of you don't need to look there. One of you hold the guy who's just been fighting you.
What is cats of a feather? Is that birds of a feather?
No. Like, that's how it's...
No, it's birds of a feather.
Oh,
No.
It is.
Now it's the talk between the UK
it's
and
not.
Aussies.
Birds of a feather flock together.
Every toy for cats is a feather on a string.
You're wrong.
No, it's not.
I'm telling you, you're wrong.
Have you ever owned a cat?
Yeah,
I'll let the Commonwealth
I'm not
voice
saying
take
that
over.
specific part of it is
No,
wrong.
birds of a feather is a completely different saying.
Okay, I don't
It
understand.
means the
cats of a feather.
same. Birds of a feather means we are the same.
Correct. Is that not
I'm
the point you're
saying
making?
they're like cats with a feather.
I see.
Yeah, as in they get distracted.
You know what? I actually think both work then in that case, because birds of a feather flocking together, that's exactly what they did. They both looked in the same direction.
But I'm saying they are like cats with a feather.
Cats to a feather.
Yeah, because they get distracted by a
I get
toy.
it. I understand it.
Like the second is like something that, you know, like, or like I guess the modern day thing
It's like a
is
little
they're
laser
like,
pointer.
Yeah, they're like, yeah, or like kids with a TikTok. You know, they attention deficit disorder. They just cannot seem to stay locked into an angle.
You know what another analogy right there might be is that they just don't have what those dogs have, and you can't like forget about something as soon as it's gone from your vision. I forget what that's called, but look, we've harped on about it a little bit too much. Once again, Wolf Empire straight into the side. It's trades again, trades and trades, but it works out favorably for Wolf Empire for now. There would be, if there was a nade, a nice juicy target there in Lucas, but it's going to have to be down to the rifles. Evolution Power trying to push their way forward before that plant. That's not going to work out. What is that? What is that called when you forget about something after it's gone?
Goldfish.
Dementia?
Nah, there's an actual...
Dementia.
Well, there's an actual phrase for it.
Dementia is right, but I don't think in this context.
It's something memory.
We just said goldfish memory in the UK. It's like
it's not what I'm thinking of.
The old myth that goldfish have a 2-second memory, which isn't true as well.
It's not true. Yeah, it's fake. Fake news.
Fake news. Fake news.
Well, whilst all that Commonwealth talk, we're tied to 6-6. Wolf is just efficiently breaking down the defense that Evolution Power is providing.
Well,
YH just not being able to find a kill by the Nook.
Yeah. It's feeling a bit rough on both sides, if I'm being real.
Yeah. This time around, finally taking eyes off A. We'd have two players from Wolf looking down towards B. Lucas took a wallbang in the beginning of the round, trying to cross from middle. So he's going to be down pretty low.
Still haven't had our baton light up yet. I really was hoping.
Yeah,
it might be an end of map only thing.
Yeah.
Maybe.
I was thinking you could do it like when the bomb goes off.
Yeah.
Someone wins a round, you can flash it their color. That's actually asking probably quite a lot.
It might only go one
I don't know
color.
how many lights
Do they only go blue?
No, actually no. I've seen it.
I've seen this change colors.
Green, red, and blue. So that sort of works.
This might still be winnable,
awkward,
by the way.
Yeah.
Two
YH
players.
And Zay up close to get the... Wow, that is so ballsy from Zay. I can't believe he's gone for that.
He almost got away in that too.
If it wasn't for you,
YZK swings.
Scooby-Dooby-Doo. YZK, though, he's gone and reaggressed. Why? Well, he's got XQQ here. They're not expecting that fast rotate.
What?
And XQQ puts them in the ground.
What was that round?
Madness.
That made no sense.
I honestly think that's Evolution Power, just trying to like dictate things a little bit, like trying to get on top, trying to get in the minds of Wolf Empire a little bit. You know, it's kind of slowed down. It's like, we're getting a bit lethargic, a bit back and forth here and there. It's like, let's just crush them in this round, put it back in our favor.
It's true. I just haven't seen enough from Wolf. Like I said, the sub-base BL side does concern me. And we're seeing it be concerning at the moment. YZK. Crouching on the angle in towards lockers, but of course smoked off will limit the control he has. He's going to go up towards the lights. Great parkour from YZK. Moves all the way around. It's actually a very difficult parkour to do as well for an average show, but of course, that's anything but YZK.
Minute 40, and Wolf hasn't really taken their eyes off of the B bomb site. The C4 is still lingering with two other players. And if Ice Cube can find just an opening drop, this might just be the go sign for the team. Execute with some pause shots. Dola swings in, and he somehow gets the kill. YZK on top of Raptors is going to be able to find the drop. And Mino will get one. YZK with a double kill as one. 2 kills apiece each. And all left alone is going to be Ice Cube in a 1v4. Almost getting Minnow. Not going to work out. He jumps down from her. Okay, YZK almost gets him out. But at the end of the day, that's Evolution Power to pick up one more round.
All right, well, that is a little bit more like it for Evolution Power. It really feels like it's starting to slip in their direction now. Wolf Empire are going to have to dig deep here. 8 and 6.
8 to 6.
And similarly, Evolution Power have the opportunity to close out a map with their cleanest scoreline of the day if they can just pick up another quick couple here.
Almost like a deja vu, isn't it?
Honestly, it hasn't been easy for Evolution Power closing maps out, though, so
yeah,
not going to count my chickens before they hatch. Otherwise, they might turn into some sort of feather toy for a cat. So we've established that is a thing.
Very common.
Maybe seen once or twice in the world.
Just because...
At least once by Neo.
Just because your brain's unbelievably smooth.
No, my brain's unbelievably large, mate. Large and in charge.
Large doesn't mean good. Smooth means bad. Either way, this might be not so smooth around. 1-for-1 isn't bad. XQ could work, but then YH answering back. This is back and forth, back and forth. Advantages go all the way towards Wolf, but now back into a 1v1. YCK's got a chance here as well. Rambo has not been tagged, and he's just kind of booking it.
Good choice.
All the way towards A. It is open.
Yep. Go down to A. Try and play a long-range angle here. YZK with an M4 as well is going to have a bit of a difficult time. He's not going to get as quick of a kill as you would with the AK. So he's really actually going to have to outthink Rambo in this one in an ideal world. If he can kind of catch him from behind, it doesn't look like that's going to be the case. Rambo spots him out. No tag there from YZK, so he'll change up his position. Rambo's chasing him. Wait, this is wild.
What is Rambo doing?
He's Ramboing. This is literally what his name is.
And Mouse.
Where's the C4 planted? The C4's planted behind sight. He can actually stick this. This is really awkward. He didn't know this, but he could stick this. He's looking the wrong way. Unfortunately, he's lost on time here. They come over. They should do it. It bounces off the missile. He hasn't got time. Doesn't really matter anymore. If he had held it, he might have had a chance, but he plays for KD, and he loses the fight anyway. So Rambo ends up being all right, but for a moment, that was very weird.
That's actually Galaxy Brain, though, from Rambo, isn't it? You know, there was really no world where he loses that round at that point.
That's pretty dicey.
Unless for whatever reason he turns around. But, like, why are you ever doing that in that situation?
Exactly. So, problem continues for Evolution Power, just not being able to close the maps out early on. 8 to 7, Wolf slowly catching up. And for now, Shady is absolutely quiet once again. 5 kills, 11 deaths. He needs to pick up his pace for his team. A lot of weight definitely being lifted here by Lucas and Dola. 16 and 14. 30 kills between these two players.
16 and 12 for Lucas. I mean, on the other side of the coin, you have YZK, who's 20 and 11. So, talk about players stepping up big. He's the one.
He is, really is.
20 kills, and the map's not even done just yet. Default spread from Wolf Empire. One watching control room, one watching middle, couple watching wood. Nothing too fancy happening in the early round. It's really a default setup from Wolf Empire, and they're going to look to mid-round it.
All right, well, Shady leading the charge here. Early mid, no one close. Window, also get for free as well. Zay needs to be very careful here. Zay's got his back turned to a degree. He has a player to spot the cross, but Mino then falls, so it makes it considerably harder. Up close, Spam doesn't even do justice as Dola will deliver. And now already into a 2 versus 4. This is feeling like it's basically done here. We should be going 8 all.
Yeah, it's a done deal for this round. Evolution Power would have hoped it would be a done deal for the map. Have I spoken too soon? YH, good kill from him, but YZK will be the big threat here. Remember, he is fragging like an absolute monster. Not this round, though. Now it's on to YH. Ooh, one more headshot there. Could have made it interesting. Not to be. Timeout. Evolution Power. Going to have a bit of a think. How do we close this map out? 8 apiece.
Oh, the lights are on. It's on. The lights are on.
Let's go.
Swap to our camera.
Let's go.
Swap to our camera. You're waiting.
Oh my god, so cool.
So cool.
White and blue, because Evolution Power on the timeout. I wonder if it goes, it's orange for Wolf.
Yeah. But in theory, like, what would Evolution Power need besides just having a good gunplay?
I actually
their
think
setups are very default. Like, I mean, what more can you change from there besides going way aggressive?
I do think you can actually play a little bit more aggressive in a round like this if you're Evolution Power. They haven't really done too much of that at all on their GR sides in this series, let alone on this map. So I actually wouldn't mind seeing them pull a little bit of a rabbit out the hat here. Yeah, maybe see if they can catch Wolf Empire at their own game.
I don't hate it. Attack pause. About to come to a conclusion. Of course, there was some nice moments coming forward earlier. For now, we are tied square, 8 apiece, and once again, Evolution Power, as with every map, requires at least 18 rounds, if not more. YH, good 4-1.
With a nade as well.
Yeah.
It just rubs it in there, you know.
Don't see a huge amount of value out of the nades, to be quite honest, but that one's a big one. Double vent, though. This actually might be a little bit of a bait. If Rambo decides he wants to go early, dies, you're not expecting another player in the vent there, so that might then be onto Ice Cube to come up with the goods. See what the option of choice is going to be here for Wolf Empire. It'll be through second middle by the looks of things.
Let's see. Dola. Lucas. I'm going to take that first contact, box spam. He's doing a lot of damage, but not getting the kill.
No
it's getting
way.
from kind of bad to worse in this spot. YH is still here, though. He still could make a bit of a difference, and he will catch on towards Rambo. That's important. How is he still alive?
He's got to buy time. He's just got to buy time. Zay has a nade.
Oh, such a big grenade! Zay trying to wrap down on that angle as well, and Zay will swing. Zay will find Evolution Power map points.
What a nade, and you could see it coming together. They're all stuck on the site. Zay just has to survive, and that nade comes across and hits them perfectly. That is 3 kills from nades in that round from Evolution Power. How often do you even see a nade kill in this damn game?
Not a lot of times, Jordan. Not a lot of times.
Sometimes not even on a map.
And somehow Zay just banks it, hits the money.
I think we've had like multiple series where there's like been less than 100 HE damage in the whole series. Never mind the map.
One thing for sure, Zay has done Wolf dirty.
Well played.
Yeah, not over yet though. Overtime.
Closing
it's lurking
the map.
once again for Evolution Power. This could be, what, 4 out of 5 maps going to OT if this one goes there.
I mean, Wolf could bring this into overtime. They were able to do so previously, but don't know if they can do it this time around. I feel like the nade kills really just take the wind out of their sails.
Sure, but it's just 1 round.
1 round is all they need. I mean, Vasco was able to drive Evolution Power into overtime. Then Wolf can do so as well.
It's very tentative. You can see Wolf. 1 wrong move. You lose your map pick of subbase again today. And go 2-0 down rather than 2-0 up. They were in towards that first series. Well, here we go. Util over. This will give them a bit of early wood control, but it doesn't really bother EP too much. The way they're set up, they want them to push through.
Yeah, that's true.
It's part of the plan.
Oh, it's a great flash. If there was a swing in from Zay, it was round over, but it might still be. That's a big kill from him. 2, in fact. And YZK wrapping in behind Dola has a freebie. Evolution Power, they've got it done. This time in regulation. 10-8, map 2. It's 2-0, Evolution Power. It's all Evolution power all the way. We're super hyped up here now after the 2-0 start for Evolution power. The batons are working. They're bright white right now, if you didn't get the memo.
Yeah.
You might have thought that was the reflection from the light. It's actually they're just on. But I tell you what, look, Evolution power, they've got to be hyped up now as well.
Yeah.
Finally, it feels like, you know, they finally just get it over the line, right? Like, again, another hard-fought map from them. But again, they're up 2-0 in the series. This time, doing it a little bit easier than the last series. They had the first two maps that went the way of the overtime there. But is that the crushing blow? Is that the defeat for Wolf Empire pretty much assured? Or are they going to be able to do something anti-social-esque?
Yes and no, right? I think yes, in the sense you're 2-0 down. To reverse sweep a series in the best of 5 is such a mammoth task. It requires that something only the best of the best can do. Arguably, Wolf Empire are the best here. However, they've not been in this series so far. The no is, it's sub-base. And I don't know why they're relentlessly picking into it, but they're not good on it. And that's the issue. They're not good enough, right? Other maps in the pool for Wolf Empire are stronger, are better. I'd much rather have seen them go to a compound earlier. I'd much rather have seen them even pick into, you know, Ankara themselves. The Ankara earlier had a lot behind it, which looked great. I don't understand it, you know, sub-base early today was rough and nothing was fixed here in this series here. I know it's a close scoreline, but for the most part, it didn't feel that close in the game.
I mean, the chances still lie, like you said, because Ankara is map 3, Compound is map 4, and Port is map 5. There are still standing chances for Wolf to make a big comeback, like Antisocial almost did. But so far, the showing of Evolution Power, they end up losing the rounds to go into overtime or make it close to overtime. But at the end of the day, the winner that comes out on top is EP, and that just comes to show that Evolution Power has it to just close out the series at 3-0.
Yeah, I think they do have the ability, that's for sure. But then again, Wolf Empire, I just don't really feel like they're out of this one yet. Not sure that we've really seen the peak of Wolf Empire. I suppose the question is, are we going to get to, right? You know, are they willing to pull that out to go the distance tonight? Because again, it's late. It's 9:30 p.m. right now. If Wolf Empire now looks at this and sort of locks in and says, we're going to win this series, they're basically saying, we're going to be here until tomorrow. We're going to be here until after midnight to make sure that we can get this series over the line. Now, it would be worth it because it means they would not have to play tomorrow. True. But it's a big gamble. It's a big stressor point for them that have a long series yet to play. And that's only just for the chance that they might actually be able to get this one over the line. So right now, I'd rather be in Evolution Power's shoes. They're feeling very good about things. They're feeling the 2-0 lead. You know, you've got a couple of guys that are really going well. YZK obviously had a fantastic map right there. And we're moving on to Ankara. It's our map pick. You've got to be feeling pretty good about things. I mean, XQQ as well is pretty solid with the Orm from what we've seen so far in this series. And it's an Orm map. Yeah, Ice Cube, you know, he's someone that we've seen do phenomenal things on this map in the past, but I just don't really feel like he's had that same impact this year. So I think all signs pointing towards Evolution Power at this point in time, which is an easy prediction to make when they're up 2-0, to be fair. You can call me Captain Obvious, but yeah, I'm ready to jump ship.
Yeah, for me, the one big telling point that I was a big fan of, I mean, YZK going 7-3 against Dola, of all people, the best rifle player at this tournament so far, for me, is a massive talking point. Ankara's coming up next. It is the map of China, arguably, so we have to see whether that is the case. But we're going to first one to a little break.
来到杭州最好吃的，我觉得杭州没有好吃的美食荒漠。
Eu gostei muito de comer macarrão daqui, carbonara e o que vem também com uma carne muito boa de filé mignon.
Đó là trứng đút thịt. Vì cái món trứng đút thịt đó thì nó cũng ngon như kiểu là món trứng đút thịt của Việt Nam, vị nó giống Việt Nam nên là dễ ăn.
Arroz e feijão.
最爱自拍都是别人拍的，基本上都没有自拍的。
MG.
Adriano, ADRF.
Acho que o time mais difícil que a gente jogou essa fase de grupo foi a Q9.
最难对付的应该就是 AMP 了吧？
Nós mesmos, nenhum time contra vai ser mais difícil do que jogar contra a gente mesmo. A gente só perde pra nós mesmos.
Acredito que quem vai para a final, com certeza, estou muito confiante na gente, é o Untitled.
AES AES
希望我们能进吧。Cái kỳ vọng của em là em sẽ được em mong muốn là được chơi với anh em lâu hơn nữa và cái đi tham gia giải đấu CFS được nhiều lần hơn nữa.
希望自己能够在未来变得更强吧，然后更加稳定。
E minha perspectiva, meu sonho é ganhar 3 CFS seguidas.
A CFS desbloquear o futuro eu entendi porque ele pode te ajudar muito na sua vida. Se você conseguir ser campeão de uma CFS, você pode mudar a sua vida e a vida da sua família.
大家好，CD. Hôm nay tôi có một câu hỏi dành tặng cho bạn. Liệu về độ đẹp trai thì bạn có tự tin bạn là đẹp trai nhất đội WEIBO không?
không, theo độ đẹp trai thì mình nghĩ chắc là AWE là đẹp trai nhất team.
Tất nhiên rồi, anh Phong nói là bao chuẩn.
Xoay ra AWE.
Hello， 大家好，我是主持人 Mino。谁是队伍里最的人？
硬汉。我同意吧，我喷香水有点。
你就是最。
Pergunta pro MG é: quem você acha que é a pessoa que mais ronca no time?
Detona.
LKK tem o melhor nível de chinês. Será que vocês estudam chinês com ele também?
Só ni hao e piao olha.
Back once again, looking for an Evolution Power win right here. It could be a 3-0 if they can get it done on Ankara. They were able to find the 3-0 in your series, the last series up against Vasco. How are you feeling about their chances here, Bench? Because look, I'll say Vasco, I think, is a far weaker opponent than Wolf Empire, but they are doing actually better against Wolf Empire than they were against Vasco.
Yeah, not gonna lie, and also since the next map is Ankara, and we all know about Ankara, it's one of the best maps on the Chinese region.
Right.
Every single team knows how to play the map, and if it's one of the top teams like Evolution Power, chances are pretty slim for Wolf.
Yeah, I mean, in saying that, though, there's a bit of a wonky-looking graph there for them. At least their GR sides in the path to CFS were not too amazing. Either way, we've got a conversation to be had here now, because, look, when we look at the Wolf Empire Ankara that we saw earlier today, that looked phenomenal. The question is, can they replicate it? Because actually, apart from that, their Ankara at this event has been a little bit wonky. So I suppose the question becomes now, have they had that time to kind of work on the map, and have they actually fixed it for the long term, or was that a one-hit wonder?
Yeah, it is the big question. Do we look at it in a macro or a micro sense? If you kind of bring it down to the micro, to the here and now, to today, it was incredible. They looked so solid. Everybody hitting their shots, uber confident, everybody looking fantastic. Or, if you look at the macro, it is the gap in their pool. It is the weakness in the map pool of Wolf Empire. This is actually a pretty decent spot here where EP can say, if things go how they traditionally go, we're talking not just even at the CFS Grand Finals, but we're talking about the Summer Championship too. This is generally not a great map for them, so we'll have to wait and see. But Ankara is where we are heading. Map number 3, potentially the final map in this series.
All right, map number 3. Here we go. Let's find out if Wolf Empire can keep us here a little bit longer, or if Evolution Power decide it is time for everybody to go to bed. Evolution Power could be the angry parent right here. Send Neo to bed.
Lullabies, sing lullabies.
Go to your room.
Zach is on the youngest.
Sounds like my parents. Nonetheless, Ankara it is. Wolf on the blacklist side and Evolution Power on the global risk. And Wolf, can they expect the vent push coming out? Because Zay and YH, these two guys were the ones that are going aggressive.
Is it even the vent push, though, from Evolution Power? They're just waiting. They're actually waiting patiently. It's a nice two-man setup. Perfect as far as the start is concerned for Evolution Power.
Uh-oh. Well,
that might be unnecessary when you're on a 5-on-4.
Yeah, we get this a little bit. I feel like, is it necessary for that overextension there? It's not even like you're gaining that much information too. You've just killed one. XQQ very nearly gets caught on the cross there. They need to dip back. XQQ has to try and support YZK, but he gets overlooked completely. Whoa. Big trade coming forward, in behind XQQ, still alive. Shady tucked close right. He's got to know he's there. It's not whether he lets him out, and well, he doesn't get too much of a choice in the matter.
Where are you going to go though? Like, actually, where are you going to go?
Back to A.
Yeah, I mean,
they managed to get double flanked in via tunnels here too.
Plan is possible. But XQQ.
This cross is tough.
Missing the shot. YH, though, speeding up the pace. He knows he's got a teammate behind him. He knows he's got a buddy, and he knows he's got a round. Another one. It goes the way of Evolution Power. If I'm not wrong, they've started this entire series with the first round of every map.
3 for 3.
Nice feeling. Every map that they've started with the first round in, they've won. Boom. What a stat.
Not a bad spot to be in, is it? Pretty damn good. However, it's still a tall task ahead of them in towards Ankara, but the main thing is, if you get your GR side starting well, you're going to give yourself sort of a lot to work with.
Definitely a lot more room to maneuver on the global risk side if you are able to put out the first round, maybe even more.
I mean, this is a big BL side of map, so if you can build up stability in this first half for AP, it might be unrecoverable for Wolf.
Maybe just that might come in later into the map. Right now, only round number 2.
If Wolf Empire go A here, it's a mistake. 3-player setup from Evolution Power. It seems like they've really got to read that Wolf Empire are leaning on this side of the map right now. They're going to see those 2 smokes get tossed in from middle, and there's a 3rd piece of util tossed from middle toward B. I don't know if it's really fooling Evolution Power, though. I mean, to have that extra player from A that was like going back towards GR spawn to have a look, but they did not move. Zay's able to double down, and YH finding the trade. It's a 3 for 1. That is perfection from Evolution Power. They did not get baited into the rotation that Wolf Empire wanted them to make. And Ice Cube, he's dealt with. Evolution Power playing with so much confidence right now. Confidence in the calls, confidence in the individuals, and confidence in themselves.
Yeah, Wolf just got mowed down trying to enter into the bomb site with 3 players, like you said. 3 players of Evolution Power just holding down the angles. And down 2 rounds already with the map starting. If you're at 0-2, it's going to be even tougher to bounce back from at this point.
Not easy. Not easy at all. Evolution Power. 2-0 start. Bit by bit, round by round, they put more pressure on Wolf Empire and forced them into a game tomorrow, one of which I'm sure they would love to avoid.
2-0. It's not a death sentence, but it's the start of one.
Yeah, at least open that conversation to it, right?
Yeah.
Just because it being that GR side in particular. This is one of those maps that does have that relatively favorable BL lean, and it's something that you know for damn sure that EP are going to expose in towards that second half. So if you are Wolf, you have to build up those foundations, the stability in the early part of this map.
They're going to give A one more try Two players leading out from vents. YH drops down, finds a headshot, not the second one, but Zay will be able to swing from on top. Get
what?
One, make that a double kill!
Why are we trading?
How is Zay not punished for this? And he gets a third kill as well! Everything is not working out for Wolf Empire, and they're gonna call the pause right away!
Have we heard of a trade? Huh? Do we know what spacing is? What are we doing? Wolf Empire, one by one, bit by bit, and they just drop like dominoes.
I'll tell you what we're doing right now for Wolf Empire is we're regressing back to the mean. Yeah. This is the Wolf Empire that we're used to, unfortunately, seeing on Ankara. They looked so fantastic on it earlier today, but apart from that, it's been a bit shaky, and shaky it is indeed. 3-0 right here for Evolution Power, and again, dare I bring it up, early timeout being called by Wolf Empire. What did I say in the first map? When they called an early timeout, wasn't enough to get them the map win there. Yes, they put it into overtime. Yes, both of these maps have been close, but still they've both been losses. So Wolf Empire really do have their backs against the wall right now.
That's true. Not even a lot being said here, in all honesty. Shady and the coach not saying a lot. And now there's Lucas. Lucas seems to be doing a lot of secondary calling, but yeah, now the coach starting to get a little active over towards that Wolf Empire. I'm looking at their cams here that we can see on our side, but this is a really difficult dilemma they find themselves in. 3-0 start.
Yeah.
For Evolution Power, you know, it may seem early and presumptuous, but a 3-0 start on a GR side actually can be a death sentence in a lot of cases, especially when you're not checked in the way Wolf Empire are not right now.
Yeah, now the worrisome faces are really kicking in for the side of Wolf. Dola feeling a little bit frustrated as well. I mean, that round, down towards A, should have been an easy trade. But you let Zay pass and he picks up a triple kill.
I mean, it should have been...
The communication was dreadful there.
Definitely,
dreadful.
Definitely should have been more than it was. You know, like, yeah, okay, it's acceptable sometimes for someone to get a double or something like that, but you can't allow him to just be alive on that site for 30 seconds, like, unharassed, as he's swinging multiple times from more or less the same angle. Just seemed like it fell apart a little bit for Wolf Empire. They're going to try and run it back. They think that maybe they've got something better to show us on this A site, but they've tried to crack that nut a couple of times and they've been unable to do so. Maybe anticipating the fact that Evolution Power won't expect another A hit. YH, though, dealing with Ice Cube, and that is a huge problem because, as you mentioned, that is the key objective taken for Evolution Power in the vent. It'll be retrieved. It will cost some time, but Evolution Power don't have a fast third rotator to that side to cause a ruckus. So Wolf Empire will put together their best looking round so far. This will be a fast retake though. Flash over the top from Evolution Power. They want to take the fight to Wolf Empire. They are so confident. Shady doesn't quite get it done, but Rambo's there as the insurance policy. That was very nearly another round for Evolution Power, but finally Wolf Empire have something to their name.
Elise will put out one round on top. 3-1 still in. Just because Evolution Power is going to be able to pick up 3 on the global risk. If they put out 4, they'll be happy with the result.
Yeah, it's true. I think the way they're playing right now, we can have conversations very easily about the 5th, or maybe even the 6th, if they can clean up a couple of bits. Wolf Empire, not that they're out of ideas, but they're using the same ideas, right? You know, going back towards A there. They were sort of ready for it. They just lose out on the one particular Angel. YZK swinging back out of end on towards the side. If he hits one more, it's probably the same result we've seen the previous couple of rounds before that, right? But in the end, not to be. And a bit of a change up here as well. A long control taken, splitting through tunnels. Top mid is where they now wait. And there's no pressure on the other side. They don't have a window player holding from spawn in case of short aggression. Couple of teams, all gamers in particular, are very good at doing this, where they, on the GR side, try and actively take this short control. This is 3P. It seems to be a bit more of a standoffish approach.
After finding some success last round, Wolf is definitely going to take this one with composure. Not yet really poking their nose into any angle just yet. They did throw out some smokes down towards B and middle. Now the third smoke about to be popped towards Kawak. This might be the go sign, but Zay and YH has a nice set of crossfire set up. And there's the go sign. YH is going to spring out any moment soon. He sprays, gets a bunch of damage done. Make that a double kill for YH, and XQQ is going to be able to find the piece as well. Rambo, in a blink of an eye, loses all of his teammates.
Yeah, it didn't look super clean for YH, but it really did feel like an inevitability that Evolution Power was going to pick up a couple of kills there. Wolf Empire, they'd lost so much HP, and they were walking basically into a blender. It was a massive crossfire from Evolution Power. Perfect call on that GR side to stack members in that position, and just as soon as Wolf Empire have some success, Evolution Power rips that hope right away from them.
Yeah, it makes it worse as a flash in the pan.
Yep.
It really hurts the ego quite considerably. So, once again, tough predicament that you find yourself in. We're going to go back to our previous default of outside of A aggression, but that in itself hasn't exactly been super successful. Maybe part of it is this is where we won the rounds. Let's just go back and see if we can try it again.
Yeah, Wolf Empire are battered and bruised at this point.
Yeah, it really feels like Shady's been completely outcalled. The experience of a player like Mino is obviously showing tenfold right now.
I don't think there's a player in the event in general, but certainly not left in the playoffs, that is more experienced than Mino. He was playing in Season 1, CFS Season 1. That was before it was called CFS 2015, 2016, 2018, etc. Grand Finals.
Oh, Mino made bottom frag, but he's playing chestnut checkers.
That's for sure. And he's not fragging too badly, honestly, right here. XQQ missing what could have been a really nice opening shot, but he's going to get back out to safety. It'll cost Wolf Empire a little bit more time to clear out Hotel. But it has now been cleared out, and that opens up an avenue of attack into B.
They're going to set up for a split, also sending Rambo in towards middle for a possible flank. B at risk, only two players are holding it. It's going to be Mino and XQQ. Lucas looking to swing, but it's going to be Mino swinging first. It gets the better of him. Somehow XQQ on top of the bomb site is going to find one kill, looking for the second. Has the support of Mino in case a push is coming to shove. Oh, he turns corners in the wrong time. Shady gets on top of the bomb site. XQQ has to hold this by himself. Gets a quick scope in.
That's big. That is very, very big. ISQ has no information about where this rotate is. He has no idea in hell. But a Hotel play there, and there's no way he's going to be able to prep for it. Time was ticking, pressure on his shoulders, numbers don't favor him. And then he's got to think about those externalities. Really well played. And this game gets harder and harder. The second of everything that goes by. I mean, where we're at right now, already Wolf Empire is starting to feel just a little bit checked out. This is starting to look like EP have the chance at a back-to-back 3-0. A quick little 6-0 for the day. Not too bad.
Back-to-back 3-0 now really seems very possible.
Against two vastly different teams as well. Vasco and Wolf Empire. And not only is it kind of two vastly different teams, but it is the best team in the world currently.
Could not ask for a better day if you're Evolution Power. It's really the dream.
There's still a couple more rounds to be played for the first half.
But if they do get the win here against Wolf Empire in the upper bracket, they have to learn from All Gamers' mistakes at the Summer Championship. All Gamers were able to beat Evolution Power, or rather were able to beat Wolf Empire there. Incidentally, they probably also beat Evolution Power as well. But they were able to beat Wolf Empire in the playoffs, and then Wolf Empire came back through that lower bracket and then beat them in the grand final. So even if Wolf Empire go down here, I'm not sure that they're out of this competition as a whole.
No, not at all. Definitely not. Since they were already able to claw themselves back into the grand finals one time, and their current showing is also very strong.
Double orm on the offense here for Wolf Empire now as well. They're really sort of reaching into the barrel to try and pull anything out that can help them.
Yeah, one round.
Rambo's gone back over to the AK now. But they did have that double orm. They were really waiting patiently. That's why they played so slowly in this round. They were hoping that Evolution Power was going to give them an opening, and it never really came. Which now puts your back into a corner. 45 seconds left on the clock. You've just lost a player over towards A. Information being gathered for Evolution Power there that Vent is now clear, and YH is continuing to push his way forward, and you have to make a move. Wolf Empire are running out of time and running out of opportunities.
Oh my God, he spots his legs, and he's going to hit the shot. Full blind. Makes no damn difference, and he re-peeks in for more. Just getting greedy, but it's worth it at this point.
Yep.
Swing. And the fine Dola goes down.
They didn't know that Minnow had dropped. XQQ did such a good job himself that Minnow didn't have to give away his position, so he picks up a freebie.
Surely.
10 seconds left here. Rambo, I mean, he could theoretically get to the site and get the plant, but I'm not sure he's going to be allowed. Oh, what? It doesn't even come down to that. The shots.
What the hell was that?
The shots are so good.
He has no right to be winning a round like that. How? That is such a rookie error.
That's a blunder. By
That's
Evolution Power.
So poorly played. That's the type of round that really hurts. One play in contact's not bad to draw attention, but both of you, and it's not actually even the fact that it's both of you, I actually think it's the fact that you line up. That's the only issue that is really wrong there.
Yeah.
I don't think fighting inherently is wrong because you know he has to cross to get that plant down. It's just the fact that you both line up. You make it so easy for him.
You're right, but you do have to give him credit. Some beautiful shots hit as well.
For sure.
Let's not take that credit away from him.
Spray transfer is on point.
I mean, tap, off you go. But, you know,
I didn't say
talking
how much of a transfer. They made it so easy. It was such a minimal movement.
Yeah, talking about it being a punishing blow for Evolution Power, though, I wonder if it is because, look, you're still up 5-2. I think you can just pretty easily wipe that away and say, don't worry about it. We're still dominating right now on the GR side. YH going to have another crack. He's been so successful in the vents here.
Ooh. Whoever swings first normally loses this. In this case,
the timing!
Oh, the timing is brutal, and Zay's under a lot of pressure now.
Well, he's got some help there as well by the looks of things. Some more util getting tossed across at the top. It's YZK as well. YZK and Zay holding strong. 2 for 1 so far. YZK, though, will drop. Minnow has a nade. Ice Cube so low. Zay's got himself a frag, but it's down to just 1. 1 for Evolution Power and 2 for Wolf Empire, but Ice Cube, a stray gust of wind is going to knock him over, and that is Minnow! 6-2 secured for Evolution Power. They didn't win the last clutch, but they do win this one, and it's all fair.
Taking that mistake back in blood, Minnow. That is beautiful. After the error of previous, saying, well, I can do it, so can you, and you're more fallible to mistakes, the pressure on your shoulders. 6-2, 6 rounds on your GR side is a massive undertaking that Wolf Empire have to respond from, and it could actually still even get worse.
The veteran saves the day for his team, and not only that, pushes his team forward for yet another flawless 3-0 victory. And like you said, Neo, 6-2 may just get even worse for Wolf for a 7-2 for the first half, possibly.
Yeah, sure. No doubt about it, 7-2. I think that would be doomed for Wolf Empire. But 6-3, you give yourself a little bit to work with if you have a strong GR side.
It means that first round is ultimately important, right? Because if it's a 6-3 turn 6-4, game on.
Yep.
If it's a 6-3 turn 7-3, game off.
Yeah, and obviously the alternative being Evolution Power gets the 7-2. Your best case scenario is fighting for that 7-3, which just feels kind of woeful regardless. That's why there's a big difference between a 7-2 and a 6-3 type of a scoreline. But we'll get to that conversation in a minute. It's Wolf Empire trying to work their way in through middle. And Zay is watching for it. Lucas, though, will catch his head. YH, unorthodox position here, but difficult to multi-frag from. He can't even single frag from it. And it might be Wolf Empire just to give themselves a sliver of a hope. Heading into that second half, this is a third on offer.
Not an easy retake, and it gets harder. There's Dola. Finds yet one more. Nice trade though, but still a 2 versus 4. It'd have to be a pretty woeful mistake coming forward from this Wolf Empire side to let a round like this slip away. YZK get caught by the flash a little bit, but not too problematic. They definitely need a smoke here. They just don't have one. That's the awkward thing. So it doesn't give them a chance at fighting. They're happy to fight. Last man, too much to do. And a 6-3. It's okay, but it's still not great. I still think that Evolution Power are extremely happy.
Yeah.
The only thing is, it should be 7-2. They shouldn't have let that one round slip. I still think they've done more than a good enough job. Right there, that's the one brutal mistake. They made it so easy for him, right?
Oh, he lived on 11 HP.
Yeah, exactly. The main thing is, you've got 6 rounds on your GR side, and you're going on to the much more favorable BL side. And only needing 4. I don't think EP are too worried about the spot they're in right now.
As you alluded to, first round here going to be very important for Wolf Empire to see if they can stay in this game. Evolution Power set up outside of A, waiting to see if there's going to be aggression there from Wolf Empire. Answer, no. So they'll move in and take that space.
If they're able to find around Wolf, driving this to 6-4. Then we're still in the talks. If Evolution Power, by any chances, make it into a 7-3, then things are looking pretty dicey in that scenario. For now, Evolution Power not really forcing the issue down to any of the bomb sites. They do have 2 players looking down towards connector. 2 players are looking in towards vents. They're just anticipating a push, some sort of push from the side of Wolf in desperation, trying to gather and gain some information play.
All right, well, next QQ. Right here, right find as well, Shady. That's an awkward way to let that one slip. Lucas, I don't know if we need to be peeking that, if I'm being perfectly honest. Oh, XQQ, talk about making your presence known. What a way to start off in towards the second half, laying down the gauntlet, saying no chance in hell of making this one stick.
Yeah, that is an absolute belter of a round. Wolf Empire now will have to come up with something equally as good, if not better, to win it. Ice Cube and Rambo. It'll be started off by Ice Cube, but it's going to have to be ended by Rambo. 1 on 3, stuck behind a smoke. Evolution Power need only shoot the singular fish in the barrel as he tries to exit his way out from GR spawn, and that's too easy. Guns already trained in that direction. Pretty free round for Evolution Power. Many thanks to XQQ for that one.
Easy as that. 7th round being found and realized by Evolution Power. 7-3 on the scoreboard, and this is just devastating for Wolf here. We're losing the first 2 maps. You come into map 3, you try your best, but the end result is you basically not being able to find a round at all.
Slightly foreshadowing though, right? You know, 6-4 is okay. 7-3 is not. YH first fight, great. Shady gets one, gets out. That's good enough. Drops a nade to give himself some space to fall away, but still, they've lost a lot of this outside A control. And if they were to continue going quick towards A, they would get the site. It's only Rambo there.
Yeah, the nade sack into the vent. They didn't quite hit the vent. They actually hit in front of the vent. If it would have worked out, it would have been an easy kill because it was 3 or 4 nades headed in that direction. But now they have to do it the good old-fashioned way. Evolution Power need to work hard for the frags that they're going to find in this round. YZK, cursory tap through the smoke, is not going to connect onto too much. Mino's been given the job of clearing out vent. He seems to be doing it reasonably effectively, but where's that opener going to come from for Evolution Power? That's the big concern right now. Mino's making a couple of steps. Lucas should be expecting him, but shots going the way of Mino. No way! You can't just allow him to walk in like that. He didn't even have any backup.
How's one man completely changed around like this? And in a weird world, if they hit B now, obviously they won't know to do so because he's wrapped back in through vent. But if they were to go for a quick play towards B, because they've got a lurking presence here, it could work in their favor. They've called for a pause. They're just dragging rotations out. Ice Cube's surely going to die here. Ice Cube's allowed out.
He's spotted though. He's spotted, and that's information. That's crucial information for Evolution Power.
They're going back to B.
They can
they go back to A.
Yeah, they can infer from that Evolution Power have pushed out of A. And they might not be there anymore. Ice Cube caught, and that'll be the go signal. It's a free A site. Evolution Power have got the timing right. It was a roundabout kind of a way to get here, but it is on to A that they'll go.
Late game 101 being topped by Evolution Power to Wolf here.
2v3 though, it's not over till it's over. Flash comes over, and Mino will avoid it for the bulk of it. He's waiting for the swing out from Fent. There's the first. Shady to fall. Dola to fall as well. That is big. EP find themselves closer and closer to the 3-0 in this series. It started so well. How Mino gets out on towards this site and gets away with so much, he has no right to be doing that.
That's the 2nd time he has done that. And Wolf just not being able to punish these kind of plays is not going to cut it. 8-3 on the scoreboard. And Evolution Power, all they need is just 2 rounds. 2 rounds more, and they will have a 3-0 victory once again. Done it against Vasco. They're about to do it to Wolf.
Yeah, it's definitely looking like it, isn't it?
I think it's done here. This would require something ridiculous. And it does make you, you know, and there's something that will bring in definitely more detail if things obviously continue at this rate, but it makes you look at how much of a flash in the pan maybe that was. And actually, for Antisocial, it's probably a massive gut punch to them thinking, if we just played the Ankara we know we can play, and if Wolf didn't just have this life game against us.
Yeah.
We actually could have won that series. We could be in the upper bracket. We could be fighting for a grand final spot.
Yeah.
Instead, they have to go through the gauntlet of the lower bracket from round 1.
But they might get their chance again at Wolf Empire tomorrow.
True.
Where it's looking, Wolf Empire will be down in that lower bracket. It'll be the Brazilian derby to decide who plays against them. And for mine, I think Antisocial have looked better. So I will be predicting Antisocial Wolf Empire lower bracket final.
Rematch.
And as far as that Wolf Empire Antisocial match is concerned, if it is to play out, I don't know who I would have favored there right now. That's a real toss-up. Have to have a think about it overnight, but going into the grand final, it's definitely looking like it's all Evolution Power right now. Mino just charging around the corner. That's crazy from him. It ends up being a 2-for-2 trade. There's time here still for Evolution Power to work with. Shady under a bit of pressure. He's surviving. There's a lot of damage done to those Evolution Power members, but they have somewhat bullied their way onto the site. Good shot in there from Ice Cube watching the cross. Plan, however, is going to go down. It's 2-on-3.
It's very, very doable here. Just look at the HP. YZK and Mino, they are so low. This should be unlosable for Wolf Empire. And now, how has it come down to this? Shady gonna get spotted, but one's moved up the stairs already. There's one. Second should be spotted. How is he still alive? How is Rambo still alive? What? And he gets tagged down. Mino should have fallen. Like you said, the comms were cluttered all over the place to swing. And finally the fall. Oh my God, Wolf Empire get a 4th, but what is happening?
That was such a weird round, wild round. Mino just like not getting the info, maybe, I don't know, but real mess of a round. This is the previous. Nice double entry from Mino. He's actually really turned it on in this second half. You were kind of highlighting, Bench, in the first half that maybe he's not the highest fragger for this team, and that is definitely true. At the time, he was 3-2, I think. And look at him now. He's going to the moon.
Going to the Mars, even. And now Rambo tries to go aggressive. Unfortunately, nades and flashes flying his way. Almost read by Evolution Power that an early aggression could come through.
As we mentioned as well, that maybe if Wolf do start, you know, get an opening kill here, maybe opening couple, I actually wouldn't even mind EP calling a pause. Just to bank it, you know what I mean? Just to make sure they've still got one to work with.
Let Wolf's doing it.
Yeah, don't risk anything. Don't let things slip away. Don't let Wolf Empire snowball. Because once they get going, they're really difficult to stop.
Definitely, if Wolf get another 2 rounds here, you have to call the pause there. 8-6.
Yeah.
But maybe they don't need it. Maybe.
True. Maybe they get a 9th right here.
9th right here.
Dispels all of that.
Easy peasy. Ice Cube's been a bit of a non-factor. 5 and 11 on this map. Primary Orpa used to be the GOAT of this map. Last year, he was just insane. You couldn't play a map without him dropping basically 30. But that's changed up definitely here.
And now he's barely got more than 3.
Progression through the vents. Evolution Power actually wouldn't mind playing contact here, but Lucas is going to spot them out with that jump spot, so he'll just drop a pop flash. Dola doesn't really help him out at all, and Lucas is an easy trade in the end. There's one more for Zay as he charges his way up the stairs, and it's a 4-on-2. I don't see Wolf Empire being able to retake this site.
They're just going to force the issue and get the bomb site. Not even getting... Wolf is not able to get the trade kills. They had 3 players on the bomb site. First trade, yes. Second trade, not there. And Zay got a double kill, and the bomb site is completely free. Now, on a 2v4 with a retake trying to come through is going to be Rambo and Ice Cube got a piece each. But YZK was holding the angles, got a double kill for himself, and the round is secured by Evolution Power.
YZK didn't even realize that he tagged that second guy down to such low HP on the same spam of the box, but so easy, so simple. Map and series point as the music starts to play. And Wolf Empire, unfortunately, Ankara gone back to being that weak map once again, no longer what we saw against Antisocial. A dire spot they put themselves in. We're going to see event aggression, potentially. Utah being set up here. YH, he's happy to fight. Dola falls off the angle. Shady's playing anti as well, and Luke is playing top side. Contact play again, why not? If it ain't broke, don't fix it. This time, though, it does not work out. 3 kills in quick succession, so muted for the moment, EP, and I don't think they'll be celebrating this one.
We still do have YZK and XQQ alive. Good drop on towards the player middle. They can get the C4 on towards the B bomb site. XQQ holds the prime angle towards spawn.
Is he gonna give this away though? No, they have to clear the site first, but if XQQ drops off that line and holds this spawn line, this could be huge for a kill. If he gets 1, or if he gets 2.
He got out.
Almost a collat, you're right. Getting out is about as good as getting 2 here. It gives him a chance for 1 more. He's got hunting. He's gonna find Rambo. No! Misses the shot. Oh, that could have been the dream right there for Evolution Power. Would have opened YZK up for the plant, but still, 1v3, not impossible if he can get the plant down. That's gonna be the big point here. And he has managed to get it on the floor. Wolf Empire can afford no mistake right now. YZK playing close behind the smoke. Wants to line up 2. Won't be able to do it. And we'll go another. Wolf Empire are not out yet.
He made us believe for a brief moment, I think primarily just because of the off angle, but in the end, not to be. Still alive for the time being. They just went for the same play, and it's been a relentless sort of aggression. And that time they get shut down. I like the little double setup there with Shady playing on the ledge, Dola playing down below, Lucas backside. There was just no way you were getting up, no entry. Surprising that we haven't really seen them go for a formulated B hit. It's always been mid to late round B hits.
Yeah.
They haven't gone for an early hotel aggression and just try and use that to barrel in. A's the default, and then if they get locked out, they move elsewhere.
Yeah, I haven't really seen Evolution Power pull off that early B tactics. I feel like they just don't want to go in that general direction in general. Like, they don't send anybody there. We just have one player who watches from spawn, if anyone's pushing out from hotel, rather.
This is where this mid to late round comes in, though. Well, not even really so much late, but more mid round. You get smoked out of main. You see a little bit of Utah behind it. You don't have a player in towards vent, so you don't really want to risk it maybe either. So a resmoke coming down, this is where I think, you know, if I'm, you know, calling towards EP, I'm saying, right, let's try and work mid a little bit. We've got one player already in there, and they've got quite a lot of space. Let's see what support we can get. But they go back for the old tried and tested. Another A vent hit. This is the what, third, fourth round in a row?
It was working in the first couple times. Got muted, like you said, last round. Giving it a shot once again.
They've got to wait for XQQ to do something. That'll be the big one. If he could just, even if he just takes a random pop shot, it will drag a bit of attention away.
This time, Dola, instead of getting boosted on the side of the wall, we have Ice Cube on the first contact. And Dola behind the boxes. Ooh, Shady's gonna take the drop. And here comes Ice Cube, starts firing, gets 1. Dola springs out, gets 1, but the trade is there. But Mino in a 1v3, he has to go through 3 players of Wolf. Gets 1, needs to find 2 more.
30 seconds.
C4 is down, the timer is ticking down.
Exactly, yeah, he just doesn't have the C4, so I don't see how he can win this round with only 30 seconds left. Where is he going?
Where is he going?
He's
Does he think he can't think he has a C4, right? Yeah, he does. He genuinely thought he had the C4.
He did.
He thought he had the C4.
No.
He doesn't have the C4.
That's so sad.
That is so sad, but so funny.
He saw that B site open. He thought, he really thought. That's literally the epitome of the phrase he thought. He thought he was on for that. He thought I could run over B. I can get the bomb plant down. I know they're both towards A. I can win this round. And then he gets all the way to B. Yeah. He presses his button to pull out the C4, and nothing happens.
That emotion from Mino, he was laughing that off.
You have to.
You really have to.
If you don't laugh, you'll cry, as they say, and that's sort of the feeling.
I mean, lucky that's not like a 9-8 round, you know what I mean? That could be crushing.
Every round counts here for Wolf, and that round, luckily for them, here comes the push. Dola gets 1, but he gets quickly traded out, and the flash completely blown. He's Lucas now. He can recover. Swings, gets 1, almost gets the double through the wall. But Mino swings out a little too high, gets the drop, and the bomb site is completely free. for the plan to proceed.
Yeah, they've just
Random gets
activated.
taken down, and now Shady takes a bunch of damage as well. In a 1v2, out goes Colts. The bullets are there. Mino clutches it up. It's going to be a 10th round being picked up. Evolution Power closes the series in a 3-0 yet again. Takes down Vasco, and they're going to be able to take down Wolf Empire.
Well, it is the 3-0 confirmed for Evolution Power. Everyone's getting their batons in the air. One question I have is, why is it orange? Because orange would be a Wolf Empire.
Yeah.
Because they're gone.
Yeah, but they're not actually gone. But
Yeah.
more so, I would think it would go blue for Evolution Power. It doesn't really matter in the end. The real thing is Evolution Power wins that series. They take the 3-0. They're straight through to the grand finals, and they're doing it in blistering fashion as well. To get 2 3-0s back-to-back, especially without having a break. They've literally just played 6 maps in a row, basically, and won them all.
They're doing it in style, right? And they're, you know, we could talk about they're definitely being made to work for it, and they're definitely making life hard for themselves. But well played, man. I mean, really, when it comes down to it, I kind of like, I love and I hate the calling by Mino as well. Like, right, guys, go A 4 times in a row. Oh, we just failed? Do it again.
Yeah,
like,
do it again.
I kind of respect it, right? It's sort of this relentless sort of, I actually don't think, even if we get around, it's a 50-50. It's an ego thing. It's like, we are better. If it's a 50-50, we can beat them. We back ourselves in the trades, we back ourselves in the Angels, and we back ourselves in the clutch. And too damn right.
And you know what's even better is that he's calling and he's putting out the numbers. 2.22 KD after clutches after clutches after clutches. Evolution Power just looking so damn strong.
The 2.22 makes up as well for that one round where Dink can pick up the bomb and run towards B.
True, true. I mean, that's a bit of a life game, really, from Mino. I think that's probably the best map we've seen from him in the event, and what a time to pull it out as well. Just got to hope that he's still got something left in the tank for the grand final, but won't be able to see that until Sunday. Honestly, though, across the board, it was pretty damn solid, really, from Evolution Power. You can't really complain about anybody, any individual. I think everyone had their moments in this series. Mino looking like an absolute Chad. Drop the shades, easy as you like. I mean, obviously we talk about the 2.22 already, but, you know, over a kill around, 116 ADR, multi-kill 30%. These are all really, really good numbers. Even 60% headshot kills is really damn solid. So, end of the day, he's had a great map there, and it's put them straight into the grand final, not just in terms of his individual performance as well, but the calling. It looks like Mino's on another level right now, which is really massive. Evolution Power, honestly, I didn't really get like that killer instinct kind of vibe from them in the group stage, but I think they've really leveled up here in the playoffs, and that's a fantastic sight going forward.
When you look at like just the general eye test for them, you know they're a good side. It's just like, it feels like they're, average is pretty high, but maybe the ceiling isn't super high, whereas like the issue with Wolf Empire is I think, the ceiling is extremely high, but also their floor is pretty low, and that's what we've just seen. A bit of a floor out for them. They looked cold, they looked iced out, the calling was lackluster, the individuals were also lackluster as well. So, credit where it's due, man. I mean, a really solid showing coming forward. Mino, you look at the stats across the board as well. 5-2 against Dola, 4-1 against Ice Cube. This is a veteran of the game, a guy, like you said, who's been around since Season 1, who's taken on these new gen guys, taking on arguably two of the best players here, and making them look like they're nothing.
Yeah. The uncle comes back to the show and take the matter into his own hands. Basically, that was the name of the game there.
Yeah, look, fantastic stuff, obviously, from Evolution Power, but still not the end of the road. It's looking good, but how many times we've seen a team win the upper bracket final and then go on to still lose the grand final? It's not zero, so there's got to be a bit of work. Yeah, there's got to be some work done here, I think, over the next day or so from these lads. End of the day, though, you can't really ask for a better preparation. You can't really ask for a better run-in. In my mind, Evolution Power, look, they've taken down Wolf Empire. They've taken down Vasco, so there is still an element of doubt when it comes to Antisocial. If Antisocial were to be able to make that run through the lower bracket, then you might still have something to say in that grand final where it's like, oh, look, we don't really know how this is going to look for Evolution Power. But, aside from Antisocial, they've kind of beaten everybody else that they've needed to really prove it to us. They've beaten All Gamers, they've beaten Imperial, they've beaten now Wolf Empire as well. Look, again, Vasco, I guess they're a top 14. We can't sort of keep bragging on them too much, but yeah, I don't really know who else you'd really want to throw in the mix there for Evolution Power to say, can we test them against this team at the event? Because I think they've kind of gone through everyone that really is worth talking about.
Yeah, bring back Baisha, I guess.
Yeah, Baisha, yeah.
No, you are right, though. I feel like, this is the thing. We can't keep throwing hurdles at this side, and they keep overcoming them. And actually, like we've seen today, without breaking a sweat, you did about dropping a map. Sure, multiple overtimes, multiple 18-round maps, and all the rest, but all that matters is a 3-0 under your belt, and you're walking away from today saying, I've got all of tomorrow off, and, I've got so much time to prep for whoever I'm going to be playing up against, and so much time to just have a bit of a rest. It's so valuable in quite a cutthroat tournament, a long tournament too as well, right? 2 weeks in total we've kind of been here coming up to this point, right? And it can be quite draining. So a bit of time, take a breather, rest and recoup, get ready for that big Sunday. That is a big kind of a asset for this side.
Yeah, most definitely. Look, Bench, I'm gonna ask you a big question here. Is Evolution Power going to be your prediction for the grand final, regardless of who goes into it to face them?
I've already made my predictions, I believe. But if I have a chance to change, I think I should change my predictions now to EP. Kind of ready to jump ships, just because of dominant showing that was against Wolf Empire, of course, one of the prominent perspectives to win the grand finals. But they got 3-0. Yeah. Or 0-3 rather.
They did get 3-0, 3-0, 0-3, whatever you want to call it. But yeah, I'm sure you can still change your prediction for the grand final. We've still got a couple of days. I reckon the guys can figure that one out in the background. Speaking of in the background, obviously right now we are getting ready for an interview, and luckily it hasn't taken very long. Ready to jump down onto the stage to hear from our winners. It's Evolution Power going straight through to the grand final.
Welcome back to the main stage for the interview session, and now we are joined by the Mino from Evolution Power Gaming, and now we make it to the grand finals. Congratulations, and MVP is Mino, and say hi to all the savers. Hi, I'm Mino from Evolution Power Gaming, and congratulations on making it to the grand finals and earning your ticket and securing the spot to the grand final. How are you feeling right now? Honestly speaking, we didn't think it could be so smooth, because be it Wolf or the two teams from the Brazilian region, they are very strong. So on the initial stage, we were a little bit nervous, and then we just gradually get the hang of it. But then we find that it's kind of like we are back and forth. And yesterday, when we were doing the activities with one of our teammates, we talked about that in the Hangzhou, and the slogan is "Unlock the Future." And also, our teammates just told us that unlock the future, well, also we need to